Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show game day, early in the morning, cold as can be, deep within the heart of this NFL season, but I'm right here with you folks, and I know you're right here with me as well. I appreciate that. My name is Brandon Kane. This, of course, is the Hawks Nest, and we've got ourselves an interesting little matchup this morning as our Seahawks travel out into the Midwest, the Bible Belt, to go see if they can take down the mighty Chiefs on their home turf. It'll be an interesting little watch. Appreciate you guys joining in with me here as it is very early in the morning my time. I am definitely not fully awake, but we've got the coffee cooking, got the stream live. We'll see if we can hit the ground running here today and see if our Hawks can maybe surprise a few folks out here in this particular game. Because, of course, they come into this as underdogs, and not many are expecting them to win, but I do believe we've got a reasonably good setup here in this matchup for us. It's not the same kind of matchups we've had recently where it's been a lot of teams that love to run the ball and will go at our kind of biggest vulnerability on the defensive side of things. And as well, I don't think that they have as much of a pass rush that they're going to be pushing up against our offensive line that we've been somewhat having to deal with as well recently. So a couple factors may help us out a little bit today, though we are coming into this underhanded, of course. No Ryan Neal. So no Al Woods. It's going to be a little touch and go on the defensive side of the ball, and they are going to be starting this soon. So let me just say what's up to you guys over in the chat. Sean Lee, Flag Sabbath, check. D Nugget, Megan, what's up? How you doing, Megan? Good to see you in the chat. Gene D, Hawks Nest, let's go, man. What's up, Maxwell? JDM, yo. Cheers from NorCal. Hello. You guys are significantly warmer than we are here. We are still caught in the midst of this winter wonderland. It's going to definitely be a white Christmas out here on the eastern side of the state. Yeah, Flag Sabbath frigid day is right. It is cold. Keegan, how you doing? George Samuel, my man out there in Egypt. What's up, brother? Herbicide says, think happy thoughts. I'll be thinking happy thoughts all day long, man. All day long. I'm here with you. How can I not be happy? Ryan Austinson, Merry Christmas. That's a good, please thank you for reminding me. We got Merry Christmas to everybody. Look in that Christmas spirit, hopefully. William Asumpako says, go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Mark Hoppercorn, hello. William Leonard, hell yeah, Hawks Nest. Hell yeah, William. You know I'm on this. Y2K, what's up, man? Robbie Red, yo. Megan says it may be 5 a.m. here, but I'm glad this is an early game as I will be spending Christmas with my nephew and brother later on. Well, hopefully you get to crow a little bit more to your brother, already having beaten his Cardinal teams twice this year, Megan. So, yeah, and we won again today. How's your Cardinals doing? Oh, okay. How's Kyler? Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. Mark, 39 is a heat wave there for you. We've been over here around 0, and I can handle it at 32 degrees, 27, 25. You get down to that 0 with a wind chill, that's when it starts to get to be a little bit much for me, where I go, oof, this is a little too cold for me. I don't like the Arctic. No, thank you. Y2K, who has been a member for 9 months of the Hawks Nest, member as a Pro Bowler. Thank you for doing so, Y2K. Says, this place was a lifesaver when COVID started. Oh, man, thank you very much. I really appreciate you saying that. I hope it could be that way for anybody anytime. A nice, cool place to come to no matter what's going on. That's what we love about football, is it is the escape away, so to speak, from regular life. It's a beautiful thing. Hi, Kitty. Kitty's psyched. You guys can hear her. She's hyped up right now. She got her salmon earlier today. She's ready. She's got the eye black under her little eyes. I put it right under like each little eye. She's ready. She'd go out and hit somebody right now. Greg Kemp, did you see the Seahawks wide receivers warm up? Crazy. I didn't have a chance to see it. No. Were they doing some cool stuff? They were running around with all no shirts. That's crazy. Yeah, why not? A little drip. I mean, it's a psychological thing in that kind of weather. And, if you just kind of attack it, it's the best way to go about it is probably what those guys have been told. And that's what they're probably trying to do a little bit. Flying Blind says, I remember the last time we played Patrick Mahomes around Christmas time. Maybe we can get another gift this year. Well, at the very least, if we can get a really fun game like that, that'd be awesome. And we were able to get him at home before. A little younger Patrick, flying blind, so you get a little bit of an elder statesman now at this point on the road. But nonetheless, it's if you're gonna push Patrick to be patient in this game. That tends to be a place where he can kind of struggle at times. Where he's gonna, if he has any place he struggles. Okay, Mahomes doesn't really struggle, but if he has one place you can maybe get to him on is testing his patience. It's not the worst of ways to go. Shane Germany says this weather's bad for both teams. No reason for excuse for our loss. Not at all, man. Everybody's got to deal with it. It's a condition. It's more of the talent of the Chiefs at this point. I think that's more of the potential worry from my standpoint than anything else, than the weather. But you're right. Both teams do have to deal with it. I think there is a little bit of an advantage to the team that has to, plays in it more often than not. And we are going to have the starting kickoff here, folks. So, of course, any new people in here, I tend to do the play-by-play here through the game. And then we'll be doing the post-game report shortly after. Short little kick here, picked up at the 10-yard line by the Chiefs returner. A little bit of space to move. Seattle closes it down well, though, and he will be brought down at the 30-yard line. So if I am behind on the chat or anything like that, we do a really long post-game show. So we will be getting back over on that side of things on the wrap-up. But I will also, commercials and whatnot, be responding to you guys over there. So, all right, Patrick Mahomes is going to come out now onto the field. 105 rating this year. Throws for about 320 yards a game. Interesting to see how the Chiefs come out here to attack the Seahawks defense. Play action. Little roll out back across the way. 7-8 yard completion to the tight end out in the flat. They had Mahomes roll back across his body there rather than go right, went left, and got a nice easy completion. Second and 2. Mahomes now back in shotgun. Looks one way, comes back the other way. A little bit of pressure from Quentin Jefferson. Slides out of that pressure. Throws it up over the top and throws it away. Jefferson was pursuing him there. Mahomes had some time. Went through a couple different reads, but good coverage on the defense. Good coverage on the back end by the defense. All right, Mahomes back in shotgun. 4-man front from the Seahawks here. Mahomes, a little bubble screen out to the right. Seattle looked like they were pretty well on that play, but not a great throw there by Mahomes. Just tried to get it out fast, not accurately, and threw it at the feet of the receiver. So, yeah, there we go. 3 and out. Love to see that right out the chute from this Seahawks defense. One thing these conditions can sometimes do for high-flying offenses is bring them a little bit lower to earth. It's a little bit of a tougher road here when it's this cold. Your hands can't get on the ball as well to grip it. You just can't quite get to go as far as you normally can get to throw. And this ball will drive DJ Dallas all the way back to the 9-yard line. What a hell of a punt there by the Chiefs punter. And Seattle will be dealing with a long field here to start things out on this next drive. Kitty. Okay. Come on. Come on. All right, Gino and company onto the football field. No commercial break. I like this. You guys have to deal with my voice here. You got the early morning voice right now. All right, Gino out now under center. The give is into Kenneth Walker. He's got some space to work with. He's on the outside. Little jitterbug move. Back to the outside again. Breaks it for a nice little play, but we do have a flag on the field. And the Chiefs players are indicating it was a hole. That was a big hole on that side. I guess that was the reason why. See if we'll get a replay here. It was right over Charles Cross's edge there. And they're going to get DK Metcalf. DK might have gotten a little high with his hands on the outside there. But that's kind of it's very much an on the line call there. I mean, that's he releases the guy. And we got a quick throw on a rollout here to DK for about a 1 yard gain maybe. The flag, it looks like on that play, DK is blocking to the outside there. DK's definitely got maybe his hands just a tiny bit wider than you'd like. They're not fully to the outside. They're kind of right here up on the inner chest plate. And as long as usually the player releases his block as the running back goes around his outside shoulder, they're not going to flag that. But indeed they did there. 2nd and 12. Geno back in shotgun. Marquise Goodwin goes in motion. Comes back in motion across Geno's back. The give is in here to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker dances back inside and is taken to the ground. Bring up 3rd and long. Mad at me now because I didn't pet you. Oh, kitty. Yeah. I know. All right. 3rd down and 10. Geno in shotgun here. 3 wide, 1 tight end. He sees something up at the line of scrimmage he doesn't like. And we've got a timeout by the Chiefs. Oh, okay. Interesting timeout there by the Chiefs. Jeffy Casey, good luck to you guys too, man. I mean, up until the point you win, I wouldn't wish you good luck for that. Yeah, simple 1970. I don't like that flag on DK. All right, 3rd and 10. Geno back in shotgun here again. Dropping back to throw. Hits DK up over the middle there. Ooh, almost got a 1st down on that play. It's going to be about a yard short. Threw it and hit DK on a post route there. But they were quickly able to get DK to the ground. Chiefs rallied up well there. Still not a fan of that flag. Just not to turn over that too much. But, all right, we got our first call that I'm a little All right, Dixon back to punt now. And he lets this one boom. This will drive back the punter far. Punt returner far. He will get tripped up. So a pretty good punt there by Dixon. About the 36-yard line or so, where the Chiefs will take over. Okay, both teams kind of feeling each other out here a little bit. R. Sanchez, is Tanner Muse playing? No, they have Jordan Brooks out on the football field. And yeah, Charlene, we should see some Derek Young today with Tyler out, I'm guessing. I would guess. I would guess. I hate commercials too. I hate it too. Sanchez says, I'd rather see what Tanner offers to see if we can skip Jordan's 5th year. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily mind that, but I think that they're the team's pretty, as they've been in recent years with this type of stuff, they stay pretty committed to that kind of thing. That'd be my one thing with that, is that when the guy like Jordan like this who's a first round pick, and they're probably just going to hope that he can kind of sort it out, because I know that they probably are already thinking they got to deal with one linebacker position this offseason, and probably not looking to want to really deal with both of them, at the same time. Doesn't mean you're not wrong, though. Yeah, Cool Breeze. They're married to Brooks. Good way to put it. That's how I'd put it, too. Well, let's see if Seahawks D can hold up there. Nice little 3-and-out out the gate there to start things. I'm going to try to keep my scoreboard updating today, but I'm having an issue with my laptop, so I got to run all this off my main PC. So it might be a little delayed at times. Mahomes back in shotgun here on first down. Give is up the middle on the little read option give, and Quandre Diggs comes up nicely and makes the tackle. Good job by Quandre. Shot up there quickly to bring Pacheco down there off. It was a 6-yard gain, but it looked like it might have had the potential to be a little bit more. Mahomes now back out under center. The gives again to Pacheco. There's a little bit of room to the outside. Cuts it back in. Fighting hard, and he's going to get himself about a gain of 4 or 5, but that will be a first down. Just going right over Bruce Irvin's side there. Good patience by the running back to string that along. 1st and 10 from the 49 here. Gives again to the running back. Another gain of about 3 or 4 yards there. A little outside zone. Tease Tabor in the game for the Seahawks right now, of course. So they're going to be tested at that safety position, being down to essentially your third safety here this year. Fourth safety, I guess, if you count Josh Jones. We got a penalty flag here. Bruce Irvin jumped off sides. Looked like he was starting to go back, but Chiefs did a good job of offensive line, jumped up and down the second he did to get him for it. A little hard count there by Mahomes. Bruce beckoning the officials, saying, I was on my way back before he stood up. Official said, yeah, that's not going to fly. Flag on you. Mahomes in shotgun now from the 41-yard line here. Rolls out to his right, looking back to his left. Hits his man back to his left there for an easy 15-yard gain to McKinnon. Nice play design there by the Chiefs. He took like 3 steps, looked like it's going to be a true rollout, and just flicked that back out to McKinnon, who was leaking out the back door of the pocket there. 1st down and 10. Chiefs on the Seahawks 30-yard line, 25-yard line. It's early, folks. The eyes still aren't awake. Mahomes drops back to pass, hits Travis Kelce underneath for about 3 or 4 yard gain. Cody Barton in coverage. Mahomes getting back in shotgun here. Little bubble screen. A lot of jukes and moves out there after the catch. But it will be just short of the first down. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, you already sound defeated. Sad. Oh, man, no, not defeated, dude. Just I'm not a morning person. So it's just when it's 10 a.m. like this, I am not at full strength at this time of the morning. 3rd and 1. Mahomes back up under center here. Heavy formation look by the Chiefs. Handoff right up the middle, and that will be a first down. Gain of about 3 on the play. So no, not that at all, man. I'm just it's simply just I'm a night owl, so I can't go to bed early on these kind of games. It's not in my nature. But no, I'm hopeful here today. I'm hopeful. I got my expectations reasonably set though at the same point in time. Thank you though, Sanchez. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation says, I haven't seen any of the game. What have I missed? Well, 2-3 and out. I had a 3 and out for both sides to start things, Randall. And we got shotgun. Mahomes dropping back to pass. He's looking. Oh, man. Scrambles out for about a gain of 5 yards or so. Servin was right next to him there and just kind of bent over there weirdly as he was running past him. So we had a 3 and out on both sides, Randall. Offensively, they actually had a run off the first gate where Kenneth Walker broke it to the outside and had a nice little 20-yard gain that they called back on a holding call on DK Metcalf that I didn't think was valid myself, but it sort of stopped that first drive for your Hawks. And now the Chiefs are driving on kind of a nice patient drive here with a mix of pass and run. Got a little fly sweep now here to Kadarius Toney, and he's going to Michael Jackson moonwalk his way into the end zone, untouched for a touchdown. Thank you, though, Randall, for the $5 donation, brother. I hope you're doing well out there tonight and having a Merry Christmas. And that defensive drive looks pretty familiar to probably what we've seen recently, haven't it? Pretty familiar. Darius Toney was able to score that so easily. He took the fly sweep coming back across the formation. He did a little juggler's trick. He's like, look, I'm going to make this even a little harder, you know. It's like an and one, you know. What if I throw the ball up behind my back and then catch it in the front and do a little like this and then I go to the touchdown? Wouldn't that be cooler? I mean, it'd be cool if I just ran it in. But wouldn't it be cool if I did the little flick the ball back move and then I ran it in? Something like that. Osama bin Diesel with a $5 donation. Thank you so much, Osama. And Merry Christmas right back at you. He says, Merry Christmas, Brandon. You're getting a lump of coal for that Geno video. You jinxed the team and somehow made the Broncos offense better with Russ. I know. I think you meant better without Russ. I know, man. I know. I should have known better. I should have shut my stupid mouth on that one. I thought I had, like, at that point, 12 straight really good performances. I was like, oh, this is going to be in the bag. This is going to continue. I feel good about this take. But that one's, you know, yeah. I still think he's doing well. I mean, certainly coming back down to earth just a tiny bit, but I think too as well, of course, it's, you know, been some of the other issues at play. I mean, hell, just like this last drive, you know, he's got a holding penalty, you're back behind the sticks, always in kind of a little bit of those third and long kind of situations. But yeah, I might not have helped things. I might not have helped the metaphysical energy out there on this one. Appreciate you though, Osama. And Merry Christmas. R. Sanchez says, go pound some Red Bulls, B. You're bumming me out. Oh my gosh, man. I'm sorry. I'm drinking the coffee, man. I got it going. It's, you know, when you're not a morning person, you're just not a morning person. That's the only thing about it. It's like, you can't kickstart it. You can't make it go. It's just one of those things where it takes its time to get the engine going, especially for us older guys. It's kind of come on, get going here. It takes a second. Thank you for the donation, though, man. And I'll get there. It'll click in about third quarter or so, I'm sure. Sanchez, you and I are the same age. Yeah, but you're probably a morning person. You're probably one of those morning people. Head pops off the pillow. I don't even need coffee. I just get up and, it's just like I'm fully awake. I've slept. Why would you need anything else after that? Meanwhile, you got people like me that are, I wake up like Nick Nolte, like, oh, God, what is going on? All right, here's a return. Nice little return by the Seahawks returner. He is out in front, trying to outrun the kicker, having a little bit of a hard time with it. Still a beautiful return as he reverses field, comes all the way back around to the other side until he's finally drugged down at the 45-yard line. I don't know if it was so much as the kicker was keeping pace with him as he was running wide like that, as he was just running out of gas. He had run a long way on that return from one side of the field all the way to the other, not to mention 55 yards down the football field. But nice little return there. Oh my gosh, Cody Barton just absolutely got killed on that fly sweep play. He just got washed out. They're showing another angle of it. He got completely washed out on that one. Yaza. Speaking, I better get my coffee going there. Geno back out under center now. 3 tight end look here for your Seahawks. DK Metcalf goes in motion. The Gibbs into Kenneth Walker. Takes it right up the middle there for a gain of about 4. Kick returner is awesome. Uga boogie. The kick returner. He's good. 2nd and 7. Guess they're only going to give him a long 3 on that one. 2 tight ends, 2 wide. Chiefs squeezing down on that line of scrimmage. Dropping out of it now. The give is into Kenneth Walker. Bounces off the first tackler and is quickly corralled after that. Colby Parkinson just couldn't quite get his block laid down there on the edge. Got driven into the backfield post-snap. Right into the pathway of where Walker was trying to go. Third and 10. It's kind of what I'm talking about with the Geno Smith thing. This is a perfect, example right here of a little bit of the difficulty right now on Geno's back with this, where your running game can't even get you into like a 3rd and 6. You need the full third and 10 here after two running plays. Geno's going to have to call timeout as the snap, as the play clock was winding down. But it just makes it so much harder to play in the quarterback position when you're just constantly facing these sort of 3rd and 10 type situations, because the running game just can't even get the consistent just 3 yards in a cloud of dust. You'd like ideally to get a first down. If I'm going to run 2 down twice, 1st and 2nd down, okay, fine. You give me 3 yards, or give me 3 yards and 2 yards. Not even trying to be greedy with it, right? But you end up in the 3rd and 10, and now Geno's got to sit and hold. Wait for those long developing routes on a 3rd and 10 type situation. It's just hard to complete those in the NFL. It doesn't really matter who the quarterback is or who we're talking about. If you're consistently in those kind of situations, unfortunately, you are. It's sort of flip the coin whether or not you actually have an opportunity to really kind of convert in these situations. Geno back in shotgun now. Chiefs showing a blitz, and it looks like they're bringing it. Boy, are they ever. Geno able to get the ball away there. Nicely done. DK Metcalf coming back to his quarterback to bail him out there as he had to scramble away and get free. I'd like to see Seattle try to go for it in this kind of this case right here. You're on a fourth and you need this. Go for this. There we go. Thank you. I saw Geno starting to leave the field and I was like, no, Pete, no, 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 Pete. You're not going for 10 yards of field position to not go for it. Come on. Geno back in shotgun, 4th and 3. DJ Dallas to his right. 5-man pressure look set up here by the Chiefs. They drop out of it, just a 4-man look. Ball knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Turnover on downs. George Karlaftis got a mitt on it there. Karlaftis did a good job of just keeping his eye on Geno and knowing the situation and down. It's 3rd and short. You know the quarterback's likely to try to just get the ball right out of his hands quick there. So really not even committing to his pass rush off the jump there. He's just kind of watching the quarterback all the way through, waiting for that moment when he can stick his paw up to knock it down. Good active play there by Karlaftis. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. What's up, Garth? Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well, and Merry Christmas. Says, laughing my ass off. Nick Nolte wake up as an apartment. Nick Nolte wake up as an apt description of how afternoon people handle early mornings. Awesome call, Brando. Oh, I thought about it like years ago, and it's just always stuck with me because it's literally how I probably sound when I'm first just getting out of bed. You know. And for you younger folks don't know Nick Nolte, go watch Go watch Nick Nolte in like 48 hours at like the beginning. We're like, what the hell? Just cursing everything out and hating life as he gets up. You know, just whatever he did the night before. You know, it's just like, geez. He sounds like I feel sometimes in the morning time. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate you though. R. Sanchez says, put in lock. Thank you for the $2 donation, Sanchez. You don't like that knockdown there at the line of scrimmage. That was tough there. We need a running game. Gosh dang it, though. Can we get a little bit of a running game going? Just a little bit. Sanchez, thank you for all the donations today. Let me turn on my coffee 1 sec here. Bravo to Carroll, though, for going for it on that. I don't, in a game against the Chiefs like this, 20 yards, 10 yards, 13 yards, whatever we were going to get in true real field position there and turnaround is not worth it. Tom Eden says Nolte versus Pacino would be a good battle. I'll have to do that one at some point. I can only do Nolte when he's just grumbling. So I can't actually do a Nolte impression. I can just do the, oh God, yes, hell, just what the fuck, just what the. A little bit of that. That's about as far as I can take Nolte. It starts to fall away if I haven't talked too much. Megan says his Blunt's out for the rest of the game with a knee injury for the Seahawks. Says Megan, yikes. Safety position's already lean. We might end up with Kobe Bryant back there at safety if we lose another dude. And we've got a first down carry here off right tackle for the Chiefs, Pacheco. He'll gain about 5 or 6 yards for them. 5 or 6. Yeah. Mahomes back and empty now. 3 wide. Looking. Good job in coverage by the Hawks, but then we do get a penalty flag in the secondary, so it appears there was a reason there was good coverage back there. Mahomes already pointing to the secondary as though he knows it's a flag. Probably holding. Indeed it is holding. Who did they get? They get Brooks. Yep, they got Jordan Brooks, and that is legitimate on that call. That's absolutely as textbooks as they get as far as a holding call in the secondary. 1st and 10, play action pass. Mahomes looking deep, and he's going to let it ride. He's going to let it ride. Oh, he tested out Tariq Young back there, and Tariq had an interception kind of bounce right off his hands there. Still in really good spot and coverage to knock the ball away. Makeup speed by Tariq Woolen there. He absolutely looked like to Mahomes that he was beat by 3 or 4 yards, and then when that ball's in the air, he's turning the jets on to catch back up. Almost had an interception there. And Mahomes shaking his head like, that kid's fast. Mahomes back in shotgun, 2nd and 10. Handoff out of a little read option look there for another gain of 4 or 5 yards. So you see here what I'm talking about conversely on what Chiefs are getting with their running game versus our running game, even early on here. And it's just, you go, okay, first down, he lets it rip, goes deep. Now he comes back 2nd and 10. He doesn't have to worry because they know they're going to be able to get the free and easy 4 or 5 yards on the ground to now make this 3rd down into a makeable place. 3rd and 6. Chiefs on the Seahawks 42-yard line here. Dropping back to throws Mahomes. Easy completion out to the edge. Gee, it looks like they're going to call it incomplete, maybe? I'm not sure if he got his feet down or not. It was a very close play there on the sideline. He goes up. And 1 foot is indeed... Wow. The telecast just messed that one up. I couldn't see. Telecast just made me have a flashback moment there. Jesus. Nope. Looks like you only got 1 foot down. So nice job there by the defense. They got a little bit of a benefit there, and the Mahomes kind of got that pass sailing on him a bit. And the Chiefs will indeed punt here. Props the defense here. Short little kick. Must have got off the side of the foot of the punter there. It will go out about the 20-yard line. All right. Hawks are fighting here a little bit. I like it. Good job. Dr. G with a $20 donation. Thank you, Dr. G, man. I appreciate you, brother. And Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for all your support here on the channel. Also, as a member of the channel, you're awesome. Says Nolte and Cape Fear. Just classic. Counselor. Where you at, counselor? You out there, counselor? I like that movie too. Yeah. De Niro was legitimately... De Niro's had a lot of roles where he's been scary. he's kind of a freaky dude at times. But that was the role that he was probably... It was a, yeah. Come on out. We're out wherever you are, counselor. I know you out there. I can smell you. It's a good movie, though. I like that movie. Underrated Scorsese flick. Though there's a little bit of some peds creepy stuff going on with the whole Juliette Lewis stuff, the storyline in that one. I was like, what are we doing? What are we doing here, guys? But that was a good movie. Really good movie. And I love the dynamic between Nolte and De Niro in that flick. But thank you for the $20 donation. You're awesome. R. Sanchez with a $5 donation says, yo, I'll send you some concussion water. That'll wake you right up. That's what I need, man. I need some nano bubbles. Okay. I need some of that football bread that Russ was making at one point, right? Give me some of that. That'll get me in the spirit. I'll get there, man. It just takes me a little bit of time. I'm telling you, when you're not a morning person, it's only night owls understand, you know? They're all out there right now nodding, going, yeah, he's right. There's just nothing you can do. I've tried for years to turn myself into a morning person. Everyone tells me how productive you are at that time. And I just can't do it. I just can't do it. But thank you for all the donations, Sanchez. I appreciate you, man. You're awesome. You are awesome, brother. And Merry Christmas to everybody out there. Pretentious Cameron with a $5 donation. Thank you, Cameron. Hope you're doing well as well. It says, go Hawks. Merry Christmas to everyone. Oh, man. Thank you. And Merry Christmas to you, too. I like it. You guys give me a little more of the Christmas spirit here, too. Just hanging out here, guys, on the deal. It kind of does feel like a little more... It hasn't felt as much Christmassy lately, but it's kind of feel like Christmas Eve today. All right. So we got Geno Smith back under center here now. 2 tight end look here for your Seahawks. Geno drops back to throw. He's going to hit Tariq Young out in the flat there for a gain of about 2 yards. Geno hit after the throw, and he'll get back up. Chris Jones was in the backfield on that one. Phil Haynes with some quick pressure there. Ooh, that looked bad on Geno. That was defender's kind of going low there. I can understand why Geno's looking for the call. I have a feeling if that was a Mahomes, he's getting that call. You're not supposed to be able to go low like that unless the lineman throws you into the legs or something. Play action pass. Geno looking, and throws it up over the top there. Not really anywhere to go with, it looked like there on the play. This will bring up 3rd and 8. Travis says, hello, since I'm a KC fan, I was trying to stay away, not wanting to be accidentally disrespectful, but wanted to stop in and say hi at least. Well, hello, Travis. Good to see you, man. And no worries. I know sometimes these games go weird like this. Sometimes these games go weird like that. They end, but you're always welcome in here. Jeffrey says, Brando been hitting the eggnog and rum a bit early today. I wish. No, this is just sleepiness. 3rd and 8. Geno back in shotgun. Chiefs bringing a pressure-based look. Drop out of it. Chris Jones again, supplying pressure. Geno's going to try to outrun it here. He's going to throw it away. Chiefs getting some pressure, and Chris Jones at the center of it, being very disruptive from the inside. Carlos Dunlap was in pursuit. Goodiness. So another punt here by the Seahawks. Offense has been very, very much again here stagnant early on. Nixon lets it ride. Come on, let it bounce. There we go. It's a little bit of a roll, about to the 30-yard line. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. Chiefs will be Kansas City football team soon. It's possible with the way it's gone, right? With Cleveland changing their name and Washington changing their name, and it's possible. I could see it happening. I hope not. I really do in this case, because I don't think there's anything necessarily disrespectful in the name, but obviously I'm not, maybe I'm not to say, but it's been there for so many years. It's one of those organizations that's just been around for just forever, it feels like, with that namesake. And I've hated all the new names those teams have chosen. The Guardians, the Comanderos. Yeah, long day, longer you go without points is right. The offense has definitely been held up recently. It's kind of held back. Skylar Thomas says, before the sun gets 30 degrees above the horizon, get some direct view sunshine for at least 10 to 15 minutes, even if you go back to bed. Circadian rhythms reset. Yeah, the only issue here is we haven't gotten any direct sunlight in about 60 days because it's been just already a pretty miserable winter here. So it's just, I've heard that too. So I do try to do that when I can. It's weird though, when you're a morning person, like you can do a pot of coffee, you can get up and work out, you can sprint and put the sun on. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. Yeah. James Tomlinson getting terrible center guard play. If we can't at least pretend to run the A gaps, the KC linebackers are going to cheat to the outside of the tackles all day long. Nothing there. James Tomlinson not talking about Lewis. Yeah, I agree with you, man. Yeah, I agree with you. It's been bad play out the gate. While Geno's not looked great to start things here, that's the part we got to continue to look at with this a little bit. You got no running game, and then I've watched a couple plays, even in back-to-back sequence there, where Chris Jones just completely was almost into the backfield with instantaneous pressure both times. So guys got to do their jobs across the front here a little bit too, and especially up on that line of scrimmage, which has been a big problem for us, of course, right? Both sides of the ball in the line of scrimmage and getting beat there. All right, the Chiefs under center here with Mahomes. He's going to give this to Pacheco. Nice job by Miles Adams, making a nice little play there, wrapping up the ankles of Pacheco and bringing him down for a couple-yard gain. Sanchez with $2 donation says, I'm so tired of clipboard Gino. Lock or bust. All in on the lock train. Yeah. Legend 100 says F Gino lock time. We got some lock love out there. Well, it's looking rough. Like I said, I can't ascribe it all with him necessarily. But I get where you guys are coming from. All right, so we got 2nd and 7, and thank you, Sanchez, for all the donos, man. Another give here out of shotgun to Pacheco. Good job by the Hawks defense to keep it tight, and this will bring it down to a 3rd and probably about 3 or 4 yards. $30 left here in this first quarter. You can see the breath outside all the players' masks and how cold it is. Back in shotgun with Mahomes. Darius Toney goes in motion. Ball's tipped up into the air and just a flat drop there by the receiver. Mahomes had his man underneath there and just bounced right off of his hands. And he'll get it any easier than that for Watson. We'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take that. Completely will take that. But I don't think Sanchez, I don't think they're going to move in. I think it'll probably take a couple interceptions from Gino to get to that point, or you just can't do anything with the offense, of course, too. All right, here's the punt. It's going to land, and DJ Dallas will pick this up to keep it from bouncing and going any deeper than that. Seattle will take back over. Feels like they've been on a long field all game long, like they've been somewhat in the shadow of their own end zone. And that will wrap up a first quarter here where the Seahawks do find themselves down here 7-0. Still some bright spots in this first quarter. At least maybe a little bit on from here and there a little bit. We're not getting boat raced, I guess I will say. Bear with me one sec here, folks. I'll be right back. Never enjoy, never enjoy. All right. Come on, Hawks offense. Sanchez with another $5 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. Appreciate you, brother. Says, at least give me my muse then. All right, wait, let me say that again. At least give me my tenor muse. Give me my muse. Give me my muse. Let's see if changing something up has some differing results. Well, I think Sanchez is probably referencing directly there, folks, on that last play there where the receiver did have the ball tipped up into his hands and dropped. It did appear to be Jordan Brooks in coverage on that particular play, and Brooks has also been hitting this game with already a defensive holding penalty, so perhaps Sanchez believing, and I can understand why. Probably be on the right track with maybe perhaps we get a little bit better play from the secondary portion of our linebackers when Muse was in there versus Brooks. Can't argue or lie. It's probably not wrong. All right, here's a give to Kenneth Walker, who has not a lot of place to go, bounces it outside and is able to find about 3 or 4 yards when he does so out there. Looked like he was going to find a little bit of daylight, but the Chiefs have done a good job here rallying to the ball when there are those little bit of moments that do happen. Just nowhere to go inside. You're looking at a lineman for the Seahawks on his back in that moment. Obvious sign of a missed block, penetration. Running game right now is a little bit of tough sledding. 2nd and 7. Geno back under center here. 3 tight end look for your Seahawks. They all go to one side of the football field. Again, penetration in the backfield. This will be a negative 1 yard gain. Leo Chanel. Oh, Will Disley just completely missed his block. It's just what happens. It's just like we can blame other parts on this team with it, or a quarterback or a running back, but like when guys just blow their block off the line of scrimmage, like what do you do? Like you just completely whiff. Don't even get your hands on the guy. 3rd and 6, pressure coming. Looks like we're going to have an offsides here on the Chiefs, it would appear. Frank Clark and about half of the Chiefs' defensive line of scrimmage false started on that one. Jumped. Oh, I guess it's on us. Okay. Come on, how's that on us? How's that on us? I see a center do that all the time. They dip that head to, oh my gosh, come on. I see that play all the time with refs. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. He's dipping his head up and down like he wasn't false starting. He wasn't doing anything with the ball, was Blythe. That's a false start by the Chiefs. And why not? Let's blow another timeout on 3rd and 11, which is not something you're likely to convert right now as it is. Oh, these games and these officials this year, it's just play after play after play after play after play after play. What is he doing? It was so obvious Frank Clark's not looking at the center. He's just trying to jump the snap count. That's all that's going on there. Every week it just feels like we're up against other team, and then it's the officials too. All right, 3rd and 11. Geno back in shotgun. Drops back to pass. Looking, falls under an avalanche of pressure. Chris Jones there. Along with George Karlaftis and Frank Clark and everybody else. Most of the Chiefs' defensive line. 4th down. And Geno Smith is slow to get up off the turf here. There are people out checking on Geno. So it looks like you guys might very well get your Drew Lock love. Jeffrey Thistle with a $10 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. He says, tired of mediocre quarterback play long term if we don't pick a quarterback in the draft high. Tired of mediocre quarterback play long term if we don't pick a quarterback in the draft high. We haven't had a top 3 pick in 3 decades. We're not suddenly becoming the Texans. Even when we're bad, we're a 500 team. Well, thank you for the $10 donation, Jeffrey. Sorry, it took me a little bit of time to on the acknowledgement on that one. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I guess I don't know on that one, man. I appreciate the donation, but I on mediocre quarterback play, most of this year, Geno's played really well. It's gone back in recent weeks, but kind of as I'm saying on this, I don't know that this is just purely bad quarterback play that we watch over Geno over the last couple of weeks. The running game is not there. The pass protection has now started to fail when it was holding up so well at the start of the year. I don't know if the rookies are hitting a rookie wall, but Abraham Lucas didn't even touch George Karlaftis on his pass rush just a second ago. I've seen Chris Jones breaking through right and left up on the inside already on other points. And then kind of like I was speaking to as well, Jeffrey, you're in 3rd and 10s, 3rd and 11s, 3rd and 12s. It won't matter if you have upper level quarterback play. If your offense consistently can't, and a lot of those times in this game, for instance, you've tried to run the ball in those moments, do 2 runs back to back, first down run, second down run, then you're in 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11, and then the quarterback doesn't complete those plays. It'd be nice to get a couple of those completions, admittedly, but then, as well, you go, yeah, but it'd be nice if the rest of some of this offense could execute. And I guess my point with this with Jeffrey is just like, you could bring another quarterback in here and it's not going to improve the problems we're seeing on this offensive line. With some of these issues that are kind of jumping up to the forefront to me a little bit. Don't get me wrong, I'm okay with going to a different quarterback. And if we do, Jeffrey, take a guy in the top 5 or wherever that Broncos pick is, then I'm fine with doing that. I would argue though as well is that these quarterbacks that you're picking up at that spot, you commit to doing that, but are they good enough to take there? Are they truly those guys that are going to be those difference makers, or are they just that young quarterback who's due to be drafted highly at that spot this particular year? And that's the part we'll be making the assessments on them as we go through the obviously the draft process on into the off season at this point. But boy, it's hard for me to simply pay with what's going on with Geno here over the last few weeks of, well, Geno's regressed or he's now playing bad. Certainly not played at his best. I think you'd probably be right to mention there's been some throws over the back half of the schedule, interceptable worthy throws, just poor decision throws as well within there. But a lot of this offense is not going right in addition to Geno at this point. A lot, especially in that front 7. But we're going to get to see, it looks like, maybe Drew Lock. So we'll see for the folks wanting Drew Lock and feeling like this, he would bring an able change different than Geno on this. Geno looked like it might have been a concussion thing or something going on there. So we'll get at least a little run of him. But I won't be mad, Jeffrey, if they go with quarterback. I ain't going to be complaining like, well, I wanted Carter. If they go quarterback, to your point on that, probably not likely to be picking in that spot up that high anytime soon into the future. So get while the getting's good. Grab that QB while you have the opportunity to do so. I just do worry a little bit that you're grabbing that quarterback at that point who's not the guy really deserving of being picked that high, but because it's almost by the necessity of it then becomes what drives you towards it a bit. Y2K says the users demand whiskey. Thank you for the $2 donation. Play action pass here by Mahomes. A little screen set up here to Jerick McKinnon. He's going to take it for about 5 or 6 yards. I don't have any whiskey here right now, so I'd have to call Dr. Sanders at this point because I'd have to get him try to see if I could talk him into bringing whiskey. But I don't know. It's a little bit early for whiskey. It's a tiny bit early for me for whiskey. Thank you for the $2 dono, though. I don't know if it goes too sideways. We'll see if Dr. Sanders can bring some over. 2nd and 4 here now for Mahomes in shotgun. Drops back to pass. He lets fly. Hits Kelsey for a first down. Kelsey just runs a little out route there. Little out route. Empty formation here by Mahomes. Dropping back to pass. Looks like he had Kelsey for a moment, and he's just going to dirt that one. Thomas Cox with a $5 donation. Thank you, Thomas. Free agency will show what Seattle thinks of Geno, but he has regressed and is showing me a lot of what I thought. Geno is what I thought he was. It's a fair enough assessment, Thomas. And you know what, I am hearing from enough folks in the chat, not just yourself, but other folks in there are saying it may be a little bit different from what I'm seeing, but I'll acknowledge I maybe not am seeing things clearly on this one with it. You know, second down and 10 now here with Mahomes back in shotgun. The give is inside here to McKinnon. He's going to take it for 4, 5, and they'll pull him down there. I may very well in this situation be just not quite seeing it completely clearly, and I got to acknowledge that to your point on this and the folks' points on the stance, there have been a lot of throws on the back half of the schedule that are interceptable worthy throws that weren't picked, that could have been picked, that were definitely ones where you're scratching your head with. But I do think if we do backtrack through a little bit of this recent period, go from the Tampa Bay game onward, I think we could find some explanations in there too for some of the stuff. But there has been some regression. 3rd and 5. Mahomes back. Throw. Loops this one back over the top. Very nice layered throw right over the top. And that's just him attacking Tease Tabor in coverage there with Travis Kelce for a first down. There's a flag on the play. Oh, another flag on Seattle. But, you know, you're right. The team's going to have an opportunity here to gauge things on where they want to sit with him and what it is. And, you know, they have a lot of, this is the nice part about this, Thomas, and having a lot of flexibility with that draft pick like you do. Like if you're picking this year into the teens, instead of having a pick like Denver's, which will be likely minimum top 10, if not top 5. That was a beautiful throw by Mahomes over the top to Tease Tabor there. Tabor wasn't in horrible coverage, but just didn't turn and look back for the ball. Quick give here on first down, and that'll be brought down right at the line of scrimmage here as the Chiefs are now on first and goal situation set up. But I like the fact that we do have that flexibility to make whatever decision we want to make. I do think whatever quarterback you do bring in here is going to have a lot to work with, like Geno's had kind of a lot to work with for most part. Obviously, whoever you bring in will probably have an improved offensive line on top of it. Mahomes back in shotgun here. 2nd and goal from about the 9-yard line. It's his man on out route here. Dips out of the tackle of Michael Jackson, does McKinnon, and goes in for a touchdown. 14-0, Kansas City. Now, there are a lot of missed tackles here again for your Seahawks defense today. Guys just slipping right through the grip. Can't bring them down. A really terribly complicated concept there, but Michael Jackson just kind of dropped back into coverage and was looking around at everybody else a little bit confused there where he was wanting who he should pick up or I love the soft zone coverages. I mean, you're at the goal line, right? You got to protect from them throwing it to the goal line. So you need to be in those soft zones at the goal line because they might throw to the goal line. So yeah, Thomas, I completely understand people who have that kind of track where you're at on it with it. That maybe it's, maybe he's showing enough through the back quarter to say that he isn't good enough. I think that to me, the plan on this comes down to, for us to be an elite team into the future, we have to have a defense that's functional. We don't really have a defense that's functional right now. For us to be an elite team in the future, we've got to be balanced offensively. We're not balanced offensively right now. For us to be elite in the future, we've got to be able to somewhat hold up on the inside of the offensive line. We're not holding up on the inside of the offensive line in either run blocking or pass protection right now. So, my thing with Geno, where I come down to this is like, okay, there is regression there, but if those things on the front end are actually cleaned up and fixed, am I seeing Geno regression at that point? Or do I get to see similar performance to what I saw earlier this year with Geno? My money would be on the fact I'd probably see more of what I saw earlier this year. And that's also why I say if it's, he's going to get that in the future. Whoever we bring in as a quarterback is going to get that in the future because that's part of the blueprint. The plan is to build the team up around the quarterback, not to have to go find the quarterback who you build then around necessarily. And I think that there's a very specific different approach to both of those two ideologies and approaches. And I think the Seahawks ideology and approach will allow for, that quarterback to be able to soar because he's going to have the parts around him to help him, kind of whoever he is. But again, understand completely the folks kind of on that lane of things. R. Sanchez with the $5 donation. Another one, Sanchez. My God, man. Thank you so much. I salute you, sir. You are a gentleman and a scholar. You and Brandon, look at the stat. You and Brendan, look at the stats. Everyone else sees Gino's small mistakes that takes points off the board, but don't move the needle on the stats. No. I mean, Sanchez, in all of the stuff that I've been just referencing here at the moment, I haven't referenced one stat in all of my breakdown just right now, which I probably just went like 5 minutes on breaking down this offense. None of it had anything to do with statistics. It was all eye test. I can watch my offensive line and I can see I'm losing the battle up front on the offensive line. And again, whoever my quarterback is, this is where I try to push on the back of the quarterback stuff to say, whoever you're going to put in a quarterback then there is going to be in for tough sledding. It's not good. They're not put up into a position to succeed at that point. And that's not statistics. That's my eye test seeing that, right? Like I can watch the running game going to nowhere. I don't need to see that, Walker's averaging 2.5, 3 yards a carry. I don't know what it even is. I could just see there's just no yards to be had. That's me seeing the eye test there. And I guess small mistakes. I don't know where are the small mistakes today. Sanchez, I guess I would say where are the spots he's been under a lot of pressure. He's held back into third and longs. The last snap, for instance, where George Karlaftis wasn't touched, and then there's pressure coming from the other side, so he can't even step up into the pocket to avoid Karlaftis. I'm not saying it's an end-all explanation. I definitely, like I said, would give people a little bit of a point to the fact that he's regressed and there's been some of those bad throws. But that in itself, I don't think would make the final determination for me on Gino. I mean, once again here, first down and 10. He's on his back again here on 1st and 10. Instantaneously on his back on a little rollout throw that's supposed to be open on an easy completion. He's right there back on his back again. It's like that's got to also factor into your evaluation too, right? And whoever you put in quarterback at that point is not flourishing in those kind of situations. Gino and shotgun here, 2nd and 10. Lasers it on into DK Metcalf, who looks like he will get himself a first down here on the play. So yeah, I'm not, I don't just specifically look at stats. I never do, Sanchez. But again, that's why it's odd for you to say that I'm saying just stats. My evaluation just now was breaking down a lot that went beyond that with statistics. You have a defense that's last in the NFL, which means my offense has to score a lot. Then I have an offense that doesn't pass protect in the last 4 or 5 weeks particularly well and can't run the ball. And Seahawks are going to try to run on 3rd and 1 because I guess we'll get a bad spot. None of those things have anything to do with stats. That's just all eye test. And yeah, Gino's not played perfectly, but again, I guess that's the part I'm trying to get folks to maybe understand. Maybe I'm not going to get there and I'll let it go. But yes, you see less good decision-making being made from the quarterback who has a defense that's last in the NFL, who has no running game, and his pass protection is failing. That guy's making bad choices. Yeah. But there's kind of an explanation for it. There's excuses and there's explanation. If I've got an explanation, then I'm going to give a guy a little bit more room for rope on being hard on him. 1st and 10, empty formation here from Gino. And nowhere to go there. Appreciate the donation, though. Thank you, man. Thomas Cox with a $5 donation says, based off of what you saw, is Seattle close to being a Super Bowl contender? Do you trust Carroll with solving all these weaknesses? Wow, great question, man. Thank you. Appreciate the $5 donation. Are we close to being a Super Bowl contender at this point? Probably not. I mean, depends on this offseason a little bit. Let me weigh on the commercial on this with some of the donations here. All right, so 2nd and 10. Give is into Kenneth Walker. He's got nowhere to go, hemmed up right at the line of scrimmage, tries to bounce it outside. That will be a negative gain of 1 or 2 yards. And so we do find ourselves back in a 3rd and 12 or 13 here on 2nd down. Gabe Jackson just couldn't get his man driven. I don't know. What is Gabe Jackson doing? Come on. He's out there patty caking with Frank Clark. 3rd and 11. Seattle drops back, tries to run a screenplay here to DJ Dallas. It'll go for about 3 or 4 yards, and he'll be drugged down right there. Everybody else is I see these plays on the run game. Everybody will be near delaying their block, and then one other guy gets hemmed up there. I mean, Gabe Jackson's going against a defensive end on the inside there, and he can't move that guy a single yard back, and Frank Clark's going to blow him back. Frank Clark's not that good against the run as it is against tackles. And Jackson's at a point where he can't push Clark back. So another punt here for the Seahawks. 5:45 to go here in the second quarter. Oh, goodness. That was a weird punt there. So, Thomas, there's a lot to unpack a little bit with your question on that. I think that I do see some people, for instance, on the recent struggles here, this shows we need a quarterback. I think my different approach on the way I see these recent struggles in Tampa Bay game and looking at kind of where the defense started the year at is I go, oh, okay, well, the defense is still pretty far away. And, okay, we've not updated really the scheme defensively speaking in the way that it's going to need to be updated, or the new updates ain't working, or whatever's going on with the defense, it just ain't working. I don't know that just simply talent alone is going to take the defense to another level here. It'll help. It'll improve them, but you're talking about Thomas, Super Bowl contender, right? And that's a different level than saying a playoff contender. And, when I look at right now, your fronts, you're getting beat on both lines of scrimmage kind of on a weekly basis. And that seems to me to be an indicator that you're a little bit further away than you are closer at that point. I don't think you're like 3 years out or something, but it's hard for me to see them by next year being a Super Bowl ready team when center, right guard, I almost could flip out just about every position on the interior of the defensive line with maybe the exception of Shelby Harris. As far as outside linebackers go, I feel good about Uchenna, and I don't know about anybody else. Inside linebackers, huge question mark. The scheme, question mark. You don't know what you're getting from your safety still at this point yet. Moving into the future, you're going to spend a lot of money on them, but you don't know exactly what you're going to get from them into the future. No, I think that there's. I'd love to stand up and say I know that I have the confidence and trust to do that, but I can't say that I have that confidence and trust at this point. I'm hopeful of it. I'd love to see it. But where this team is kind of ending out at, not finishing stronger than when they started. And remember, this is a team with 6 rookies, and with the new adaptation of this new scheme, you were hoping that maybe it started out rough and then it would get better as the year went along and started to look like, remember the offense last year, right? The offense starts to cook as the year goes along at the end. It starts to come together at the end. Even though it looked rough to the beginnings and middle parts, I was hoping a little bit for that this year. But instead, we're seeing this kind of get a little bit more disjointed near the end of things. And that does shake a little bit of the confidence for me on this, looking at this team going, oh yeah, we've got the pathway forward here to getting back to the Super Bowl quick. John Lugo with a $20 donation. You guys are definitely in the Christmas spirit of giving today. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Joan Lugo. Says, really blows my mind that we had 4 or 5 possessions and did nothing. Why don't we use our tight ends and run outside more? And why are we waiting until the play clock runs down to snap the ball? This is ridiculous. Well, thank you for the $20 donation. I feel your frustration. It's frustrating to watch a little bit when you're watching both sides of the ball like this, playing like they are, Joan. And yeah, I agree. It's a well said on your part or well caught on your part with the outside runs. Not seeing any pitch plays, not seeing anything trying to get to the edges much, are we? A little bit of an give up the middle here out of shotgun for Patrick Mahomes. That'll be a gain of about 5 or 6 yards here for Pachenko. But indeed, you're not really seeing a lot of that. It's instead they're doing a lot of what they like to do traditionally with hammering the inside zone runs basically here with Walker, and then he's trying to bounce him back outside anyway. And that's not really seems the greatest way to use Walker, where you would like to see a few more of trying to get him a little more to the edges. Say nothing of even like Joan, a fly sweep. I mean, God forbid we work in a fly sweep from time to time. 2nd and 4, back in shotgun here is Patrick Mahomes. A little bit of a quick shock screen here. He's got Pachenko out there. Cody Barton misses the tackle and allows Pachenko to slide off for another 15-yard gain, taking this deep into Seahawks territory. So it's the play calling, I would agree with you. On top of that, Joan has been pretty uninspiring today by Shane Waldron. He's another guy here through this process that's kind of lost a little bit of his touch. Again, like with Geno, it's hard as an offensive coordinator when you can't rely on your running game. And then Creed Humphrey out there, they told me he couldn't move, right? I'm told Creed Humphrey can't move out in space. He's out there blocking Tease Tabor, or Jonathan Abrams, like it's nothing. That whole evaluation with him, people told me, and that was the thing, people, we don't get Creed Humphrey because he can't move in space. He's out there laying a block 20 yards down the line of scrimmage. Pachenko with a give up off the left here on 1st and 10. That's a gain of a yard. Jordan Brooks in there. Chenna Nwosu in there as well. So I think Joan, the ridiculous is a very good way to put it offensively. It's frustrating, ridiculous. It's sometimes predictable, and the tight ends have been another part of the offense through this year that's kind of leaked out, where there's just been a lack of use of them big time. Not even targets, right? Not even a lot of targets in there. I think you might have like one target on this game so far to the tight ends. 2nd down and 9 from the 33-yard line of the Seahawks. Quick completion underneath here. Short little gain to Travis Kelce. Joan Lugo, thank you for the $20 donation. I really do appreciate it. Jeffrey A. Thistle with a $5 donation. Another donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. Says, very convenient for Geno that all of a sudden we can't block my grandma or run the ball and the refs have us over a barrel. We'll have to wait for next week. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, man. It's 3rd and 5. Patrick drops back to throw. Throws it a little bit behind the back of the receiver there for an incompletion. Tony wasn't really looking back at that point, kind of hand fighting with the corner. This will bring up a 4th and 5. Thank you, Jeffrey, for making me laugh on that one. Yeah, you're right, though. Yeah, suddenly all the other stuff he may be playing. You're like, I guess what you're saying, like he may be playing bad right now, and that other stuff's happening. And I would give you that stuff very well. Both of those, they're not mutually exclusive. Both of those things might be happening right now at the same time. Just one kind of washes over the other, so you can't see it real clearly, right? All right, so a 47-yard attempt here for the Chiefs field goal kicker. He's going to send this one up and through the uprights, and that will put the Chiefs up 17-0 here with 2:40 to go in the second quarter. Flag Sabbath coming in with a $50 donation. My God, Flag. Thank you, brother. I salute you, sir. You are awesome as always, man. Appreciate you. It says, Merry Christmas, B. Drop a like for this man. Go Hawks. Well, Merry Christmas to you, Flag. As always, throughout this year, it's been as it's always been since you've been on this channel. Great time having these chats and discussions with you. I know you're going to be getting hyped for the draft and looking at these prospects and turning over these guys. So I can't wait as we get to dive into that stuff and get into the finer details of it. But man, thank you so much. That'll wake you up. In the morning. But I appreciate you on the $50 donation, Flag, and Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to everyone. Merry Christmas to everyone in the world. You're awesome. All of you guys are awesome, man. I really do appreciate that support. And as Flag said, if you guys do like what you're listening to, even though I do bitch and moan quite a bit, do me that favor if you could and hit that like button. And if you aren't subscribed, please do get subscribed. Doesn't cost you anything. Hit that little subby button. It's a little clickety-clack. Well, we get to maybe see here the best part of the Seahawks offense here, which is Ugabuguki, who's going to be here on the return. Let's see if he can house this one. Get us some points back. Might be our best chances to score here right now. Come on, Oogie Boogie. Oogie Boogie. Short kick. And then he fumbles. Picks it back up at the 8. Stumbles. Reverses field. Loses more ground. Goes a little bit more backwards. Ends up at the 7 or 8 yard line. Mama said there was going to be days like this. Sometimes life's like a box of chocolates, and then somebody poops on your chocolate. Flag, though, you are awesome, Jeffrey. You're awesome. Joan, Lugo, I appreciate everybody's donation. You guys I really do appreciate it on that, man. Flag, you are amazing, brother. And Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to all. All right, Gino in shotgun from his 2-yard line. Drops back to throw. Looking. Boy, dangerous throw in there. Didn't have anywhere to really go, and DK Metcalf did a good job of catching that ball out away from his body there for a first down. Nice throw and that catch. High degree of difficulty on that one, but they got it done. 1st and 10. Gino going a little hurry up here. Tries to hit Laquan Treadwell there on a little slant route, and it's knocked away. 2 minutes, 2 seconds here in the second quarter. I don't think the defender got his hands on it. I think, yeah. That's one where if that's Tyler Lockett, he probably gets open on that route. 2nd and 10. The give is inside here to DJ Dallas, and he will have nowhere to go, maybe about a gain of 1 on the play. Ish. 1-ish. And that will be the 2-minute warning there on that, Gary. Garth Knight with the $10 dono. Thank you, Garth. So I really enjoy that Christmas Baby Please Come Home song. I like that one too. I thought it was Darlene Love's incredible voice that got me, which it did. But Phil Spector produced it, sort of passed on him, but gifted. It's kind of how it is usually with those guys, They're a little bit weird and wonky, right? Spector has like that Jay-Z kind of energy, doesn't he? Same kind of like, they're very eccentric and, not Jay-Z, Kanye, not Jay-Z, Kanye, I was going to say. Kind of that same sort of like, little unusual. But I like that song too, man. I've been getting in the Christmas spirit this year for some. I'm usually kind of a Scrooge about stuff. I'm like, Christmas. It's cold. You guys are on Christmas. But this year I'm into it. I'm feeling the vibes, man. Thank you though, Garth. Appreciate you. Baby, please come home. I can't sing it. I'd sing it for you, man, but I can't sing that one. Voice is too good. I need the melody on the back. Need that melody on the back. Thomas Cox with the $5 dono says, it's sad the bad teams in the NFL are playing better. Chicago, Houston, Seattle is playing like crap. Yeah, we're playing our worst football of the year at the end of the year. And like you were asking earlier about having Super Bowl aspirations, well, if you're going to get to a Super Bowl aspiring point for the next season, you would want to be doing that on the back of getting hot at the end of the year, of things coming together better than they were early on at the start of things. And that's the opposite of the case of what we're seeing right now, which I would argue is probably a little bit of a worrisome thing for us to look at here. Could it be somewhat of you got the 6 rookies starting, you have the extra game this year, they're starting to wear down, they're just kind of in that spot of things. Could be some of that, maybe. I think a little bit though of it is stuff that's more worthy of saying, there's a little bit something more concerning here than just simply covering it all up for that kind of excuse, So yeah, those teams are starting to play better. To your point on that, Tom, is exactly what I'm saying with the words. They're starting to get rolling. Those young teams that want to start getting to come together and get themselves turned around. Gino back in shotgun now, 3rd and 8 here. It's got 4 wide. Chiefs are showing a blitz. Ugh. And that's going to be a sack and a 4th down. So for those that are knocking Gino, that's a play right there where I would knock Gino on that. I don't know what he's doing there in the pocket on that. That's a completely, the blitz, he's got a blitz look, and I don't know if they just confused him because some of the guys dropped out of it. or he's just starting to just anticipate pressure here. And there's a flag on the play. Officials are just talking. I was going to call it on Seattle. Oh, it's on the Chiefs? We got a call. We got a call. We got a call. Let's see. Yep. That's defensive holding. Jesus. That's as blatant as it gets. So it takes some being blatant about it for us to get a call, I guess. Geno and shotgun, 150 to go. Seahawks only have one timeout. Hand up is up the middle here to DJ Dallas. Just tripped up, DJ. Looked like you had a lot of room to go with there. I got 9, but 1:37 to go. Clock continues to roll. Seahawks on their own 32-yard line. Geno back in shotgun. Drops back to pass. He's going to let it rip up over the top here. DK Metcalf with a catch deep. First down. Taking a shot to DK. Can't. Why not? Hits him. 1:16 to go. Clock still rolling. Geno put that right between the safety and the corner there. Safety was closing over the top. 1st and 10. Geno back in shotgun. It's going to look again going deep here. And this one, we're going to have a flag there. Thank you. Now, some of this is blatant. Like, yeah, I would hope so. You could see the corner was obviously pulling, and that should be pass interference, not just simply holding. Yes, pass interference on that play. Thank you. That is the appropriate call. I mean, yeah, not looking back for the ball, draped all over the receiver. That's easy as it gets for officials as far as calls go. In a game of a lot of subjectivity, there is nothing subject about that call right there. So Seahawks are down now to the 19-yard line. 56 seconds, still have a timeout to go here. Geno in shotgun, 3 wide, 1 tight end. Geno looking for it. Did he get it? Oh, tried to get DK in the back of the end zone. DK tried to get the feet down. Just maybe missed getting those feet dropped inside. Let's see here. DK can just drag that back foot. He's got it in, but he doesn't drag it. He just kind of brings it right down rather than drag it through the back. 2nd and 10. Kenneth Walker trying to find a lane here. Dances around a little bit and finally hits the gas pedal. Get himself about 6 yards here. 35 seconds to go. This is going to bring up a 3rd and 4 here. Geno drops back. Falling off his back foot here. And he's going to have that ball intercepted. There's a flag on the play. Might be an incomplete pass rather than intercepted there because he rolled over the top of DK. Geno's pointing that there's a flag on the play on Kansas City here. And it is indeed illegal contact by the Chiefs. That would be an instant illegal hands to the face. Sorry. Chiefs secondary getting super duper uber handsy right now. Tried to lay a press on DK and just got it in there a little too deep, I guess. Well, that'll work. 1st and goal. Geno back in shotgun. 18 seconds to go. Hawks still have a timeout remaining. Geno dropping back. Hits it outside. Get out of bounds, DJ. Get out of bounds, DJ. Thank you. No, he got out of bounds. He got out of bounds. Boy, they were running that clock. They kept running the clock. It looked like DJ didn't get a bounce. DJ's got to get out of bounds there, man. You got to make that catch and just run right out of bounds almost. Understand the situation and preserve the time. That's when a coach will come to the kid and go, look, when you make that catch there, you got to go find the sideline. You got to go find that direct light. Sanchez coming in with $100 donation. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, my goodness. Thank you, Sanchez. Appreciate you. Gino back in shotgun. Second and goal. Tries to hit Colby Parkinson, and that will be incomplete. 5 seconds to go. We might get a field goal attempt here from the Seahawks, depending on if they feel like they can get a playoff in the 5 seconds. You got to just, if you do that, it's got to be a quick, out of the hand, quick. I'm sorry, Sanchez. I'm going to read your dono here just 1 second. I want to see what they're going to do here. So indeed, Seahawks are going to go third and goal here and try to throw it. 5 seconds to go. Gino just didn't see it, so he threw out the back of the end zone. Trying to preserve the time there. So fourth and goal, Seahawks will go for a field goal attempt here. Sanchez says, lots of double speak, B. I've been watching you all season, and you appealed to stats and defensive Gino. I'm saying his fumbles and interceptions at key moments don't show up in the body of stats, but I guess we won't agree. Tag Gino and trade. Merry Christmas. Well, I think that there's definitely a point where I've referenced stats for sure. So let me try to unpack all this with it, Sanchez. I've referenced stats for sure to hit home how well Gino is playing. But I think that I've also said, in addition to those stats, Sanchez, you would acknowledge this every time that I've talked about Gino and how he's played. I've also talked about things that have gone beyond just him statistically. So I've said, I like about Gino, he shows leadership traits. I love his control at the line of scrimmage. I love how he can change the play and get into the right play, how he can adjust to blitzes, how he sees things very clearly, how he's throwing with anticipation, how he'll hit his back foot and operate in the conjunction of the offense, right? Where he's just playing on time and playing on rhythm. None of those things have anything to do to stats. You're right. I've referenced stats, but I've always referenced these other things as well. I know for a fact I've referenced him at the line of scrimmage in his control almost everything time. That's almost the first thing I reference in Geno Smith because of the fact that it stands out so differently to what I used to see with Russell Wilson. That's been the big component of his game that is light years ahead of where Russell was. And so, yeah, there is, when you're right, when I put the final point of trying to say, okay, here's what I see this and this and this and this, but what I see off my side isn't enough. And then here's some final stuff to kind of nail that home. And there are times I'll shorthand reference to stats, but there's never a point, and let me be clear on this, Sanchez, there's never a point I'm making my final determination on a player just on stats. I'll lean to it. I'll definitely reference into it, but I will always try to say, if I can, here's some details about what I'm seeing from an eye test as well. And I am trying to give some ground as well to the folks saying, okay, the interceptions and some of the bad throws there, that stuff's completely valid. I don't want to whitewash that over the top of what you're saying, that's not completely valid, and that there's been more of those throws as the year has gone on. He had that really, I thought, fairly well cleaned up through a majority of this year, but those things have definitely reared their ugly head to a much higher degree over the back half of the schedule. And I wouldn't try to explain that away necessarily outside of those factors I talked about. But I was, like I said, you're referencing directly just stats. And I was referencing just moments ago things that had everything to do outside of kind of stats that were actually referencing to what you're wanting me to do, which is reference. I'm kind of trying to lean in, I think, what you're wanting me to do, which is lean from stats. And let's talk about what we're actually seeing, on the football field itself. But Gino doesn't play in a vacuum, I might say, and that there's other things that are going to be relying on him playing well, or any quarterback playing well. And not to necessarily your point on this, but just some of the pushback I'll have from some in regards to it kind of overlooking those things that are kind of obvious to be seen on the field, and then it just kind of falling back to, well, it's just Geno on that then. And that's the part that I'm more pushing back, is not to say Geno doesn't have any blame here, but that there's some different parts of this blame that we got to kind of parse out a little bit, which if you've been watching me all year, you know that's kind of my deal. I want to try to get to the point of nuance rather than us taking a broad brush and saying, well, it's all over onto this one thing, or it's all over onto this one thing, especially when there's so many issues right now that I think are bubbling up, to the surface. At the end of the day, Sanchez, even though I did acknowledge, I did advocate for wanting to re-sign Geno this offseason, and I'd love to see it, I'm not married to it, and I've said if we want to go with a quarterback early in the draft, I'm okay with it. If we want to trade Geno, I'm okay with it. I'm not going to shed, a ton of tears in that respect of things. It's just the way that I'd prefer to kind of lean to go, but I'm not, there's a lot of ways we can get to becoming a winning football team and a championship football team into the future. And it can be done with a couple of different guys, at quarterback. So yeah, if we disagree, we disagree on this, man. I feel where you're coming from. Like I said, you're not alone on it. I can see it just on the donations alone I've got in the chat here. There's been a couple people that have been, out on Geno and have seen enough from what they need to see. And he definitely didn't play a marvelous first half. But yeah, it's more, I guess I'd lean to the bigger issues at play on this team offensively for me is if I've got Geno with an interior of an offensive line that can pass protect and create some holes, right? If I've got a defense that can get themselves to middle of the road, at least from being like a 31st, 32nd ranked defense, I could be wrong on this, but I do feel like at that point, I trust in Geno to be able to play as a top 10 quarterback in this sport. And I could be wrong, but I do think he could get there. Though he's not making me look good on that in this first half by saying that. And Sanchez, thank you for all of the donations, brother, to the channel. $100 donation, man. My God. Very kind of you, man. Very, very kind of you. Merry Christmas, brother. And Happy New Year. We got moms in the house? Mom's in the house. Love you, Mom. Hope you're doing well. Happy Christmas Eve. She said, and Mom dropping a $10 donation, says, nice sweatshirt. Merry Christmas. Yep. Mom got me the sweatshirt, folks. So Mom coming strong this holiday season. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Mom coming strong with the sweatshirt. Mom's sweatshirt game's pretty tight right now. I ain't gonna lie. It's a lot tighter than our offense. a lot tighter than our offense. I'll say that. I hope you're doing well out there, Mom. I'm going to call you later today. Check and see how you're doing. I know you guys are going to be out having some fun tomorrow out there in Hawaii. Rodney Press Show with a $5 donation. Thank you, Rodney. Says, I'm at the game, Brando. This is a completely pathetic of a game. I must say I am disappointed. It's not been too exciting so far. That's you're not wrong there. It's kind of been a little bit of a rough watch. Not a lot working on this one. Not a lot going in the right direction on this one. It's looking a little bit dodgy. So hang in there, man. Well, there's still at least a half. We are only down by 14 points. That's just 2 scores. It's the Chiefs, but let's see if maybe we can kind of find something here, find our footing here a little bit. Still a lot of game to go. And thank you again. Just want to say thank you to all the donations. My gosh, Sanchez, you're amazing. I can't believe it. Mom, Thomas, Garth, Jeffrey, Flag, $50. John Logo, John Stillwell. I missed your chat. Jesus, almost missed yours. John with a $20 donation. John, I'm 30 minutes late on this one. I got so many donos today. I sometimes get behind. So my bad. Sorry, John. Says Geno is not getting a lot of help, but he's not playing with much poise today. Beautifully put, John, as you always do, man. You put it in the right way, I think, in the right context of it. I think Sanchez, he just kind of put it the right way, the better way than I put it, using all the words that I was trying to use to get to more of that description of it, where it is the not a lot of help, but then, yeah, it's also, there is a little bit of a lack of poise from Geno. He's definitely at times saw a little bit of ghosts at moments today in sitting back there in the pocket and looking uncomfortable. So yeah, that's where, again, I think it does get tough on these evaluations when looking at guys sometimes, because you you are looking to kind of find those things you can point to that's it's this, or it's just this, or but then with this, it's like, well, we got this going this, and that's not going right. The running game's not going there, pass protection, and he's now starting to kind of see ghosts and kind of falling back off his back foot. This is that is different than what I've seen from Geno most of this year, the falling off the back foot on a lot of these throws. It does speak to the fact he's feeling that pressure and he's not feeling comfortable back in the pocket, whether real or imagined, from him. But he needs to stand tall like he did early in the year and let that thing rip back there like he was. The sitting back kind of just falling away thing isn't going to work in that respect of things. John, sorry, I took me a second there to get to your chat on that, or your donation on that, man. But thank you for the $20 donation. You guys are coming in with some fat donations today. Huge donos in the chat. I can't believe it. Thank you so much. Sanchez with another $5 donation says, we can all agree it's not all Geno. That's why I don't want a high cap hit for a quarterback. Let's get the other spots filled. Find a game manager until it's time. I've always said that the Sanchez, pointed out to, man, thank you again for another donation. I always was saying on of course, the video I did about Geno a couple weeks ago, where I said that there were those 4 main points that people could present as to, why you shouldn't sign Geno. And I did say that the strongest point to be made is that if the Seahawks are truly trying to fit to a blueprint and a design that worked once, and they want to stay as purified to that as possible, then going and paying a quarterback, even at the amount of a $27, $28, $29 million, is not a smart approach, because that's not to the purified blueprint, right? You're paying Russell in his first couple of years like 1% of the cap. And so you're looking to get as closely aligned to that as you possibly could. And a game manager is probably the right way to put it at that point, Sanchez. That you've built such a good team around this guy. Russell Wilson arrives and he has the most amount of money spent on the offensive line in the entire NFL when he walks in the door, right? That's called the stage is set for you, son. The stage is set for you. There you go. And so that's as I said on that 4th point in the video, and I would still maintain, Sanchez, that I still believe this to be the case now. That is still the strongest point, and I don't have necessarily a great counter to that. I don't necessarily have a great counter to that to say, well, that's not that, because that is if you want to go down the road that worked once before, and it's not like it worked once before 30 years ago. This is the road that worked once before 10 years ago. And it's not creating a Legion of Boom. It's not creating the greatest all time. It's about creating the parameters that occurred with, which is leaning away from the way the rest of the NFL is doing it, where it's all about the quarterback. And then you're building then you're building the team around the quarterback. It's building the team. And then the quarterback comes in and he's really set up to be successful. He's put in a position to really go out there and fly at that point. And he's not going to be asked to do as much, right? Limited throws because you can run more often. The running game will be more consistent because you got the dogs up front to get the holes driven open. I think it's the most salient point of those that are out there. And I really wouldn't have any pushback on, because I do think, with me, Sanchez, I'm a big guy on, history and paying attention to history, and both for good and bad, to avoid mistakes. And also, we had success doing things this way. Let's go back to that well. Let's go back to that well once again. And I think even a lot of the returns you've seen from this year with having those draft picks as you did and being able to start to build some of this team up, you started to see little bits of glimmers of that, right? Of that kind of promise to the future of having it be more team-based, rather than it being more single player based or quarterback based. Sanchez, thank you for all the donations though, man. Beyond Balance with a $5 donation. Seems like I'm having old Russell flashbacks. Run, rely on Geno to fix 3rd and long. It's well sought by you on that, Beyond Balance. Somebody else was mentioning that as well in the chat about the kind of, I think what you're pointing to is a little bit of the play calling here that we've seen today. And I've seen the same thing. Waldron, when we started this year off, the first half of the schedule, some of that's also kind of dipped down here. And maybe it's by necessity, the fact that he just can't, you can't run the ball. But there's certainly just not as much of a diversity within the attack. It's very much, I think, like you said, you're seeing a little bit more of the leaning in on trying to run the ball on first downs, a little more predictable rather than trying to throw on first downs, a little bit less of those bootleg plays for Geno, where he's hitting a nice, easy throw into the flat, less of the tight end usage. We talked about earlier as well about it being a lot of the inside runs, a lot of inside zone runs rather than trying to get to the outside. We don't have any fly sweeps, and I don't know why they've completely removed basically that from the offense. Eskridge, I know he's been injured a lot of this year, but he only has 2 attempts right now in the fly sweep game throughout the course of the year, where that's so much more of a, as we saw with the Chiefs on one of their touchdowns. It's such a common part of the NFL to utilize. Not even a smidge in this offense, not even a smattering of the fly sweeps. I don't know, man, but it's beyond balance. It's definitely more. These are more of the Russell-like offenses that we had seen in prior years. Kind of what we're seeing today a bit. Reminds me of more of what you'd see as traditional 10 a.m. games back in the day too. Nobody quite looking awake. Good news is with those games, usually they start snapping awake about third quarter. Guys start going, oh, what time is it? Is it 12? Was it 10? What time our time? Your time, our time? Thank you, though, Beyond Balance, and very well said on your part. Thomas Cox with a $5 don't know. Thank you, Thomas. In a draft, I picked Jalen Carter, Levis with the 15th pick, Skinner, Schmitz from Minnesota, Romeo Odunzie from Washington State, and Nolan Smith with trades too. It's good draft, man. I think I feel pretty solid about that draft if you walked away from it. You got your defensive tackle I love, quarterback of the future. Schmitz will be a great center in this league, I think, a pretty good center at least in this league. I haven't had a chance to check out Romeo Odunzie or Nolan Smith quite yet, but and watch him with some depth, but I've heard good things about those guys, Thomas. So, and Skinner's going to be probably a pretty good safety in this league. I think you're going to have to do away with a little bit of your Fangio stuff if you bring Skinner in, but I'm not completely against that. They want to just go back to running more 4-3 stuff. All right, Gino's going to take over again back out here on the start of the third quarter here from the 25-yard line after the kick is sailed back into the end zone. He'll take over underneath center here, 1st and 10. Give his to Kenneth Walker on first down for a 3-yard gain. But I'll definitely be looking at a couple of those guys. They're on my list, Thomas, those other 2 guys. And Skinner hits like a load, man. Maybe the heaviest hitting safety we have in this draft. And very much, though, a purified, strong safety in that respect. All right, so 4 yards for Kenneth Walker. I saw you got we got another $50 donation in the house. My gosh. I'll get to 1 second here. 2nd and 6. Gino back in a pistol look now. Play action pass. Just nobody to throw to. What was that? What a weird play design. Play action pass and there's nobody in the flat on the strong side bootleg roll. Just some uphill sledding today, offensively speaking. Wish the telecast would show like a shot of what it was that. What was that? What was that play? 3rd and 6. Chiefs are showing a blitz. Almost a casino blitz-like look here from the Chiefs. Dropping out of it. Run that. Just run it, Gino. And Gino throws it instead and tries to hit a tough completion down the field. Looked like there was 6 yards there for him to go get. And instead he tries to throw it up to Goodwin there. Yeah, he's got a first down there all day. And Goodwin tries to make the catch. Gino just should have ran the ball there. Oh, Lordy, he had 5 yards there. So he said this was looking like a Russell Wilson kind of game. It is. And Goodwin's on the ground writhing on it. Looks like his hands kind of messed up. Mark Sanchez with a $50 donation. Mark Sanchez, thank you so much. You came in with a $50 last week too, my man. You were awesome for doing so. I really do appreciate you, man. So thank you so much. Very, very kind. Merry Christmas to you, brother. Happy New Year. And thank you to all of you guys, you include on this, Mark, for all the support that you provide on this channel, brother. It's been so wonderful this year being able to work as much as I've been able to work. I was last night out there grinding on the my Jalen Carter Tez video that I'm trying to work on right now. And I'm having a fun time doing it. I'm able to put so much time into this stuff because your guys' donation and how much support you put on the channel this year. So very much thank you to all of you guys for being able to allow me to be able to do this. On top of being able to grow the channel, just being able to get to do what I love to do, and really just talk football and get into the depths of this stuff. Mark says, Merry Christmas, Brandon. Well, Merry Christmas to you. Regardless of what happens with the last couple of games, do you consider this season a success with moving on from Russ and B-Wags? Great, man, some fantastic questions today. I really do appreciate it. I do, at the end of the day, whether it'll be in the context for me, Mark, of marginal success I'll go pretty good success. I won't go smashing success. I won't go, unmitigated success. Just nothing but, it's amazing all the way around. But I will say it's a good success. On the Russell Wilson trade, you have come out on the right end of that one. You didn't make a bad decision and end up having to pay him again this offseason. If you were having him here, you got maximum value back in return for him. You're able to really lay down the groundwork to be able to set the stage for this team to turn this thing around quickly. And when you look at the picks that they made with the draft, I feel good about all of these selections down the line. I think all of them are going to turn out to be pretty well for us at varying degrees. You feel good about that. You'll have a year where you're going to be kind of right around the middle of the road, in a year, Mark, where we're sitting on $44 million of dead money. So you burned up 20% of your salary cap, yet you've still remained pretty competitive throughout this year. I do think it's been a down year for the NFC. It's been a down year for the NFC West. So I think that's been a little bit of a false bump for you a little bit, in that you've been able to get the benefit of the doubt from those things, or the benefit of those other things on the side of it. But it shouldn't take away from the fact that, yeah, Mark, it is a successful year. I do feel good about the future of this team. I do have questions and reservations about this team in regards to their top end and getting to an elite state of things if long-standing issues aren't cleaned up in the long term. But you couldn't fix everything overnight. They've cleaned up a lot of things so far this year. You've got the stage set in a way that teams like a Denver team or a team like a Pittsburgh team, right? You can look, there's easily a dozen teams throughout the league, 20 teams throughout the league that would be dying to be in the kind of situation we're in right now and to have everything set up in the way that it is set up. So again, I do try to, I got to remind myself of this, of leaning into being encouraged overall at the end of the day rather than discouraged. But, there is some worries that grow because of that part we talk about too, Mark, where you're not necessarily playing at your best football at the end of the year. And that part is a little bit discouraging, where you'd hope they'd be coming a little bit more together now so you could set everything up, right? Really get the wheels greased for next year. All right, the Chiefs are going to take over here after the punt at the 33-yard line. Play action pass for Mahomes. He's looking and just out through the stretched hands of Watson, who has his second drop on the day. 2nd and 10. Mark, I really appreciate the donation, though. $50. My goodness, I thank you doesn't seem enough when, Sanchez, Mark, when you guys drop 50, it's saying thank you, and it doesn't seem kind of enough, man. So I really appreciate you guys. It's really kind of you to do so. And yeah, thank you. Flag, you as well on that $50. Jesus, my goodness. All right, 2nd and 10. Sanchez back in shotgun. Hits a man underneath on a short little route for about a gain of 4 or 5. Osama Ben Diesel with the $2 donation. Says, return of the 10 a.m. curse. Hot second half incoming. It is a little bit like a 10 a.m. game of recent years, Osama. You're probably feeling the same thing. It's usually like this, the type of game you would see back in the 80s or 90s or early 2000s when you had the 10 a.m. games where they just didn't look awake, especially for a game like this that's probably butt cold right now out there. But the good news on those kind of games is the teams do eventually wake up. It does become a question, a matter of has too much damage been done before they do wake up. But historically speaking, the teams would eventually kind of start to thaw out, I guess, at one point or another. 3rd down and 3, Mahomes with a lot of time to look. He's trying to scramble around. He's looking all over the place. Throws it late to Travis Kelce, who the ball bounces just off his hands. Pretty good coverage on the play. We'll bring 4th down. Nice job by the defense to hold up there. Keep you in this game. Was that Tease? I know who that was. That Teasy Tabor? Nice job, D. Let's go. Give the offense a chance here. 4th and 3. This punt will drive DJ Dallas to about the 19-yard line or so, and Seattle will take over from there. Still within 2 scores here. Still within 2 scores. So I hope so, Osama bin Diesel. And thank you guys again. Appreciate all you. Osama. Mark Sanchez, Thomas Cox, Beyond Balance, R. Sanchez, multiple times Sanchez. Sanchez drops $100 and he's dropping $5, $10, $50. My goodness. My mom in the house. What's a mom? Rodney Prescio, thank you so much. Jeffrey Thistle, Stillwell, John Lugo, Flag Sabbath, Thomas Cox, Randall McDaniel, R. Sanchez, Y2K. Appreciate you guys. Cameron, Taker 2610. Just want to say again, Merry Christmas to all of you guys. Thank you so much. So much. Means I can just keep staying on top of this thing, man. I really want to load up on the draft coverage. I'm going to start trying to do, I think I'm going to do little player evaluation breakdowns over at the Seahawks scouting channel and just try to do little 3-minute in and out kind of bottom lines on certain prospects, especially ones that might be in kind of our range of things. That's kind of where I'm looking at for at least this offseason, idea-wise. Mark Sanchez with another $10 donation. Thank you, Mark. Another $10 dono, huh? It says, serious question. If Bigfoot could actually play football, what position would he play and what kind of contract would he demand? Well, he's going to have I've seen the videos. You've seen the videos, Mark. They will take tree stumps, not big tree stumps, but ones they'll be like this much in circumference, and they'll hurl them 60 yards. So the strength's ridiculous. You're looking at easily minimum grizzly strength, right? Minimum grizzly strength and probably grizzly strength plus 15%. So if I've got grizzly strength 15%, I'm going to put him at the 0 tech. And I'm just going to tell him he's just going to take the center and just throw him over his shoulder post snap. He's just going to that's all he's going to do. So every snap, you throw 2 of them. If you put 2 blockers, you double team him, he'll just throw 1 over each shoulder. That's how he'd roll with that. So you're going 0 tech all day. I'm going to have him 1 gapping. I don't want him holding the point of attack. I don't need him to do that. I'm wasting Bigfoot's abilities at that point. I just want that big man right at the line of scrimmage. And he's also 7 feet tall so that he also can at any point in time just lift his arm up and the quarterback can't throw over it. Gino back under center now here. 1st and 10. 3 wide look. Marquise player not on the field here. Hand injury. Wide receiver core gets a little bit lessened. Walker with a nice little carry here. Breaking free. Best carry of the game for Walker there. 15 yards to the outside. Nice job by Kenneth. 1st down. But I think it's a real question. We do have him in the Pacific Northwest. So if we do get him, he is a street free agent as well, Mark. So you could sign Bigfoot for vet minimum rookie wage scale. So you're talking about a cheap 0 tech on 3 years of club control. You can sign me up for that. We can even do some Sasquatch compensatory picks if the league's going to require it in this kind of situation. I don't know. 1st and 10. Gino back under shotgun. Little pitch play out here to Kenneth Walker. Walker's got some space to work with again here. We asked for the pitch play. We got the pitch play. And now we got 11 yards off the back of that pitch play. Nice little run there by Kenneth Walker. Back-to-back runs here. Best runs of the day for him. Carolina Panthers are just boat racing the Detroit Lions. We love to see that. We absolutely love to see that. And Mark, thank you for the another $10 dono, brother. You were awesome. 1st and 10. Couple first downs here for the Seahawks on this drive. Gino under center, right around midfield. Changing the play at the line of scrimmage. One more control. Timeout. Just taking up a little bit too much time. Somebody was lamenting in the chat on one of my donations about taking a little bit too much time up today and kind of going on there. Gino was really taking just a little bit extra time there to kind of figure out what was what. We do have Stone Forsythe in the game, by the way, at this point. So it would appear that maybe, is Lucas in or out? That would probably mean Abraham Lucas looks like he might be out of the game, as it looks like it's right tackle, but I'll let you guys know here as I kind of get a better view of things. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, all I want for Christmas is you to agree with me. I'm giving you some partial agreement. I'm giving you like 40, I'm giving you a good strong 43% of agreement. And it is indeed, Abraham Lucas is out of the game. So Stone Forsythe is in at right tackle right now for your Seahawks. 1st and 10, gives into Kenneth Walker here, run up the middle, and he will gain about 2 yards. So I'm close. I'm getting there. Check with me throughout the course of this game, Sanchez. let me keep watching Geno play. Maybe it'll be like a little meter that just keeps, you know? Let's keep track of it. Jeffrey, hold on one sec, Jeffrey. Let me get this play-by-play. Here we go. 2nd and 8. Geno back out in shotgun here. Seattle needs this drive. Another give into Kenneth Walker. Good gain for him. About 5 yards there. Nice run. Bring up 3rd and short. Jeffrey Thistle with a $5 donation says, I warned you, B. Geno would play his way into his heart. Back when Brando was all in on drafting quarterback, will take a while for Brandon to see the light again. I butchered your chat. There are a couple words that are missing. Let me reread it in a second here. One sec. Geno and shotgun again here on 3rd down. Bubble screen. Just going nowhere there. Penny Hard got it on the catch there and tried to bring it upfield. He actually got a couple yards there where it didn't look like there was going to be anything. DK didn't go for the... DK was looking at the block on the inside guy there. 3rd down and 4th and goal. Seattle goes for it. Geno's going to just do a little quarterback sneak, and he is going to get it. Nice job there by Geno Smith. Jeff says, I warned you, B. Geno would play his way into his heart back when Brandon was all in on drafting a quarterback. Will take a while for Brando to see the light again. And no, I'm okay. Let me wait to respond on that until I get through the play-by-play because they're running hurry up now. 1st and 10, Geno back in shotgun here. Dropping back to pass, looking. He's going to hit Walker in the flat. Boy, Chiefs doing a great job of just rallying to the ball today. There's 3 defenders right on Walker after that throw. It's going to be a loss of a couple there. I'm slightly in favor of re-signing Geno, and I definitely have advocated for it, Jeffrey, but I also would be okay if they want to go an alternative route. If they want to just go the rookie route on it, I won't be a person going, we should have signed Geno. This is what you get. Told you guys to be careful on that. I'm not in that stage of it where I'm so married to the process of Geno that I'd be, embittered if we didn't go that route. So it's kind of like I'm softly in that mode, but I like the flexibility. And this is a give to Kenneth Walker here on 2nd and 12, and he does a good job of just dancing through traffic there to find himself about 2 or 3 yards. This will bring up 3rd and long. 8:36 to go. So thank you for the donation, Jeffrey, but no, I'm open to it, man. I'm not in a place of saying it's got to be just I'm aboard the Geno train. Okay, I might be the conductor, and okay, there are people that are jumping off the train like we were in India. Those Indian trains where there's so many people on the trains that they're like hanging off the trains and on top of it, and they're just every inch of the train on top and inside there's a person. It's kind of getting lighter. I can feel that. Train's moving a little faster. Geno back throwing here now on 3rd down, breaks free of the pocket. He's going to hit Colby Parkinson here for about 7 or 8 yards, but that is going to still be short of the 4th down. You got to figure here, Seattle's probably going to go for it here on 4th down. A field goal doesn't get Carroll a whole hell of a lot in this case. 4th and 4. And indeed, it looks like Seattle is going to go for it. Geno in shotgun. Parkinson goes in motion. Dropping back to throw. He's got Parkinson. There's a flag on the play. Parkinson makes the catch, and he's quickly brought down by Brian Cook, the safety. Gino's walking off the field. Looks like he's determined it's going to be against the Seahawks. When they call in like a rub route or something here. Yeah. Oh, God. Ref gave me hope for a second. Started going towards the Chiefs side. Came back the other way. First down to the Chiefs. Turnover and down. So they're gonna call us on the put. It was a rub route pick play. It's a pick play when it's a flag. It's a rub route when it's legal. Pick and rub. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Mark Sanchez brings up a valid point. What kind of stamina does a Yeti have? And would they give us a sweet deal because of location? Well, I mean, Yeti's a different creature now than what the Bigfoot is, I think. Because Yeti's got that whole extra fur, it's up at altitude. It's in the really cold, icy weather all the time. So your stamina issue question is a valid one, because at that point, he's going to tap out quicker than Bigfoot. I mean, Bigfoot's got a lot of hair too, but Bigfoot's like used to being at like sea level, and it's relatively okay as far as that stuff goes. So he's a little more well acclimated. I feel like with Yeti, with the exception of cold weather games like this game, Yeti, you'd be able to run him probably like 60% of the defensive snaps. But, if you're at home or it's in the September games, he might only be able to go like 25% of the snaps, 30%. It's going to be a great 25, 30% though. But then you got to build that into the deal, right, Garth? You got to think about, well, how much, what's your value and worth in at 20, you're dominating for 20%, but I can only count on you for 20, 25%. So like, you're not getting paid star level. You're not getting paid star Yeti level. Okay. We'll pay you like just below that for 20% of the snaps, but it's a completely valid question, Garth, and absolutely pushes the conversation forward, I think, in a big time way. I just think that hair is going to end up just making him hot. And he's going to be constantly doing the, over to his defensive tackle backup guy like they do. Like, I got to. But the Yetis are a little more squattier. They got a little bit more of that trash can body to them than the Bigfoots. Bigfoots are just basically a 7 foot tall gorilla. Sanchez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. Another dono, brother. Appreciate you. Says Pete doesn't even have his players motivated to open presents. No, they're just going to go to their home, to their tree, and they're just going to do they just kind of like sadly, Sanchez just kind of tap it, right? Not even shake it to find what's in there. Just kind of, All right, here's Mahomes with a give to Pachenko out of shotgun. He's going to gain about 3 yards on the play. Only winners get presents, Sanchez. That's what Pete should say. None of you, I've called all your wives. They've taken all your presents away. You're going to play that kind of effort, you don't get presents. No Santa for you. 2nd and 7. Mahomes in shotgun. Sends a man in motion here. Looks like Seattle is once again going to false start and give them 5 yards. Thank you for all the donations, you guys. I really appreciate it. Unbelievably kind. Unbelievably kind. Let me ask, what do you think of the game so far? Inquiring minds want to know. What do you think? You got any opinions? You got anything? Huh? What? She said it's crap, I think, but I'm trying to get a second. I'm trying to get a follow-up. Can I get a follow-up to that? She's so disgusted she can't even speak about it right now. That's what her honest, usually she's very much talkative, but she can't even bring herself to comment here at this point. Completed pass here from Mahomes out into the flat. Juju Smith-Schuster takes it up the field for a gain of about 11, and that'll be another first down. Cheese Taco with a $10 donation. Thank you, Cheese. Says, yikes. Looks like the Velveeta Cheese Club has been downgraded to Easy Cheese. Happy holidays. We're down. We've even, yeah. We're longing for the days of Velveeta. And Boye Mafe with a nice tackle there on first down, breaks into the backfield and rips down the ball carrier before he can even get past the line of scrimmage. Yeah, no, we're not at Velveeta. We long for those days of Velveeta right now, Cheese. We're at a point right now where we have the dehydrated sliced cheese, where they got to put that plastic coating on it because they've already pre-sliced it and they don't want it to mold. And so we've had that. It's been sitting in the fridge for a couple months. It's pretty much the state of things at this point. 2nd and 11, Mahomes dropping back to pass. Seattle brings a little bit of a blitz. Barton runs right past him, but Darrell Taylor is there to clean it up. I don't know what Cody was doing exactly. He had a free run at Mahomes. Mahomes didn't even try to move. He just stood still and let Barton run right past him. Watch this on the replay, folks, with Barton on this. It's pretty funny. Barton's got a free run. Mahomes just kind of takes one little step to the side, and Barton's like, whoa. But good job by Darrell Taylor there to be ready there to clean that on up. I believe that's the maybe the 6th sack of the year so far for Darrell Taylor. 3rd down and 15. Mahomes in shotgun. A lot of wide receivers. Darrell Taylor with the spin move. And a nice job by the Seahawks defense there to get pressure on Mahomes, never letting him feel comfortable there. Everybody kind of did their job on that play to get some. One guy created some pressure, then there was another guy ready to create some pressure behind him once Mahomes got through that. Well done. Boye Mafe, Shelby Harris, and then Quentin Jefferson came there to knock him off his feet finally there at the end. Outstanding job by this defense here in the second half. Let's give them some props here. These guys came in, 17 points that first half, but they've come back now on a couple possessions here in this second half, and they have given this offense a chance here. If they can go out there and just kind of find their way through here. DJ Dallas is going to let this one bounce. And it's a short kick. Seattle will take over with pretty good field possession. So yeah, Cheese Taco, we don't have the best cheese at this point. We don't have that hand-woven Irish cheese with non-GMO calves eating pure Northern Ireland grass, right? No, we're on the low end right now. We got that stuff that's like the cheese you get from Pizza Hut cheese, where it's actually you look at the details of it, they go, and it's actually 67% silicone. But FDA through a loophole allows for you to eat silicone, basically. It has no true relation back to cheese, really, at the end of the day, anymore. Thomas Cox with the $5 and Cheese Taco. Thank you for the $10 donation, man. I appreciate you. We'll get back to Velveeta before the day's over, hopefully. Thomas Cox with a $5 donation. Thank you, Thomas. Says, if Seattle fixes all the weaknesses they have next season, do you have faith in Geno based off of today? If they fix all of their weaknesses, yes, I would. If it's on a contract that's in the place that I talked about needing to be, Thomas, that we talked about, a couple weeks ago, I'm not spending crazy money for him. I needed to be in that. I needed to essentially be in that, blue collar rate for the quarterback position in the NFL that doesn't exist. Right? There is not that middle territory right now for these quarterbacks that are of the Geno ilk, where I'm not going to pay you top money of the best, but you're also not getting paid to the bottom of the barrel. So where is the in between spot? To kind of be had at that point. I still lean into saying that that's where I would land with him I would do that. And yeah, I do think if these other things get cleaned up, if the pass protection's improved up front, if you can actually generate holes in the running game, if the defense can round itself out from being 32 to 15, that's a team that I think can go out there and absolutely compete with anybody at that point with way the stage will be set. And again, understanding that, Geno will have way more to work with next year for where this team will be at versus where it is now. $50 million to spend the offseason, the 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, the 10 picks in total. I do still think I wouldn't base my evaluation on just today, Thomas. I wouldn't want to base it on any one game. I would want to try to take Geno and the look of him on the full total of the season. And, he's not having a good game today. I'll definitely give you that. And he's just looked uncomfortable in general. Let's see where it goes. We've still got a lot of game to go here. 1st and 10, give us to Kenneth Walker. A little bit of dancing and juking there and able to about find 3 or 4 hard to find yards there on that play. I think it's a good question, though. It's a good question. But yeah, if they fix those things, I think that just allows him to have even more of a chance to succeed at that point. But the cost has got to be right. It's got to be right. 2nd down and 6 here. They'll give him a good 4 yards. 3.5 there, 4 yards. That's 16 carries for 64 yards here for Kenneth Walker today, by the way. Geno back under center. 3-man backfield. Pitch play out to Kenneth Walker. Looking for a little space. He's got a little bit of space. He's back out in front. Geno leading out in the way. Walker still running. Nice job of reversing field by Kenneth Walker. Gets deep up the field. Beautiful cut there by Kenneth Walker. Pitch play starts out right, and he ends up on the far left-hand side of the field, run out of bounds. This is why I love these pitch plays. It's not just to get you outside. It's to stretch that defense out and then give the running back that opportunity to cut back inside when you get the over pursuit by the defense, as the Chiefs did there. Great job. And nice blocking there by the Hawks on that play. 1st and 10 from the 50-yard line now. 70 yards rushing this quarter for the Seahawks. Play action pass. Complete there to Disley. He's going to have a good 15-yard gain here. 15, 16-yard gain. 1st down. Wow, look at that. The running game works, and suddenly now things open up a little bit in the passing attack. 2:53 to go. First and 10 from the 31 of the Chiefs. Disley goes in motion. 2 tight end set here. False start there by Stone Forsythe. Well, the kid hasn't played a lot out there, so getting a little jumpy. Little jumpy. Hopefully Abraham Lucas is okay. First and 15. Seahawks 6 penalty for 35 yards in this game. Chiefs creeping up the line of scrimmage. Give us here to Kenneth Walker. He's quickly wrapped up by Frank Clark in the backfield for a negative 1 yard gain on that play. Chiefs had a lot of guys up at the line of scrimmage that just kept inching closer and closer as that play clock was winding down. Essentially, the Hawks left Walker unblocked on that play as the backside defender, and he just pursued fast down that line of scrimmage. 2nd and 16. Another give here into Kenneth Walker, again with a little bit of space to work with here. He'll gain about 6 or 7 yards there to make this at least 3rd and makeable. 1:06 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Third down and 7. Geno in shotgun. Blitz look here by the Chiefs. They've showed this kind of 5-man front a lot. They tend to fall out of it. It's a give into Kenneth Walker here, and he just can't break through the tackle on the play. This will bring up 4th down. Interesting call there for a delay on 3rd and 9. That's tough. That's a tough call. Seahawks are going to go for it on 4th and 8. Okay. Looks like they're going to blow a timeout here. Okay. Strange. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, Orange Cat, your thoughts on beef jerky versus beef sticks? I'm a jerky fella, but interested in a feline perspective. Do you like beef jerky? Do you like beef sticks? Jerky? I think she said, so I actually can, I know her fluidly at this point, Garth. What she's saying is she's a jerky girl. She likes jerky because of the fact that when you get with the beef sticks, what you're really getting is a lot of those, like, beef sticks are good as long as the bite and chew is going well. But you're always on the edge in a beef stick. You're always one chew away, one bite away from getting yourself into that conundrum of, I just chewed down on something that was hard and chewy. Dear God, oh my God, what is it that I just chewed down on? And then your brain starts to go wild with its imagination. Could it have been a kneecap? Maybe part of a toe. Maybe a toenail. What part of this cow, what even animal am I eating at this point? So jerky at least is nice and smooth, lean meat. You tend to just nice, good chew. You know what you're in there for. So she's more of a jerky girl. She says the beef sticks, the road to hell is paved with beef sticks. That's really what she said. I was trying not to get too explicit with it, but that was her verbatim on that, Garth. Mega says Lucas and Goodwin are questionable to return per the Hawks. That's tough. Sanchez says, I'd like to see Waldron go all in on moneymakers. DK Disley, see if you've earned that bag still. All in on the moneymakers, DK Disley. See if you earn that bag still. Definitely working some of the tight ends would be a lot better for me, Sanchez. Thank you for the $5 dono, man. It seems like you've had luck going to them this year a lot, and just they just don't go to their tight ends. I mean, we haven't seen any Noah Fant today at all. No featuring on him. I don't know, too, why there's not really any rollouts. They've gone away from those bootleg rollouts and stuff. Maybe they just don't want to run those as much, but yeah, I wondered with DK. My only wonder with DK Sanchez on it was just whether or not with DK that you have a situation there where they know there's no Tyler Lockett in this game, and so he's probably getting a lot of double teams to his side of things. So 4th and 8, Seattle is going to go for it. Geno is in shotgun here. Chiefs are looking to bring a blitz. They drop out of it. Geno's going to try to throw this up over to Treadwell, and he's going to catch it, but he's going to be far short of the first down. Chiefs have done a good job of tackling on the day. Not a lot of broken tackles for your Seahawks, especially with the receivers after the catch. When they catch the ball, they're getting brought right to the ground. That's why I don't like that running play on the previous round. I know they're probably thinking we'll go for a 4th down anyway, and we'll get Walker getting a couple of yards, but you haven't been consistent enough with the ground game to think you could get that there. Try to get the throw for 4 or 5 yards and get you into more of that makeable 4th down if you got to go to that at that point. Dear. So the offense again, 4th down stop here. Chiefs offense will take over. Pachenko with a nice little run to the outside, but a good job by Uchenna Nwosu of closing things up. This will be a 2nd down in short. Ball's fumbled, picked back up by Sanchez. He's rolling back out. Looks like we're going to have a holding call here on the Chiefs. As he throws that ball away. It's a bad snap by Creed Humphrey on the play. And then looked like we got a little bit of a hold. No, stay up there. Stay up there, kitty. Stay up there. That will be a replay of second down. What are you doing? Looks like Uchenna got held there on the outside. Second down and 18. Mahomes 13-23 for 145 yards in this game and 2 touchdowns. Seahawks bring a blitz with Brooks up the middle. Ball is thrown away there, or thrown. Nice job by Mike Jackson up the field in coverage there. Mahomes tried to hit a 9 route on the play, and Jackson was there being physical, but played it well. Like the Vikings are going up on the Giants. That's good for us. We like seeing that. So teams are out there doing us some favors if we can try to pull some load here on pull our end of things. Third down and 18. 14:07 to go in the fourth quarter. Mahomes dropping back to pass. It's going to hit a little route here, a little flat route, sorry if I can say the words. And Miles Adams pursuing well up the football field and brings him down the ball carrier very quickly for only about a gain of 4 or 5 yards. That will bring up fourth down. Defensively, what a job here in the second half. Completely shutting down Mahomes and company. 3 straight drives, getting them right off the football field. Very, very well done. I think, too, Mahomes and the offense are kind of showing you in how they're being a little bit held down today. The Seahawks defense is playing well as well onto this, but I do think in these kind of conditions, it does tend to bring down the score a little bit in these kind of games, just in general with how the offenses play. It's a lot different from the days of when you're in September and it's a warm field. DJ Dallas picks up the ball in a bounce, dangerous play there, but does keep Seattle in good field position here. Kitty. Everybody knows what your opinion is on that. Jeffrey Thistle with the $2 donation says, if I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm disappointed in 3-17. The Seahawks have given you a lot of chances, that's for sure. You know, they've given you a lot of opportunities in this game to take hold of this thing and run away with it. Have us still within 2 scores in this game as we're starting into this fourth quarter. I feel pretty good about us being here, considering all things considered with where we're at in this game. But they've not been able to put us away. It's good It's good on our part. Let's acknowledge too. It's nice to see with our team here that they're showing this fight a little bit, coming out there going, oh, let's not die easy in this game. Let's keep this going. Come on, let's give ourselves a chance here. So it's good to see Jeffrey. And yeah, I probably would be too if I'm Chiefs fan. But you know, I think Chiefs fans too are probably used to Jeffrey. It seems like this is the way they do what they do, where they're in that cruise control mode. You know, they probably felt like they could have this game without having to empty all guns, so to speak, to get themselves to the other side of things. You know. And maybe not wrong in that respect of things. Hell, they're still up by 14 points. But yeah, it's a valid point, man. Valid point. John says, why would you run a route on that short of the first down for that one play? Yeah, that's just, he's running to the sticks. He does go by the sticks. They showed a good angle of it, but then as a receiver, you're told to kind of come a little bit close, come back to the quarterback on that play. And what happens too is Geno threw that just a smidge late. And so he waited a little bit extra time for him to come out of that route. And when you wait a little bit late like that, that's going to mean the receiver's got to come a little bit more back to the quarterback, which then means when he makes the catch, he's going to be a couple yards short. So if I was to really backtrack that one, it's probably a little bit of Geno's late throw on that third down one where he wanted to see and make sure that it was going to be open. Dr. G with a $10 donation. Thank you, Dr. G. It says, if our offense could football a little here, that would be a nice Christmas present. That would be a good Christmas present. Get us within a score here. Let's make this interesting on this Christmas Eve day. Get us back within a score. Let's make the Chiefs nervous. Let's get Mahomes sweating out there in the 3-degree weather. I could go for that. You know, defense is doing a great job in the second half. Let's pick them up a little bit here now. You got good field position. You got the running game starting to work just a little bit here with Walker into the second half. Maybe we can start to kind of get this ball just kick it rolling and get it to start to go, and then it starts to roll and we get going really fast. See if we can kind of push this way. Come on now, offense. Geno takes over from the 45-yard line of the Seahawks. He's under center, 3-man backfield. Gives to Kenneth Walker up the middle. Walker's got some space to work up the middle. Nice little 9-yard gain there on first down. Might run with a little bit of hurry up with Geno here. Give him a little bit of up-tempo kind of look. 2nd down and 1. Geno on the game here, 16 of 26 for 113 yards. Walker's starting to have a nice little day. He just crossed over 100 yards on the day, so that's 22 carries for 100 yards for him, as he's had some big runs. But it's certainly his best day here in probably about 4 weeks. Second and 1. The give is back into Walker. Takes it up the middle for a gain of about 2 or 3. That'll be a first down. I know, Kitty. Everybody can hear you. Dr. G, they might have heard you, man. They might have heard you, Dr. G. First and 10. Pitch play out to Walker. He's going to look. A strange looking play there. Sort of just kind of slowed down there instead of really pressing the edge. Odd looking play there. Cool. They're showing the angle on this one. I want to see what happened there. Oh, I guess just Treadwell didn't get a block up on that. I don't know. Interesting. Okay. That's a 5-yard loss there. Ooh. 2nd and 15. Geno again, the carry now to Kenneth Walker. Walker will try to drive the pile forward here, get back about those 4 of those 5 yards you lost. This will be a 3rd and long. Osama bin Diesel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Osama bin Diesel. I appreciate it, man. It says, first 4 games, all offense, no defense. Next 4, both offense and defense firing. Next 4, back to all offense and no D. Next 4, all D. It's just it's like a rhythm, It's like a drum rhythm, Osama. You know what I mean? That sounds about right. 3rd and 11 here for Geno. He is in shotgun here. 3 wide, 1 tight end. It's DK Metcalf, first down. Nice job by the Seahawks there. DK Metcalf getting right up in there for the first down. DK coming up a little bit limping, though. Took a helmet right into his knee there, or at least into kind of the side of his leg. Maybe a Charlie horse, hopefully there. He got hit right on that side of that leg. Yeah. So if you've ever been on a basketball court and somebody comes up and you get the knee right into the side of your leg, that's what that looked like. I'm hoping it's not anything. Yeah, he looks like he's going to get up and it hurts. It hurts like hell, and your leg tightens up and you're just going to, it's going to be sore, right? Next Monday it's going to be sore. It's going to hurt. But he's able to walk off the field, which is a good sign. Dear God, we can't lose any more wide receivers, especially DK. He looks like he's going to be okay. Yeah, it hurts like hell when that happens. It's like the funny bone of your leg when you get hit like that. First down, though. Great throw over there by Geno to get that lasered in on that 3rd and 11. 10-13 to go here in the 4th quarter. Seahawks on the 33-yard line of the Chiefs. Geno under center. Quan Treadwell goes in motion. Play action pass. Geno looking. Finds DJ Dallas as it leaking out of the backfield. Nice little play by Geno there to just find his little outlet, safety valve. Gains about 5 or 6 yards. Well done. Simon Ben Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. That does seem about right, though, maybe potentially. If it plays the type, if it fits the form, and boy, you can just see from the overhead cast there's just nobody to throw to on that play. All right, 2nd down and 3. Here's the give into Walker. First down. Kenneth Walker. Nice little 5-yard gain there. Good job. What's going on now? What the hell is going on? We got a little bit of a fracas going on here on the field. We've got a fracas. That will be a first down. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, let's go, Geno. Let's go, Geno Sanchez. Let's go. Kitty, I hear you. You're getting loves. They don't want to hear you crying constantly. 8:48 to go here. 1st and 10. Seattle needs a touchdown. Down 3-17 here. Geno guiding and directing traffic along. The play clock winding down. He's going to have to call another timeout here, and Seattle's going to be down to 1 timeout. Just a lot of time to get that play in, and then just everybody sort of slowly setting their way to get set up there. You don't like seeing that. Don't like seeing that. Oh, Kitty, I got you. Gotcha. And that will be a timeout by your Hawks. So they'll have 1 more remaining. I'm going to be right back, by the way. Oh, wow. They're right back with the action here. Sorry, I missed it there a second. Looks like Chris Jones just got a negative yard play there for Kenneth Walker. It's played by Chris Jones. He's second and 2-yard loss. That's the 8th tackle for a loss by the Chiefs in this game. 2nd and 12. Geno drops back to throw. He's looking deep, it looks like. He's going to sail that over the top for an interception. Receiver was nowhere near there. Obviously, some miscommunication between receiver and quarterback there. Jeez. Ugly interception. Ugly interception by Geno Smith. Yeah, that was not dressing that up. That's just a terrible throw. That's just I don't know why you say you're patiently moving the ball up the field there. Stay in the pocket there on it. It's like you kind of got impatient or something there to take that shot on that play. Oh, man. Geno, I'm trying to back you, man. I'm trying to back you. And you make throws like that. Damn it. Our Sanchez with another $2 donation again says, let's go, Geno. But this time, you don't even have to put you don't even put like ironically in there. I know just what you mean on that one, Sanchez. No, just what you mean on that one. And, look, I'm a big backer of Geno, but I'm also a person aware of what I'm watching, and he's struggling today. And like a throw like that in a moment like this, I'm a person saying, well, he's got issues of having to not have a ground game, or there's not the pass protection issues there, but that's not affecting that throw in that moment, right? That's not the reason for that in that second. He's got a running game in the second half. You've ran for damn near 100 yards in the second half. And the pass protection has looked a little bit better as well when he's dropped back to throw. So the decision-making on that particular throw there, trying to make that throw, and not only is his guy covered, but then there's the safety just sitting over the top in the back of the end zone. What are you looking at there? What are you seeing there? What in the name of God, man? What in the name of God, man? 1st and 10, 7:42 to go here for the Chiefs. Mahomes back in shotgun. He drops back to throw. He's got Travis Kelce wide open in the middle of the field. Jordan Brooks in coverage. Brooks wraps him up there. Be a 20-yard gain. Taker 610 with a $2 donation. Thank you, Taker 610. Says, maybe the Texans beat the Titans. Lions are losing 2. It's possible. It's possible. We'll do on the next break here, I'll do a breakdown on the scores across the league here so we can kind of catch us up and track on what's going on with that. And we'll get that going with it. But that could be, there's a little bit of ray of sunshine. I like that, Taker. I like a little bit of positivity in here. So there's that. Lions are losing. So that is good for us. We like to see that. 1st and 10 here from Mahomes. He's again looking back down the field. I think, he's got Kelce wide open down the middle of the field. Jordan Brooks once again in coverage. Kelce's going to have about a 55, 60-yard gain here. Chiefs just said, okay, let's stop messing around. That's basically what they did. They just said, okay, we're done. They're like the cat that's toying with the mouse, and they've beaten the mouse to submission, and they're just kind of just pattering it, and they're like, okay, let's get the claws out. Ching, 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 ching. Shrink, shrink. And Jordan Brooks just can't stay with Jason Kelce. And not a lot of people can stay with Travis Kelce, but nowhere near in coverage there. Kelce had him beat by a good 2-3 yards. It's a great tight end. Might go down as one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end in NFL history. 6 catches for 113 yards today for Kelce. First down, carry up the middle, go for a couple of yards and be dragged down there. Pachenko. Henry Diesel says the worst linebacker tandem ever. You can talk me into that. Yeah. We have time. Herbicide. This is Fisher just went with that Kelce catch. Yeah, Herbicide, you got to decide on the 5th-year option after year. Oh, is it only year 3 for him? I think you got to decide after year 3, though. So you have to decide in the offseason of 3. Here's a give to Pachenko again here on 2nd down. Good job there by the team to hold up and keep him out of the end zone there. Nicely done. Darrell Taylor, Cody Barton on the tackle. Brian Bros says Brooks needs to be released. Brooks has been here for 4 years too long. All right, 3rd and goal now. Mahomes in shotgun, 3 wide, running back to his right. Tony goes in motion. Mahomes drops back to throw. Scrambles to his right. He's looking. They're going to give him a touchdown on that. Mahomes scrambling to the pylon. Pylon got knocked over. I guess they're giving him the touchdown. Well, if his hand doesn't touch out, if his left hand doesn't touch out that he's planting down, then it's in, I guess. Let's see. Wow, what a great play by Mahomes. What a great play by Mahomes. Looks like it's good. Looks like it's good. Zang. Zang, zang, zang. Dr. G with a $10 donation. Thank you, Dr. G. I was just thinking about how the only problem with this game is that it's not good and I don't enjoy it. It's funny. We must be on some sort of psychic-like plane because I was just having that same thought rolling through the back of my head as well. So yeah, it's I'm glad we showed a little bit of fight in the second half on this one. We didn't just come out in the second half, just kind of fall right over. Defense gave you a little bit of resistance, though part of me does wonder if the Chiefs just, again, are kind of that cruise control thing. They, like, by that drive, they're like, okay, we just got to close this down. Let's hit Kelsey on 2 deep plays up on Brooks. We know we can get him anytime we want to get him. And that's just kind of what they did there, it felt like, to me. But I guess good to see the fight on it. No one thought we were going to go into Arrowhead and probably win this game. So that's not a shocker, but you certainly would like to get this closer than 24-3. And the team's just continues to not quite show you its best football of the year at this time of the season. Yeah, Jordan, it's being mentioned in the chat, and I'd say that as well. Jordan Brooks is a far cry from Bobby Wagner. Far cry from Bobby Wagner. And, again, being taken in the first round with Jordan Brooks, it's just, if he wasn't taken in the first round, you're just watching a 4th round linebacker out there running around these last couple of years. Nobody would be at all saying, hey, this guy should be on this football field. Somebody else was mentioned earlier in the chat about Tanner Muse, and you giving up 100 yards in this game in the air to Kelsey, and maybe they're a little able to do more in the running game if Brooks isn't in there, but you're able to at least probably hold them down in the passing game, and that's where you most worry about the Chiefs attacking you rather than the running game, really. Arnett, we're in the 4th quarter right now. Yeah, I don't know if Pete gets, I don't think there's any way Pete gets fired. I'm seeing that mentioned in the chat as well. I don't think that's happening. Billy Hodges says, time for another Sopranos marathon. Like Tony, we never had the makings of a varsity athlete. Yeah, that's true. It's very true. It's very, very, very true. Hawks playing like cheeks. Yeah. Hawks playing like cheeks. Second and 10. Geno drops back to throw. Hits his receiver right in the hands. Drops right out of his hands. Laquan Treadwell just couldn't hold on to it. He wide open. Just couldn't hold on to the football. And I would ask, I see the vibrant debate in the chat. I think that, again, for all the folks in on this, where we're at right now, Geno drops back to throw on 3rd and 10. Finds Noah Fant for about 6 or 7 yards. This will bring up 4th down. I just, again, caution everybody with it, with people being on the different ends of where they lie with this team and where they think this team is and where they think this team's going and where their expectation was going, is just to caution patience. And again, if there's a disagreement on stuff, to understand that, like, if you disagree with somebody's point on things, then argue the points at hand. Don't attack people personally. Go at where they're wrong as far as point by point. And if your arguments are strong, you should be able to do that. So I do see that happen. I know this is going to get vibrant, the debate throughout this offseason and whatnot, but I just hope folks do maintain a little bit of understanding. We are all 12s. We're all in the same sort of team here, so to speak. So, we all want to see the best for this team at the end of the day. And we're all going to have different visions for how we get there with that. Taker610 with $2 donation says, what's with so many tight ends wearing 87? Famous number? I think it's, I can't speak for this for sure. 1st and 10, Geno dropping back to throw. He's going to try to hit a shot down the middle here. He's got Colby Parkinson. Got Colby. Colby's still on his feet, fighting down to the 24-yard line. 1st down. Nice throw there by Geno. There we go. A little bit of tight end love. Some tight end love on Christmas. All I want for Christmas at this point is a tight end touchdown. 1st down and 10. 3:19 to go here in the game. Geno drops back to throw. He's going to look and hit DJ Dallas in the flat. DJ will take this out of bounds for about a 2 or 3 yard gain. I think Taker 610, I can't guarantee this is the case in all circumstances, but It doesn't seem like 87 is really one that's worn a lot by receivers in recent history. And it feels like the receivers kind of get like the first pick, so to speak, of those jerseys. And because the tight ends, you used to have to pick it in the 80s, essentially, you're going to get whatever 80s numbers they're left over, and 80's cool, 81's cool. I think even 89, 88 gets used a lot. So you're sort of left with the leftover 87, I think, if I was to make a guess, at those tight ends, because they're sort of looked at as almost de facto linemen. So they got to wait to be given their numbers till the guys at the more brighter positions get to pick theirs. That'd be my guess. That would be my guess. And again, miscommunication there between the receiver and Geno Smith. And this is going to happen when you got no Tyler Lockett in the game, right? You got sometimes at this point, you're no Eskridge, no Lockett, no Goodwin. You're down to your ranks here as far as the receivers go. Yeah, I gotta say to the folks that take a position on the team, and in any position you take where you're going to take a position, then you're going to say, well, here's what I think about how this team is. And anybody who doesn't think about the way I think about the team in this way is stupid. That ball was nearly intercepted there, tipped on the play to bring up a fourth down. I just don't know that you get very far trying, and I know maybe your goal isn't at that point if you're going to come in and say that. And I see it from some folks here with Carroll talk, where I'm seeing people on the chat post up on, if you think Carroll's a problem here, or you think Carroll's an issue, then you need to shut up. You need to go away. You need to be dumb. You need to blah, blah, blah. I mean, listen to your tone when you type that. Like think about it in your head before you type it out. Is that pushing any conversation forward with anybody that disagrees with you? And if not, then what's the point of saying that? So you can post up on a comment board that doesn't do anything to do that. Like, it's not what this channel's about. Let's work to have the chat push comments forward as far as let's think about things. Let's talk about things. And no subject is out of line or something that we can't discuss or talk about. And if you don't agree with Coach Carroll being like, if you think he's the future here, which I'm not saying one way or another on this, I'm just saying that each side's got a valid point to stand on at this point. And anybody that looking at this point that says Carroll deserves to stay here because of yay ABC, you got a point. But the people on the other side of it also have a point. And they're not, they don't understand football a little less clearly than you do because they don't have that. And touchdown here into Noah Fant there on 1st and goal. Seattle will find a way to get 7 points on the board. So I know I'm not going to maybe change those folks' minds that kind of operate from that standpoint of it, but I'd really say with this is that if you think you're seeing it so clearly as Carroll's earned he's the guy 100%. I don't know how you've seen that clearly this year off what you've seen. It's been a successful year. Things have gone right, but there's been enough of a bag here and things we've seen from Carroll to land at the point of being both, I think, in a place of saying, hey, I'm kind of done, and also being on the other stand of it and saying, no, he's got my full support. He's shown me enough. I think neither side's crazy for looking at it through that lens. And boy, it does make me cringe when I look to the chat and I see people who start to take that standpoint on this stuff of saying, well, oh, you're nuts for thinking this way. Like, argue the points at hand. It's not that hard to do. It ain't that tough to just, if you really believe what you say, if you got to get to personal attacks, if you got to tell people they should go play video games if they want a different coach than Coach Carroll, then your argument's probably not very strong. You should be able to just argue the points. And if you got to get to personal attacks, ad hominem attacks, straw man attacks, appeal to authority, if you got to reach into your bag for those things, then you don't have a lot. It's the weakness of a man who's unwilling to debate or doesn't trust his own intelligence to debate. Just go to the points. Go to the points. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Thomas. Says, we have major decisions going into this offseason from the coaches, the scouting, and the team in general. All positions need to be looked at. Agreed, man. Agreed. You could arrive at the place where we looked at him and we want to keep him, or arrive at the place we got to change. But I think that absolutely you come on the heels of this season, the back-to-back couple of years, you do look at the situations and make an evaluation. Onside kick here. Chiefs are going to go ahead and receive the kick. Very well done on their part. But I think that's very well said on your part, Tom. I think every team should go through those kind of internal evaluations process. Nobody should just be given an easy pass or a free pass or, well, we excuse the season going like this from this standpoint and this being a weakness. No, everybody gets put onto this or that consideration at that point and evaluated. And does this need to be changed? Can we improve this? Can we get better here? That's what winning organizations do. That's what championship organizations do. D-Man with a $2 donation says, I only call out people who call people trash. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's not something I'm ever going to reference as saying trash. Even if my issues I have with Carroll, I would never say he's a trash coach. All I'm looking to do with the D-Man, and I appreciate the donation, is my main outlook on here with the channel and what I'm trying to accomplish with this channel is to see my chat be able to have vibrant debate as you guys do without it getting personal or without people being condemned for having a point of view that it's disagreed with by someone else. And that's the only place where I just start to go, we can keep this, we can keep the gloves up. We don't have to have one person hit one person in the groin and the other person hit the other person in the groin. I just know that those end up, when we get to that place, those things just end up kind of eroding very quickly, those conversations, and they don't seem to end up to a fruitful place, which is the only place I want to get to, because I think there is a lot to unpack with this team and understanding where the problems lie and where the issues lie. And I don't think it's clear and easy. I think it's complicated. I think there's a lot to kind of take into account here, and we'll unpack it all. We'll get to that place. So appreciate you though, guys. I'm not calling anybody out specifically, by the way. All I was trying to do is I'm seeing, when I see comments, I'm going to specifically reference that, just that this is the stuff that I get to sometimes. So it frustrates me on a level because people throw it at me all the time as well. When I'm trying to just have discussions or talk, it's, again, trying to keep it on rails is all I'm trying to do, man. Trying to keep it on rails. Just keep the train on the tracks. Our Sanchez with the $5 donation says, looks like we had a strong running game second half, but Geno didn't get it done. No, he didn't. No. And I'll make the honest assessment of this. This is, Geno did not play a good game today. No two ways about it. I think the first half there was more of what we've seen through the 4 or 5 game stretch here since Tampa Bay, where things have gone sideways offensively. But in that second half, to your point, yeah, he did have a running game to go off of. I still think the play calling was kind of crap into that second half with Waldron, but I'm not going to try to dress up his performance today and saying that, Geno played a good game today. It wasn't a good game today overall. Then second half, you had some opportunities to kind of come back into this game and make some hay, and wasn't quite able to do it. That throw into Goodwin, especially where, he's going up the middle there and Goodwin's going down the field. That's a hard throw to throw late over the middle of the field. He's got to throw it away from the defender to Goodwin, sort of kind of try to throw Goodwin open a little bit there. That was a tremendously difficult throw there for Geno, and he's got the free yards there to just take the first down if he just scrambles there. And that's, I think, a little bit of an indicative moment of the decision-making with Geno today being just not as tight as it's been. It just wasn't, and it's been a little loose over this 5-game stretch. There are some explanations, Sanchez, as we've talked about on this stream, for why that occurred, but I think that they are occurring nonetheless, right? It is happening. All right, so we're at the 2-minute warning. Chiefs up 24-10 here on the Hawks, trying to run this ball out. Job by the defense there, getting back there to stop this play, bring up a 4th down. Steve Shrefstrom says, tell the truth, Monday needed to have a Merry Christmas. Yeah. It's true. Tommy says, it's not that we were thinking this was a Super Bowl team, but the vibe in general is not good with this team. We are trending down. I wanted to see us trending up. For example, pushing the Chiefs a little. I think that's a good way of putting it. And again, I think from my standpoint, if it ever gets to a place where we can simplistically say the season's a success because, well, our expectations were we were a 3-win team. That wasn't where my expectations were. That wasn't where I saw this roster. They're playing to just about the expectations of what I thought this season would be. I predicted this would be a 7-win team. You're sitting at 7 wins. You might make another win or two above that, which makes it a marginal success over what we thought the year was going to be. And I think that in itself is a valid approach to it. But the fact that this season's successful, or the fact that you're a game or two better than people I think who really were looking at this pretty, and understanding again that this roster wasn't as bad as the pundits were saying, and the national perspective was saying, who doesn't spend much time looking at the Seahawks in general, right? Their whole opinion was colored by the fact you lost Russell, you lost Bobby, so now you must have to suck. That was pretty much as far as they took their logic and their reasonable approach. You can come from a spot, I think, in saying that this is a successful year to a marginal degree, I guess, and still ask the question of, okay, but are we in the right hands across the board on this one? Are we in the right hands from a coaching perspective? Are we in the right place from a schematic perspective? Is Geno the right quarterback to be continuing to push us forward from that perspective? It's the questions that are worthy to ask, and we'll all kind of come to where the answers are at. But I think it's all right to ask it. And it's a lot to unpack, I guess, too, isn't it? D-Man with a $20 donation. Thank you, D-Man. I appreciate the double dono, man, and the $20 donation. I hope you're having a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year out there. Says, can we just say that the Chiefs played a good game today? Some people think that these players are playing against themselves. But Merry Christmas. Your streams this year were almost as entertaining as Perna's. I'll take that, man. That's high praise, man. Perna's got some entertaining screens, and certainly with his meltdowns and his just getting dark with the Denver, it's been fun to watch for me too with his stuff. Geno dropping back to throw here on first down. He's going to dunk this over here to DJ Dallas, so we'll pull down for a couple yard gain. Thank you for the $20 donation, man. I appreciate it. I've had a great time this year with you guys on the stream. It's been just continues to be an ever-growing experience being able to ride with you guys in this team and go through all the ups and downs together as we're able to do. It does make it easier kind of having you guys here with me, as opposed to if I'm watching this by myself, I'm probably twisting up harder than I need to be twisting up. I think you bring up a good point. D-Man, this is the toughest game that you have to play this year on your schedule. Tougher than even the Niners, I would say. This is a Chiefs team that's very likely to represent the AFC out of this conference. You're on the road. The conditions it's butt cold there right now, right? We've got an Arctic blast that is ripping through this country. And Geno's going to scramble this out of bounds here with 15 seconds. And, you've got the MVP you're going against in Patrick Mahomes on the other side. They beat you. They're in a better state. They're in their window right now, aren't they? We're trying to get up into that realm of things. I think it's, as Tommy Eden said below, I would have liked to D-Man put a little bit of a more challenge in there, but in that respect too, you did fight back in the second half. You didn't just, lay over in that realm of things. But I'm certainly not going to get too beaten up by this loss, nor make kind of determinations off this loss, because of everything I just said, because of the expectation coming in where we're at playing and where this team is at and what we thought was going to happen. So that will be the final play of the game here as Chris Jones brings down Geno Smith for a sack to finish it off. Kind of fitting. And the Seahawks will fall 24-10. So a game that was a little bit rough to watch, definitely really rough to watch in the first half. Got a little bit better in the second half. Certainly there's a lot of things to point to in this game that we can look at that were issue spots. The defense got way better in that second half, it felt like, until Mahomes and company decided, okay, let's put the foot down on the pedal and let's put this one to bed. But there'll be a lot of spots to kind of hand out and win this game. They played a well-played game. I think to your point on that, D-Man, I wouldn't say anything against that. It's not merely that you lost this one. They outplayed you on this one. That's for sure. You had your chances. You had your opportunities. There was multiple times we went for it and fourth down on the other side of the field 4 downs to try to get that first to get down there and just couldn't do it. And that Chiefs defense was able to hold up here against the Hawks. So we'll unpack this here with you guys in the chat. Thank you, D-Man, for the $20 donation. I hope you're having a Merry Christmas. It's been my pleasure doing this stream, and I really do appreciate everyone in on the chat. All the views that we have on here, I appreciate even when we get heated, even when there's great debate. I love it. I do love that about that because I know you guys have that passion and love for your team. And no matter where you stand on this team, you can't deny whoever's in this chat, whoever's talking in this chat has that love for this team, wants to see the best for this team. And we all operate from that same standpoint of thing. And sometimes that can make some of us impatient. I can get impatient on that stuff and forget perspective and lost view of it. But I love doing this, man. So thank you so much, brother. I really do appreciate it. It looks like we're going to take it down here to the Giants, and the Vikings are going to show the last of this game as those two teams are tied up here on the telecast. Thomas Cox with a $2 donation says, or Sanchez with a $2 donation says, "Let's go, Gino." 3 different times mentioned, and it meant 3 different things each different time, didn't it, Sanchez? Thank you for the donation. Thomas with a $5 donation says, "I had people call me not a Seahawks fan. I love the Seahawks. I have been a fan since I'm a kid. I'm calling what I see. It's hard seeing what I saw today." Well, thank you for the $5 donation. This is why I try to make a point of mentioning this and just bringing this to the forefront. It's not to look at somebody in particular and say, hey, you this, not do this. This is more of what I see from the fan base outside of my channel, what I will see out there in the online world and discussions. When you look at a Reddit, or you look at these other places where there's discussions going on. And I think what's shown up, and to be clear, and I think this showed up to me probably about 4 weeks ago, is that, there's just a lot of people in a lot of different levels and how they think and view of this team. But the thing that's probably different of that you get in some years with fan bases and where people see the team is that there are people really passionately who see it the way they do see it, but yet there are all these different views of it. And I think that there's a lot of reason for there to be this many views is because there's information telling people to see these certain things on what they're seeing on the field. Nobody's kind of crazy for seeing it. And that's why I say, it isn't to say every opinion is as truthful as the other, but it is to say that it's understandable, where I can't always say that. There's times when I had people burying on Gino early in this year and he was playing as good as he was, and I was like, look, he just threw for 330 yards and he ran for 50 yards, and I'm having to tell you why he played great. That's a different stage to me of trying to tell somebody, look, recognize how good he is, to now a little understandable now if you're going to look at Gino and say, well, look how he's played here recently. Look, I played in this game. Yeah, it is valid to say that it has gone down. And I apply the same kind of thing with the Carroll thing. There are the people that are very pro Carroll that say, look, this year's been great. He's got him on the right path. This was a rebuild year. This is the best you could have expected in a rebuild year. I don't think anything those folks say is wrong. I don't think that they're incorrect with it. I don't know if it's the whole truth of the situation, though, either, from my perspective. I think there's that, and then there's some more in addition to that. And specifically the questions I think we can raise with Carroll and his ability to, put a defense together again, a functional defense, a defense that's not going to be sitting at around the league worst year in, year out, which is where we've been kind of flirting with over the past couple of years, in general on that. Michael Austin with the $2 donation says, how did you think Abram played? He was okay. I didn't get a chance, Michael Austin, thank you for the $2 donation. I didn't get a huge chance to really lock in on him. He wasn't in there snap in and snap out throughout the whole course of this game. You had Tease Tabor in there, and he was in there a little bit. And so they were kind of mixing and matching those guys to a degree on that. So it wasn't really easy to kind of lock in and see what he was doing. There was one play that he did lose contain on, where they got up the football field and he just couldn't, he lost the angle on the tackles, so to speak. But that was the only play that I remember having him really jump out to me and it really show me something. So not a lot there with him today. I would guess that he probably ends up, rocking maybe 20 snaps is probably what they'll end up saying he was about, or in that realm, kind of about, I would guess is what I would say on that. David, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it, David. Please keep an eye out on your community post for my articles. I do bi-weekly articles kind of on the channel, weekly articles on the channel for my members. So thank you for becoming a member, David. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Mike Jaws says, I blame Andy Reid. He's one of the best coaches. It's okay to lose this team. Yeah. This is not going to be a sad loss it's a tough loss, but this is not one we all marked this as an L this offseason. I think even the most ardently optimistic Seahawks fans coming into the season didn't look at this particular game and say that that this was going to be a win. I think for the people that are disappointed, it's more of the disappointment of the performance looked a little bit more similar to what you've seen over the past 4 or 5 weeks than what it's been looking like recently. It's like a little bit, I think, of what Thomas Cox was referencing in his comment, which is, that you are seeing a team not playing in its best football at the end of the stretch of things, down at the end of the line. And for those folks a little bit in it's been a successful year, I think from where some of the people are coming from that don't see it as much of that success spot comes from the standpoint of, you thought this would be a rebuild year. You thought you're starting 6 rookies to begin things. You thought you're trying to adopt this new defense and that there was going to be those bumps in the road early on where it's going to look tough. It's going to look dirty. It ain't going to look right. But then you're going to get into the back of the schedule. You get to the back home stretch, and now suddenly the defense is going to look a little smoother. Now you're going to be able to see those rookies start to perform a little bit better down the stretch as they get more comfortable of it. And you're not seeing that. Instead, it's a little bit more of the sloppy play. You're seeing the penalties all over the place a little bit. You're losing on both lines of scrimmage a lot, which is to a degree talent, which can be helped out by an offseason of being able to re-inject into that talent. But then some of it, I think, as I've maintained a little bit too, has been some of the schematic issues that are also there at play, especially with this defense. It's a lot. There's a lot to unpack right now with this team, both in the good and the bad, I think. So overall, I'd feel encouraged by what I've seen from him too, but I do think that there's a lot to unpack. Austin says, blame late offensive starts, blame early defensive struggles. Good way to put it. Very good way to put it. If I can talk, oh my gosh, I got a frog stuck in my throat. Randall Ramos says it's safe to say Geno's played over his head for 4 games. He did play well, but lately he's showing his backup. It's time to let Locke get some time. Hawks need a quarterback. Well, I definitely think, excuse me, guys. Sorry. I don't know. I got something stuck in my throat here. I certainly think Geno's not played well over recent games. And, from my standpoint, it's not enough to say that it's time for Locke because I don't think he's played bad simply in a vacuum of him playing bad. I think for the most part over these games, he's not had a consistent running game to call to. First half of that game, there was a lot more of those pass protection issues that we've seen as of recent. But again, he's not played his best football either on the other side of it. And so if I don't want to cover that up or make it seem like I'm not acknowledging that, because it's a valid to say that he is, even with those things being where they are, he's also not helping matters at times. Tommy says, I'm frustrated by things like Brooks sucking, Blythe Jackson getting owned, or even pass game not being good today. I'm frustrated that we didn't have a realistic game plan. We never do. I'm not really sure what the game plan was offensively today on this one, Tommy, especially with the lack of trying to get to the edges of the defense. I would have tested, a Chiefs team that doesn't necessarily have the fastest guys to the edge. I would have gone at that a little bit more. And they started to have success in this game, it felt like, with Walker once they started to actually get to the edges, especially the pitch plays. But Blythe and Jackson have been very disappointing. They've been at the head of the disappointment train here a little bit. And Brooks, boy, he is brutal to watch in coverage. For whatever he gives you as a run defender, you lose all of that benefit with him when you get him into coverage and zone and whatnot. It's tough. Michael Alvarado, for some reason, Seahawks fans are notorious for blaming players, referees, and coordinators, but for some reason, Pete Carroll gets no eyebrows raised at him. Well, I'm definitely not in that boat, Michael. I've put plenty of blame to Coach Carroll, and as I've been trying to say with this, because I know it sends people into a tizzy. It's not to say that I'm calling for Coach Carroll's head, but there's a difference between me calling for Coach Carroll's head and me having the utmost confidence in Coach Carroll, and I think those are two different things. And right now, my confidence in Carroll is not the greatest right now. I don't know, from a defensive guy that's supposed to be a defensive mastermind and we run his defense, we're going to end up for the 3rd straight season in the 20s basically as a defense for the most part. It's just, he's returned this over. He's returned this defense over a couple of times since the Legion of Boom era. You've had 3 different new defensive coordinators in 7 years. So there's definitely, from my standpoint, big time question marks, and I will continue to raise those question marks, Michael, from my standpoint, in looking at Carroll as we go into the future, because I think that they're valid questions to ask. Very, very valid questions to ask. Boya B, and we need somebody that is going to unlock DK, because it's no way you're not going to your best player in the clutch. Yeah, 7 catches, did 81 yards. I think it's tough today with no Lockett, Boya, because he gets double teamed already a lot when there's Lockett on the field. I would only imagine those double teams increase, and it's hard for a player to be really productive on the outside if he's getting doubled every snap. It can still happen, but it's hard. Jason, Pete should have beat New Orleans, Las Vegas, Atlanta, Carolina. His lack of defensive adjustments makes Pete past his prime. That's a big part of where I would say, yeah, I think he's definitely past his prime. Where his value as a coach here is the question, I think, for sure, with that Jason Wolf. But that's a big place that I land, too, in the same spot. I don't see a lot of adjustments at times from this team and what we do. We just kind of run what we're going to run and make the other team hopefully deal with us, and that'll hopefully be good enough. And there needs to be more of a build-in, in my opinion, for there to be some advantages for the players from time to time from a schematic standpoint. And we just don't have that. Vikings win on a 61-yarder. So, yeah, let's break down a little bit here of the games going on here. Let's get a tracker and a read on the scores currently going on. So, we got the Ravens beat the Falcons 17-9. Falcons fall to 5-10. Saints take care of the Browns 17-10. Boy, Deshaun Watson 15-31 for 135 yards and an interception. That trade's not looking good for Cleveland. Oh my goodness. We got the Panthers beat the Lions 37-23. Goodness. Boy, Panthers hung 37 up on the board. Dante Foreman, 165 yards rushing. Vikings, last-second field goal, are able to take care of the Giants, dropping the Giants to 8-6, keeping Seattle's chances of playoffs slim, but just barely cracked open. Buffalo Bills take care of the Chicago Bears, 35-13. And we've got the Titans up on the Texans, 14-10, with 9:34 to go in the fourth quarter. The Bengals up on the Patriots 22-18 with 55 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. And early on in the Commanders 49ers game, it is tied. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, I'd realistically give Geno 3 years, $51 million max. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, something there. So you're looking at $17 million a year. Yeah, that's probably not going to get it done. But as I said too, and thank you for the donation, all the donations, Sanchez. I will fully, within the way we've watched some of the performance go down with Geno. Even in my most virulent point of saying pay Geno, and that's the guy I want to go with. I'm in favor of doing it. But I've had a lot of other places I've been at as far as wanting to see the team do stuff that I'm way more in favor of seeing, signing DK Metcalf to a contract extension last year, way more in favor of that, there's just way other stuff I'd be much more pounding the table hard. If I was pounding the table for DK like this, I'd be for Geno like, well, contract extension would be nice, kind of like a good solid, like not a full pounding with a fist, but kind of just an open-handed kind of, it'd be good. I'd still do it. I'd still have enough faith in the fact that what we've seen with this Sanchez is more to do with the erosion of the rest of kind of some of that offense there. But like I said too, I completely get if they go a different goal and go, nope, we got a bid for an assessment from inside the building here, and we do think he, kind of went over his skis for that 12-game stretch, and that's not who he is. On top of, again too, like we talked about Sanchez, it is technically the blueprint. If you're going to the 2012 blueprint, it's not to pay a quarterback 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% of the salary cap. It is to try to get them into that low single digit area if you can pull it off. And makes a lot of sense. You had a lot of success with it in the past. Why not go back to that same well once again? Red Ace with a $5 donation. Thank you, Red Ace. You guys are very kind on the chat today. I know you guys are not feeling great about the win, but you're being still very kind and generous, and I really do appreciate that. He says, we need 2 more solid off seasons to truly compete. Build an elite roster like the 49ers. Seems to not matter who they play at quarterback. Our future is still very, very bright. The future is very bright. And just to show I ran a little bit this week in talking about that, Red Ace, and that's how I feel. As you look around the leagues and you get your perspective for where other teams are, look where the Cardinals are at. Look where the Broncos are at. Right? Look how even where a team like the Steelers are at, or kind of that horrible in-between place, right? Not quite ready to compete, not quite rebuilding, don't really have your quarterback in the future. You look at a lot of teams across this sport and where they're at and what they have as far as their future and what that portends. Regardless of who your quarterback is, regardless of who your head coach is, with what you have to work with on stuff, there's still way more to be encouraged about by this team than to be dissuaded or discouraged by. And I think I do align a little bit more closer, Red Ace. I thought earlier on in this year when we were in the middle of looking like we might compete for the division title this year, and you were watching the defense round itself out while the offense was already rounded out, you're going, okay, by next year we can get to the place of competing for Super Bowls by like next year. But I do think that with a little bit of this scuttling that's occurred, the feet getting dragged here a little bit at the end of the year here, it does maybe indicate to me that this is maybe looking at more of a 2-year point to get to a place of truly competing for like a Super Bowl, rather than just being, somewhat good, that it might take more than just next year to kind of get there. I think you're probably right on the button with that one. Thomas Cox with the $5 donation. Thank you, Thomas. I really do appreciate it. It says, free agency will show what Seattle does in the draft, but up the middle is what they need to work on both sides of the ball. And indeed, Thomas, well put on your part. A lot of great comments from you on the chat today on top of the donations. So thank you for that. But you indeed put it in the right way here, where I think you could attack both sides of the line of scrimmage here really hard and almost with a laser-like focus, and you wouldn't be wrong if you were the Seahawks by taking that approach, would you? You've had multiple games over, especially in the worst part of this run through this season, especially through the worst part of this run. Have you watched yourself get whooped on both lines of scrimmage? And as I've said for weeks on this, it doesn't kind of matter at the end of the day, your skill positions, who your quarterback is, the schematics of your defense, right? What you're doing to give your players advantages. If you're just flat getting your butts whooped on both sides of the ball at the line of scrimmage, in football, high school, peewee, college, pros, it doesn't matter. If that's the reality of the situation, you're not going to win a lot of football games. So I think you're right to say that that's where we've got to address this and go after this in a really strong way. It's part of why I've said, Thomas, for me, Deron Payne would be like free agent priority number 1 out there if I could go get him from the Washington football team as a beginning stage of things. And I would expect them to really double, triple, maybe even quadruple up on the defensive line in particular. That first, second round pick. I talk a lot about when I look at these centers, it's not really a first round center in this draft, but historically speaking, you can get the best center in the draft at the very start of the second round. That second round pick from the Broncos could be earmarked for just the best center in this entire draft. And so then you've come out of the last 3 years with potentially, you would have, not potentially, but let's just say you would have at that point. That would have been then at the last 3 drafts, you would have walked out with the best left tackle of this last draft, the best right tackle of this last draft, and now the best center of this last draft. That to me starts to set the stage forward there for you to have this offensive line be not only a strength of this team, but be one of the better offensive lines in the entire NFL at that point. Obviously, if you got to finish it off with the right guard position. But Thomas, I'm completely on board with doing that, man. I'm completely on board with saying we just got to get these lines built up. This is where we got to win. This is where we got to get better. And I think that completely is the right answer. Jerome Patterson with a $10 donation. Jerome, I salute you, sir. You are a gentleman and a scholar for the $10 donation. So thank you so much. He says, in my opinion, Geno has been okay for us this year. I think we should franchise him and get a quarterback in the draft, mold him behind Geno, and get a defensive player with the second pick in the first round. Go Hawks. So we should franchise him, get a quarterback in the draft, mold him behind Geno, and get a defensive player with the second pick in the first round. I like it. I like that play with it, Jerome. I certainly think that just signing Geno shouldn't mean that you don't address the quarterback position. And there's a variety of places that you could look to do it. The second first-round pick if you want. The first-round pick if you want. You can get one into the third round. You probably still find one in there that you could potentially put in back on that spot of it. So I think, Jerome, that's a smart way to go with it, to give yourself that kind of insurance and also a hedge if you were to have Geno on that 1-year deal where, okay, if he falls just completely back to earth, we do have a backup plan here. We're not just completely out on him. So I think that's a good path to go with on it, Jerome. And I really do stand with Geno at this point, that you could kind of go almost any different direction, and I would nod and go, okay, I'm good with it. Outside of paying him huge money, everything else that you go with, I would be okay with. Middle of the road contract on a couple-year deal, fine. Franchise, great. He's got to go out and prove it again, or franchise and move him, but you don't get a first. Maybe you only get 1 second-round pick at that point. But I can get some value on Geno on a move in a deal. Like, hey, I would be okay with that too. You could take me any different way. I think he's been good for the most part this year, Jerome. I think, though, he has had some regression recently. I think some of the regression is explainable by the fact that some of the play around him has not been as good as it was early on in the year. But some of that also is explained by the fact that he's just purely kind of regressing a little bit. That interception that he threw in this Chiefs game, yes, he's got receivers on the outside that he's not comfortable with as much because Lockett's not in there, and you got Eskridge down, and you're kind of, but at the same point in time, this kind of game like that, you can't make that kind of throw. There's these couple of these moments in recent weeks, the Niner game a couple of weeks ago, where it's early on in the game and he's rolling out and he throws back across his body late to the middle of the field. That is a holy commandment of a no-no that quarterbacks are not supposed to do. There's a spot in this game where you're driving, still in this game, still have an opportunity, only down by 2 scores. It's third down. I've seen him do this a couple times, and this used to drive me crazy with Russell, where there's 6, 7, 8 yards in front of you to go get the first down, and you end up trying to make some throw on the run late to a receiver that doesn't have actually any kind of separation. None of those things actually in those moments have anything to do with offensive line breakdowns or anything like that. That's just pure bad decision making in those moments by Geno, and it makes it, as I say, a little more understandable. I might be a little more tempered on their outlook of where he's been, because this has been a couple of performances that have been recently stacked up, like this. And that's why I say I've got ultimate reflection to go any different direction. Megan says, Skull. Hey, the Vikings did us some work there, Megan. Something went right on that. Something went right in our favor on that. Yeah, thank you, David, for becoming a member, man. You're helping me be able to do this. It's all of the support, as you see on this channel. You see all these donations rolling in. These folks are helping me, David. There are very few YouTubers that are able to basically almost do their job full time at 10,000 subs. 10,000 subs is a lot of subs, but there's very few out there that can kind of run and be able to do it full time at that mark, because you're not going to get the ad revenue from being able to do it there. And I'm able to do it because of folks like you, David, that are becoming members, folks Thomas Cox, Jerome Patterson, Red Ace, Sanchez, $100 donations coming through from every different direction. I can't even keep up on the donations with you guys, say nothing in the chat. And it just lets me do this full time. And I'm getting more and more excited about this channel and all this is going to allow me to do. I've got the plans that I'm going to be able to invest in this draft. I'm going to be doing little breakdowns for every individual player. So we've got that stuff to kind of call upon at any point. So I appreciate you, man. You rock for doing that and joining up on this. And I thank you for helping me get to my dreams on this, helping me get a little bit closer step to getting to be able to do this full time forever. Half Daddy Hawks still do have a chance, man. We're in Dumb and Dumber, We got the girl in front of us like, is there any chance? No chance. 1% chance? Okay, there's a 1% chance. So you're telling me there's a chance. Technically, too, I think this game, as it was impacting the tiebreakers and all that, absent you winning it, you were going to still need a little bit of help for the 2-1 kind of end of things. But this does still mean, of course, that we do need now, I think, the Giants to lose one more time. We need the Niners to take care of business with the Commanders, too. Come on, Niners. Come on, Purdy. Alex Mark says, I honestly think Pete Carroll needs to go. Hate to say it. Stubborn runs up the middle, no play action, bootlegs. Yeah, strange. Very easy offense to figure out. Yeah, it's strange how the offense is dialed back in that way, Alex. It's become a little bit more milquetoast here as the year has gone along. But I think that your points that you bring up about Pete are one of my big issues with him. And that is that there is a simplistic nature to him and how he wants offenses and defenses to run a little bit. And that worked at one time. I don't think that works as much anymore. I don't think that you could just line up against an offense and say, well, we're going to show you this is what we're doing. And you can look at us pre-snap and know that's what we're going. And then post-snap, it's not going to change. It's going to be exactly what you thought you were going to see pre-snap. You saw the Chiefs doing all of these games all day with Geno Smith, didn't you? Lining guys up over here, stacking the box, falling out of the stack box, running two safeties to one side of the field, having the safety sprint post-snap as fast as he can do to get to a single high point, varying things up all over the place. And there's no varying with the Seahawks. And I just keep coming back to at times, if you're going to be so highly predictable, not quasi-predictable, okay? Not predictable on like some of your snaps and some of your formations, but playing and play out being highly predictable more often than not, that to me doesn't lend itself well to long-term success or a team getting to a state of being elite. It seems like that would be something that could be an impingement where you could have even maybe an elite roster, and that thing could be the thing that then holds you back from breaking through. And you get right up close to that roof, but you're always smacking up against it because the roof of simplicity always then holds you down. And you're right, it's both offense and defense. And yes, it's Waldron's scheme, but I can't help but feel like when I look at McVay's scheme and I look at the way Sean McVay utilizes fly sweeps and gets to the edges and how big a part of that is in the Rams running game and how absent that is in the Seahawks rushing attack, it makes less sense to me that Shane Waldron forgot about all the fly sweep edge stuff since coming over from the Rams. It makes a ton more sense that Carroll's just a big believer in hammering up the zone, because you know what you did prior to Waldron getting here? You hammered the A gap over and over for years on end. Carroll's a big believer of I just keep hammering and hammering and hammering, and I'll eventually wear you down on those hard runs, those power runs up the middle. And you got to be a little more diverse in the NFL. You can't just be that predictable, or defenses will sink in. Those splits will get tighter from the defensive linemen, right? They'll line a little tighter. The defensive ends will be in their four-eye technique, four inside technique, and the defensive tackles will tighten themselves up. And the linebackers will creep up to the hole, and the safeties will come down, and they're all laser locked in on that A gap and B gaps. Got to get to the C's, the pitch plays, the fly sweeps, the misdirection. But then none of that really does exist in this offense as it's currently structured. Sanchez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. It says positive takeaway is that our defensive backs played well today. They did very well. That's a great point on your part. And boy, how about Tariq Woolen baiting the MVP? He let Watson get a little bit of room. He's like, I'm going to let this 4'6" guy get a little bit of room. I can get him. It's like the old comedians joke about the cheetah, It's like, let's let the guy run away a little bit there, It was Richard Pryor's joke about the cheetah. He's like, them cheetahs, they'll just sit there and should we go now? It's like, no, give him a moment. Let him give you a little space. Okay, now we'll go. They chase after him. I felt the same way on that play with Tariq, where he let the guy get a little bit of space and then caught up and almost made the interception on Mahomes. It would have been an incredible play, and it would have been another play we were looking at. He still got his hands on the ball, knocked it down, but it would have been another play where we said, "Oh, here, look at this rookie baiting a Hall of Fame quarterback. Look at that rookie doing that." Absolutely amazing from Tariq Woolen's standpoint that he's able to kind of do that at this point. But he held up well throughout the course of this game. Jackson had probably his best game in 4 or 5 games on the outside as well, to your point on that, Sanchez. So, yeah, I thought the corners held up pretty good. I thought the safeties did pretty good today. Now, Diggs was on it and tackling. Tease Tabor, when he was in there, I thought played pretty well. I saw him in tight coverage at one point on Kelsey, forcing a breakup. So, tip of the cap to the defensive backs today. I mean, you held the Chiefs to 24 points. This is a tough offense to hold to 24 points. It's one of the best in this sport, and they did a really good job. Really good job. David with a $5 donation. Thank you, David. I really do appreciate it, man. And thank you again for becoming a member of the channel. Says, I feel positive about this team long term. You have 2 solid offensive tackles to build around and some solid young defensive backs. I do as well, David. When you're turning to your point on this, when you're turning around as a rebuilding roster, you tend to have to do that in that organic process of being bad for a year and then getting some good picks and then being bad another year and then getting good picks and being bad another year and getting good picks. I mean, this is how Niners have kind of built up what they built up in their base to get where they're going is having those years where they're bad to get truly those prime picks to get where they need to go. And you're able to do that in these 2-year process, but with Denver's extra picks and how meaty those picks have been, that's going to help to sort of super slingshot this around the, like we're trying to get back to Earth and we're astronauts and you got slingshot around the moon. You know, you're able to use the moon's gravity to sling you around. And that's what they've done with these Denver picks. That's what this has served to accomplish for us. So 2 rookie tackles, David, that are on those rookie deals for the next 2 years that you're not going to have to pay, that at the very least should be giving you near Pro Bowl performance into the foreseeable future. Kenneth Walker, also not going to be paid for a couple of years. As he showed today, he can be a difference maker at the position. Lockett and DK aren't going anywhere into the foreseeable future. Those 3 tight ends, or none of them are going to be free agents. They all return. You feel at least solid about their contributions and what they supply. That's just the offensive side of the ball. That's all just offense. And you go to the defensive side of the ball, and there's probably a little more work to be done there, but Jamal Adams will be back. Diggs will be here for whatever they give you on that side of it. I think Boye Mafe is going to be a player into the long term as well. I know he hasn't done a ton, David, but I think he's going to be a good player for you as you go forward. Uchenna Nwosu has also provided you some good value this year too. So there's a lot of work to be done on the defensive side of the ball. But your point on the defensive backs, where you're at with the safety position, a couple guys on the edge that you feel pretty good about. If you attack it hard enough, and David, when you got the 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, when you have 10 picks in a draft, when you have $50 million to go out there and spend in free agency, that's a lot of ammunition in the barrels to go out there and address these. Really, there's a good amount of stuff, but it's not insane amount of stuff. There's a lot of boxes to check, but we're not starting from scratch. We're not bare bones. We're not in a place where I bet there's probably about 7 or 8 teams out there in the sport right now that would take their situation over ours, which speaks to feeling pretty good about where we are. Pretty good about where we are. Oh, Texans are up on the Titans. Texans are up on the Titans, 19-14. Jeffrey says, if the Niners play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, I'll be rooting for the Niners. 100%. I hate Mahomes more than the Niners. Oh, wow. I don't know, man. Jeffrey, we'd have to hear it from Niner fans for so long off a Super Bowl win. I mean, they haven't won one in 30 years, and I got to hear already from those guys. It would get so loud off one win. Oh, we'd never hear the end of it. Just as many as your LOB had now, huh? And they would never stop. Seahawks blue and green, too many holes in the roster. We'll take 2 good drafts. Agreed. Scooby, it's the whole organization that needs an overhaul from management all the way down to the roster. I'm not certain on the front office. I'm not certain, but some of that for me is hard to measure, Scooby, because Pete Carroll has been your vice president through these years. He's technically had more power than John Schneider. So I'm not sure where the decision-making gets parsed between the two of them and who's made what sort of poor decisions along the road and maybe who's made the good decisions, or has it been a bit of both from both of them in that respect? Dead Lisa's interior offensive line, the whole defensive line, most of our linebackers need to be changed. That's a lot of players. And each of those positions are more important than upgrading our quarterback. I'd agree with you. They're in more of a dire strait in their level of play. All of those positions that you mentioned. It's very, very much the truth. Bear with me one sec, folks. I'll be right back. Please hit that like button, folks, if you haven't already on the channel, on the stream. It would help out tremendously. Earl Larson says plenty of time for the draft later. Get 9 wins now. I'm down for it. I'm not trying to. I think we still should go for it. I'm on board with that. AI says Giants and Skins are losing today. I hope so with this. We need the Skins to lose. That's for sure. Jason Wolf says Tennessee and Seattle are similar. Disappointing defense, sub 500 quarterbacks. Tennessee might make the playoffs in that division, though. They might. I think their defense has been somewhat at times a little bit better than they've been playing recently. But they're both two teams I think you could say that are maybe not playing their best football at the end of the year. I haven't looked really closely at the Titans this year as much, though. They've kind of been one of those teams that sort of flown underneath my radar. I don't take them maybe as seriously as I probably should in looking at them. Mike Skinner says O-line isn't good enough to do outside runs or screens, so he has to make it more simple. I don't know, though, Mike. I mean, I agree with you on the screens. I'm with you 100% on that. We haven't been able to, our linemen can't get there in the screen game at all, and that shows up time and time again. So I'm 100% with you on that. But I mean, today, it seemed like Kenneth Walker, when you got into that second half and actually started to attack the edges of that defense, that's where he found his success today. It just seems like sometimes they don't really try it. You know, Mike, it's like my reference on Eskridge. You know, Eskridge has maybe played 5 or 6 games this year, right? I mean, that's probably about where we would put him out with that. And in 6 games of playing this year with Eskridge, a guy that you drafted because he was going to give you the fly zone component, fly sweep component, that was what was a big part of McVay's offense. I mean, think back to Mike, like, for instance, the Rams game, the first one we played him this year. And you have Akers average 3.5 yards per carry, basically just hammering up the middle. And then they got all of their yards in the running game by using those fly sweeps. It's an elemental part of McVay's offense. And the fact that you don't even go to it, you don't even try it. It'd be one thing if you had one fly sweep in this game and you went, well, we tried one fly sweep and it went for -5 yards, but you didn't do one attempt to the fly sweep. And then you've got Walker having his best success when he was actually getting to the edges. I think it's more, Mike, they don't commit to doing it. And if you don't commit to doing it because you just want to go up in the middle, that's what you're comfortable doing. Well, that's fine. I mean, you know, but to me, there's sometimes some yards left out there on the field because they do take that realm with it. Mike says, Geno's stats don't say he's a sub 500 quarterback. Fact, he made the Pro Bowl, and stats even Mahomes and Allen can't say they have. I agree. You good. Don't go after your sister. Don't go after your sister. Don't you do it. I agree. He's not a 500 to me either, Mike. John says Pete loves those runs because they don't lose yardage. I guess that's probably true. There is the threat on the pitch plays that you could lose a couple yards. I'll say, John, you know what ends up happening on these inside runs is this guy gets blown back into the running back, then he has to bounce it outside and lose a couple of yards anyway. So even when Pete trying to avoid it, it still ends up happening. Tommy says Woolen doesn't have to cover, he just has to catch up, and he always does. It's nice skill to have while you learn the position. Wait until he gets experience. I agree, man. He's just figuring it out. Look out when that happens. It must be nice to run 4.2. That must be nice. I'm a 4.35 guy myself, I bet. King Bomber says, oh yeah, anybody knows Abe Lucas got benched? I thought he had an injury, King Bomber. I don't think he was benched. He got hurt. Seahawks blue and green, those sideline throws for little or no gain were driving me crazy. At what point do you realize they are not working? I'm not sure. Wasn't a real clear indication of the plan or approach today from my standpoint on those. Paul says, yes, it looks like after the Germany game, this team lost something. Yeah, I agree. Kind of just, that was where the mojo kind of just slid out. I think you had the bye too. It just kind of, whatever you were kind of working with at that point, just wasn't able to maintain and hold through. Jason Wolf says QBs that make over $20 million a year are the reason their teams win. Geno's not that bad. Geno's fine throwing picks and taking L's. Race, anyway, we end up with 2 top 10 picks. I think if you lose out, you're at like maybe 9 or 10. So as I understand it, if you just straight lost out, you're probably 9 or 10-ish. So you would technically at that point probably, technically speaking, be in the two picks in the top 10. Tommy's got Chiefs versus Vikings Super Bowl. Mahomes gets another. Boy, I can't trust the Vikes. I just don't trust that team. Not with that defense. Hard to see the worst defense in the NFL get into the Super Bowl. But it's possible. It's NFC's weak and wide open. Well, even the Niners that are kind of front rows they're going to have Brock Purdy at quarterback. The countries that I really wish the Texans beat the Cowboys or the Chiefs right about now. That would have been nice. Get us in contention for that number 1 pick. Titans are driving here on the Texans. The Titans are driving on the Texans here. Jeffrey says, Kurt in the Super Bowl. My God, easy clap for Mahomes. That's a lot of pressure on Kurt. No primetime Kirk is, that's the most primetime game you can get. I think Kurt's going to have an issue on that one too. Drunk, you had the Texans winning this game too? Well, you had Malik Willis in there with his first start. So, I mean, that was a good pick on your part, but understandable selection too. Jason Wolf, Geno throws timely picks that cost games. He doesn't win big games. His one lone comeback win, one lone come from behind win was versus the whack ass Rams. I mean, I don't think we've had enough times to see him try to bring back the team at the end of the game with the game on the line to necessarily make that as a final assessment. But the turnover worthy throws and then those throws that actually have been caught and intercepted have definitely gone up over the course of the year. Brandon Moody, do other teams have our scheme read, or are we still tricky as a coaching team? No, they have it read. I don't think that we have a lot that we do that confuses teams. I think we're pretty meat and potatoes when it comes down to what we do and how we do it. And teams have a lot with our offense and our defense that they can say, okay, we don't have to worry about this, and we don't have to worry about that, and we don't have to worry about that. And that makes it simpler for them to play us. Mike, Vikings are either pretenders or a dark horse. They are so bad, but yet so good. That's a good way of putting it. I agree with that. Nagasa, if the Broncos win, their pick will be 5-7. Sounds about right. Yeah. Henry, hola. Just saw the score. What has happened? It was a tough, rough start to begin things on both sides of the ball, Henry. Defense gave a little bit of a chance to the offense early on, and the offense was just completely out of sorts in sort of every different direction but loose. Defense then started to kind of flounder through the first half. Offense got into the second half and started to find a little bit of a running game, but really couldn't still find much in the passing attack with Geno. Geno probably played one of his worst games of the year. Bad interception at bad times and poor decision-making in certain spots. And then the defense just kind of held up as long as they could. And then Mahomes ended up doing Mahomes things and kind of closed us out there at the end. But kind of just a sloppy game, Henry. And a lot of people have their hand in this one as far as this loss goes. It wasn't a huge fight you put up against the Chiefs today, really. Dak just got a pick six. Oh, man, there's already a lot of Cowboy fans bailing on that guy right and left here. Henry says, what's going on? We can't win anymore. Do we need another quarterback? I don't know if it's about needing another quarterback, Henry. I mean, we are in a rebuild year this year, and so we probably have to temper our expectations, even though we're really hot and playing well early on in the year. And I think the team's probably not playing its best football right now, Henry. We hope this team would come together at the end, but we got to be honest with each other and that they're not coming together at the end. They're not necessarily just completely falling apart, but they're just not playing their strongest football either on the other side of it at the time of year you'd hope they would be. And I think that there's a lot of parts that aren't working good. I think the quarterback has a hand in it where he's not playing his best football. The running game's not had a bounce back day to day in the second half, which was great to see. Maybe they can carry that forward, but it's been highly inconsistent this year. And from a defensive standpoint, you've been a bottom 5 defense through this year. And that's who you are. That's where you are. And that really hasn't changed absent 4 games this year that you got to play against not great offenses or offenses that were severely undermanned at that time. Tommy says, honestly, the Jaguars could win that division. They could. They could end up taking it. Certainly Ryan Tannehill going down for the Titans kind of finishes them off on that one, doesn't it? And the Texans did, by the way, folks, win that game. So they do climb another win up on that 2-12 now, that Texans team. 2-12-1, by the way. So if they lose one more game, you maybe have a contention, especially the Broncos lose this week, of the Seahawks being in first pick contention. Dare I say it? Dare I say it? I say it. Akshay says, thank God we didn't draft Willis. See what I'm saying, man? You can see Akshay why I was so anti any of those quarterbacks. I think it's been proven very correct. At some point, I'm going to do a Seahawks video on the quarterback landmines that our Hawks were able to avoid this offseason. Pretty cool. Yeah, drunk Twitter. I remember when people wanted Malik Willis. I'm glad we didn't do it. JCO2 says we need a new middle linebacker, interior lineman on both sides of the ball, edge, another running back, unless we re-sign Penny, and another wide receiver. I'd offer we probably need some linebacker. Oh, you had new middle linebackers in there, so you had that referenced. Yeah. Jason Wolf says, name a quarterback who won a Super Bowl or was re-signed for $20+ million after finishing a sub 500. I'd have to go back and think. I'd have to go back and think on that one. Nobody's definitely coming to mind necessarily. Oh, yeah, I can't come up with one necessarily. MJ Seahawks says, I'm half tempted to see what Locke can do these last 2 games. Well, you're not the only one. There's some folks out there calling for him to maybe go out there and be given some run at this point, MJ. And I understand where they're coming from on that to a degree. I probably would still stay with Geno, even though I would say he's played a little bit worse. I don't know if he's done enough necessarily in itself to just lose the job outright. But you're not alone, man. Emma21 says, tough loss today, but the season isn't over yet. Not yet, man. And it is nice to still be in the conversation of playoffs, even though as far off as that does look at the moment. It is still good to at least be talking about it and considering it and not be just sitting here 100% turned towards next year yet. Mac Pacific Northwest says, happy holidays all. We just went through -11 wind chill at the Bears game. Going to get caught up on Hawks game. Peace. Oof. That's a true fan who goes out there for a -11 degree day to go watch the football. That's tough. I don't know if I could do that one. Joshua, I don't think Jordan Brooks is any good. He's fast, but the angles he takes when tackling are sometimes stupid. That Mahomes touchdown could have easily been stopped if he takes a better angle. Agreed. I've seen the same thing from him, Joshua, and myself as well. He can run and all that, but there's definitely limitations to him. And I don't look at Brooks and go, that's my long-term answer at middle linebacker. I think he does remain here beyond this season because of his contract situation and where that is at. But I don't think that the team activates the 5th-year option this offseason either. I agree, John. I don't think a lot of people were wanting Malik Willis. There's just a few. I think a lot were pretty well aware of what he was. Emmett21 says, I still believe we can be a first-round exit. Actually, but this is what scares me. Folks want to draft folks just because few people think they're good. I hope John S. doesn't fall for big names and allows his scouts to do their jobs. I do too, man. I do too. I think he will. Sean Lee says, Denver's lack of success this year has made the season more fun for me. Me too, Sean. I've enjoyed it a lot better. Being able to have those picks on the back end of this. And it's been a fun year overall, and just because there's been some unexpected turns and some exciting play for the youngsters and how it's been kind of unpredictable at moments, that makes it a little bit funner. But having Denver's picks in the back pocket, makes it just a little bit better, doesn't it? A little bit sweeter. George Squiddard, Kenny Pickett has been okay, but that class hasn't been horrible. But that quarterback class, I think what you're trying to say has been horrible. Because I don't think they've been good yet. So you had today the Falcons. I mean, that was Desmond Ridder was starting today for the Falcons, and he managed 9 points for them. He was supposed to be the most pro-ready of all those guys coming out too. Yeah, Jason, I mean, the 26s and 33 as a starter with Geno, the majority of those starts are driven over the first 2 years that he started in the league, though. So it's like, yeah, there's some truth to that, but it's a little bit, if we're making the assessment off the first 2 years you enter the league as a quarterback, I don't think there's a lot of quarterbacks we want to make the assessment of in the National Football League. That's where you say that's what they are. I don't think he was that. It's where we bring that stat up. I don't know if that's as clear a stat in presenting that in the way that I think you're trying to make it present. And Jason, I think the 20 million is not the part to get caught up in. It's more about the part to get caught up in what percentage of the cap is he going to take up? And then do we get the performance from him that is worthwhile for the percentage of the cap that Geno does take up? The big reference we've always had for this has been you can't pay a quarterback 15% of the cap and hope to win a Super Bowl. No team in the modern era has paid more than 15% of the cap to a quarterback and won a Super Bowl, right? So you want to be far beneath that standpoint of things. So, if I go draft a quarterback, for instance, in the first round of this upcoming draft, if I take a CJ Stroud, if I take a Will Levis, that's going to take probably 3% of my salary cap up. And the deal I've advocated for Geno is he takes 6-7% of the salary cap up on the deal that he takes. So is the rookie quarterback that we're going to get going to give us better performance than Geno? Or it makes it worthwhile then for the 3% less we lose in the 3% we save in cap savings to offset that. And I think that's the question to have. I'm not saying I have the answer on that, but I think that's kind of the way the question be presented there. It still comes down to cost, Jason, but it's important not to say 20 million, because if I say 20 million 3 years ago, it means something different than 20 million this year. Just like if I say 20 million 3 years from now, it's going to mean something way different than what it meant 6 years prior. It's really about the cap. It's really about the per year mark that it costs on the cap and how much it's hitting at that. And that's really what the numbers are dictated and determined by. Not just on a kind of a blanket number of like 20, 15 million. Sam S. Ardeen says, I have Chiefs and Philly in the Super Bowl. Certainly it seems like pretty on the money picks as we're standing right now with where it's going. Paul Sissy says, what draft simulator do you think places the players close to true potential value? I like the pro football, the PFF one is the one that I've used prior. It's still not perfect, Paul, but I think that it does a good enough job of getting it pretty close. And I think they keep updating it as they get through the drafting process a little bit. I'm not sure the other ones do that. It seems like the other ones kind of stay stagnant a bit. Drunk says, I like Geno Smith. That's why we signed him to a 3-year deal unless John Schneider sees something in Bryce Young or CJ Stroud. John has been hitting on quarterback talent as of late, but otherwise, draft defense. I could go right with that, man. Circle listener, la 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 la, Elmo's World. Seahawks blue and green, by the time this team is prime and ready for a Super Bowl push, Geno would have been figured out or regressed, and then you're quarterback short unless you build a team like the Niners. I do think we're trying to build the team a little closer to like the Niners are, Seahawks blue and green, as opposed to, let's say, how a team like, let's say even maybe the Chiefs are building it around Mahomes. So I do think that we're trying to build that kind of team, but I think that you bring up a valid point. If we are 2 years out, then maybe that should impact a little bit more of whether or not that Geno signing is done, because you do only really want to sign Geno unless if you think you're in a couple year window to go out there and actually make some noise. Otherwise, there is maybe an argument to say, well, what's the point of doing it otherwise? Because your team won't be in that ready-made state at that point. Justin Coins right now, the Titans are the worst team in the NFL. Mike Skinner, if not Geno, who? One unproven rookies, or how about Drew Lock? None of those quarterbacks will have better stats than Geno did this year. I agree with you there, Mike. You agreed there. Emmett says, cheer for this team as much as you can, because after this offseason and the draft, we're all going to be begging for football again. Don't lose hope. We still have one more chance. I know. I still keep the faith, brother. I love your spirit, where you're operating from, man, and go Hawks. There's still hope alive. Wrath. I think I'd prefer Brock over Geno at this point. Brock Purdy over Geno? John Lee says this game proved how valuable Lockett is to our offense. Very much. Very much. Him and DK are one of the best tandems in the league, and that helps this offense out substantially. Drunk says Packers, Titans, Saints, Rams, and Broncos are all going down with the edge salary cap issues and lack of draft picks. I'd agree with that. Paul says DeMarco Ryans, Dan Quinn for head coach, both hands on defense specialists. I'd sure like an offensive coach if we went offense, or if we went head coach again. Drunk says if we didn't draft Walker, I would have loved to draft Bijan Robinson. Me too, Drunk. I think he's probably the best running back prospect that's come out in probably the last 3 years, maybe 4 years. So yeah, I would have been on board with that as well. He's awesome. He's going to be a very good back in this league. Travis, quarterback landmine. Seahawks were able to avoid this offseason. Is Russ in that category? Oh, he is. That's the first landmine, Travis. I've actually got the thumbnail done. So I have a thumbnail of like UN workers, and there's like two guys with metal detectors, and they're on a landmine field. And so then I have Coach Carroll and Schneider's face on the two guys that are looking for landmines, and then they've got a perimeter of guys that are like holding guns, watching their back. So I've got like Jody Allen is one of the guys holding the guns, and then I got like Waldron over on another side. It's a pretty funny thumbnail. So I've already got the script put together for the deal on it. But yep, Russ is the first landmine on that one. Oh, King Bomber's right. It was Russ got the sub 500 year, and he just got paid $50 million. That's true. Hadn't thought about that one. Drunk says, honestly, call me crazy, but if Penny was still healthy, this team would be actually good with that 1-2 punch. I think it would help, Drunk. I think it could have helped them to be at least a game or two better than they are this year. I agree with you. Having it all on Kenneth Walker as a rookie has been not ideal, especially because I don't think you've gotten a lot out of Travis Homer or DJ Dallas in the running game as well. Scooby Snack says, I'd be surprised if we lose out. Me too. I think we can get these next 2 wins, honestly. They're both at home. Jets are definitely in a kind of a scuttling shape where they're at too. You know, they're so similar to us, not playing their best football right now. And who knows where their quarterback situation is going to be at next week. So I think we could still win out the next 2 games. Jason, I would absolutely love for all of you to come at me next week, and Geno makes my takes look bad. It's all good, man. I appreciate your perspective on it, man. I want all perspectives in here in that respect. I want all views. As long as people are being open-minded to everybody's thought process and how their outlook is on it, even if you don't agree, that you're open-minded to hearing it and not just passing people away, then it's always welcome here in that respect, Jason. Even if there's points I disagree with, I love it. Kitty, leave your sister alone. Hey, Kitty's getting feisty on Christmas Eve here. Come on now. Dr. G says, my fantasy teams are making sure to suck on top of this loss. Classic. Dr. G, everybody I got is just getting wiped the floor with their fantasy this year. I don't know who's winning fantasies because every person I know is losing and losing bad. Like all my buddies have been out since like week 5. I'm like, no, I gave up this year. It went off the rails instantly. It completely lost itself and went sideways, and I had to give up. Follow Guderian says, if Barton plays a lot, Hawks will keep losing the game. That has been, what has it been? I think if he plays 70% of the snaps in the game, I think we're probably like 2-8 or something, 2-9, something like that. Drunk says, Barton and Al Woods are players we should move on from and get new, better talent. I agree with there. I think Al's just gotten kind of old at this point. He's been okay for you this year, but he's definitely can only play so many snaps. Sean Lee, Mina wanted Malik, laughing out loud. Yeah, Mina Kynes wanted him bad. Seahawks Blue and Green says, I wanted Mina. Oh, big facts there, buddy. Big facts there. Paul says, I wanted Bailey Zapp. I honestly believe in the NFL. I believe in the NFL teams don't draft and train quarterbacks the long term. I remember you were on the board with that one, Paul. I remember you mentioning him. So John Reese's plot twist, Seattle trades for Zach Wilson. Oh, Lord, no. Please not him. Please not him. Seahawks Blue and Green says, I don't want any more Wilsons. I'm good on the Wilsons for a while. Yeah, me too. Brandon Moody says, exactly. No, we need more than a quarterback. Geno is a good. Locke is decent. We need other positions more. I agree with you, man. That's my ideal here is to just roll with Geno and go forward with that. Put him on the extension. I've seen at least enough here. I feel good about that. It is based on Brandon us getting him in at the right price, but that is where I land right now. Drunk says, what if WBU Jordan Love, if Seattle for some reason doesn't re-sign Geno, should they take a peek at him? I'd prefer not. I think the Packers, number one, I think Aaron Rodgers is going to retire. And I think the Packers are going to look at their roster and feel like they have a good enough roster in order to put Jordan Love in there and that they can still go out there and compete, especially that division, Drunk, which is not a good division. So I don't think that they would set themselves up, especially with no pathway to their next quarterback, by moving on with Jordan Love just as Aaron Rodgers is about to retire. I'm not a big Jordan Love guy myself either. If you're going to, he's used up all of his rookie time basically now at this point. So if he does go out there and have a good year for you, you're going to be right in the boat of having to pay him after that year. I don't think there's a lot of upshot to going out there and looking at Jordan Love. Tommy says 15% of, say, a $250 million cap is 37.5. So we've got to stay under that APY. Yeah, well, and it's even less than the APY in that, Tommy, right? Because if you sign him to a 3-year deal, for instance, there's usually a good chance that after the first 2 years of that deal, you've eaten enough of the bonus money that you could eat a dead money cap and move on from him if you had to. So it's really about what is the yearly actual hit to the cap. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. And to me, the money spot you're trying to sit in with Geno is somewhere between 5 to 8.5%. And if you can stay in that, I'm now of that 15% mark. I've basically halved that mark and said, okay, I'm not paying him 15%, which is the no-go land. I've halved that. I'm at 7.5%. I've essentially found that contract structure spot that doesn't really exist currently in this NFL in the way that things are sort of set up. And that would give me a little bit more, that'd make me a little bit more okay with jumping on board with that, with going that route with it. Adrian XA with the $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. I really do appreciate it. It's good to see you in the chat. Merry Christmas. If we win the last 2, do we sneak in the playoffs? All right, well, let's break this down. So we got the Giants losing today. That makes them 8-6. So they're obviously basically a game better than us at the moment, kind of. So the Giants got to go and they play the Colts and the Eagles to finish things off. Eagles could very well have that division clinched by that point. So there's one tough game left on their schedule. We need them to lose, I think, once. And I think we need the We need the Washington Commanders to lose once now as well, I believe. And the Commanders are playing the Niners, the Browns, and the Cowboys. So I think we need both those two teams to essentially get one more loss. And there's theoretically a loss on both of their two schedules. So could happen. But that's going to be the requirement at this point. Thank you for the $2 donation. But keep the hope, keep the faith alive, Adrian X. We ain't dead yet. Sean, quarterbacks these days are unfairly put in a position to have to win immediately as rookies, or they're considered busts, not being able to develop over time like in years past. I agree 100% on that, Sean. That's definitely, it's a get them in, let them see. Do they show? Do they not? All right, they're done. They're out. There's a little bit of course, the pushback that I had with Geno and the viewpoint of him coming into this year, where people were viewing him as the 39th best quarterback in the sport based on his first 2 years in the league. And go, wait, he is not who he was when he was a rookie or a second-year player. He is substantially more than that by this point with the development that you would build in through that time period. It's a good point. Jeffrey says, I think the Lions and the Giants have to lose out, and we have to win out to get into the playoffs. I think Giants, even if they lost one, so the Giants lose one more, that'd make them 8-7-1. Maybe that's right. Then we'd be 9-8. If we were 9-8, they're 8-7-1. I don't know. We'll have a breakdown on the next show of exactly what it will take for the interrelational games to go. Wrath, I don't know how you coach big plays, but that is what the Seahawks are sorely missing. That's a little bit of the offense that you're running now, Wrath, which is different than the offenses of years past, is more of West Coast offense. It's going to be more of a short dink and dunk kind of passing game by its general nature of that beast a bit. But you could probably stand to take some more deep shots. Certainly we saw the one deep shot you took kind of DK in this game. You hit on it. Would like to see more of that. That's for sure. Jason Wolf, not a big Levis guy. John says Carter won't be gone. Texans are taking quarterback. Bears are taking linebacker. Linebacker. Maybe an outside linebacker. Wu-Tang Financial says, I can't take Cowherd at all. It's always a bad take with a tortured metaphor, or he's just saying what's obvious. Yeah, it's gotten, I used to like Cowherd a lot better, and he's definitely just seems now to just kind of spin out a little bit on some of his takes where I don't always know where it's coming from, or he's trying to find some outside the box take on some situation that's just like, whoa, you're way outside out on this one, buddy, But yeah, the tortured metaphors, he squeezes on those ones at times. I also see he'll repeat things a lot too. Like he's trying to go on a process and he's like, this guy can't throw. And he can't throw deep, and he struggles under pressure. And when the game's big and he can't win. And he can't throw deep, and he struggles under pressure. And he'll just start like repeating himself like, yeah, you just said that a second ago. But you can just see him kind of trying to spin through the 2 sentences of data and information he has that he wants to speak about on it, and then he's done. Seahawks blue and green, Russ could crap on Cowherd's face and he'd be like, that's great, Russell. It has been fun to watch Cowherd with his Russell take. It's been beautiful. Travis says, I forgot about Brock. He was part of this most recent draft class, wasn't he? And he's been playing well. Yeah, I mean, he's been doing okay. I think it's been a little overstated with him just to a tiny degree, but he's done well. 7th round pick, you're right, was part of this draft. Berg Show, will we re-sign Rashad Penny next year? I think we'll probably try to throw a 1-year, $3 million deal at him. I don't know if he'll take that or not, Berg Show, but I think we'll try. Jason Wolf, part of Russ' sub 500 year was Geno Smith sucking for 3 to 4 or 5 games. I don't know. I think that's overstating how Geno played in that 3 to 4 games. And Russ didn't. I think the point of what you were saying with that, Jason, was essentially the quarterback doesn't play well and then gets paid a contract extension. And like Russ didn't play well and he got a contract extension. I mean, whether, wins or losses, he didn't play good last year. He certainly didn't earn the right to be given a $50 million deal. Red Ace with a $2 donation. Thank you, Red Ace. Says, F it. B. John plus Kenneth Walker equals stable. Hey, as Red Ace is weak, not weak, but as decimated as our running backers room has been, I've called it the Marshawn Lynch curse. One where you've seen your running back room, get hampered and injured year after year after year, where you're down to signing street free agents on the regular. Even when you go deep at the position like you did this year with 4 guys that you felt pretty confident about coming into this year. So that would make Red Ace, it would make the analytic folks' heads explode, right? It'd make all those anti-running backs, you can't take them in the first, second round folks. You did in 2 years, oh, they would lose their mind. They would lose their mind. But Bijan's awesome. And boy, when you see a back like that, they don't come down the track like this very often. They're this good. But it would be hard because I do think he's going to probably potentially even go at the very back end of that first round. He'll be one of those few running backs who can push that narrative of you never draft a running back in the first round to cause a team to maybe have to bite. Yeah, Paul. Seahawks haven't had a stable running back room. 5 years is right. Maybe even longer than that. Jacob Chamberlain, with the Lions and Giants loss today, hopefully Commanders loss, our loss today means nothing. So we should be all good. It's good to hear, man. It's good to hear. And I think that's my kind of read on it too. Still a chance here. 12th North Chad says the good news is that we have a kickoff return game. I think to your point on this 12th North Chad, this is a part of something that we don't talk a lot about that is going to be a part of this future, that is going to be a thing that helps us in the future and it's helped this year. And that is that right now, by the advanced metrics, Aaron Schwartz over there at the Football Outsiders said last week, we overtook the Ravens as the best special teams unit in all of football. And while it is sometimes the forgotten unit on the team that's forgotten about, we think about offense, we think about defense and special teams, whatever. When that happens, it happens. But if you can make that a true strength of your football team, if you can become one of the best, if not the best units in the league, not only into 1 year this year, but to going forward, and we know it'll probably be able to be that way going forward because that is how Coach Carroll tends to construct his football teams, is to have a great special teams unit. That will help us. That will absolutely aid us in getting us to go forward a little bit faster with that. And I think it does make a difference. I think Mike Penny takes a significant pay cut too. That's why I think it's a 1 year prove-it deal for a couple million. Megan says, okay, 12s B, 9 a.m. here. I need to go and spend some time with my mother, brother, and nephew for Christmas. Take care and talk soon at the Hawks Nest. Thank you, Megan. You have yourself a great night. Thank you for all your modding out there. And you guys have a Merry Christmas down there in Australia. Lady and John says, if the Jets start Strevler, who is a running quarterback, could cause us big problems like Taysom Hill caused us massive issues. Could. I mean, Saints were kind of using him like gadget guy. They weren't using him really as much as the traditional quarterback stuff, but it could. He's harder to deal with probably than Wilson. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. Oh, kitty. Travis, kitty butt in front of the screen. She's just showing off, man. She's just like, hey, who's out there? Want a little of this? Want a little of that? You like that? Mike, I'd love to see you sauce press DK. Yeah, I'd like to see that too next week. Jason Wolf says, why do we keep wasting picks on edge? We should get edge in free agency. Well, to your point, we had a lot more success with Uchenna Nwosu than anything we've had picking off the edge in quite a bit of time, actually, to be frank with it. Why did we? I think we went edge this offseason because we wanted to get the outside linebackers, and we didn't know if Darrell Taylor would be able to do it. I think that's been proven the case. I think Taylor's probably more of a defensive end than he is a outside linebacker. Just fits him better, I think. But you're right. You can tend to get those guys in free agency as well, and you know what you're getting. I like going that route in general too, Jason, just because it seems like when it comes to pass rush, it's harder to find guys. They're even if they turn out to be good, they tend to need a little bit of time to develop. Look at even the top guys taken in this draft of the edge. Aiden Hutchinson, Trayvon Walker, George Karlaftis. There's not a lot of production coming from these guys this year, despite a lot of them being highly picked. Berg Show, why would Rodgers retire? He'll be leaving like $100 million. He's signed through 2024. I've just heard rumors that he's already potentially even let the Packers organization know that he intends to do that. And so it's, he hasn't exactly looked as much in love with playing the game this year as I've seen in recent past. He's always seemed like a guy a little aloof, but he certainly seems kind of semi-checked out a bit this year at times. And I don't know if he looks at that Packer roster, Berg Show, and says that's a Super Bowl capable roster after this year. Oh, we'll just bounce right back next year and we'll be fine. I mean, maybe he thinks that, but if I was laying money on a Bergs, I'd say he's probably going to retire. Oh yeah, give me Mike Allstott, Blue Marine. There are not many of those guys in the draft, though. I haven't seen one yet in this draft. Christian Smith, what are your thoughts on our offensive line and defense today, given that both played strangely well? They're so inconsistent. Inconsistent is probably a good way to put it, Christian. I thought the defense got things together in the second half in a really good way. They started out good, then they had a little bit of a dip there halfway through the first quarter, second quarter, and then got themselves turned around into that second half pretty well. I was pretty impressed with their play overall and thought that they showed a lot of heart to kind of fight back in that game and not just kind of roll over. So I was encouraged by overall, I guess, what I saw somewhat from the defense today. I don't think they did anything exceptional. Just kind of felt like the Chiefs were sort of just kind of cruise controlling it. They had the top down. They were kind of enjoying the sunny day and like, we'll get around to winning this game at some point. I'd be a little bit more harsher on the offensive line myself, Christian. I think the whole first half, there was no rushing lanes to be had. I think the pass protection had a lot of breakdowns. I think in the second half, there were some more running lanes to open up. Some of that was Kenneth Walker just making something happen at times. Some of it was there was a little bit of rushing lanes. But I don't know if the pass protection ever really was in a good place today at any point in time, really. It got a little bit better as the game went on, but I still felt like overall it was pretty unimpressive a performance from the offensive line overall in this game. It's good to see the running game start to get turned around, but if we're going to take it as far as a total assessment, I'm still going to say that they didn't do great and are having continue to have a hellacious problem with creating any rushing lanes up the middle. It's just a road to nowhere there right now, which is unfortunate. I want to make sure I didn't miss any. Thomas Cox says, I think Waldron hasn't forgotten how he runs an offense. It's Pete in general, but it's the offensive line too. Rams and Niners had really good offensive lines. Yeah, I mean, but I'd argue that's like take back our game to this year with the Rams, Thomas, and it's, you still see the commitment in Waldron and McVay's scheme against our team in that game of still getting to the outside, still working those fly sweep runs in, even when he doesn't have Cooper Kupp to run it, right? Even when he doesn't have Whitworth in the same offensive line that he's putting to load to bear, he's still utilizing that as a key component of the offense. And I'd be much more on favor of saying, okay, you're not using the outside runs. You're not using the fly sweep because the offensive line is just not good enough to do that. But you have to have the actual attempts to show me they're not good enough. I can see the offensive line's not good enough to run like traditional screen game stuff to the running back. I don't know that I can say the same on the pitch and the outside runs. I would love to see the statistics, Tom, on what the runs have been to the outside this year, what our statistics are to those kind of runs. And I would measure to guess that we're probably averaging at the very minimum a yard per carry average better on the outside runs versus the inside runs. And to me, that speaks more to then a lack of committing to those runs than it does that you don't have the scheme there to run, actually just to run it per se. And Drunk Squidder, we don't have a tiebreaker because with the Giants or the Commanders because of the tie. So there won't be there's not really a tiebreaker there to be had. Berg says if the season ended today, all NFC East teams would make the playoffs. Those ties that the Giants and Commanders have will wind up keeping us out of the playoffs. Very well could, man. Well said. Very well could. Brett, who will the Seattle draft and who will Seattle's draft be in the first two rounds? I can give you a couple of names, Brett, but I don't know who they're going to select, for 100% for sure. So I'd give you Jalen Carter, Trent Simpson, Schmitz from Minnesota with the first second round pick. And then Maze Smith, defensive tackle for the Michigan Wolverines with your late second round pick. Something like that. Seahawks Blue and Green says, I don't get the Justin Fields hype. Haven't seen him play much, but last I checked, the Bears have 3 wins. So obviously his play isn't winning them anything. Yeah, well, this is a little bit of the thing that I say Seahawks Blue and Green with Geno at times, where if you make the assessment of the quarterback just statistically speaking, or you look at off a wins and losses record, it's really not the best way to evaluate the quarterback position because you're not really being told the whole tale of what's going on. And we have to remember with Justin Fields going to Chicago, he went into one of the worst situations a quarterback can go into as far as having the stage set for him to have some kind of success. If any rookie quarterback comes to Seattle, he'll be put in a really good position for success with having the tackle play that he's going to have, with having the receivers to throw to, with having the tight ends to throw to, right? There'll be a lot there. Kenneth Walker in the backfield. Fields did not have that same sort of equivalency to work from. And it's in many respects, it's on the opposite end of that scale. And so I think some people, myself included, are building a little bit more in our evaluations of looking at Fields of, look what he's getting done right now and what he's doing while having to kind of carry things from an offensive load. And what happens when the Bears actually start to build around him a little bit? Get him an offensive line. Get him guys to throw to on the outside. That's at least where I stand with it a bit. Brandon Mooney, Seahawks. Go Hawks, man. Tommy says, one of the big reasons Denver lost the Russ trade was they really paid Russ for what he did in the past. Distant past at that. And you never really want to do that. You pay for potential. Agreed? Agreed. And you got to be careful on that in football because I think football can cause you sometimes to pay for that past performance and not be as clear with yourself about where the thing's going in the future. Earl Larson says, Pete said our game against the Jets is our championship game. That's how we approach it. That's cool, I guess. I thought every game was a championship opportunity. Hans Van Nguyen. The play calling was a disaster. When you keep throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage, which didn't work all year, good luck. No Geno rollouts to little play action, too predictable. Very well spotted on your part, Hans. I can't put it any better than you put it. I saw the same thing. Saw the same things in that I saw that those things were missing. So you're 100% on point with it, man. I think the play calling recently from Waldron's been kind of, it's been very underwhelming. It's been very unimaginative. And to use your word at the end, it's been highly predictable. Brandon Moody, Seattle needs 2 wins and a coin flip to get in the playoffs. So you're saying there's a chance. They're telling me there's a chance. Wu-Tang says, yeah, I get we were limited at wide receiver today and it was cold, but Waldron's play calling today was a big part of the problem. It was. My issue with Waldron's calling recently is early in the year I could see how he was trying to attack defenses and where he was going after, and you could see the plan being presented and unleashed. It's been a little bit of recently of just there's a little bit of more of a methodology approach, it feels like, of let's throw stuff up the wall and see if it sticks. How about this? How about that? How about this? Now, what's your plan of attack? How are you going at this defense? What is your exact style this week that'll change from what it was maybe potentially last week? And it sort of just works like week in and week out, a little bit of some of the more the same. And again, a real startling lack of creativity right now versus what we saw early in the year, which was a lot of creativity. John says, if we didn't have so many interior line needs, I'd be happy if they draft Bijan to complement Walker. I'd be a lot more open with it for the same reasons you applied. If you were a little bit more in a solid state from an offensive line standpoint, I might be open to it. But because that would be a pick you'd be taken away from the center or from the right guard position, I think you got to just go and bite the bullet and go, okay, just is what it is. It is what it is. Sanchez with another $5 donation. Sanchez, my goodness, man. You got like 150 on this, man. You are definitely in the Christmas spirit of giving, and I appreciate that, brother. I dig that about you. Sanchez, the $5 dono, says, Rippin last week put up 28 points on Kansas City. Gino going 3+ in garbage time. It's a good point, man. It is a good point. I do think there was a little bit of a difference, though, with the last week's game with Kansas City and Denver, though, Sanchez, where Kansas City got up on Denver by 1 trillion points. And then just like we saw from them today, right? We had the same thing happen with Kansas City today. They get up on you on points and they kind of take their foot off the gas, and you can just feel their team, at least on the offensive side of the ball, relax a little bit. So, there was a little bit of that. Rip and Beal was kind of let it loose with Kansas City playing soft zones and letting them just kind of work their way up the field kind of a little bit. I mean, I watched a little bit of that game, and that's what I was seeing. It wasn't looking like KC was just playing their defense legitimate at that point. They were starting to be like, okay, we just want to keep the big play, make them earn it, let them just, rip off time off the clock and whatnot. But to your point on that again, Gino did not play a good game. I don't want to dress that up and be like, well, let me find a way to cover this up. Gino played badly today. That interception was a killer, and there's multiple moments in this game where his decision-making has got to be better. There are factors that are going to make it harder for him to play right now with how the team's playing, but he can't add on to those. He can't build upon those things that are struggling right now. And unfortunately today, that is what he did, Sanchez. That is what he did today. He built on the bad rather than offsetting and bringing the good, which has been, I think, more of what he's done throughout the course of this year. Thank you for all the donations, though, man. You are awesome. Thomas Cox with a $5 donation says, why sign Penny when he will get injured? Go get a running back in the 4th or 5th round. The Georgia kid, the Pitt kid is two good ones as well. Look, there's some really good running backs in this draft. And I don't want to discount and say that if they want to go running back in this draft, and you want to go that route with it and do that, that's great. You might get a very good player in the 4th or 5th round who can do something for you, Thomas. Rashad Penny was averaging 6.1 yards per carry this year. 6.1 yards per carry when he went down. So he's averaged more than 1.5 yards more per carry on the year in his carries than what Kenneth Walker's had this year. Rashad Penny doesn't get, for when he gets on the football field and runs, he doesn't get as much credit for how dynamic he is as a running back and how good of a running back he is. When it comes to him staying healthy, have there been a lot of injuries? Yes. Has he had injuries where he's been dinged and he doesn't want to play through it because he's not tough enough? He doesn't want to fight through the injuries and he's just kind of a weak player. And, that's why he's all injured. I don't really see it as that. He's had a broken hand. He's had a torn ACL. Then he had some other injuries that were applied to that torn ACL and that are common when you have a torn ACL, that you'll sometimes get the small tissue injuries a year after you've had the surgery, and it takes a little bit extra time to kind of recover on those sometimes. That doesn't mean he's injury prone. It was just you have to have that extra time for that torn ACL. And then he has basically a broken leg this year. It could be that he is made of just glass. All 3 of those injuries are completely separate from each other. All 3 of those injuries are not necessarily indicators of they're going to come up and happen again, that they're repeatable, that his hand's going to re-break because it's weakened, or his ACL's weakened so it's going to re-tear again. It's not necessarily the case, which is where I would lie if I say the guy's an injury-prone player. It's to be able to look and say, I know into the future he's going to continue to be injury-prone because this injury doesn't get better. He had a torn Achilles. Achilles won't bounce back, right? But I don't think I can apply that to the case with Penny. And so as dynamic as he is, to know that if it's a one year, $3 million deal, Thomas, that's really, the veteran minimum is $2 million in the NFL right now. So I'm essentially paying Rashad Penny the veteran minimum to come back in, and I can still add on top of it. I can still go your route with it because Travis Homer is going to be a free agent as well. So I could still go get the youngster as well in addition to this. I'm not precluded from doing one or the other. I can do both. But I do think Penny is a really good talent. I think his injuries are a little bit random. He's had a lot of them. But I would be willing to take that risk because that is, to me, a little bit of a low risk, high reward kind of situation if you're talking about a 1 year, $3 million deal. And building up a stable of running backs, building up a lot of guys back there is the best case to go with our recent history. Sam the Great says, Cowherd called Odell Beckham a Lamborghini. I was like, what the hell does that even mean? Yeah, that's where he goes for those metaphors. And I love metaphors. You guys know I'm a big metaphor guy. But some of them he starts really stretching for. I like when he gets deep in the metaphors where he starts talking about the ex-wife and he starts giving you a little bit of Schadenfreude into his mindset of that. Like, oh my goodness. John Ray says the Bears don't have much of a team around Fields. Sounds familiar? Indeed it does, John. Indeed it does. Yeah, Lynch wasn't the most fit dude, Jeffrey. I think people's points above about the split-legged style, the fact that he could always kind of slide off contact a little bit, so he wasn't taking as many direct shots. I also think he's just so tough and just, just a tough dude. But he never did really break that much either, did he? Stefan Sailor says, what's going on, bro? What's up, Stefan? I think we don't need to get into the playoffs playing the way we played the last 4 games. Good draft or not, it's time for a new head coach. Who do you think we could use as a head coach? I haven't looked really too deeply at who's available and out there much, Stefan, because I just hadn't considered really it's a possibility that Carroll's even going anywhere. And I've got to kind of pick my spots where I put my time and energy in trying to research on the channel. I don't like to get down strains and down trails that are, kind of empty pathways. And it's not to say I'm not open to having a new coach here. I just don't think that the front office is even looking at it as a possibility that they're going to go get a new coach. A couple names off the top of my head. And again, I haven't gone deep down this dive, so I don't know a lot of the guys that are out there, but the guys that come to mind would be, Harbaugh with Michigan, Lincoln Riley with OU, Jim Caldwell, former Detroit Lions head coach, would be a guy I might take a look at. I might talk to the Steelers if they were wanting to get out on Mike Tomlin, if something's going weird there on that situation. So something like that, I guess. Thomas says, is anyone aware that DK is on pace for a 1,000-yard season, and this is without Russ throwing the ball to him? He is indeed, man. He is indeed. Rodney Presho, Brando, we have seen bad football from the Seahawks for 6 weeks now. I believe that we are just not a good football team. Tell me I'm wrong. No, I don't think you're a good football team. I also don't think you're a bad football team, Rodney. I think you're a middle-of-the-road type team right now. That's who you are. To be a middle-of-the-road type team right now, Rodney, in a rebuild year, when you have $44 million of dead money off your books, when you just lost 2 of your captains the prior year in Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner, when you're starting 6 rookies, to end out in that type of season where you're middle of the road is a successful year when you consider those items to it. But your bottom line point's not wrong. You're just not a very good team right now. Deadly says, are the PFF grades on the bottom? Oh, I had totally not even been realizing I'm running those PFF grades. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Shows you I've been paying attention, folks. Sorry. Yeah, Deadly, I shouldn't have been keeping those PFF grades. They're from the last game. So that's my bad. I didn't mean to put those in there. Berg Show says, why would anybody walk away from $100 million? Well, players have walked away from a lot of money in the past. Number one, I would say Berg Show. Number two is if his heart's not in it to want to play anymore. If there's a stadium or a place that I don't want to be playing in, if my heart's not into it, that stadium in place would be the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. So guy's played a lot of years, right? Berg Show, he's not a young man. And, when it comes to those older players, Berg Show, especially the quarterbacks, when I think about the Kurt Warners or the Brett Favres, and really what ended up getting a lot of those guys at the end of the year, it's just the body ends up getting beat up a lot, and you just can't recover as fast, and you're just tired of being beat up. You're tired of being hit. Your body's hurting. Your body's sore. And I think maybe some of that could impact that a little bit in that way. But, $100 million might be enough to keep him there. We'll see. He's also made a lot of money over his career, Berg Show. If the man's already worth $300 million, does the extra $100 million something he needs? Is that really worth it? Buy more. FTM says Pete Carroll's overrated. Well, some people don't love him as much. Some people love him a lot. Jordan, if there's no worthy linebacker with a second first pick, then take Porter Jr. if he's available. You're going corner? Hard to go corner that early for me. He better be a difference maker when I watch that tape on him, Jordan, because that's hard for me to go that high for a corner, which the corner looks all right for us right now. Shane Germany says, too many Seattle fans are in denial over seeing past Carroll as who he should be Seattle coach. I'm definitely down on him myself, Shane, and I've pushed back against the folks you're talking about. I've tried to have those same kind of conversations, and there's certainly still those backers of Coach Carroll out there, and big time backers, and they're unfailing. And because like I said a moment ago, this year is a successful year considering all the parameters at play. That does give those people that are pro Carroll people a little bit more ammunition for them to say, well, he got this year out of this team. But I align a little bit more where you probably are with it, Shane, where I do look at it, this goes beyond just the win-loss record and goes beyond also, can he fix the problems that are at hand? Can he fix these things in the future? Is merely adding talent going to be enough to get that done? And I'm not sure on that spot. I've got big questions about that. Bergstow says, do you think it's time for Pete Carroll to leave? I'm getting tired of his act. I'm ready for a new coach. I'm not calling for the guy's head, as I got to say this. I feel like I got to say this every time because people will freak for me saying this, but I'm ready for a new coach. I as far as my faith in him and my ability to believe that he can truly take this team to an elite state, that he's just a little bit of a talent deficiency away from getting us to that spot. I think it's both things. I think it's a talent deficiency and I think it's a schematic issue. It's talent and it's coaching. And if I've got a question of coaching, and at this point in time with Carroll, over 10 years, there's question of coaching in my mind at this point. I don't think it's getting any better anytime soon. I think it is what it is. And so, I'd like to, but it's not going to happen. I think he's here for the foreseeable future, personally. Thomas, thank you again for that donation, man. Appreciate you. John, stuck with Carroll until 2025 at least, so address the lack of talent in the interior line, both sides of the ball. John puts it well. Your head's in the right spot today, John. I appreciate that. Absolutely, man. Actually, it says, watching Commanders play, I think we should not make the playoffs. It just doesn't feel right. They're playing well. I don't think we get in right now anyway, one way or another. I mean, there's a chance, but I don't think we're getting in. Jeffrey Thistle, we signed Penny because he got injured and will be cheap now. And that's it right there. TJ says the 49ers are going to screw us over for 2 weeks in a row. Hans says, agreed. What did work was off tackle, and then Waldron went right back up the gut. Yeah, it drives me crazy, Hans. It's where people will tell me, I'm sure you've seen a little bit of me talking to people in the chat where they'll say, well, we don't have the personnel to do it. It's like, then show me you don't have the personnel to do it, right? Give me the 5 runs to the outside in a game that are hemmed up or negative yard plays, right? Then somebody can say that to me. But if I watch those plays go for 30, 40, 50 yards and just run after run, you go, stay with that. Go back to that. It's so odd, Hans. It's so odd. Especially a day like today where there's such tough sledding offensively and you've got something that's working right. Just keep hitting that button, like the mouse in the cocaine cage. Just keep tapping it. Shane Germany, John Schneider has got to get in the ear of Jody Allen to say enough is enough. Time to move on with Pete. It's a tough one there, Shane. I mean, the big part that's the difficulty here is the potential pending sale here. And whereas, John, I do agree with you on the fact that Carroll's probably here to 2025, it very well likely could be merely only another 2 years. The Seahawks will likely sell just after the springtime in 2024. That's right around the time you'll probably see a sale go through. Now, at that time, that's when you would look to see a new coach potentially come in here. But, Shane, with Jody knowing that she's going to sell the team, does she want to fire Carroll, pay the rest of his salary, have to go find another head coach who she has to then inform that head coach that we're likely going to be selling this team in 2 years, and whatever next owner comes in here is probably then going to want to force you out unless you're having the greatest of success at that time. And that's not going to make it a very attractive place for any kind of new coaches in that respect of things. 12th North Chad, can our kick returner return punts as well, or is that a different animal? It's usually a different animal. And the main tough part for the punt returners, 12th North Chad, is when these punters, especially this day and age, because they're such cagey folks, they're able now with these punts to really, really send the ball in the trajectory in a way that can make it hard to catch. It's really hard to track the ball up in the air and where the final landing zone is going to happen. You see DJ Dallas really struggle with this at times. Whereas when it's kicked off, you know right kind of where it's going to go. It's on a direct line. It's a direct path. It's not going to take some funky, weird movement in midair. So sometimes like those punters, they get backswing. They can do a little bit of an end over end kick. They can make it real tough to catch sometimes, and you just can't do that the kickers can't do that as well. Red Ace says, I like Sean Tucker from Syracuse and Chris Rodriguez from UK. Maybe bring Penny back for depth. Like both of those guys. I just went out and checked out Sean Tucker's tape, Red Ace. I see him as kind of a third round pick and maybe a guy that could even approach up into the high second round points for Sean Tucker. He's a really impressive running back. I've been very impressed so far. I did not love the running backs in last year's draft. It was Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, and then kind of a whole bunch of guys. Already out the gate with this draft, I've seen a good 4, 5, 6 running backs right in that second, third round range that are actually really fun, good running backs. I think Chris Rodriguez is going to be your Hassan, the kid that came out of Michigan last year. He's going to be kind of your 4th, 5th round guy, but I like him a lot. And if you're looking for kind of a thunder to a lightning guy, then Chris Rodriguez would give you that out of UK. Emma21 says also, Merry Christmas, guys. I'm going to head out because I will be busy for today and tomorrow. Go Hawks. See you next stream, guys. And Brando. Sounds good, man. You have yourself a great night and Merry Christmas to you as well. CO Pito, let's trade Geno and our Broncos draft pick for Trevor Lawrence. Hot take. Sign me up, man. He was my favorite quarterback of that draft that he came out, that class. I'm looking really good on my outlook on Trevor. He's really coming together all day long. All day long, I do that. But Jaguars aren't going to do that, unfortunately. Brian says they won't draft anyone of worth till the 4th round, so don't hold your breath. Oh, no, they had a good draft last year, Brian. Berg Show could... Oh, sorry. Let me get back here. Hold on here. What was that? Berg Show says, could we do an incentive-laden contract for Rashad Penny for 2023? Maybe $2 million base salary and then $100K extra for every game he dresses? Absolutely, Berg Show. And those kind of deals are put together just at these kind of time periods with a player where he's at in his career like that. So, yeah. That can be a lot of times the common ground you can find if there's a difference between what the team's offering and what the player wants. That can kind of get it done. And I'm open to that. Travis has Denver had success with Peyton Manning, and they were desperate for a quarterback. And because they had a past success with an old quarterback, they thought they could get another one with Russ. It's correct. Yeah. I remember they had John Elway too at the end of his career. That's when he won his championships. Was not when Elway was in his prime, but when he was at the end of his career. So they had that track record going forward too. And let's also remember, Travis, they had set the stage for Aaron Rodgers. They had hired Aaron Rodgers' old quarterback coach. They thought they were getting Aaron Rodgers, and he pulled the rug out from him at the 25th hour, which left them desperate and already having made the plan, basically made their peace in their heart with them making a trade for a quarterback. And so they just set their sights to Russ at that point. Didn't mean that that's what they originally started on. That means what they ended up landing on. Paul says best free agent for our Hawks next year, Daron Payne, man. That's who I want. Jason Wolf, Kenneth Walker, 26 carries, 107 yards was not the problem. No, Kenneth Walker wasn't the problem in this game. He played fine. Jeffrey Thistle says, living in Wally's world, offense doesn't make sense if you don't think about it. Nagasa Chiefs D was killed in a bunch of games in the middle. We didn't attack the middle at all. And the passing attack, we weren't as good over the middle, that's for sure. Yeah, well, I guess we didn't throw as much over the middle if I think about it. Like, yeah, probably that kind of seems like that was the case. Twelfth door chat, just a suggestion B. Have you considered having a separate pumpkin cam during your stream? Merry Christmas. Hey, Merry Christmas. I have, and I've actually had a couple people suggest that one. I got to figure out how to do it. So I actually think I do have a spare cam, but I would have to figure out how to. I guess it wouldn't be too tough, theoretically speaking. But I have to play with it on Streamlabs to see if I could do the how it sets up. If it could handle doing 2 cameras at once on this thing can sometimes get a little janky and go off the rails suddenly for no reason. But yeah, I definitely am open to maybe doing something like that for sure. Hans says, Brando, how about maybe Waldron needs to try to get in the box so he can have the full vision of the field? Just throwing it out there. Could be. I've never really had a certain place I've landed on that, whether it's better in the box or better on the field, or if you have the guys in the box giving you just the information you really need. So they're already giving you kind of what it is you're looking for if you were in the box. I don't know how exactly that works, but maybe just to change it up without struggle the last couple of weeks. I think the tough part too is you like to have your quarterback interactions, probably is what he would say, on the sideline that you miss a little bit when you're in the box. Brian Wilson says, not going to lie, it's hard to argue with those calling for Pete's head. Our old school approach seems to be getting older by the season and teams are hip to the game. I agree with it. I've said with Pete for a while, Brian, and my worries with Pete is that not that he's getting older. I can handle a coach in his 70s, 80s, 90s. I don't care. It's when your thinking becomes old. And, there's so many little parts in the modern NFL that are really about, especially when we're talking about offensively pre-snap with the motion to the utilization laterally as well as vertically, where he has offenses that are very much, we got to go vertically. It's north and south. Sometimes the modern NFL game is a little bit more about the east and west. And, when I see so many aspects of that have grown stale, when I look at this defense this year and how it's been applied and how you've not really implemented a Fangio scheme, it's been it's sort of been just limp-wristed, put across. His aversion to risk, his aversion to the big play, which I don't think fits to the modern NFL game anymore as much. I think you've got to be a little bit more willing to take those risks at time and be willing to give up that big play at times. I don't think it lends itself well to right now. And your point, it's been diminishing returns in recent years, and I think they're going to continue to become diminishing. Now, you might have talent that offsets that brings you to an improved state of an overall defense, but it doesn't still then take away the diminishing returns that exist from within the schematics, within the old coaching philosophy that's currently being applied to this team. The country probably does come back on a cheap deal. I don't think anyone's going to want him. No, in regards to Penny, no, I don't think so. Travis, the Hawks Nest. I know we are far away from this yet, but if the Seahawks make the playoffs and have to play at Minnesota in the first round, what are your thoughts on that matchup? Well, it's going to be a matchup of two of the worst defenses in the league. So you're probably going to see a fairly high scoring game, I would say. I don't know how you stop their offense if you're the Hawks. And defensively, they have a couple guys on the edge that can kind of get to you over the course of the game, even if you're ripping them for some chunks, right? Daniil Hunter and Zadarius Smith are going to cause some pressure at some points in the game, especially for an offense that's got to be probably pretty prolific on the day to be able to counter to what the Vikings are going to be putting up on their side of it. So it's probably would be a bit of a minor shootout, I guess. And I would probably say that the Vikings would come out on the end of it by a good 10 points. Kansas City Chiefs fan, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Congratulations to your team today, and wishing you guys the best this season on your road to try to get back to the Super Bowl. Appreciate all the Chiefs fans. You guys have been very respectful throughout the course of the week coming into the chat when we've had this, so it's good to see you in that respect. Paul Magic Key, thank you for subscribing. Paul's Magic Key, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Hans Van Nine, thank you for jumping aboard as well as a subscriber. So thank you so much, you guys. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Travis says, at the Hawks Nest, I guess the better question is, would you rather play at San Francisco or at Minnesota in the wild card round? Oddly enough, I would actually look to take on the Niners. I don't think that they're going to be able to trick us with as much stuff as Minnesota might be able to do offensively speaking. I also feel like you've got Brock Purdy still a quarterback at the Niners, and that QB is eventually going to turn into a pumpkin at some point. The seventh round quarterback will turn into a pumpkin at some point or another. I don't think Debo's going to be back at full health this year. So even though the Niners have played us tough and they've beaten the hell out of us this year in both matchups, I like that as a better option than Minnesota. I just don't think we're going to take as much advantage of their poor defense, and I think their really good offense will be able to take really good advantage of our poor defense. Nagasa says, we won't be in the playoffs. Just stop pretending. We have a chance. Jason says, let's offer Penny a cheap contract, maybe $5 million, so we can waste $5 million on a guy who will be earning. Oh, God. Jason Wolf, Leslie Frazier, someone we should look at. I'd be open to that. Legison is another guy who probably deserves another chance out there. Paul's the Seahawks mindset from coaches to players is just not right. Something happened in the clubhouse. Definitely a little bit of a lost edge since that Tampa Bay game, it seems like. Right about into that bye, just things kind of got lost a little bit. Your point on that. John says, did you know how Ryan Neal is the highest rated safety in the league per PFF? What do we do with our safety conundrum? Did you know? I didn't know he was the highest rated safety per PFF. The free market's going to dictate this at the end of the day, John. You can't afford to spend, even right now, you could make the argument, John, you can't really afford to pay for two safeties, top of the market money at the very same time. No team in the NFL is doing that. You're the only team in the NFL doing that. You're not getting the returns out as it stands right now by making that a substantial investment in the safety position. So can the answer be, even if it makes a lot of sense, even if you could make a really strong argument to go get and bring back Neal for the insurance it brings with Adams, to what he could bring as far as a dime defender. But the problem comes back into play is it's insane to go two safeties at the same time at a devalued position. I damn well can't afford to pay three guys top of the market. And with Neal having the year he's having, John, it's hard for me not to see a team willing to give him a 3-year, $18 million deal, right? That's not top of the market. Not a lot of commitment, but even a 3-year, $18 million deal would price him out of Seattle's range, in my opinion. I don't see how you could bring him back at that point. And he's having a marvelous year. You put so much money out there, you can't do it. Yeah, some people were mentioning about Pete. Henry Diesel's is 8 years, 3 playoff wins. This is the thing about Pete too, is like, yeah, he's had this turnover this year, and yeah, this is a rebuild year, but this is not just the evaluation of what Pete's doing this year. It's also the evaluation about what Pete's been doing the last 4, 5, 6 years. And the whole, well, Pete's just got to turn it around thing. That's the part of the problem I have with a little bit of it's just a talent issue, and it's not a Pete problem. Pete's had a chance to turn this around, okay? It's not a matter of like, well, the Legion of Boom era just ended, and okay, we got to burn all those cap off, and then we got to return this over. Legion of Boom era was done 2015. He's had multiple times, multiple drafts where he's stuck significant assets into the defensive side of the ball and not gotten the returns from those significant assets that have been invested. That's what gives me a little bit of a reticence to believe that there's just this, again, that broad brush paint of just talent. That's all this is. It's just talent. Just paint the talent up over the walls. We'll be fine. No, there still is issues here that I think go beyond that a bit. John Robinson says, did you hear Pete Carroll bought all the press members Air Monarchs? Also reading from the way he was unusually emotional about Lockett, do you think he is pondering retirement? I don't. Those are such small details to kind of get into on a little bit, not small details, John, but I mean, it'd be the very subtle things, right? I think that he's going to want to try to come back and make it work. I still find, John, that I think Carroll's the guy that's going to have to sort of be ripped off the field to stop coaching. I don't think he's the guy that'll come to us. And I think even the people that are the most strident Carroll supporters would say, yeah, you're right about this one, Brandon. He's not the kind of coach that's just going to be like, well, lost my fastball. I just need to call this a day. I've took it along, had a great run, national titles, Super Bowl wins. I'm going to go probably into the Hall of Fame in both college and in the NFL. That's a good run. That's a great run. That's as good a run as you get as a head coach out there. I don't think he's that kind of guy. I think he's the kind of guy that wants to keep thinking there's an adjustment. There's that positive approach to things, that always glass half full. We're always just this close to turn it around. I don't think that mentality changes. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think it changes. John, why would Pete Carroll coach these upcoming young studs we bought to get next year if he's not willing to see them through for the next 5 years? Agreed. I don't think he would, John. I think he's going to want to follow this all the way through to the end, good or bad. Seahawks Blue and Green, ask yourself this. Do you think Minshew could have gotten you the same amount of wins as Geno this year? I feel like he could and be a hell of a lot cheaper. It's possible. I think with Minshew, it's hard to make the determination on him because there's not been always a lot of track record outside that Jaguar time period, they played pretty good football for them overall. So you can maybe make that argument. I could be probably talked into it. I could. Sean Lee says, I'm having a very difficult time rooting for the Niners today. As you should, Sean, because your heart is in the right hawk place right now. That's why. Yeah, John, I don't know if they were packing in. I think it's more of like a John traditional. I don't know if you remember those games, John, back in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, those 10 a.m. games. It looked a little bit more like those kind of games used to look. The guys were just still sleeping through the first half a bit. John says, who are the best interior linemen in this draft who can actually get a push and move some human beings? What about Osiris Torrance with our second? I'm not a big Osiris Torrance guy, John. He's definitely a guy that can move people, but he's a guy that you're talking about this offense wanting to bring in more mobile linemen to fit to Walburn's scheme, which is not that I need now the traditional guys that Coach Carroll would look for, John. I need now more of the guys that can move in space. And with Osiris Torrance, he's a people mover at the point of attack, but he's not a guy that's going to get to the second level. He's not going to pull back across the formation. You know, you can't ask him to do anything from a movement standpoint. I've got even really some worries with him, though the tape I watched, he did the reach blocking stuff pretty good. I do have big time worries about him. And beyond the other movement abilities I want in my linemen, I need the reach block element from especially my guards. I don't know if he's going to give you that as consistently. So I'm not a big fan of Osiris Torrance. He's a little bit more closer to what we used to look for in guards, more differently than what we need to be looking for in, future guards. Paul, Coach Pete was great and is a super person, but he does not coach anymore. Berkshire, why don't we use our new kickoff returner as a wide receiver? It doesn't always work great going that route necessarily. I think he's just kind of got to roll with what he's doing. I don't think he'd be better carrying the rock in another vein. Big Country, yeah, Deron Payne and Jalen Carter would be a dream. You want to talk about two guys that instantaneously start to ratchet up and close down any problems and stopping the run. Fixed. Fixed. Those two guys would take you a long way to being able to correct some things really quickly in that element of things. Stephen Kapowski, we can't afford Deron Payne. Yes, we can afford Deron Payne. We got $50 million of cap money to spend, and your future cap commitment is beautiful as well beyond this year. So if you've got to move money into different places, you absolutely do have the cash to spend if you want to do it. 100%. Travis says, to the anti-Pete people, I'm not necessarily defending Pete as I'm a KC fan looking in. However, I'd ask, would another coach have kept this team in the playoff contention? It's not really the question on that, Travis. I appreciate where you're coming from on this, and I love outside the box kind of questions and trying to look at it from a view standpoint. The question is really cleanly in this. This is the question. Is Coach Carroll the right coach for the future? Is he showing you indications right now that he is the guy that can take this team to becoming an elite team once again? Not a team that'll end up middle of the road, not a team that'll just slide its way into the back door of a playoffs year in, year out, but can actually get the team to be coming into an elite state, because that's what we're looking for here, right? We're not trying to turn ourselves into a consistent winner. We're not trying to just get to the playoffs again. You're trying to get a team that's ready to go out there and compete for Super Bowls. And that's the place where I think a lot of the anti-Pete people come from with this, Travis, is that they look at it right now with his track record and they go, you're a defensive-minded coach who can't even get a defense coach to a middle-of-the-road state for going on now the last 3 years. And you've not done that having poured a high amount of assets into the defensive side of the ball. You've got a guy in LJ Collier that you've kept on this roster now for 4 straight years who's done nothing on this football team. You drafted Jordan Brooks in the first round, who's giving you nothing. Cody Barton in the third round, who's giving you almost nothing. You spent money on contracts for guys for Al Woods, to Brian Monet, to Poona Ford. Money you gave these guys, not guys on cheap rookie deals that are underperforming. Money you gave, guys that you earmarked and you said, you need to be on this team. Quentin Jefferson, we're going to give you money to be on this team. And so, he has invested into this thing, and the investments have not gone the right way. And his defense is now getting ever worsening by the year, it would seem. This year, the newest thing that's propped up that's new, that hasn't been a thing in the past, is now you can't stop the run. Even when the defense was bad in the past, teams couldn't just run on us nonstop. But even that's now starting to kind of fail away a little bit. Meanwhile, all of the old same problems that have been in place and been issues defensively have remained. You're still running the soft zone defenses that are easy to pick apart. You still don't consistently get the turnovers going. You're not able to generate any kind of pass rush whatsoever. And this is for a defensive-minded head coach. This is a guy who leans defensively. His philosophy is driven by wanting to have a good defense. And it's just not fitting to snuff lately. Thomas Travis says, this is a serious question, no snark. I really want to know what you think. Yeah, so that's where my thoughts are on that. I don't really care about keeping this team into playoff contention this year. This year's had a lot of things break in our favor that have been helpful, Travis, and I do think other coaches could have gotten this team to that place this year. I don't think Coach Carroll was the only one, nor do I think he's done a fantastic job that somehow separated himself as one of the truly great coaches in this league by the job he's done this year. You had one of the weakest schedules in the entire NFL, Travis. Your NFC West was in the most weakened state it's probably been in about 7 years, right? So it was ripe for the picking, right? You had a third string quarterback just beat you at home. Third string, 7th round quarterback beat you at home last week, right? So you kind of put that together. You put the fact the schedule's been weaker. You haven't been able to take advantage of it. You put into the fact that, Travis, the team is getting worse as the year goes along rather than improving, rather than making you feel encouraged about into the next year. And I think these are the warning signs for some people. These are Houston, we got a problem. Steven Kapowski, Diggs needs to hit the road. His cap hit is like $18 million next year. I think they'll probably end up keeping him, but I agree with you. I'm not happy about it. So I just think you're probably, with the dead money you're going to have to hit, with all of the other positions you have to address, there's just probably going to be too many other holes that you have to go after. Bergshow says, do you think that us flying 6,000 miles to Germany messed with our heads since that game were 1-5? I think it was an impediment, but I don't think that's been the thing that's holding us back, Bergshow. I think you lost a little bit of your momentum and it definitely probably threw you off a little bit, but I don't think that's the only reason, no. Flagstaff says, I think it's more of a failure to develop the guys than it's just talent level. Bingo. Yeah. I would say both things with that. I think the development of players, especially defensively development of players. Why are Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks playing at exactly the same level / worse now than when they first walked in the door? Darrell Taylor, that flash he gave you last year through the first 4 or 5 games, he's worse as a player this year. Why is he going backwards? What is our explanation for that there? They gave Poona Ford a lot of money on that, said, he'll be a 3-tech. We can make him a 3-tech. He can pass rush, when he was really just a 1-tech run-stuffing defensive tackle. And they determined that this defensive coaching staff determined he could be more. Clint Hurt, your defensive coordinator, determined he can be more. He's worth this money. And he hasn't been. Travis says, the Hawks Nest. So are you hoping the 49ers find some way to get past that 2 seed so the Seattle sneaks in, they'll play San Francisco? It looks like you'll either play Minnesota or San Francisco in the wild card. I'm kind of with I'm not trying to be so down on the team that I've given up on the year. I've been giving up on the year. I've got some hope here, Travis, but I'm kind of like, if we can just get in the playoffs, good enough, If I've got to pick between the Vikings or the Niners on which matchup I'd prefer, I would go the Niners, kind of like for the aforementioned reasons. You're playing the third string quarterback, Deebo Samuel's, I think going to still be a little bit beaten up in that game. So maybe they're a little bit more vulnerable versus where I think I see Minnesota in that kind of game. But I would be just happy enough, Travis, to get into the playoffs, quite frankly, and feel good enough, just good enough about that alone. Jacob says, we need to trade one of our first rounders to get Sean Payton from the Saints. We will be able to afford him if we cut loose some of the fat from our roster. I'd love to do that, Jacob. Sign me up, man. Kind of feels like he has been like a shark swimming around chum. He's been circling that LA Charger job, it feels like, for most of this year. Even if it's just kind of silently, it feels that way. R. Sanchez with another donation to finish off right for him. He's heading on out. And Sanchez, you've been incredible today with all the donations, brother. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for on top of the donations, thank you for the fun discussion and going back and forth as we've been able to go back on these points and really kind of turn this thing over. So you're awesome for doing so, man. I eventually woke up, man. I eventually got there about 3 p.m. He says, peace out. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. There you go with that, you filthy animal. Appreciate you, Sanchez. Have yourself a great night, brother. Merry Christmas. Bergshow says, Carroll is definitely a lifer. He's had a job in college or NFL since 1973. 49 straight years. There you go, man. Great point. Jacob Davis, Merry Christmas. All 12s ought to be grateful that there isn't a home game being played in excessively icy Seattle. Yeah. Everybody gets to stay inside and stay safe at least. That's good to hear. We'll get back after it next week once things thaw out a little bit. Jordan Hodson, what do we do with our O-line? Jordan, we're going to roll with Damian Lewis one more year at left guard minimum, but then you're going to go into this draft. You're going to go get the best center in this draft with your first pick in the second round. So that'll take care of your center. And then you're going to wait for one of these teams to cut one of these still really good right guards that's just a little overpaid, but still playing really good veteran type guy. And you're going to snag him. I don't have a name for you quite yet, but I'm gonna guess they'll go that route with it because there's always usually a good right guard that you can go out there and find in free agency. It's the center that can be just a little bit tougher to locate. Jacob Davis says we need a coach more than most player position. We need a coach more than most player positions. The lack of truly great head coach right now is a major part of what is holding us back from our Super Bowl potential. We need a defensive help and a new head coach. Well said, Jacob. Well said. I wouldn't push back against any of that. I have the same sort of wonder in my own heart as to that being what's going on here a little bit. You know? One sec, folks. I'll be right back. Thank you for bearing with me, folks. Appreciate you. I've been a great time with you guys today, by the way. I know it's been a tough loss on the day, but it's been fun having the back and forth as it always is with you guys. So, John, that's what I would do. I'd go center and then look for the right guard in free agency and then roll with the rest. Living Sacred Cacti. Get Aaron Rodgers to restructure and add a year on the end, and he's very affordable. It's maybe a possibility. It's maybe a possibility, depending on what the Packers want to do. And if the Packers can get out from under Aaron's deal, if he's willing to kind of move things around for them, it may be something Seattle would look to do. Not out of the realm of contention. Schneider's got some connection back to that Packer organization. Packers could be looking at Jordan Love and wanting to kind of start to run with him. Maybe saying, okay, it's fully time at this point. Probably would end up costing you the late first round pick minimum to bring him in at that point. But I suppose it is a possibility. I bet you Aaron would like to play with DK and Tyler. Primo with a $5 donation. Thank you, Primo. I do think the Carroll Rodgers thing, Living Sacred Cacti, that's the one that I've had a hard time with. Carroll's definitely been on board with going for the veteran quarterback before. Of course, there's the famous story of us flying out Paul Allen's plane to meet Peyton Manning on the runway when he was trying to decide where he was going to go next. So, they've definitely thought about doing something like that in the past, but that's the only thing that got me a little bit, Carroll being all about the team, Rodgers kind of somewhat of his mentality. That's the part that didn't quite make sense to me as far as their fit together goes. Primo with a $5 donation. Thank you, Primo. I appreciate you, and Merry Christmas to you. He says, Merry Christmas, Brando. Question, do you think Pete Carroll retires? And if he does, who would you want as head coach? I don't think that Pete Carroll retires, Primo. I do think that he's a coach that will he'll force you off the coach. There's an old statement in football that's it's in all sports. This has been applied, and that's where they say you hear a player and he'll say when are you planning on retiring? And they'll say you're gonna have to rip this jersey off of me. And I've long said that the equivalent on Carroll is you're gonna have to tear the whistle off his neck. The metaphorical coach whistle off of his neck will have to be torn from him. to get him off of the field as a head coach. I just think he loves the sport. He loves what he does. He's as intricately linked into coaching as anything in his life. It's who he is. I get that. I understand that completely. That's part of having an obsession and a love for what you do. So I don't think he goes anywhere necessarily, Primo. Now, I will still, though, and thank you for the $5 donation, entertain as far as some guys that I would look at as far as replacements go. I don't have a very deep list for you because I haven't looked too deeply into this because I am so married to the thought that Carroll will want to remain on here into the future and that he's not going to be fired or let go or have that really come up. But if you're looking at an ideal name would obviously be Sean Payton. I would love to have an offensive minded head coach after having a lot of years of defensive minded head coach. I think that helps you in this league and it sets the stage and sets the table for you. It would cost you some kind of draft capital to do it. I think he'd be worth it. I think he's a difference maker from the other head coaches that are available out there on the open market. I think Harbaugh with Michigan would be a guy that I would take a long look at. I know Lincoln Riley just started with USC, but I would certainly knock on his door as well. Some secondary guys maybe that are also guys that have been former coaches in the NFL. If you couldn't kind of get to those ones, would be a Leslie Frazier, somebody mentioned above. I might be interested in something like that, though I'd be a little bit more on board with maybe a Jim Caldwell if we're going to really press from one to the other. So I'd probably be a little bit more to the other guy on that one. But I don't have a lot of great names for you on that, unfortunately, quite yet, Primo. If I get a feeling like Carroll might have a chance of being head now, then I'll dive really deep into this and look at all of the guys that are inside the box, outside the box, candidates that would be the first ones we talk about and the last ones, and maybe get a feel for it that way. 1023 FFGG. Pete Carroll used to know all good college players. How you think draft Legion of Boom when he was a coach at USC? Definitely happened. Yeah, I think that definitely helped their drafting early on here with Coach Carroll, is that he knew a lot of these guys. He had scouted these guys. He had gone to these guys' homes when they were kids. He knew a lot about them and knew more about them than a lot of coaches would across the league in that way. And I think that did help them out in some of their drafting. Hans says, agree with you. Luckily, we have Schneider dictating the last draft. We need this again next draft, and then the Hawks will be fine. Saw some good players also today. Tease Tabor and Abram. Yeah, they seem to play all right, to my eyes too. I didn't get a lock in on them a lot, Hans, but they did seem to play pretty good. And yes, I agree. I think that Schneider was giving back some player personnel control this offseason. Even if it's just to have the final say in the draft. I think that that's one of the reasons that we saw this draft run so differently than it has in prior years, is it almost seemed like somebody was at the controls, right? Somebody else was driving that boat. And I think Schneider got to drive it unfiltered, where Carroll couldn't just override him on his decision-making. And I think that gives me that much more reason to feel encouraged about this draft moving forward. And definitely adding the type of talent they're going to be able to add into this offseason, whether there are coaching problems or not, whether there are schematic issues or not, is going to help, is going to improve this team into the future. Jeffrey says, Seahawks are a 500 team with or without Pete. John Stillwell with another $20 donation. And John, I know I was late on your other donation there. I did read your donation earlier, so I don't know if you heard it on that one. Let me know if I might have missed it, if you bumped out of the chat after you'd put it in, but I did catch it. I was late on catching your last one, but thank you for the double $20 donation. You guys have been amazing as always on the donations. I really do appreciate it. He says, Merry Christmas, Brandon. Merry Christmas to you, John. Says, maybe we'll start running the ball more in the first half after today. Well, one can hope you can go back to the offense and doing that. I do maintain, John, that for this offense to work, it's got to remain balanced. It's been good at times that we've been able to still produce offensively when throwing 65% of the time. But really the ideal here has got to get back to a more of around the 50-50 realm for everything to be at its best and to keep defenses honest and to not let defenses cheat one way or another, to keep the pass rush at bay so that they have to stay back and stay locked in on their run fits and that they're doing that first and foremost, and then they can go to the quarterback, as opposed to them thinking, they can't run the ball worth an S today. We're just going to pin our ears back and go after the quarterback 24/7. So it's been an encouraging thing to see in that respect from today, that you at least got the running game going at some point, because it has been empty for 5 weeks now, right? There's just been no holes to go out there and get. But thank you, man, John, for the double $20 donation today, man. You are so kind for doing so. Merry Christmas to you. I hope you guys have a great Christmas this year. Everybody just gets everything they want for Christmas and more, I hope. And nothing but smiles and laughter and good food and stuffing yourself till you have to pop the top button on your jeans and just lay back and watch some TV and go into a food coma. The ideal, basically. But thank you, John. You're amazing, brother, for all your support. Thank you for the articles you're kicking my way too on the patron side. John's feeding me some really good stuff for some statistical data stuff and getting into some really nice, deep intricacies as far as that receiver article you sent. I know you've sent me another link. I'm going to get around to reading it here. I've been a little behind on it, but I did see your other deal, I think, on the draft. So I will jump into that too and see. So keep that stuff coming, John. Keep it coming. Living Sacred Cacti with a $5 donation. Thank you, Living Sacred Cacti. Appreciate you. Says, what about trading for Aaron Rodgers? He wants to win, and we have two top young tackles for him, a top running back the next 3 years, 2 elite wide receivers, and Megatron Jr. I certainly could see where it could maybe draw Rodgers' eye. I think he is a little bit of a guy that'll eventually, it seems like he's from the West Coast, probably eventually comes back and I feel like settles down at the West Coast when it's all said and done. It is a possibility. I'm not completely against it myself, so I'm not out on it. He's 1 year removed from being an MVP. It was very obvious to see where the Packers were going to go wrong with Rodgers and that offense this year with what they did with the wide receiver position this offseason, right? Everyone could kind of see that car crash coming down the track and knew it was going to come one way or the other. I'm not against it. If we're talking about for that first round pick and then you're spending all that money for Rodgers, boy, is that a tough pill to swallow kind of though, for a guy that's heading for 40 years old here sooner than later. And seeing at some of these quarterbacks who are not named Aaron Rodgers in the way that they have fallen off. I mean, it's great or not Tom Brady. Rodgers has been one of those guys kind of in the Brady realm where he continues to play good. But for one or two of those guys that come along, we've got the Drew Brees who falls off by the time he's in his mid-30s. Matt Ryan that falls off by his mid-30s. Rivers that falls off by his mid-30s. Russell Wilson, who seemingly has fallen off here now into his mid-30s. So there's a lot of these quarterbacks who do kind of drop quicker than that. It makes you a little worried for a guy who's had an injury history, getting into being 40 years old, going to have to give up a first round pick, probably still going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of like $30 million on the cap minimum. You love where that puts you for the team going into the future. Don't get me wrong on that. You do go, well, that's a team that can compete though. That's a team with him at quarterback, that what he's got to work with, which at that point you've given him. And let's not forget Living Sacred Cacti. Let's add on to it 3 real good, fully capable tight ends. Not 1, not 2, 3 fully capable tight ends on top of that. You could make a very strong argument that Robert Rodgers has never had quite that loaded up of an offense to work with as he would then have with Seattle. I think you can make a very strong argument for that to be the case. So I'm not sure if it's a fit with Carroll and his whole team thing and Rodgers' personality and all that. But as far as that being something they had considered doing in the past with Peyton Manning, shows that they could consider to do in the future. He is a guy that does give you great play from the quarterback position, and you are, like I said, now giving him more firepower to work with than maybe he's had in his entire career at any point in time in any one season. Thank you for the donation, though. Living Cacti, Primo, John Stillwell. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you. Paul Socia says defensive lineman Daron Payne, interesting, would create a lot of flexibility in the draft. Boy, wouldn't he, Paul? Then you're not driven to we got to get that guy in the draft. We'd like to get another one of those guys in the draft. But then you can really let the board fall to you at that point. And that's why he's kind of at the front for me, beyond even looking at an offensive lineman like a center. I can get that center into the second round, right? I can maybe get a Daron-like guy into the second round, maybe. But I know what he's bringing. I know what he's providing this team, which is maybe potentially the best or one of the best run-stuffing defensive tackles in the entire sport. And then he also gives you also some pass rush. He's not just the one-trick pony guy where that's all he gives you. He gives you a little bit of pass rush in addition to it. And is he going to cost a lot? Yeah, it's going to cost a lot. But worth it too? Yeah, with what he brings to the team. Jacob says, in my fantasy, I'm playing against CeeDee Lamb and Dalton Schultz while I'm playing Troy Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott. Very frustrating and conflicting. That's tough, man. Jason Wolf, we need to offload Jamal. He's injury prone, not worth $18 million. I don't know if you're going to be able to pull it off this year, Jason. I think you're stuck one more year with how much dead money you have to hit. Berg Show, when I say I'm tired of Pete's act, I mean, he's always says, I need to watch the video and we need to keep working, keep improving, but we never do improve. I agree. It's a little bit of those coaching platitudes you get sometimes from coaches where they aren't going to tell you the real, my talent sucks. My linebackers aren't good enough. These guys just can't generate pass rush enough, which I think if you were to put them on a lie detector test, you'd get a little bit of a closer answer at that point, but he'll be evasive otherwise. Sam the Great says anything can happen in these next 2 weeks. I remember the Steelers had a crazy scenario tiebreaker to sneak in the playoffs a few years ago. It can. It's hard to predict, man. Anything can happen. Keep the hope. Keep the faith. Why not? Jeffrey, as of the end of 2021 NFL season, the Seahawks have 25 winning seasons, 18 losing seasons, and 4 seasons where they finish 8-8. Pretty good track record, man. I'll take that. 3 Super Bowl appearances. I'm good with that. Parker Smith, do the Hawks even have a chance to the playoffs? We do, Parker, but we've got the Giants and the Commandos need to lose a lot of games. They need to lose, basically. Living Kakatai, if Rodgers restructures to 40 a year, it could work, and his past years are team-friendly. Yeah, you could make the deal work. You could find a way with voidable years and all that, because he's not going to play a long period of time further, but you could find a way to make it go. Travis at the Hawks Nest, that was really well said on the Pete question. I guess I see so many coaches... I guess I see so many coaches that do less with more. Raiders, for example, that I have been impressed this year. Not many saw Seattle in contention. I feel where you're going on that one, Travis, and you're right. Look, the narrative out there and the way people nationally saw this team, I think that's maybe there's where my difference comes in on that one a little bit, Travis, is I didn't see this team where it's with its talent standpoint of things and said, oh, well, the talent that you have is actually a 3-win team. I think that if you look at the rosters prior to this year of the Texans, of the Bears, of the Seahawks, and you're just being, not you personally, Travis, but anybody in general looking at it and they go, okay, Seahawks have this is a better roster. And maybe it's not significant. Maybe it's not this is a Super Bowl roster versus this is the bottom end rosters. But to say that we're in that same grouping of those teams, I thought was a big overstatement. And again, I thought it was something that the national pundits looked at, Travis, and they didn't spend a lot of time really looking at the Hawks roster and their situations. It was just simply, you lost Russ, you lost Bobby Wagner, is what it is on that. And I had a little bit of a higher expectation. So, I think there are teams out there. There are other coaches out there that are doing more with less, they're doing more impressive jobs than Coach Carroll's done this year. I could go down the line of coaches that I think what McDaniels is, McDaniel at Miami, job that he's done has been better. You mentioned the Raiders. I'd put in there. I would put, I think the Eagles, Cowboys, even maybe at 10-4 where they've gotten. Giants, you could say that the Giants being at 8-6-1. Hell, even the Commanders, you could maybe say. That division's been pretty tough and hellacious to get through. Our division wasn't tough and hellacious for us to get to our 7-8 record. Yeah. I think maybe even the Panthers coach who took over for the other guys done a more impressive job with what he's done. He's had less to work with. They traded Christian McCaffrey, and look what he's done with them. He's done fine. I think there are guys that have done better jobs that I would have been more impressed by with it. But thank you, though. Appreciate you, Travis. John Robinson's wonder if Sean Robinson's is someone we should be looking at in free agency. Be open to it. And Power Code, Brandon, being a 12 is rough these days. Got to keep the faith, though, no matter how hard it gets. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Well, thank you, man. I always got the faith. We'll talk about the tough. We'll talk about the good. We'll talk about the in-between. But we will always keep the faith. That's why I say always remember Go Hawks at the end of my broadcast, because I want people always, let's not forget that part of it. So, it's been a rough one. It's been an up and down year, a little bit of melancholy, right? But at the end of the day, we feel more encouraged than we feel discouraged. And the future still is bright. That is for sure. House of Brown, we really have to think about Pete Carroll's track record of lack of player development. Every coach needs to be able to take some so-so talent and make it work. Even our first rounders are a miss. Fantastic point. You guys are on it as of ever, House of Brown, in this respect of things. And it's why I've been pushing back against the folks that tell me that it's a talent issue. What is Carroll supposed to do with that talent? What's he supposed to do with that talent? Okay, so hold on. Then I got to back it up a bit. Okay, so we're outside the Legion of Boom era. We've turned this defensive roster over many, many different times, trying to find his guys, trying to find his dudes, right? And you haven't been able to put a good functional defense out there in now probably at least 4 years. And so, let's back it up though a second here. Shouldn't a good head coach, and this is just to your point on this, House of Brown, shouldn't a good head coach be able to get the most out of his talent? Shouldn't be able to head coach to be able to go, here's where your maximum level of performance is. Here's your 100 performance level when all goes well. I'm such a good coach, I can get you to 105%. I can get you up to 105%. And it seems like there's a little bit of the inverse of expectations from some folks as they look at Coach Carroll, where they're like, well, what he needs is the 105% player to overcome his 90% coaching. No. If you're that coach, you're that guy, that's your specialty, then it needs to be your specialty. The joke I've made, and I think it's the joke that I continue to apply to this Carroll situation, is I got a pastry chef that can't make a donut. That's a problem. That's not just a 1 year off issue. And your point, I want to add just one more extra on here, House of Brown. Your point about his lack of player development is very apropos here. Because again, you can talk about all the talent you want to bring in, but if he's not showing a track record of being able to develop talent, period. And yeah, Tariq Woolen's great, and Mike Jackson playing all right on the outside's fine. I know Carroll can do corners, but I don't know what else he can do on the other part of the defense to get more out of guys. I don't know where he's getting guys to take steps forward. And indeed, in many times, I'm seeing regression of guys. I'm seeing them getting worse than what they had been prior, despite the fact in some guys' cases, they actually should be heading into their prime. Great points, House of Brown. Parker Smith, the Hawks do have a chance of the playoffs, though it's probably down to like about a 15-20% kind of spot, really, when it's all said and done. And the Commanders got to lose today. Jefferson, like, forget about the playoffs. Kyle, I believe Pete is losing this team. Stop forcing the run. There was literally nobody that can stop DK corner-wise. John Schneider should be looking for his next head coach. If Jody's okay with making a change, I don't know if Jody's okay with making a change. John's got to get her okay and approval. Champagne, Max, Pete Carroll in the office. Lack of recruitment and talent is catching up to them. We are playing stacked defenses, and they are definitely making an impact against our offense. Yes, sir. John Wee is not a real keen on Rodgers. Too old, definitely not playing at the same level, and he has in the past. Me neither, man. I think that's not the route either. That's not the one either, man. I'm with it. Greg Kemp, thoughts of Seahawks drafted tackles who can play or might have to move to guard like Broderick Jones and Peter Skoronski. I'm really lame right now at the moment, Greg, on looking at tackles in this draft, just because we are so cemented at the tackle position. And so it's probably going to be one of those ones I'm really slow to get around and take a look at, of the guy that'll be the guy you're maybe looking to kick into the inside. Or maybe maybe some of it is hearing it, some of the pundits out there talking about the guy, who is that guy to take a look at. I end up with Greg, because there are so many guys that go into the draft, I really like to target in on the positions I know that are the likely ones we're going to be looking at. And I think just tackle's not one we're going to be looking at. And even with our history of moving guys from one position to the next, I don't know if that's the route they're going to look at to address center or guard in the future. It's possible, but I don't know if it is. So I haven't looked at those guys as of yet. I will eventually get around to them, but with the restriction and time period and trying to get up to, I try to get up to about 300 guys I can take a look at. It does get kind of pared down to one to make sure I'm locking in on the guys that are really going to be really likely Hawk targets, more than those that might be outside, if stuff really rolls a certain way. John Stillwell, you have a good one, man. Have a great Christmas, brother. Pedro Mendoza. Sorry, you were speaking to him. I do think you're on the right track, though, Greg Kemp. I think you're on the right track with thinking maybe the pathway is here to find, like, especially if you're looking at a left guard, like if you want to move Damian Lewis eventually back, and those left guards in a lot of the modern age, you get the guy that's a left tackle in college, not quite athletic, not quite fast enough, and then you kick him into left guard. I think to like a team like Carolina Panthers and how they did that with a guy like Brady Christensen, who was a really good guard out there at BYU. He was Zach Wilson's left guard at BYU. And then they moved him into the left guard, and it's like, well, now you get a really good hyper-athletic guard, especially if you get a guy that can maul a little bit like that guy could. I think you're on the right track with it as far as that being a potential way. It's hard to predict on which of those guys will be kind of like that. Paul says, no Karen Rodgers, please. Greg Kemp says both those guys. It says that they can play guard. I promise I've seen those names, Greg, so I will take a look at those two guys you mentioned. They're on my list. I just want to make sure I'm getting to my first guys first, kind of foremost. But I'll take a look at them. It's definitely it's an approach. It's definitely a pathway they could go. Have a good night, Big Country. Merry Christmas. Jeff Crackwack says, everyone we needed to lose lost today. We're still very much alive. Very much so, Jeff. We're in it. We're in it, man. People are a little down, I think, just because it's a tough loss, but they'll bounce back. Charles, looks like choking is the new norm. Oh, well, maybe next year. It's kind of hard to say you choke against the Chiefs. It's one of the best teams in the league, and you're on the road 10 a.m. But they definitely are not playing their best ball down the stretch, Charles, that's for sure. Money Rich, just wondering about the quarterback situation past quarterback Russell Wilson, bridge quarterback Geno Smith, future 2023 rookie. Really don't know what the Seahawks are thinking for this coming off season. I'm not sure either which way they're going to go necessarily, Rich. Variety of different pathways and approaches. D-Man says Aaron Rodgers is too old and that contract is awful. Would he even want to come here? I doubt it. It's kind of like I'm thinking, D-Man, it's like one of those moves you look at and you go, none of this kind of on the surface makes a tiny bit of sense. Packers are kind of, okay, we're done. We're ready to turn this over. Carroll thinking his roster's ready. Gets enamored with the flashy name. But just the two mental approaches between Carroll and Rodgers just don't hem up. And you're right. Even if you could, D-Man, offload a little bit of the contract obligations to the Packers in the deal by sweetening the deal to give them a little bit of a better draft pick, a little bit like what the Rams did with Stafford in the Lions deal, where they got the Lions to, eat that money a little bit on their end of it. Gave him a little bit better draft pick to do so. Maybe you could do something like that with it, I guess. Cale Morton, let's just lose the next two and get a top 10 out of it. Stack Carter Anderson with a G and a C. Who says no? It's just hard against my nature to say, not try to go for the win myself, Cale. I understand where you're coming from on it, but if you've got a chance, I say you fight until they tell you you're no longer allowed to fight. I could be wrong for that, but Lions Mania. Yeah, you did lose today. I didn't see that one coming either. I thought you guys were like, write it down. They got this one. You guys have the least three and outs in the entire NFL. You're going up against a team with the most with the most 3 and outs in the entire NFL. It felt like you guys were going to end up winning that game, but like 3 touchdowns. That one shocked me today more than anything else. Keegan says, what's the situation for Pete Carroll? Do we let him or go keep him? I think that there's at least a slight majority of the fan base right now at this point, at least if I'm to gauge off of my chat, that would be more in favor of probably letting Pete go. But I think that everyone would probably acknowledge it's just that he's not likely to go anywhere. Young Bido game, Pete isn't losing this team. People who say that are pretending to watch football to fit with their coworkers. No, don't fight against the so again, Bido game, I see you saying Clint Hurd has to go. But so when you're saying your above comment, Clint Hurd has to go, but it's not Pete's problem. That's what's going on with this team. I mean, your defense is underperforming now for another season. You're one of the worst defenses in the league. You have a defensive-minded head coach who can't construct a functional defense. And Young Bido, it's a little bit odd for me to see you blame Clint Hurd. Hasn't that been what we've been doing here the last 2 other times we changed defensive coordinators? Wasn't it weren't we sure it was Chris Richard's fault? Oh, wait, no, it's not Chris Richard's fault. It's definitely Ken Norton's fault. Oh, wait, no, it's not Ken Norton's fault. No, it's definitely Clint Hurtt's fault. At what point, Bido, do we look at it and go, no, it's actually your head coach. It's not the defensive coordinator. I don't think the people that look at Pete Carroll right now and say that he's losing this team are trying to fit in with their coworkers. I think they're watching the games that are being played every week here, and they're watching a team playing its worst football at this time of year. And they're not coming together, and they're not getting stronger. They're not here right now going, okay, we're setting the stage here to next year to really jump forward and become that elite team. There's more warning signs as this year wears down upon as far as for future team in regards to Pete Carroll. I'm hopeful for a future. I love the talent you're going to be able to add, the draft picks, the money you're going to have to spend. But from a coaching standpoint, there's plenty of reasons at this point to question Carroll. And it's not having anything to do with coworkers or because people are, I don't know, whatever to describe outside of just watching what we're watching on the football field. Lions Mania, it's not over yet. Actually, for both of us, funny thing, funny thing is we want all the teams we need to lose. There we go. We're on the same page, at least, Lions Mania. I like that. King Bomber, God, Stephon Diggs not putting up any points is going to kill my fantasy. I'm down with CMC, Mike Williams, and Tyreek Hill versus Devontae Adams, Josh Jacobs, and AJ Brown. That's a tough one, man. It might be game over on that one, Brody. Joshua says Andrew Voorhees is a great right guard. I'm not sure if he can do the movement stuff we need on this line. I'm a little worried about him as far as his mobility stuff goes. A little bit of the same stuff I could apply a bit to Osiris Torrance. I could apply to Andrew Voorhees. King Bomber Cooper Beebe is my top. That's my best left guard in this draft right now is Cooper Beebe. He's the best guard I've seen so far, period. King Bomber says, my dream draft, Jalen Carter, Trent Simpson, Cooper Bebe, AR-15, or Hendon Hooker. Ooh, sign me up, buddy. I love your draft on that. Your draft and my draft are simpatico. Let's go. Yeah, Lions, it's tough, isn't it, man? With your loss to the Panthers today, Lions Mania. You got it all in your hands, right? We're in the same way this year. We're stage is set. Everything's right. You know, no one thought you'd be here. Here you are to take your chance, to take a playoff chance. It's all the team's taking it all the way up the hill, right? They're all the way up to the top of the hill. They're just about to crescendo over the top of the hill, and then they can start to go down the other side, and then they fall back the other way. What's that video game where you're the torso and you've got the pick and you've got to like pick your way up a mountain? And then if you make one mistake, you end up sliding all the way back down to the bottom of the hill. It's a little bit of what it feels like. John says, we got to move Pete Carroll, the pastry chef, out of the kitchen to the Cornell Sanders role. That's right. John, there are a couple of decent centers in this draft, which will be available after the first, second round, potentially. Three main guys I've looked at the gate here. That would be possibilities there, John. The guy that I like the most is Schmitz out of Minnesota. I think he fits best with your mobility-based stuff. He would be available after the first round into the second. I think in the later parts of the second round, even the third round, more third round range, you've got Jarrett Patterson, Notre Dame. He's got a little bit. He's not a mobile, but he can do enough of the mobility stuff, and he's a pretty good player. A lot of football that he's played. Some injury issues, worries with him, but he's very talented. And then who was the other kid? Luke Wilper out of Ohio State would be maybe another guy that I think you would get in the third round. He's a little bit more of a block you in a phone booth type center, but he's a little bit more of gives you a little more of an ability of getting a people mover from the center position, a guy that can actually drive one-on-one, really good on double teams, which is a good thing to be with your center. Those would be three guys I would take a look at, John. John says, I don't like the big body two gappers in this draft. I think they should go back to the one gap, 4-3 under, play more man coverage, and blitz more like the Eagles. You look at Kalijah Cansey yet? Yes. First off, on your first point, John, I've long ascribed to this to say that, look, Carroll's not going to buy into this 3-4 defense, and he's not going to run it the way it needs to be run. So he just might as well go back to the 4-3. The top end may be limited in that old 4-3 defense, John, but you could get it to at least a functional state, which is not something I think I can be able to say with confidence right now of this current 3-4 defense. Kalijah Cansey is an awesome prospect to go watch. It's really lazy, of course, John, to be like, oh, look, there's this Pitt defensive tackle and he looks just like Aaron Donald, but he looks just like Aaron Donald. I think he's missing a little bit of the quickness to explosion that you get out of Aaron Donald. Clancy's just pure quickness almost, you know? I mean, he is that purified quickness. But there's no defensive tackle in this draft that is penetrating, is quick off the ball. Even Carter, he's a little undersized. He's a pure 3-tech. You got to run a 4-3 and have him as a 3-tech, John. You know, he can't run 3-4 defensive end stuff at the pro level. I don't see that in Clancy. But as a 4-3, as a 3-tech, I think he's going to be a really good player. And I've got him as a first round grade right now, John. Not in tier 1. I've got him as a tier 2 guy. But I love Clancy's tape. He really jumped off the tape to me. And boy, he's got some eerily, it's almost like Donald's been working with him, John, you know, with them having that Pitt connection. I kind of almost feel like that a bit. San Francisco's burying Washington. It's good to see. It's good to see. Paul says, Hawks don't need a tank. We are not playing well and we'll be lucky to win another game. It's true. John says, Clancy can be so disruptive. He has Randall Donald level quickness. So good as a 3-tech. Yeah, you're seeing the same thing I was seeing then, man. Yeah, he's the best. He's maybe the best 3-tech. If you want to go pure pass rusher in this draft as a 3-tech, he's probably the best. He probably just barely edges out probably Jalen Carter. But Jalen Carter's a complete player, and Jalen Carter can do it all, you know. Where Clancy, probably you'll be able to attack him at the point of attack a little bit, right? Run at him a little bit. Take advantage of maybe a little lack of size there. But no, he is the Randall, John Randall that you mentioned is a comparison's a good one. Aaron Donald's a good one. I saw the same thing. Megan says, B, you know full well I don't want Carroll to go anywhere. I know, Megan. I know you don't. And I don't think he will. So we're discussing it, but I don't think it's really a possibility of happening. Wu-Tang Financial, I got love for Pete forever, but if he doesn't make something next season on D with these NFL draft picks, then there's no excuses left. No, that would remove the last of him at that point, I would hope. John, we could draft Jalen Carter and trade up for AR-15, but if we stood pat with our native pick and drafted Levis, I would be so pumped. I would be too, man. So with the draft picks you have here, I'm sure you agree with this, John. It's like it's hard for you to really go a wrong direction here, or to feel mightily horrible about one path or another they go outside of just taking some huge reach. But those guys you mentioned, I love all those guys. I think all those guys will be good NFL players. Travis at the Hawks Nest, please let me know if I misunderstood you, but did you say earlier that you were wanting a new coach, not necessarily calling for Pete's firing, but wanting a new coach? Yes, that's a good way of putting it. And I know I'm getting very deep on this, Travis, with it sounds like I got accused already once on this stream of doing a little double speak. So that probably does sound like a little bit of double speak, which is not my intention. I want to make sure that when I don't want to make sure I'm in this emotional point of saying, Pete needs to go. I need him fired right now. I've seen enough. He needs to go. With Pete here going on into the future, he's going to have my support. If he's a Seahawks head coach, I'm going to hope that he can turn this around. I'm not going to hope for him to fail. I still will be fine with that if they go that path with it. But Travis, if I'm an owner right now, if I'm a general manager right now, if I got to decide how things would run, and I would at this point say I've seen enough here in recent years. The question marks that I have right now, I don't think get answered just merely by adding talent. I don't think they fix the issues that have been long lingering here, not just this year, but have gone back years. And at that point, I would more want a new coach, but I'm not in charge. And so I'll trust the people that are in charge in this respect. And they think, no, we got to get Carroll some better talent here. We had the $44 million of dead money. This is why this is this way. I got an opinion about it, but I might not be right. But yeah, I'm definitely there's just a loss of confidence, I guess, right now from my standpoint. I just have a loss of confidence. Tommy says, bro, I work from home at a job remote out of Fort Knox, and I live in Georgia. I can assure you, I don't have a single Seahawks fan coworker, and I think it's time for a change at head coach. Yeah. It's interesting in this debate, Tommy. You've seen me do this dance with people at times too, where it's you do this dance where you're sometimes people will instead of just arguing some of the points at hand, it gets to this point of just painting you into this corner of, well, you must think this way because you just don't know football, or what am I wrong about the things I've said? Megan says, OB, tell me you didn't go there. Go where? TJ, playoff percentage goes from 32 to 37% with the Washington L. Oh. 37% sounds a lot better than 32, doesn't it, TJ? Yeah, San Francisco is rolling right now, Jeff. Man, that team is... You talk about a team playing its best football at the end of the year when you want to be playing your best football. Pacific Northwest Maine says, Will Levis looks damn good. I would love to draft him. Gino can take him under his wing for a year. If the Hawks keep Gino and Pete, I'm going to lose interest in the Hawks games. It's fair enough, brother. Fair enough. And I love me some Will Levis too. He's my favorite quarterback of this class coming out right now. John says, I'd rather see the D-line, inside linebacker, guard center, maybe running back. I go for all those. A young Bido game. I respect that. I never expected much from Hurt. We should have went all out and brought in Dan Quinn. On a side note, Seahawks have 2 in-house candidates if Clint isn't available. Love you, Brandon. Hey, love right back at you too, man. I appreciate you understanding on where I was coming from on that. And, I get, you're not alone in saying that, by the way, young Bido game. I've heard a lot of people mention it. I'm just a big pusher back on it because I do think it's a little bit of a, it's a little bit of a trick I think Carroll's played a little bit in order to be able to remove himself from having the spotlight shown on him. It's like you get the patsy, you get the fall guy. And especially because young Bido game, all 3 of those hires, right? Those 2 of those defensive coordinators you fired, but all 3 of those hires came from within house. It wasn't you out there looking for new ideas to bring within, right? It wasn't you looking for that young up and coming candidate who's really going to challenge some of your ideas and get you to think outside the box. You wanted to bring more in yes men who were going to do what you wanted to do, who were going to run this defense the way you had them run it. And they were going to do exactly the way you said for them to do it with it. Would have been great to bring back Dan Quinn next year. Last year would have been awesome. I don't know if he would have wanted to leave that Cowboy situation, with considering Bido where the Seahawks defense was at coming on the heels of last year and all that needed to get done. You don't often see defensive coordinators do those lateral movements where they're DC one place and then they're going to go be a DC somewhere, else. But he would have been improvement to your point over Hurt. I'd give you that 100%. I don't think Hurt's doing a whole lot in what he's bringing to the table that's necessarily helping matters either. Even though I don't think he's the problem, I don't think he's also been necessarily part of the solution either. And Mike Skinner, yeah, I'm more John than Pete at this point too, if I've got to choose as well. Keegan says, still wondering the chances that Pete and Schneider trade our top 5 pick, hoping not. I don't think they're going to, Keegan. And if they do, I don't think they're going to move back a whole hell of a lot of spaces if they do so. They will stay, I think, in the top 10 no matter what. But a couple of picks, possibly. Tommy says, if the Seahawks somehow get the number 1 overall pick for trading Russ, is kind of the sports story of the year. I love you, Texans. I believe in you. Let's do this thing. I know they got one more win here, Tommy. They inch a little bit closer. Now we just need the Rams to take care of business, and the Broncos will be fine. Megan, are you tripping about me talking about Carroll? Like I said, I ain't calling for his head, but I am saying that if we got a head coaching change tomorrow, I ain't shedding any tears either. I appreciate what Pete's done here for us, but he's confidence is getting lost here. Confidence is getting lost. Jeffrey says, I want a Joe Burrow trade for my quarterback crush. Hey, man, we know the Bengals don't like to pay guys, right? Maybe you can take advantage of Cincinnati's frugal nature. Megan says, oh, wow, B, I need a second here. Oh, I'm in the place I'm at. I actually do have words. I'm frustrated with this, Megan. I'm tired of seeing the same issues propping up year after year. I really am. And I'm kind of like a big guy with this, Megan, on I want to see some responsibility put to feet to the fire here a little bit. And I don't see a lot of that with Coach Carroll in recent years. And I see more always excuses given. And, I appreciate what Pete's done for us. But again, Megan, since 2017, Megan, let's put this, since 2017, this is 5 years. The Jacksonville Jaguars have not been good for a long period of this time, right? Since 2017, the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than you. This ain't just a one-year issue here. We got some problems. We got some things, and they're not getting better. They're not rounding out as the year goes along. They're not improving. Things instead are regressing. And I got to take into account my assessment of Carroll. No one gets any free passes here, player or coach. Jeffrey says the scheme has been dog crap for over half a decade. Damn right it has been. Sanchez back saying, let's go, Gino. John, how do I at you? Laughing out loud, says Joe Biden. Are you talking about me? Or you mean? Jack, this team is losing games at the line of scrimmage. Yes, it is. That's a big part of it, for sure. John, if Pete and Hurt are going to keep sticking with the 3-4, then they need to draft the personnel that can excel in that defensive scheme. The current players are not working, not really impressed with the defensive coordinator. Agreed on all accounts, man. That's one reason I think you got to lean defensive heavy is to fit more to the scheme. But I'd agree in conjunction with that. Even though I'm not saying that Hurt, I'm going to give Hurt all the blame on this for what's gone on this year. I do think that he's been also unimpressive in what he's provided. And for a guy that's a defensive line coach, he sure doesn't do a whole hell of a lot to develop defensive linemen. Twack, Eagles defensive coordinator for the Seahawks head coach. I don't know. He doesn't do as much on the scheme stuff with them. That's just a really highly talented defense to me. It's just a really well put together defense. Greg Kemp says, thanks, just introducing options, especially with how Seahawks are with spending money in free agency. I want options, Greg. That's what I love about this place, man, is we think about every idea. And sometimes either going to be hard discussions, like a Carroll discussion can be, or it's a tough discussion to talk about this. This is going to get certain people emotional and angry and upset, but that's what we do here, man. It's not lip service. I want to be able to dive into any subject, no matter what it is, good or bad, you know. Megan says, you were the one who told me to keep the faith regarding Carroll, and now this. Wow. Oh, Carroll's shaking my faith a bit with this, Megan. And look, my faith is in right now, Megan, the fact that I'm not calling for his head. So, I mean, you could freak out on me saying I'd be happy for him to be gone. I ain't going to shed tears if I was in charge, all that stuff. But really where you should take refuge in this is the fact that I'm not at this point stepping up and down saying, okay, I'm done. He's lost me, which is not what I'm saying. I mean, I lost confidence, but not to the point where I'm saying we should all be saying he needs to be fired and me just arguing with the people that say, I want him back no matter what. And I go, okay, I understand that off the year he's had, that he's earned the right for some to say, I want to have him back. And I'm not going to push too hard back against that. But Megan, if you haven't thought that he's shown enough through the course of this year now, and with how bad the team has regressed into the back half of the schedule, with losing the team at times like he seems to do from an energy standpoint, not having him ready to play, getting out coached on the X's and O's on a weekly basis, that stuff doesn't all just get solved magically by going to have 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. That's not going to just suddenly resolve itself. And that's what we're worried about here is it's looking at how does this stuff get fixed? And you got to look at every angle on that to get there, I think. Jeffrey wants a shiny quarterback. Young Biden, whenever I add someone, it seemingly isn't working and highlighting the person I'm trying to speak to. I'm not sure why on that, Young Bido. I don't have any setting on or anything like that. Hans Van Wyn, how about Brees? Compared or combined with Carter in the first, second Schmitz, BB in the second, or even possibly trade down and get Sayaki Ika. Also with Simpson, keep Geno, by the way. All those names you mentioned, I like all those guys quite a bit. As I was saying, Hans, BB is definitely my favorite guard so far in this draft. Brees had really great tape the previous year and then had a little bit of an injury situation. I think like a stomach or some weird thing, some weird injury deal. And he hasn't exactly quite bounced back in the same way this year. He's certainly a guy from a body standpoint, very similarly built to a Carter. I think Carter's got a more fully refined skill set, more of a dominating factor to him. But I also think that Brees is a guy that'll be one of the upper level defensive tackles in this draft, and a guy that, like Jalen Carter, you just don't usually get to see the 300-pound guys that move like that are that quick, and then still have the physicality with it. They give you a little bit of both elements to what they provide. So I like Brees. I do feel like with Brees' production this year and how he's gone back a little bit, he's more into that first round, but not into tier 1 range, Hans. So if you're talking about getting him as your second first round pick as a possibility, that would definitely be right in that range of things. So as far as your draft possibilities that you presented, you could definitely sign me up with it. I'd be completely in favor of going that route. I like all those guys. Even Saiki. Ika's definitely going to be a big guy. They'll be able to, I think, at least be a minimum a really good run stuffer at the next level from the zero tech. We got a Wentz sighting in Washington. Tommy says, yeah, I take it back. I think it's going to be Chiefs 49ers Super Bowl. I just found it hard to believe they could do it with a third string rookie quarterback late in the year, but I guess it's most likely now. It's possible. It's very possible at this point. I could see it. Brian Smith, Hawks are basic, not even close to being a contender. We're much further out than I thought we were, I think even 7-8 weeks ago. John says, I wish we could have brought back Dan Quinn, though Pete would still be calling the shots. Yeah, I just don't think Dan would want to do that. Does he stay out of Dallas, who's maybe got a more talented D at that time, where he's got all the control to come to Seattle for a less talented D and a coach and Coach Carroll that's going to override him on certain things and maybe inhibit him just a little bit and being able to just have the full control and reins. Jack says, taking Levis would be a disaster. The focus should be squarely on building up the trenches and front seven. Gino was a bridge quarterback, but Levis is not the answer for the love of God. I'll be completely out on Pete and John if they take Levis. It's fair enough, man, Jack. There's a lot of people that are out on Levis. You're not alone. There's a huge contingent that have come in. And, you know, I get it. You know, he's had a bit of a struggle this year. I think NFL decision makers, Jack, whether it's us picking or whether it's other NFL teams, and I think that there's a variety of NFL teams, if they were picking in the top 5 of this draft, who would take Levis. Not just one team, not just a silly, foolish team, but there's a variety of teams that would have done that. And I think it's because he does have a special skill set that's not easy to find. He's got a lot to clean up in his game, I'll give you that. But if you're talking about wanting to get a great talent at the quarterback position in the first round, you're talking about wanting to get a great talent that, at least from a physical standpoint, checks off all the boxes, ticks them all off that you could want. Levis does provide that. But like I said, I can understand your reticence, and you're not alone. There's quite a few people out there that do feel the same way in regards to Levis. Megan says, I'm keeping quiet before I let it fly be. It's fair enough. And I know where you stand on this thing, and I'm not having my opinion to try to piss you off. I'm just having this opinion, Megan, because as you know, what I do on this channel is I remain honest and truthful at all times. And if I feel a certain way, I don't hide it. I don't cover it up. I don't gloss it up. I don't try to say, well, you know, I said this thing about 4 weeks ago. If this is the way I feel, then it's the way I feel. And, you know, when it comes to Carroll, I've given Carroll as more thought than any head coach I've ever given into any point in my life in any sport. I've considered every single angle of this guy, every benefit of this guy, every negative of this guy. And as I say, Megan, I ain't saying here, I need his head now. I want him fired now. I'm just saying that I'm kind of open and welcome at this point to having a new coach. I've kind of seen, I feel like, the top end and the full gamut of what Carroll has to bring to the stage. I love what he's done for the team, but I'm also at a point where I have big time question marks about him taking this team into an elite state. He might be a coach who can take you into a playoff round. I don't know if he's still the same coach who can be able to get you into a Super Bowl run. And that's always what I look through on this lens of this team. Even in a moment right now where we're in a rebuilding state, when we're not close to being a Super Bowl team. How do we get to that point? You know, Twack, first 2 picks in the draft, Carter and Clancy. Love it. A return to the 4-3 defense. Love it. And sign me up too, Twack. Sign me up too, brother. Travis, are you tripping about me talking about Carroll? That was funny. Are you tripping about me talking about? No, she's talking about me. Megan says, I'm all for the feet to the fire bee, but you told me to keep the faith when I wanted him to gone. Yeah. I thought he was showing me signs of being able to adopt into this defense and do those things. You know, I'm not right about everything and every take and every time. It's definitely with the new data, Megan, you know, wherever we get to a fixed point, Megan, we're going to have new games that play beyond whatever my opinion is. And those opinions will change based on the new data. It's never going to be that I'm into week 9 and I go, okay, my assessment's done. And what I said at the time, Megan, is he's earned the right to have another year as a head coach. That's why I'm saying I'm not calling for the head fire. You know, he needs to be fired right now. But it's, again, as I always try to get to, Megan, it's the nuanced place of this. There's a difference between saying he needs to be fired right now and saying, I don't have the confidence in him right now. And right now, I don't have the confidence in him. He's not updated this defense. The same old flaws are showing up against today that's been here for years now. He's not gotten an elite team out on this field for a very long period of time. The young developing players are not developing, but instead regressing as this year goes along. The team, rather than getting better as the year goes along, is getting worse and playing their worst football at the end of the season. These are warning signs, and I think that they need to be mentioned and talked about. Megan says, that's fine, but why the change now instead of last year? Things were even worse, B. Were things even worse? Number one, we didn't know where the dynamic between Carroll and Wilson lied as far as was Wilson holding things back? Was Carroll holding things back? Were they both holding things back? I wasn't really certain in a lot of ways about where to go last year. Is it Peter Carroll or is it Russell Wilson? And even at one point or another, I said I probably would have leaned to wanting to go with and put our wagons to Russ and let Carroll go. But I think I kind of ended up at a point where I did make a wonder at that time. And I presented this question in the chat a lot of times where it's, we were having this argument about it being, is it Carroll or is it Wilson? And I said at the time, and I do kind of fall back to this now thinking maybe this is really the answer here, rather than it being about either or of these guys, maybe the answer is both. Maybe the answer is both Wilson and Carroll needed to move on and we needed to reset in both elements of things. And it wasn't as clear and it wasn't as easy to see on that, Megan. And as I said, there's markers I was looking for in this year on a return with Carroll. And are you getting players developed? Is a young team that starts 6 rookies out get better as the year goes along? Because they should, if you start those rookies out. Instead, it's getting worse. And so, yeah, it's never going to be fixed for me as much as I trust Carroll because of insert date A. He's got basically a blank check at that point, Megan. Nobody gets a blank check, right? Everybody's got to be held to a standard of, this either is going to work or it's not. I believe in this or I don't. And I keep coming back to it, and I don't. Where is my feeling that Carroll's given me something this year that's encouraged me? It's not from the X's and O's standpoint. It's not from the player motivation standpoint. It's not from the developing of the talent standpoint. It's because the team's win-loss record is better than what we thought it was going to be. Are we really using that as the simplistic mind frame to make our judgment on our head coach? And I can't do that. Cameron, I personally think Pete should have been fired after we lost to the Cowboys in the wild card round. I don't think you would have been off with it. No. Larry Murphy says, come on, Megan and Brandon. We're all Fox fans here. There's no need to fight with each other. No, it's understandable. And this is where it's going to be a vibrant debate through this offseason. It's going to get heated at times because there's plenty of people into the Carroll camp. There's plenty of people in the anti-Carroll camp and everywhere in between. And this is the most emotional discussion as it concerns our Hawks right now, is the Coach Carroll situation. Beyond what talent needs to be added or what quarterback we need to go to, and Geno's probably a close second here, but Carroll will be the discussion right now. And what's what and where's where. But Megan knows I love her. Cameron, I personally think and look, Cameron, I think you're referencing the Cowboys game. I think something that drove me crazy about Pete through the years with Russell Wilson that absolutely drove me up a hill that didn't make any sense is you pay all this money to this quarterback and then you want to run the ball 50% of the time, or you want to run the ball 52% of the time. And that type of game was exactly the type of game we saw play out with Russell Wilson in a couple of different games. We're going to try to run the ball. We're going to keep trying to run the ball. Oh, we can't run the ball. Well, we're just going to keep trying to run the ball. Oh, we can't run the ball. Well, we stay committed to the run. So we're going to just and then you get down by 2 touchdowns and they're like, okay, Russ, go out there and save us. Go out there and fix it for us now. And he applied that a couple times. Didn't make a lot of sense. Trust your quarterback or don't, Sanchez says, Pete's platitudes disappointing me since Super Bowl 49. Well said. Tommy says, the only justification I have for where we are is we focused on the offensive line and defensive backs in the last draft. And next draft, it is defensive line and linebackers. And that is always a 2-year plan. I can follow that. Me too. That's why I say Carroll will have my support going forward. I've lost faith, but I'm going to support the guy. I'll support him in the offseason. I'll hope that he's going to get this right. It's definitely in the best interest of all of us that they do get it right. And those are kind of 2 different things, right? That's the thing I talk about wearing different hats here. Think things through this lens, then take that hat off, and then think of it through this perspective. Take that off, look at it through this perspective. It's just putting on the different hats of perspective here a little bit. Travis says that the Hawks Nest, to be clear, we have said focus on defense in other places, the draft, but with these picks, do you think they should draft a quarterback too? I think it kind of depends on their assessment of if they really love a guy that's truly going to be a fit for the scheme and they look at him as that guy. And if they got that guy that they've decided he is the one, they make that assessment, as was spoken about a little earlier in my chat. You're not going to be up in this top of this draft to make this kind of pick for this kind of prime quarterback talent again, probably in the future. And if you're going to look to go find a quarterback in the future, it's going to be probably a tougher route to locate that guy. And so maybe you need to strike while the iron's hot here, get while the getting's good. And if those things align where they really do love a guy and they look at it through that lens of we're not going to be back here again, I can be in support of it. I'm kind of okay, Travis, if them drafting a quarterback anywhere in the draft from first, second, third, fourth, fifth round, and even if it comes in conjunction with signing Geno to extension, I'm fine with that. I think that's a good road to go. I wouldn't argue against it. Travis, I live in Iowa. We have a 70% chance of snow tomorrow. Yeah, we've had some more snow here today. Ooh, it looks cold out there. Whew. Sanchez, why have the linebackers gotten worse? Things you'll never hear in a Pete Carroll press conference. No, our reporters in Seattle are absolutely allergic to asking Pete any tough questions, and it sucks. Part of me wonders if Pete at one point or another just put the kibosh on that, and like anybody wants to ask that tough question, you won't be asking many questions in the future, because it's so odd how nobody will ask one single hard question of him. King Bomber, I would love to get Levis in the late second. He won't last late though. Nope, he ain't lasting out of the first 10 picks, and I think he's going to be a top 5 pick. Jeffrey says, Levis played on one of the worst teams in the SEC, and the fact that they were remotely competitive is huge. All these quarterbacks that come out of nowhere and take the NFL by storm didn't go to the top schools. Great point, Jeffrey. Fantastic point from your standpoint of it there. Love it, man. And yeah, I'm riding with Levis. Megan says, and didn't you also say, B, that there's no way he'll go until the team is sold? I did. Yeah. Exactly right. I think this is where it gets hard, Megan. That's why I'm trying to say, you got to listen to the differentiation I'm making here between saying I'm calling for his head and I don't have faith. It's two different things. Also, it's different from saying I think there's something likely to happen, right? It's also completely different from that. So yeah, he's not likely to go anywhere, but Megan, this is a little bit of the problem here with it at the play, right? This is a little bit of the issue I'm talking about with the feet. You say feet to the fire. How is Carroll's feet to the fire if he knows he's guaranteed a job? Who have you known in your life when they're guaranteed to have their job, that causes them to work their hardest and do their best? That's the issue here. It's a little bit of the struggles I have, not with you, Megan, but other folks that I'll have in the chat where they don't want to hear any pushback on Carroll. And it's like, well, who is pushing back on him? Who is? I got a Seattle media that absolutely, you would think that they would drop dead if they ask even the slightest difficult of a question of Coach Carroll. Even if it's just a modicum of a difficult question. No, can't do it. That'd be out of line. That'd be me actually doing my job. He's in the softest media market in the entire nation. He's had this job for years and years. He has not gotten you past the first round of the playoffs basically in like 5 years or something like that. You know, there needs to be more accountability pushed right now on Coach Carroll, not less. There needs to be less of the blanket, oh, he's fine, he's good. It needs to be more of, is he? Are we sure? Let's really talk about that. And that's where I think the discussion has a good, honest place to go to here, Megan. And I think it's a valid one, on it. I really do. I wouldn't be raising it if I didn't at this point. I love this team and I want to see the best for this team. And that's not going to come from me just blindly, overlooking something because I want to, favor the guy who's been here for years or whatever. I want the excuses to bear away. I'm okay, as you guys know, with explanations. Excuses, I'm not good with. And if you tell me, well, we all thought this team was only going to win 3 games, that's not an explanation, that's an excuse. And who thought they were only going to win 3 games? Joshua, if we switch back to a 4-3, I'm going to be high on Darrell Taylor again. I'd be higher on him, Josh, if you did go back to a 4-3, 100%. I think he's a better fit for that. Jeffrey says, put Levis on Alabama. He goes number 1 overall, 100%. Great point. Yeah, Trey Lance, if he had played a couple more years in college, Jeffrey, I think he would have rounded out his skills. He'd be a little more polished and, but he probably also made a smart decision. I got picked top 3. So, he leaned into doing what was the smart choice at that time, but wasn't the best for his game probably. Uh, 10-23, who would want Geno Smith? There could be a couple teams. There could be a few teams with this 10-23. I think Mike Skinner mentions a couple teams potentially could be on that. Even if it's a team 10-23 that wants to take a young quarterback in this draft, maybe they don't want to have a guy they start. If I'm a team that's looking to take CJ Stroud and I have a roster that's ready to play right now, ready to win right now, I could go look at Geno Smith and say, well, we got Geno until Stroud's ready in a year or two. Mike Skinner, who wouldn't want to? Yeah. Megan says, I will fight to the death for Carroll. I've been a fan of him for a lot longer, 25 years and counting. I know, Megan, and I would never try to take that away from you. So I need to bring you to my side of the fence on this. I'm okay, perfectly okay if you're on your end of saying, I have faith in him still. I trust in him, Phil. I wouldn't say, well, you're silly for thinking that. No, I get it. I get where folks are coming forward that do have Carroll's back, that are still in favor of saying, I want to roll with Carroll in the future. I wouldn't go, well, you're crazy for thinking so, right? But then that's always one of those places I go to, Megan, of saying, I'll leave you yours, you leave me mine. I get my opinion on this too. I got my eyes and how they're looking on it too. And so that's where I do land on it with it at this point. John says, not really concerned about quarterback yet, not until we fix the interior O-line on both sides of the ball. Without fixing those issues, it won't matter what quarterback we have. It's a great point, John. That's one of the points I put about with Geno on, Geno's obviously showed you he's the issue here now on. Yeah, he has regressed, but if you could put any quarterback on this team with some of the issues you've been dealing with over the last 5 weeks, inability to run the ball, inability to pass protect, the play calling being porous, a defense for most of that time period being a sieve as far as what they're doing on the opposite ball. Not a lot of quarterbacks are going to find success on that type of team, regardless of who they are. Jacob Davis, for me, the time to fire Pete is when we lost to the Rams in the wild card round. That should have been the last straw. Losing to Jared Goff with a broken finger on our home field as a division winner. Both you and as was raised above, Jacob, on where we're lost for the above. I think those are completely valid places to look at and say that was my final straw. As I say, I can completely get that. Those were horrible wins, horrible losses to have like that on your home turf as division winner, and for a lot of the game didn't look competitive. Mike Skinner says Pete's on the hot seat for sure. I don't know, but fire yet, but hot seat for sure. Maybe, man. As I was saying with this, I just think Jody Allen's at a place where she doesn't really want to have to hire another coach in the next 2 years before the team sells. So I don't think that she's going to be willing to pull that trigger. Maybe she is. Maybe I'm underselling her on having the gusto to do it. I just don't see it. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it, brother. He says, don't know who said it, but Pete should have been fired after that Cowboys playoff game in 18-19. Officiating was questionable, but still. No, I get where you guys are coming from with that. I mean, look, you did the same thing like a year later, right? You had the Cowboys game where you decide to run the ball into a wall and then finally let Russell start to throw, and then he's supremely effective when he starts throwing the ball, but you only give him half of the game to really bring the team back, and you're already behind the 8 ball. Then you go to the Packers game, right? And rather than them taking 3 quarters like they did in that Cowboys game to finally let Russ go out there and throw, you took 2 quarters in that game. You spent a whole half pounding the ball up the middle when you were not generating any yards, when you had no healthy running backs, rather than just letting Russ fully go out there and just cook, let him ride at that point. I understandable with that. That was what you guys were watching in both of those 2 contests in those games, was that old school approach to, this is how we did it in 1985. This is how we win a game in 1985. You get in the playoffs, and this is how you win a playoffs in 1985. You go in and you hammer and you shorten that game, and you just try not to lose, You try not to lose. Yeah, it'd be great to go try to go win. That'd be great. That'd be great to do, but you got to wait till the 4th quarter to try to go win. First 3 quarters, you just try not to lose. That's all you're trying to do. Just keep yourself in that place where maybe in the 4th you can maybe give yourself a chance. And it's frustrating football to watch. It's frustrating management of a team to watch. Again, you want your team to try to go out there and win a game, or do you want your team out there trying to always worry about the mistakes that's going to be made? Don't throw, you might have an interception. Don't throw, you're going to get intercepted. Just run. Run safe, and don't run outside. Run it right up the middle. It's so safe up the middle. It's so safe. It'll just be 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and you can fall down, no fumble. Nice and safe. And defense, don't give up the big play. Drop everybody back deep. Go deep. Everybody, you go deep, and you go deep, and you go deep, and you go deep, and you go deep. Just no deep passes. I know they're completing stuff in front of us. Just no the deep passes. Just don't get beat. Just don't get beat. That's the mentality right now. And that team's going to get to being an elite team at some point. That's the part where my reticence comes in and my disbelief comes in. My lack of faith comes in. Got to win this game. You got to go out and take it, man. UE2K, thank you though, Garth Knight, for the $5 dono, man. I really do appreciate it. UE2K with a, what's up, Yui? Says, Seahawks suffer from absentee ownership. No one has held Pete accountable since Allen died. Any other owner would have fired him years ago. A decade between good drafts and NFL worst defense. Good grief. Can't argue with any of that, man. Can't argue with that. Cameron, if Paul Allen was still around, do you think Pete still has a job this season? No. No. Mm-mm. No. Paul Allen was still alive, Pete Carroll would not be the coach right now. Paul Allen showed you a track record prior to Pete Carroll and his willingness to move on from head coaches, which was not one of, I'm going to stay married to a coach into perpetuity. Certainly not be held over a barrel where, well, I got to wait until a sale point to where I can then maybe I'll think about letting something happen there. Megan says, my father fits that B. Garth, Pete's not going to be fired. Jody loves his pool, likes her pool boy. Yeah, she ain't going to do it. Rainy Tacos drama chat, overachieving little rebuilding year. Go Hawks. Maybe, man. I mean, with this Raining Tacos, it's a little bit for me of not just looking at this year, but looking into the future. And I guess, you know, again, with these kind of chat comments in here, Raining Tacos, these are the kinds that just really send me up a freaking wall. I got to be honest with you. Drama chat. Like, you disagree with something, why don't you raise up to where you disagree with? So you say overachieving a little bit, rebuilding year. Okay. Well, but the issues that I've raised in Carroll, for instance, that have been raised, that have been issues that have been here in perpetuity, that once again raise their ugly head against this year. What is your faith that those issues suddenly go away next year? You're beat on the X's and O's plane of thing week in and week out. That has nothing to do with you being in a rebuilding year or lack of talent. X's and O's, week in and week out, coaches are constantly one step ahead of you. So rather than calling the chat drama or whatever, how does that get fixed in the future? You know? These are the things with those kind of comments, Rain Tacos, where it's like, dude, just deal with the points at hand. What are the points that I said about Pete suddenly get fixed? Because you can talk about talent all day and that being something that's going to correct things. But I think the points I raised are going to be things that are going to continue into the future. And that's why I'm raising them. Because it doesn't become then about this year, Rain Tacos. It becomes about the future years. And the team not being good in the future years and being held back. Why? Because schematically, they suck. Because they're not able to do anything from a player progression standpoint as far as a player development standpoint goes. Those two things alone will hold you back from ever being an elite. And I don't think that they're invalid to talk about, nor do I think that they're crazy to talk about, nor do they take away from having a little bit of a overachieving rebuilding year, I guess, as you say. All of those things can still operate within the reality of at the same time. Deadly says, I disagree. I don't think threatening Pete with the job will motivate him. He is intrinsically motivated, proved by how long he has coached. He simply loves coaching. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm trying to motivate him. That's for sure. Paul says, Paul Allen would let a mediocre team like this be put on year in and year out for the last 4 years. Agreed. I concur. Sam the Great says, Pete has the impervious Jeff Fisher, Marvin Lewis superpower. He does. Raining Tacos, all coaches should be held accountable and asked hard questions, but this team is not a scheme away from winning more. Okay, so I guess you're saying that it's just talent away from winning more, that the scheme is fine, Raining Tacos? Is that what you're saying? If you can maybe elaborate more in your comments, because I don't know what you're trying to say on that. You mentioned all coaches should be held accountable, but they haven't been. You know, Coach Carroll, in what way has Coach Carroll been held accountable in recent years? How? You know, when he goes out and makes a hire, he gets to still make in-house hires, whether those guys are the valid ones to make or not, right? That doesn't show accountability. That shows a coach still being able to kind of run the ship the way he sees fit in any way, which way he sees fit. So I would argue that there's been a lack of accountability held at all to Coach Carroll. I mean, hell, I broach the subject even barely on my channel, and I get the blowtorch from every different end. Well, not every different end, but from a good amount of ends. Mike squandered Russell Wilson's prime. Bad drafts. Now we pay for it. That's right. Megan says, fair B. I know where you're coming from, Megan. I'm sorry, I can't on this one tap dance a little bit. I'm a little feeling away here a little bit. I watch how many more years of mediocrity must we go through? I love the Seahawks, not the coaches, not the coach. Bye, Pete. Thanks for the memories almost a decade ago. Well, I still got nothing but love in the heart for Pete, but it is about where we want to go in the future here at this point. What do we want to be in the future? What type of team are we wanting to try to get to in the future? And, you want to be an elite team? You want to be barely good? You want to just barely in the playoffs? Yeah, so raining tacos, please, man. Keep the gloves up, buddy. Internet trolls calling Jody a joke are also pretty funny. What exactly qualifies chat room talk to run a pro football team? Laughing out loud. So yeah, I mean, if you want to come in here with a-hole energy, go for it, man. I've said this enough times, and I'll say it once again. Argue about the points at hand, Raining Tacos. If there's something you disagree with in the chat, as I'm trying to engage with you right now and say, hey, I don't understand what you're meaning on this. Can you elaborate on this so I understand your point and where you're coming from right there? You and I can talk about the points. We can talk about the points in the chat. What you don't have to do in order to accomplish your point is ad hominem attacks, is appeal to authority. So that's what you just did right there, Raining Tacos. Let's unpack it. What exactly qualifies chat room? So rather than you dealing with the arguments at hand, what you do is you appeal to authority. And that's what people do in debates and stuff when they don't actually feel strong about their argument. And so this is the same place that comes out and starts yelling in. So why not just add some insults on top of it, right? Because that'll really nail down your argument. Nothing nails down your argument home like doing that type of stuff. I don't do appeal to authority here, Rain Tacos. We talk about this team from every end. We don't say, hey, well, we just trust in John and Pete and there's never a point we're ever going to question anything they say or do. That's lame. That's not the channel I run. Hasn't been the channel I run for years. Don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. I ain't doing anything new under the sun here. I've been doing this from day one on this channel. I really don't appreciate the folks, though, that come in that don't really want to have a discussion or a talk. You just want to paint people into a broad brush of things. You want to do ad hominem attacks or straw man attacks. Just deal with the argument at hand, man. If you disagree, then bring up why. Why do you have the faith, Raining Tacos? Why don't we just get that? How is it you have the confidence that Carroll's going to clean the schematic problems that have plagued him now for almost, 7 years? How do you have the confidence that even if you bring that extra talent in here, that the player development aspect, which has been highly flawed for years, is suddenly going to take a step forward? Deal with the arguments at hand, man. You don't have to do that play. You don't have to go low like that. Put the gloves up. Or just don't come in and talk about it. It's really that easy on the other hand of it. I don't care either way. But I'm going to tell you this right now, folks, as we go forward in the future of this channel, I'm going to have increasingly less patience for folks coming in with comments just like Raining Tacos did there. I will have very little patience with it. I am usually really open to a lot of different perspectives, and I'll hear any argument you have to be made. You can tell me why I'm wrong, and you can tell me on every level why I'm wrong. But if you're going to do appeal to authority, if you're going to do ad hominem attacks, if you're going to do straw man attacks, if you're going to do anything Raining Tacos but actually debate the points at hand, then I don't got anything to say to you. So I'll let you decide which way you want to roll with that one, okay? Yui, Jody doesn't want to be involved with this team. Seattle is the only place that this would be tolerated. We're a soft touch fan base and local press are sycophants. That's right. I agree. That's exactly what it is. And we have an actual right to question Jody Allen. She's got to sell this team. If Paul Allen thought Jody Allen was the owner to take over, right? If he thought Jody Allen really loved this team and wanted to own this team and wanted to be an NFL owner and run the football team, right? Then why did he build into his trust that she had to sell the team if he had that same kind of confidence? He put her in charge, but he said, but I need you to eventually sell the team. Almost like Paul Allen kind of knew maybe Jody Allen didn't exactly want to be an owner of a football team. Kind of an indication of that, isn't it? Jordan, I have not had a chance to check out Joey Porter. I promise you he's on my list, my man. I promise. I know you're very, very high on him. I promise you I will check him out. I just haven't, it's the so many hours in a day thing. You know what I mean? Just can't quite get to it quite yet. Calvin Newborn, Gino is not the one to lead them to the promised land. He looked like an old Russell Wilson. Germany. Definitely not a great day for Geno Smith, that's for sure. Garth Knight with $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. 25 years of Pete Carroll fanship. That takes Megan back to 99 when Paul Hackett coached USC. Megan is such a fan, she know Pete would be hired. She is such a fan, she knew Pete would be hired. That takes Megan back to 99 when Paul Allen coached. Yes. Yeah, she liked USC back there in the day. Thank you for the donation. Commanders just lost. That's good news. Calvin Newborn, how much television money is there? The cap will go up to next year like 230 and then maybe 250 the year after that. So it'll get a bit of a bump. Brandon Moody says the let Russ cook thing is when I lost faith in Pete. I forgave him for everything because he's a legend. He's just not the same since 2018, 2019. I've got a lot of reference for Pete, and there'll be nothing that changes that. He is the first coach to bring us a Super Bowl here in Seattle. He built one of the more legendary defenses in here, one of the funner teams to follow there for the 5 years. I didn't take anything away from him in that respect of it. He was an amazing coach in that and what he brought with that. But yes, that stuff definitely doesn't have as much to do with what's going on now. Calvin, back in my day, guys on the bench complained about not playing. Now they don't complain at all. It's true. Hans, not in favor of, but how would start the tank 8th pick? How about start the tank 8th pick is still possible with the native pick? Try out our other players and rest our stars. Without Pete's plan, he'll never do this, of course. Yeah, it kind of goes against, I think, a little bit of the mentality at play on there. It's been brought up a little bit in the chat already on that too, Hans, is if we should just tank out the last couple of games. I'd still like to try to go for it as far as the odds go, and as much as the team doesn't look like it's anywhere near being ready to be even in the playoffs, much less compete once they get in the playoffs, I still would like to give that a try myself. I'm not a big, if there's a fight, if there's a punch left I can throw, I'm going to throw my punch, right? I would say. Cale Morton, Brando, who's in your tier 1 for draft next year? No quarterbacks? You mean for this next draft, my tier 1? So right now my tier 1's going to have Jalen Carter, Will Anderson. I would put CJ Stroud, Will Levis in there. Sealy Ringo, Miles Murphy. I think I would put, I think he's Tyree Smith is his name. Texas Tech defensive end, I think is going to slide into that top 15. I'm still kind of getting a feel for those guys in that spot, so I don't have my full list yet for you on that one, Cale. But those would be my early guys on that list. Regardless, the biggest problem with what holds us back is Pete. Jack says Pete is partly to blame, but at the same time, the roster isn't good enough. Depth is an issue. Missing on picks has really set us back. This team has no depth at wide receiver and linebacker. It's true. Definitely the bad drafting of the past, Jack, has been a part of this. That's the part that gets harder to quantify for me. And I kind of, you have to sort of be in the room to kind of know, or be on one of that owners committee that they have that I think was trying to take a bit of a measure of this off season, because of course, Jack, you do have Pete as vice president throughout this time period. So on just about any pick he wants, on any place he wants to have money spent, he gets the overriding say, as I have understood it up until this point, in the way that dynamic works. Who is John? Who is Pete? Who's making what call? Who was in on the call to say, go get Jamal Adams no matter the cost? You know, who's the guy that was responsible with LJ Collier at the first round? Is it the same guy? The same guy drafted Jordan Brooks? Same guy drafted Eskridge? Or is it different guys making the decision here between John and Pete? Are they sort of splitting between the two of them? I don't have as a good a feel for what's happening on the front office level between that dynamic and who's picking what and where necessarily. So it's harder on that. Sanchez says, let's get this ship turned around. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Jason James says, who should they hire? I would like Harbaugh or D'Amico Ryans. I like Harbaugh, man. I'm a pro Harbaugh guy. I'd call USC about Lincoln Riley. Maybe Sean Payton. Do I think he's going to the Chargers? And yeah, John, I think that Chicago takes Will Anderson too. I was young, hungry, fast, hard-hitting team again. It's been forever. Last year's draft was a great start, but the last 7 drafts have been horrible. Took us back years. We need a new start. We do indeed. Brandon Moody, our talent and the morale of our program is high and will remain high after the Legion left, after Russ left, and after Pete leaves. Well said. Keldon, Hawksnest has been specifically critical of that hybrid defense from how they use it. It appears the Hawksnest has been correct about that. Yeah, and this is reflective of Banks back to coaching, is that you adopted the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell scheme, but you did not adopt all of it. You instead tried to hybridize it. You asked a first-time defensive coordinator to go in the lab and essentially invent his own new defense that'll be a bit of a mix of the old and the new. And it hasn't worked, Keldon. It hasn't been working a lot of the year for understandable reasons. You got to pick one or the other. You can't go halfway in either direction. It just doesn't work. John Ruiz says, we must get an elite inside defensive guy. Jalen Carter's that guy. He is that guy, John. I'm going to have my Jalen Carter video done this week, probably around Monday or Tuesday. I'm going to have it released, which is going to show you a lot of comparisons to Cortez Kennedy. I've gone back into a lot of Kennedy's old tape. I've even gone back to him at Miami to show some real stunning images between Carter and Kennedy and how they move and the moves that get them free at the line of scrimmage. It really does stand out. Yeah, Megan, I'm not going for it anymore with that stuff. I'm not. And I'm glad, like you and I can have our debates with it, but when a guy comes in with that energy now, I'm going to be really like at a point where that's not pushing this channel forward anymore. And I'm well over 10K. And there's going to be a spot with this where if people don't get what I'm doing at this point, I'm 4 years in and I see a guy that come in here that knows very well what I do and what I'm about and how I go about my business. And you're going to have comments like that. My patience level as we go forward, I got to be honest with you guys, will be lessened on this stuff. I am completely okay if you disagree with my perspective. I'm completely okay with you questioning every bit of my points and taking my points apart bit by bit, and I will respond to every one of your comments while you take my points apart bit by bit. But when you start throwing around these silly little games that people play in this modern age, when we try to have debates and discussions, when you start playing with that, I'm done with it. We're done. We're not going down that road with this channel. Come on in here. Open your brain out. You can't come in here looking through this narrowed scope. You're going to have the ability to go like, wow, I can look at the whole view and try to look at everything. I'm not right about everything, but I'm going to consider everything, right? I'm going to think about all the perspectives that are here. And when I see people doing nothing but trying to shut people's perspectives down because they don't want to think, they don't want to use their brain, they don't want to actually have a discussion at hand. No, we're not doing it anymore. I'm not doing that. My channel, my rules. And those days are going to be done. I've put up with it a lot of time. I have. I've actually put a lot more patience into it than I should have at this point. But those days are going to slowly recede and fall out the back door. You be respectful. You come in here with a take. You come in here with backing your take up with some substantiality, or don't. Adam Kessel, where does this put Seattle out of the playoffs so they can still make it? I believe right now we've got a 37% chance is the Vegas odds right now, Adam, to still be able to go back and make the playoffs at this point. I think, Jeffrey, you might be right about that with Rodgers might not being as good with the Broncos if he had gone there because their receiving core and where they were. I think he would have done a little bit better job than Russ of playing on time, right? Of executing that offense that he'd already had a lot of familiarity with there with Hackett. And then remember there was that point, Jeffrey, this year where if they just scored 18 points a game through like the first 10 games, they would have been like 9-1. So I think Rodgers would have been able to at least give them that in that offense. Maybe not made them into a spectacular team, but he would have, I think, at least given them that. Yeah, it looks like Megan sent him out, and good. I'm glad Megan did. So, comments are what the comments are on this, and it's and UE2K is somebody that we've had so many rounds and rounds, me and UE on stuff that we've disagreed with through the years, and I can always get it to a place where you and I, no matter how disagreeing, we can at least talk about the points at hand. And what's happening here, I saw it with the Russell Wilson discussion. I'm seeing it again with the Carroll discussion, where people don't want to argue the points at hand. They want to be emotionally married to something and then not talk about the points. Instead, then play all of the dirty tactics of debate tricks that can be played. And I watch Carter, Maze Smith, Ika Simpson. I don't know Campbell or Sanders yet. I'm not a big Drew Sanders guy, but Bebe, all those guys you mentioned on that list I watch are good players. Megan says, B, you just said Riley's in a name. What do you think what makes you think he's ready for a head coaching position? It's as much about, I think, the current landscape of the NFL, Megan, which is that the coaches are getting younger and younger rather than getting older and older. And teams are being more willing now to go to younger guys and be more open-minded to that type of stuff. And I think if you know offense, you know offense. I think if you have an offensive-minded head coach in the NFL in general terms, you're already kind of giving yourself a little bit of a leg ahead. When you have a really dynamic, bright, young offensive mind who really can push the ball forward like Riley can, I think you're really giving yourself a step ahead. So, he's young. He probably could stand, Megan. It's like a young quarterback that's in college that could probably stand to have a year or two extra time to kind of learn their way of things. He could probably stand to have that extra year and get, a year or two to get to be ready for a head coach job, but it wouldn't preclude me from bringing him in for an interview. I'll tell you that. Yeah, Sanchez, it's not boo on this one. It's very simple. I'm at 6 hours and 45 minutes. I speak to every single person in my comment section. I've done this for 4 years. I've done it for free. There's people that are God willing. There are people out there like yourself, Sanchez, that's donated to me, but I've still been willing to do it when there weren't people donating to me. I open my arms to every opinion out there. I do. But I've really kind of gotten tired of having the same argument over and over with people that don't actually want to debate don't want to debate the points. Instead, they want to turn things into personal attacks or appeal to authority or ad hominem or straw man. I'm done with those. I've seen it so many times. It's like replaying the same argument over and over again, and it gets nowhere. You don't get the discussion pushed any more forward. It isn't entertaining to listen to. I'll tell you that. And we're going to move past those kind of things. This channel won't grow if I've got to keep getting held up by these speed bumps that come along of people that just want to upend the discussion and take it into a place that's not productive. Jacob, Hans says Quentin Johnson, Trent Simpson, tier one. Trent's kind of right on the edge of my tier one, Hans. And I'm the same way with Quentin. I like both those guys, Hans. I do think both those guys are taken in the teens of the first round, but I do have my tier one stop at about 15 or so. And they're right on that line, both of those guys, for my money on it. Jack says, B, how worried are you about the Rams game tomorrow on a scale of 1 to 10? Oh, easily like a 9. I think the Broncos could definitely get that win with where the Rams are at. No Aaron Donald. The Rams are basically, they're heading for Cabo already. They just haven't gotten there yet,
Megan says, exactly, B. You and I can disagree, and we do, but that was over the top after several ruinings. Gone. Yeah, I've been really patient with it, Megan. You know me on this. I'm super patient on this stuff. I get where people are coming from, and I know a lot of times we all enter this chat with our own emotions coming from our own different places, and that can stir things up. But you've seen the same thing at times in this, Megan, too. It's just in more recent weeks as much as ever, I've seen the same kind of talk and the same kind of tenor come from some people, and I think we're at a point where I've reached where I've realized this isn't really, number one, it's annoying me, which I do this because I enjoy this, not to be annoyed at every turn. But number two, I always can usually talk to people and at least try to find a common ground or go, okay, I see where you're coming from, but you lead me nowhere to go to if you're going to start leading with insults. I got no common ground to find with you if that's the point. You don't go there, Megan. We have UE2K in here who I've years disagreeing with UE2K on stuff. He's a smart football mind. We just happen to disagree on things. That's what I want. I want somebody thinking with a smart football mind that I can disagree with. That's it. Then you don't have to agree with me on everything. Just bring that part. Bring the brain with you. And if you're leading with insults, you're not using your brain. You're using your emotions probably. Garth with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate it. Says it may be January 3rd in Australia, but I want to tell Megan and her crew that we can always agree to disagree. Regardless, I hope they had or will have a great Christmas. Brando is where we meet. Well, thank you, Garth. I really appreciate all the donos, man. And I do hope Megan down there, my main mod down there in Australia, is having a great Thanksgiving with her family and continuing to bring her nephew along as a Seahawks fan, of course, too. I know she's doing that subtly through the holidays on that as well. So that's good to see. And thank you, Garth. And we do all meet here, man. My peoples. And I want to say this is a real rare problem that comes in. It's just the rare guy that comes in to do it. And that's where it's like so many of you guys are on that same point. You get it. You understand what we're trying to do here. You know where we're trying to operate from. So it's the majority. Sean Payton to the Broncos. I can't see it, Sean. I mean, he's got his choice of going to the Chargers or the Broncos. How does he end up with the Broncos? You know, they don't look like they have a very good situation in play. And unless he thinks he can turn Russ into Drew Brees 2.0. I watched as my debate, a new coach would be exciting. More of the same, my debate, a new coach would be exciting. More of the same, Pete, not exciting. Yeah, I think you bring up a good point here. It's not to say that a new coach 100% is I know there's no guarantees. I don't know if a new coach is going to be better than Coach Pete, but it would give you the possibility of that happening. With Pete right now, it does feel a little bit of the same stories being played out here kind of over and over again, one way or the other. I've often related to do it with Coach Carroll of it being like it's like a new series that you get to watch on Netflix or Amazon or whatever, and you're really into the series. And then season 2 is really good. And then we're down to about season 8 or 9, and they're recycling storylines. You know, there's no new twists or turns. There's no real new characters to be brought in. It's just kind of you just got kind of the same thing going down the line a little bit with it. I know you got my back, Megan. I know, and I appreciate that. I really do. Don Pritchard says needs to see what's going on with Gino. He's struggling a little bit, Don, that's for sure. Definitely struggling a little bit here. U2K, Eagles moved on from Peterson because it got stagnant. Titans fired general manager after several bad drafts and questionable decisions. That's what active ownership looks like. No resting on your laurels. Bingo. Bingo. This is the nature of this beast in the sports realm of things. It's not to just sit on something just for the sake of sitting on something. If it ain't working, it ain't working. Look for something new to work. Find a new dynamic. Try something else. You don't want to be too fast and moving, but you don't want to be on the other opposite of the scale. And I think to Huey's point and my point on this would be that we've been a little bit too long on this other opposite end of the scale versus being too moving, too much turnover. Yeah, Wu-Tang, I don't think Pate wants to try to salvage the trash fire in Denver either. he's got a young Herbert, right? Like everything you could want in the quarterback position in his best of dreams, or he's got Wilson heading to his mid-30s with that high contract with no draft picks. Yeah. John says, what's going on with Gino? Well, no run game and no time in the pocket because of crap interior offensive line to start with. That's where it began with today, John. I mean, that's where your struggles in that first half absolutely come from. And it's been that way now for going on some weeks. I think you're right. I don't think that Gino is like regressing necessarily to this horrible place. I don't think he's showing you, well, here's what he is. But he's struggling up against some of the limitations that are going on and probably not playing his best football either at the same time. I watch K9 will be great with a new C center and an offensive guard with a seasoned Cross and Lucas. That's exciting. Very much so, man. And the kid's a game changer there at that running back position. I don't know if he's a top 2, top 3 guy, but he's, I think, going to be one of the better backs in the league as we go forward. Calvin says, why would they want to go after playing like they have been? Can you choose not to go? Calvin, which one? Why would they want to go after playing like they have been? Can you choose not to go? Oh, to the playoffs? No, you can't choose not to go. You got to go in. Jeffrey says, I would like to know what happened with our blocking schemes. We can't seem to be able to block a light breeze anymore. Nope. It's definitely gone backhill a little bit, hasn't it, Jeffrey? Sean Lee says, Sports Illustrated saying something about him talking about the Broncos. I haven't read the article yet. I'd be shocked on that one, Sean. I mean, there's the last part of that with the Sean Payton deal of then the Broncos have to find a way to give future draft capital up to then bring in Sean Payton. So they've been down their last first and second round picks for 2 straight years, and then they're going to give up a future first for Sean Payton. That seems like a tough deal at that point. Yeah, I'm with you, Jan. I can only see the Chargers on this one, really. Benjamin Jarvis, thoughts on getting into the playoffs? I'm certainly want to still try to get in the playoffs, Benjamin, but I'm also very much a realist with where this team is at right now, and you're not playing your best football of the year as you're just about to get to turning the corner to the playoffs. You have about a 37% chance to get in there, so there's some things that have to work in your favor to make that happen. And I'm going to take it if we're going to get it. If we can slide in, I'll be happy enough for us to get a playoff game, and hey, great. You know, that's awesome if we can pull it off. But certainly right now, this team's not playing like a playoff team or a team that would make you feel like they could make a whole hell of a lot of noise if they got into the playoffs. Gar says, Brando, you made all the right points. All the points pointed to Pete's infatuation with Russ while JS was willing to move on early, very early. Yeah, I definitely think Pete was the married one to was the one married to Russ on this and having this go out. All the much weirder though that he didn't just buy into Russ. You know, you want to pay him top of the 3 for his position in the sport, then go high volume. You know, do what Bill Belichick did with Tom Brady. You know, Bill Belichick was the same way as Carroll was in his methodology and approach prior to Tom, and he's reapplied it since Tom's left, quite frankly. But he realized he had Tom in his Hall of Fame talent. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to throw the ball up a little bit. I'm going to take advantage of this quarterback. And a little bit of 2 different things. Like he supports and wants him to go in one way, but then he's pulling the reins back in the other way, you know? Which way do you want to go? You know? Megan says, B, can you please leave Riley at USC for a bit longer? We only just got him. No, I can. I don't think, well, here's all, remember on the bottom line too, I think with this, Megan, is Pete's not going anywhere this season. So he's going to be remaining your head coach outside of something wild happening down the track, which I don't foresee happening. So that's, you know, and I think he's here for the next probably couple years, which maybe that'll be just right about the time, Megan, that, you know, that Riley cake is baked in the oven and it's ready for us to put some frosting on it and start dishing out some Seahawks slices. Travis says, just make sure Lincoln Riley isn't Urban Meyer type. Successful coach in college doesn't make a successful coach in the NFL. It doesn't. And it is just kind of, I think, from my standpoint, a little bit of a lazy name to present here as far as Riley. It's as much just I haven't looked at the full breadth of available head coaches that are out there, partly because I just don't think that there's really a realistic possibility that anybody but Carroll is going to be the coach into the future. Yeah. Keldon with a $2 donation. Thank you, Keldon. Says Merry Christmas to everyone. Well, how about that, folks? We got our resident Niner fan in the chat who's wishing us Hawks fans a Merry Christmas and a Merry Christmas back to you, Keldon. Your team's doing right now what we'd love to have our team do here is just you're playing your best football here at the right time of year. You know, everything's kind of everything that might be a little bit loose early on starts to tighten up and just get a little bit tighter, a little bit more in sync as the year goes along. And I think you guys are going to make some big time noise in the playoffs, even with Brock Purdy as your quarterback. So thank you. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Garth. Thank you so much. He says, T minus 132 minutes until I break out the Brando family eggnog and Maker's Mark recipe for gift exchange. Thank you, Brando. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate that. I let Mom know she was tickled pink, Garth, that the folks are out there going to be trying her are going to be trying her recipe. Like I said, she worked really hard on that one. So, she didn't just arrive there the other day. It's been a lot of a little bit of this. I'll try this no, I got that too much nutmeg that time. A little more cinnamon, a little less nutmeg this time. Okay. A little more eggnog, a little more whiskey. So it's been a well calibrated. We should hope our Hawks and the team in the future is as well calibrated as my mom and her eggnog whiskey drink in its portions. Thank you though. I appreciate you, Garth. I do. Calvin Newborn says there are problems on both sides in coaching. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jeffrey says, Peyton to the Mahomes division, I would pick the Chargers. Yeah, I would too. And wouldn't you? Every time. There's no case of a place no, I wouldn't. Jacob says, a lot of a-holes just want to vent and bitch about how we need to trust the process with Pete and John, make excuses for years of their shitty play calling and highly questionable draft choices. There is. I agree there is. And it's like I still am okay if there's the folks that want to be, I'm in favor of Carroll, and I'm not going to be the person that's sitting here like a dog on a bone that's just got to tear the bone. Like I got to bring everybody to my side of the fence, right? I don't need to. I'm perfectly at comfort that my head mod in this chat is pro Carroll, wants to roll with Carroll in the future. I'm not deriding now. I get it. And I don't think, and here's the thing, it's not even like I'm going, well, I think she's crazy, but she can think what she thinks. No, I don't think she's crazy to think that. I don't think folks that necessarily want to ride with Carroll in the future are crazy for thinking that. That's not what I'm saying with it. But as I've said at the start, but don't call me crazy on the other end of it for going, I'm seeing enough here to say I'm about out enough of what I'm seeing on this side from my angle of it. I'm not crazy either for seeing it my way, the way I'm seeing it. I think there's been enough data from both ends of this, whichever camp you lie on, to lead you to a little bit of the place of conclusion of thinking that you might land on. And that's why I say it's neither person's really crazy for being there. We'll all have points that we can bring to the stage, and let's let those points ride out. Let's trust them in debate. Let's go back and forth. And if you trust debate, you'll trust your points and you'll trust your argument at that point. But if you don't, then you're going to go play the dirty pool. And you're absolutely right, Jacob. Young Bido Game, Brandon is the man. Don't worry about these types of people. There's too many people in the world who are doing awful, and the internet is just their outlet because they're basically screwed. It is. It's honestly, this has been a little bit of a recent lesson. I've been a guy that's responded to everybody. I respond to everybody in my comment section on my videos. Go look at all my videos. You'll see comments responding to just about anybody that's question comments. I'm almost everybody that I respond to, and I'm getting to the place on a size standpoint and also kind of a realization standpoint that there's enough people in here that do get what I'm trying to do. That isn't me trying to say, I know better than our front office and head coach. I've never done this and I'm just the best. It's merely as much anything as I've said, it's a think tank. It's thinking about the options and the ideas and the way that this team can adjust if it does this or adjust if it does that. It's going through the layers of football and analyzing it all. We get geeky and nerdy like that because we love this game that much. That's why. And it's not coming from a place of I'm so much smarter, but that I'm trying to get to the smarter place, trying to get to a spot where more information to bring into account. And that's where you guys are too. So it's more about just spending less time on those folks as we go in the future. And that is going to 100% be the case. 1023 says, Jody Allen was smart choosing Pete Carroll over Russell Wilson, but Pete Carroll needs to go in my opinion. Well said, man. Well said. As I was saying that too, we had always kind of thought it was an either or, when perhaps maybe it is instead, potentially we end up coming to find out that it is actually instead both, and it was hard enough in just making the either or choice to try to figure out what's caused the problem here. Is Wilson holding back the offense? Is Carroll covering up for Wilson? Is Carroll holding back Wilson? What's the dynamic? There's a lot of that at that time that was there to pull apart that made this imminently more complicated, I think, than it is kind of right now. Well said though, man. Megan says, I have wanted to boot people for weeks, but thought B has it under control, but this was more than enough. Yeah, I still want to be, Megan, super patient with people. And if people do go off half-cocked, I'm cool with coming back at them and saying, hey, let's just deal with the points at hand. I understand you're emotional about it, but let's dial this back, gloves up. But then if I say that, and then you're going to keep lighting stuff on fire, I'm not going to keep taking out a fire extinguisher every minute you do it. I'll just take you out of the house. And again, we're going to be, as we go forward on this, you got to get what I'm doing with this channel and how I do it. I don't wave palms here. I support this team at every turn. If you look at the last 20 videos I've done on this channel, right? 19 of those videos have been nothing but supporting and saying, here's this thing that's great about the team, and here's that thing that's great about the team. I spend very little time harping on really the negative here. Sometimes I've got to do it on a loss like I do it now, a little bit more than I'd like to, but it's what's required, because at the end of the day, we want to find solutions. We want to find the answers. Plus, it's just funner being able to talk about all the aspects and not having, isn't it lame to talk about football where you go, we can't talk about what's in this room. Don't talk about what's in that room. You can go in the kitchen and you can go in the living room, but don't go in those other rooms. Those doors are closed. No, we keep those locked. We just lock those up. Hell no. Hell no. Hans Van Ven, thanks for the nice live stream at Hawks Nest. Nice topics, by the way, today. Thank you, man. Jacob says also people can be trolls, and they want to waste your time is right, Jacob. And that's what I've been allowing it to do, I think, too much this year at times. I get too much into, let's be responsive, let's be interactive with everything. And I think that there's more I've got to just realize there's folks that I might not just be able to get to with my styling. And I'm not going to be for everybody. I got to admit that too. I get it. My style on stuff is going to be not for everybody. Megan says, I'm wearing a Hawks jersey, Gino to be exact, which will please Ollie to no end. Hell yeah, Megan. It's a good jersey. It's the right jersey. I just want another draft like last year's again, and for whoever's coach to utilize the strengths of the players we have. Me as well, man. I want to see the same thing. Jeffrey says, I want to see more multiple tight end looks in this game. That would have been nice. Did a little bit more this week than we've been doing in past weeks, but didn't quite lean, I think, as much into it as we've been doing early on in the year. Errund. Who do you guess was the one behind the 2 firsts and a second round for the safety? That was Coach Carroll. It makes no sense with John Schneider's track record, Umund, of how he's valued draft picks. He's never traded up in the first round because he does not like to offload draft picks. They have offloaded first rounders in the past for players like Percy Harvin or for Jimmy Graham, but that was 1 first round pick. For him to take 2 firsts and a third, 2 firsts and a third, which was what it was costing. That to me spoke to Carroll coming in there and saying, we have this huge problem right now as far as pass rush. Get this guy, and by any means necessary, get it done. But it doesn't seem to fit the type with John's background that he would do that. Jacob Davis says, I got your back too, Brandon. You make this a space for Hawks fans to relax and hear the fair and nuanced commentary analysis about the state of the team. Well, thank you, man. At the end of the day, that's what I'm leaning back into, is that there's enough people that will appreciate this. And for whatever slings and arrows we got to take to do it, fine. People will at least appreciate the fact that's where we're coming from. And that's what you guys want. That's what you want in this YouTube channel. That's what you want in the Seahawks chat, is to not to have closed rooms at every turn. Like, hey, can we talk about Carroll? No, we don't talk about Carroll here. That's a hot button issue. Just don't talk about it. You can talk about this player and that player and that player. What about re-signing Geno Smith or not? No, that's causing too much emotionality. I got to close that door too. See, that's what you end up having. That's what it does when you get the entitlement tax, the appeal authority. That's all it does, is it just shuts down areas of stuff that we can talk about. And I want this to be anything we want to discuss. What coaches we could potentially be in here, what kind of offenses we can be in here, what players in this draft. I want to talk about all of them. That's why I look at all 330 guys I'm going to try to look at in this draft. Because I want to know. I want to look at them. You guys are the same way. Hell, you guys are watching just as many players as me. You're right here step for step with me in this process. Because you love this sport this much, man. And I know that. I feel you guys on that. I'm glad. He says, ignore the ignorant. We're not a good team. Our record fooled the fans into thinking we were. We benefited from the schedule and a weaker NFL in general. Only played 3 games versus good teams, and we were 0-3 in those games. Nothing I can go back against that on, Huey. I feel you on that. And I am. And I appreciate it, you guys. I'm glad you're on the same track, understanding where I'm coming from on that. Megan says, as for Geno's struggles, did we expect this, or are we truly surprised by it after the awesome start he had? It's a little surprising to me, Megan, because he had stacked 12 straight performances up that were good to great at varying levels. And now you've had a few performances in this time that have been average to bad, and they've been kind of stacked up a little bit, one after another, a little bit in recent weeks. But I also think there's a little bit of an explanation for that fall off that does go a little bit outside of Geno's game, not completely as far as faults and stuff that he's dealing with. but there's a little bit of an explanation in that, I think, at the same point. Kelly, hey B, sorry for my odd super chat the other night. Ha ha ha. I meant that maybe Ken would be okay in the weather since he played at Michigan State, but I got my dad in Delaware listening to you now, first time. Well, what's up, Kelly's dad? Thank you for listening on into the Hawks Nest here. And you have a very supportive daughter in that respect of things and a key member here into the community. So I appreciate that, Kelly. And yeah, I do now remember your super chat. I was trying to figure out, I was like, Ken, Michigan weather. But hey, to your point on that, Kelly, he had his best game here in about 5 weeks. In that cold weather, he was making some super sharp cuts out there where some of those guys were kind of walking with where, when it's a little bit cold like that, your feet, you don't get the good best foot grip going, especially for those guys that are like Kenny are going to try to be little shakers and jukers and how they're trying to get their job done. But he had a great game today. And it wasn't always there holes there to be had with him. He was making space where it wasn't to be had. So Walker might have played one of his better, if not better, best games of the year so far. Run in and run out for what he had in front of him. And we probably haven't talked about it enough, but he did play a really pretty good game at the end of the day, especially considering some of those, holes that weren't exactly there. But I was trying to, I think me and Brendan both, Kelly, were trying to we were like, two Egyptian, archaeologists that had got into a tomb, and we were trying to read some hieroglyph that was partially written on one and another was partially, and he had a part of the message and I had a part of the message, but we couldn't quite put them together and make it go. But that makes more sense. Kelly says, his name's Joe. Well, what's up, Joe? Merry Christmas. And he watches the games with me over from the East Coast. Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, Joe, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. You too, Kelly. Nagasa, Gino was collected and precise all season, but the last 2 matches, it's kind of worrisome. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. I would say the same. I would say the same. Ten 23. I'm Jalen Carter over Will Anderson too. I think the Bears will take Anderson. I hope they take Anderson, and I'm all over Jalen Carter at this point. I think he's Cortez Kennedy 2.0. John Ruiz, Peyton isn't going to wade into the Denver dumpster fire. Yeah, no way, right, John? Why would he want to take that on there when there are better places to go? Right. If you've got the pick of the litter as a coach on the open market, if you are the belle of the ball, you're not going to go with the ugly duckling, right? You ain't going with the peasant, So unfortunately, Peyton looks at the Denver Broncos and they're kind of the peasant in the room right now. And then he's got the Chargers. He's got probably a variety of different jobs that would look pretty enticing that'd be available to him. Even the Panther job would look better. And they don't even have a quarterback. Go Hawks 22 says no guarantees that we get Carter. Broncos need to lose out, of course. Yeah. It still isn't closed on that. That's for sure. Hans Van Nuyn, think about Gino. He is playing a full season for the first time in 10 years. Normally somebody like this would be rusty, you think. So maybe give the guy a break after a game like that, the last 2. Yeah, I think that's fair enough, Hans. I think too with Gino, what you want to do at the end of the day in looking at his outlook this year is to look at the total, right? Let's look at the cumulative of what he's put together as well, and not just sample size at any point in time of the year, whether it be at his height of his heights or low of his lows. But let's take the full. We got the extra game this season. Let's take all these games into account, see where he really falls down the line at the end of the day and where that stands, and then make our determination from them. Megan says, okay, B, you can have Lincoln in 2 to 3 years. Bet. That's a bet. He'll be ready. Right about that time, he'll be just right. Just right. Calvin Newborn, you know the game. Ever thought about coaching? I don't know. No, I never had thought about coaching, honestly. I hadn't. So I don't know if I had enough expertise to certain specific things in teaching it coaching wise, but it'd be fun to do that. I'd love to do it. I wouldn't turn it down if somebody ever wanted me to do it. I'll say that. But I'd never thought about it. No. Nagasa, the Rams are literally a CFL team at this point. Yeah, they are. Hard to see the Broncos not with the Broncos defense alone. It's like that's going to keep the Rams under track. Like the Rams probably don't put 10 points up on the board there. And can Russ and crew get more than 10 points up on that Rams defense with no Aaron Donald? Yeah, Jordan Brooks' rating is not good in PFF right now, but it's reflective of what he's been on the field too. That's what's been about right. Keldon says, now I want some spiked eggnog. All right, Kelvin, I'm going to give you this is my mother's recipe, okay? I gave this to, this was kind of a big hit in the chat. I was surprised. I thought some people were going to be like, oh, that's a hangover waiting to happen. But this is my mother's specialized eggnog recipe, okay? So first thing you got to go out there and get is you're going to need 2 different types of alcohol. You're going to need some Maker's Mark and you're going to need Fireball. So you want to do 2 shots of Maker's Mark, 1 shot of Fireball. Then you're going to fill the glass up with eggnog until it's about 3/4 to the top. Then you want to fill up the rest of it with 7-Up or soda. And then you're going to add a little dash of cinnamon and nutmeg. And then that will take you to basically Christmas heaven. You're going to wake up with a hangover, but the heaven experience is going to be worthwhile. So it's all a give and take at that point. John says Levis is going to be good. He was playing in the SEC with no line, getting pressured almost every play with no playmakers. This will help him because he's going to have to play with adversity in the NFL. Great point, man. Yeah, he's well suited for adversity. I would say the same on that, man. Very much so. John says Carroll's just too soft, man. I can't argue with that. A disciplinarian coach, John, I'd be kind of okay with that too. It's kind of why I'm a little bit open to like even a Harbaugh type, like a little bit more of a, chew out some ass kind of guy. Kind of like the thought of that a little bit. Tommy says, I just want Pete to go, I know it's bad, everyone, but look how much we've grown. We have a plan to fix it. We are all over it. Here, we are all over it. And here it is what it is. If he could do that, I would get behind him. It'd be fair enough, because it would be an indicator of taking responsibility for what is happening, that there isn't just a sense of it being a small little adjustment here or a small little adjustment here, but there's actually something more major at play that needs to be done. I think that's I could see where some of that confidence would be a little bit more built up from. Jerome Patterson with another $5 donation. Thank you for the double donation, Jerome. I really do appreciate it. Do you think Seattle sneaks into the 7th seed? And again, go Hawks. Hey man, go Hawks first and foremost. 37% chance at the end of the day is going to be less than 50-50. And it seems like it is going to be hard to make this one happen. I mean, even the Giants game, for instance, Jerome, where they win one of those games. I think they beat the Colts, right? I don't think the Colts are going to take them. So then you've got to lose that game at that point against the Eagles, which you go, well, they'll beat the Eagles for sure. But if the Eagles are at a spot there where they don't still at that point have Gardner Minshew, and then they're basically understanding that they're going to be the number 1 bye or out of the number 1 bye, or they don't need to have to play for that game, does that game then turn into a bye for them? I think it's going to be hard for us to get in there at this point. We're needing a little bit too much work to be done on the front end versus us controlling our own fate in this situation, which would have me have a lot more confidence. Even with how this team played right now, if it was just a matter of we went out for the next 2 games, I'd go, I've got confidence we can do that. But I don't have confidence we're probably going to have enough help to help us get in there. Some team will probably be able to do just enough. And it came down to Jerome. It was that weird, silly bye between the Giants and the Washington football team that ended up kind of throwing you off on this one. That was the one that's going to met out some funky tiebreakers. Might end up allowing the whole NFC East to get into the playoffs, quite frankly. Adrian XA with a $5 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. Says, Merry Christmas, B. Was late to the party, laughing out loud. Your thoughts on our Pete League Worst D on playing good enough to win these past 2 games. Let's win out. Yeah, I think the defensive problems are still kind of the defensive problems, Adrian X. I think that like this game, I think you had the Chiefs do what the Chiefs did. You got to kind of look at the Chiefs and how they play these kind of games. And when the Chiefs get up against a team that's not necessarily on their talent level, there is sort of that built-in thing with them where they'll just sort of put themselves in cruise control and then they'll find their way by the end of the game if they have to. And it felt like in this game, the Chiefs got up quick, kind of just kept things sort of conservative, didn't really try to do a whole lot crazy, and then just got it to the end of the game. And then when they needed to drive, they turned it on. When they needed to attack Jordan Brooks with Kelsey and hit 2 big plays up the football field, bam, bam, that occurs. They're right up the football field. So I don't know if we really defensively were doing a whole hell of a lot to really stop the Chiefs today, as much as the Chiefs took their foot off the gas a little bit. It was improved. by the defense. The defense, I guess, has been somewhat improved over the last couple of weeks to a degree. The run, they've got a little bit better in the run fits, so we got to give them some credit for that. But at the end of the day, you're going to still finish out this season, Adrian X, with being near, if not the worst defense in the league. Probably not. You won't be the worst, but one of the worst. You'll be 28th for basically a third straight season. And I don't know if we're going to give up a franchise record amount of yards like we did last year, and we're going to do that in back-to-back seasons. But if you as a defense essentially are setting franchise records for worst defense, the most yards given up in back-to-back years, it's hard to say that that's a good harbinger for what is going to be brought tomorrow and what we're going to be looking at tomorrow, right? That team seems to be an indicator of we maybe got some major problems here that go beyond just talent, though talent is certainly a big part of this. And you need to get better, and you need to get guys that fit this scheme better. Now, that's where, again, it comes to that hard place to get to in these talks on this type of stuff, which is that nuanced place where it's not all just this one or just all just that, where it's this and that, and it's this and some of this in here. But right now, I think there's nothing been about the last 2 weeks, I'd say, Adrian X, that has given me confidence in somehow to think the D's turned a corner here or found a point of improvement. They maybe looked slightly a little bit better. In the Niners' case, they're going against a 7th-round rookie quarterback playing on the road on a Thursday night game. They were going to get a pretty vanilla game plan from the Niners in that one. And in this one, it felt like the Chiefs just kind of took their foot off the gas a bit. I could be wrong on that one, but that's just my general feeling with it. GoHawks 2022 says offseason majority will want Carroll's head. They might. I think there'll be a little bit of a split, a little bit on this. Wu-Jang, Levis, I think, could be a really solid if he sat for 1 year or went to a team that had a decent line and weapons and wanted to develop him. Him and Stroud are the most pro-ready in my opinion. I like it, man. I like it. Those are my 1-2 on my list, man. So I think we're pretty in close alignment. Megan says, okay, B and 12s off for Christmas with the fam, wishing you the best. And for B to admit that Jim Zorn is better than Dave Craig at Hawks Nest. Well, I might as well today. Everything else ain't going right. So I guess I'll give you for today, Megan, for Christmas, Jim Zorn is better than Dave Craig, just for Christmas. Roland says Hawks can still get that last playoff spot. They can, Roland. It's not over with yet, man. D-Nugget, Brando, and Pumpkin, and Sister Cat. Keep us going in these hard times. Oh, thank you, D-Nugget, man. You keep me going, you guys. You keep me going with this. So it seems right back at you, brother. John Robinson says I could see Schneider picking Anthony Richardson. I could too, John. Even though I like the other two quarterbacks a little bit better, I would say that I do think Richardson's the most talented quarterback in this draft. UE2K, I'm a dog with a bone. Pete and John have been bad at their jobs for nearly a decade. They should have been fired years ago, but we're stuck with them until we get new ownership, and that sucks. Well said, brother. Well said. Got to have accountability, don't you? It's an important part of any sport, any situation, business, relationships in life. Got to have accountability. You guys hold me accountable. 1023, I'm willing to sign Geno Smith $12 million 2 years. I think he's going to want more than that. Roland, watch It's a Wonderful Life tonight and you will feel better. Yes, you will. It's a good suggestion, Roland. John Robinson, we haven't had a team for some time now. Look how the Niners defense is playing right now. Don't you want to be dominant like that? Yes, I do. That's what we need to be aspiring towards. D-Nugget, the other room is where Deshaun Watson's masseuses are hidden. Yeah, we keep the lack of Carol talk and masseuses hidden in the same room. Roland, NBC airing it at 8 one time. Used to be on a lot, but not in this politically incorrect world. Is there some incorrect stuff in that? Probably is. That back many years. There's probably something said at some point, right? Probably something. But that's a classic. I hope they can't cancel It's a Wonderful Life. U2K had Seahawks replaced 3 offensive linemen and said they were going to be a pass heavy as they are. This year, Russ wouldn't have wanted to leave. No, if Russ knew we were throwing 60% of the time, he'd been like, contract, schmontract. Who needs a contract extension? We'll get it figured out. Jack says, I could see Houston taking Carter, Chicago taking Anderson. Whew. Houston taking Carter, number 1, Jack? Ooh. I love Carter, don't get me wrong. But boy, for a Houston team where they're at right now to take a DT, I have a hard time seeing that one. Roland says, because of Lions and Commanders losing, we still only 1 game out. Win 2 more in playoffs, and probably in the playoffs. Maybe. You do need somebody to lose still, though, too. Sanchez says, I loved McDougal. Sad to see him go with Adams in the trade. McDougal was solid for us, wasn't he, Sanchez? I mean, he's just kind of a good overall safety for you. He could do some strong safety stuff, some free safety stuff. He'd get you an interception every once in a while. No, he wasn't a game changer, but he was kind of solid out there. And Go Hawks 2022, I so hope Bryce Young goes to the Texans, man. Oh my God, I hope that happens. UGK says Adams' deal was a result of the Seahawks being desperate for a difference maker on defense because of poor drafting and cheap free agent signings. John is much to blame as Pete. Yeah, I mean, maybe on that, Huey. It's harder for me on that to make that dissemination because Pete has been the VP. And I think really what we need to see and understand with that, Huey, is how many times and how often was Pete overriding John through the years? Was he overriding on the draft? Was he overriding on free agency? How much of the dictation was coming down the track there? It's not to say that John doesn't have some blame with that, but I do think it's important to kind of parse out, and we don't have any way of knowing really, but to parse out and know who was the one making those choices and decisions. And it's part of why I've thought UETK, why this recent draft went so well, is I feel like Jody probably did pull some of that power away from Pete to give John the ability to have that kind of draft. I don't have any proof to back it up, but you know. Kelly said super sharp cuts. The TV glitch showing it. I bet. Cutting so hard, making the screen move. He was out there going for it today, Kelly. He wasn't going to be denied. It was great to see. Kid's a baller. Go Hawks 2022 says, why do they keep saying Young is 6 foot? He's not even close to 6 foot. It's that old, that's what they list him as on the program. But you and I know damn well that that's not what he's going to list out at once he goes to the combine. You know, it's like Cortez Kennedy. You know, Cortez Kennedy, if you look at his Wikipedia, is listed at 6'3", right? But if you go to Cortez Kennedy's combine, and when they actually measured Cortez Kennedy, he was 6'1.5". So, you know, he got an extra 1.5 inches when he was at Miami. And still, if you go to his wiki, he's still not corrected, still shows a 6'3", despite the fact that the combine's the accurate height. So it's, all those guys tend to be given a little bit of extra juice in college. I guess it makes it more intimidating to look at the program and everybody getting an extra couple inches. And I think he's 5'10" as well. JG, I think I'm the only supporter from Louisiana. I think I'm the only supporter from Louisiana or the South, period. Maybe so on that one. I don't think we probably make the playoffs, JG. You're at 37%. I'm not sure that these teams lose out. Not when they only need 2 wins. You know? And like Washington's case, I think they're getting back Chase Young. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. Says, Brando, if your family drink turns out to be as good as I think it sounds, you and the fam need to come up with the name for this concoction. Let's see what she's got. Let's see what Mom's got. Mom's usually pretty creative with this stuff. So let's see if she's got a... See what she's got here. Nickname for the drink. She'll come up with something phonetic, and that probably fits perfectly. You're right, though. We do need to come up with if it is as good as I think it's going to be there with Garth, we're going to need we might need to name it, though, Garth, for the next day for how your head's feeling. Especially if you're rocking the doubles on that. JG says, can we get the 49ers defensive coordinator for head coach next year or Denver's DC? You could. I don't think they will, but you could. You absolutely could. Keldon, could the NFL calm down with the Niners coordinators? Shanahan shipping them out every season. Keldon, Keldon, come on now. Don't you want an extra second, third round pick again? I mean, that's how you made the CMC trade. You had all those extra picks from the Josh McDaniel thing or Josh Daniels thing, right? You lost the coordinator and because of the minority hire. If you lose your DC, you get another minority hire, man. Tasty picks, brother. Tasty picks. A little bit of that Johnny Manziel money, right? Come on. You guys already traded away all your other picks. You need what you can get. Keldon says that sounds good. It's tasty, man. It's smooth, though, Keldon. It'll get you in trouble. It's one of those drinks so smooth, you'll be like, oh, it just goes right down once you hit your lips. So good. So good when it hits your lips. Francisco Cristo. Ooh, what a nice name. So sadly, the Broncos will beat the Rams tomorrow. So no Jalen Carter anymore. Don't give up hope yet, Francisco. They still got to go out there and do it. How many games have we thought the Broncos will definitely win this year? I mean, Matt Ryan beat Russell Wilson on the road in Denver, you know? Hawks 2022 says, if the Hawks can't get Anderson or Carter, trade down. I'd be open to it. Trade down's still the biggest thing I'm on board with wanting, first and foremost. So, Hawks 22, Santa's in New Zealand right now. He is. He's making his way. He's making way. Santa's rolling. Hawks 22 says, everything's on Carroll, XVP. Yeah, it just gets harder for me with putting just the blame over to Schneider when that is the reality. I mean, he's the VP. And if I've got a coach who's got more say than the general manager, I don't think that he just has that say and doesn't use it, you know? If you've got the control and power, and especially if he falls in love with certain players, especially that Adams trade, which just reeked of Carroll all the way. Francisco, yeah, I get that, but the Rams have so many injuries, I just don't see them pulling this one out, sadly. I think you're right, Francisco. No, you're probably right on that, man. They're in a spot where it's going to be tough ground to go to. Keldon says that's true, laughing out loud. Yeah, I mean, you know, some teams, they lose their coordinators, they don't get no picks. You guys get some tasty little selections for that. Naughty Nog. I like that. So here's mom's suggestion. She had Naughty Nog on there. Wow, dude, like my mom literally put Naughty Nog on there. Keldon, you're thinking just like my mom on this one, man. So we got Naughty Nog, we got Drunken Chicken, and we got Foggy Noggy. I don't know. Naughty Nog sounds pretty good. It's got the naughty nice kind of Christmas kind of feel to it too. So I kind of dig that, Huey. Let's go with that. Dragon's Kiss. That works as well. Misplaced 12. Is there anything other than Hand of God that will get us to quit? All right, Misplaced 12 says, is there anything other than the hand of God that will get us to quit soft zones as our default coverage? I feel your not only your passion, but your frustration with these soft zone defenses misplaced. They've driven me up the wall for years. I don't understand why they're so beneficial and helpful. I know why they are. I know the big problem I have with them, I guess I know why we do them misplaced. And we don't run those coverages because those coverages are so good at stopping offenses. We run those coverages because we want to stop the deep pass, because our defense is essentially obsessed from a philosophy standpoint in how it runs to prevent against the big play at all costs. Sometimes at all costs to the short passing game, sometimes at all costs to intermediate passing game, sometimes at all costs to the running game now. That's been a new thing we got to see this year with this defense. But at no point is it a coverage that's set up to hold down modern offenses. We are in an age where offenses are more patient than they ever have been before, where they're more about throwing at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage than they ever been before. And both of those two attributes run right headlong into our philosophy and our ideology of dropping those soft zones back time after time after time after time. And, you're not ever going to see If you were going to see a different coverage, right, misplaced, if there was a year you were going to see, this is the year where the coverages change. This is the year where we run some more man. This is the year where we're going to run some more blitz looks and get some more press looks, right? We're not going to play off coverage and then drop into our bail technique post snap 90% of the time. You would have seen it this year with the Fangio scheme. You know, it's not that the Fangio scheme's this blitz heavy thing, but you would be blitzing more. You'd be showing more press-based looks at times. You wouldn't just be running off coverage all the time. You'd have more of a fluctuation in your secondary and what it looked like snap to snap and the kind of coverages that you're running. So if you're not going to change it after you just adopted the new defense to change to that new structure, then hard to see the hope that into the future that's going to suddenly change any point in time soon. I think it's just the defense. It's the secondary coach, Carroll. He's a secondary coach first and foremost. Let's remember that. And when you talk about his structure of defense, it probably started with his secondary first and foremost with where he begins. And I think that you can maybe get him to change his front. You can maybe get him go from a 4-3 to a 3-4, but I don't know if you can ever get him all the way into the realm of truly being willing to change his coverages on the back end, because he just will not move off it. Misplaced, is there a... Sorry for that. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, Brando, can you give me some Pauly Shore waking up Nick Nolte for mall security work? This is my Christmas gift, buddy. Thank you for the $5 donation. I'm going to try. I'm 7.5 hours in, so you got to give me some room on my on my impression. Hey, Nick, buddy. Wake up, Nicky.
Who knows that?
It's your buddy, Pauly Shore, here to try to get you out of body, get your little squishy toes. Let's go outside and have a little bit of fun. You got a little bit of security, buddy. Want to get a little people trespassing, huh?
Oh, God, trespassing. Get out of my house. I'm not here for you. God damn it. I'm not doing it no more.
You agreed, buddy. You said you'd go out to the mall with me. Help me track down them miscreants.
I did not say I was drunk. I told you not to ask me questions. I'm goddamn drunk, right? Jesus Christ, motherfucking God. Jesus.
Come on, buddy. It's going to be a good time. You're going to love it. We'll go squeeze the juice at the rubber there. That's all I got, Garth. The voice is definitely hammered 7.5 hours in. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Appreciate you. I think the naughty nog is where we're going to have to lean with that one. Nagasa says, Texans, Bears, Rams, Arizona are locked top 4. Makes sense. D-Nugget, I figure we have max 3 to 4 years to suffer under the archaic Pete, John, and Jody reign. Probably 2 years, D-Nugget. You can't sell the team before the springtime of 2024 is the key date, because if you sell the team inside of 2024, even though it's kind of an A plus B. So the Paul Allen Trust mandates that you must sell the team, right? It doesn't give an exact time frame, but it does say everything must go. This has all got to get liquidated. And then you have the understanding that if the team sells before 2024, they're going to own the city 10% of the profits of the sale. So you won't see the team sold before 2024 this spring, but post spring of 2024, 2 years, or even less than 2 years, like a year and a half, then that's where I think you'll start to see the team sold. So maybe only about a year and a half longer, really, because I do think they'll be sold very quickly once we get past that 10% of the profit date. U2K says soft zone is Pete's entire defensive philosophy. So the answer is no. Exactly. Ain't changing. Adrian X with a $2 donation says pro and cons on a 4-3-D and pro and cons to a 3-4-D. The pros first to a 4-3 defense is that it tends to be a little bit more rigid in the run game because you have one more extra guy in the line of scrimmage. So you have an opportunity at that point to really close down the running gaps and allow at that point things to be a little more controlled at the line of scrimmage. This also then allows for your linebackers to have a little bit more of an opportunity to usually run a little bit more freer and make plays in the running game. They don't have as many guys getting down to the second level as a 3-4 defense. They're a little more protected up front. And so your guys can really go around. And this is why I think at times you've seen, especially with Cody Barton and Brooks, both having a little bit of a regression this year in their play in this defense, because this does then put a little bit of their vulnerabilities on a little bit wider display, because they are not good at getting off blocks. They're not good about getting around blocks at the second level. So there's that protection built into place. It's a very predictable style of defense, Adrian X. You can't really run a blitz heavy 4-3 defense. You can do a little bit of it, but when you do show your hand, when you show your blitz, quarterbacks can tend to see it from a mile away. So a 4-3 defense tends to get driven to have to be pretty simplistic in its designs and its schematics. But it can tend to, again, force teams into becoming one-dimensional really quickly because you have that extra man on the line of scrimmage. Or like the 4-3 defense we used to run with Pete Carroll here, Adrian X, was the 4-3 under brand of the 4-3 style of defense. And what that does is it actually took one of your linebackers and put them on the line of scrimmage. So you ended up not just having 4 down linemen, you had 5 versus like right now you only sometimes have, even this year, times 2. So the real benefit comes down to you stop the run, you become way more predictable. On the 3-4 front, the main benefit you get from that is you have supreme, you can be supremely complex. You can be supremely unusual in your stylings. You can throw the kitchen sink. You can come from every different angle. You can run zone blitzes. You're able at times to get those outside linebackers a little bit wider with their wide 9 technique, and then that allows them to have a bit of a clearer pathway sometimes to the quarterback. On top of the fact that they're unpredictable and that you, with a 4-3 defense, those down linemen, Adrian X, are going to come every time, right? They're not dropping into coverage, maybe but once every other game or something. So then it's a little bit harder for the quarterback to know what's happening at that point. But to make a 3-4 defense work, Adrian X, you've got to be able to bring the blitz component to play. You've got to be able to bring a good amount of the time, a lot of extra guys, because that's what the benefit of that defense is to be myriad, is to be diverse, is to come from every angle. And if you're simply doing what the Hawks have done with the 3-4 defense this year is, here's the 3-4 defense, but now we're just going to drop everybody into coverage every time, and we're really not going to blitz. Well, once you do that, then you start to lose the benefits of that 3-4 scheme at that point. Then it becomes sort of ridiculous you're even adopting that scheme. That's one of the reasons why, Adrian X, I said, just stay with the 4-3 defense. You're showing none of the signs of being willing to run any of the pressure-based looks that you talked about this offseason, especially when Clint Hurd was hired as the defensive coordinator. So if you're not going to take that step, if you're not going to take the steps to make the defense work right, then just go back to the old defense. Most of the personnel that's on this roster anyway is better fitted for the 4-3 as it is. They chose not to do that, Adrian X, but that's why I was being a proponent of taking that route with it, because they're not blitzing. And if you're not going to blitz out of a 3-4, if you're going to run in soft zone coverage out of a 3-4, then that means you've got all of those vulnerabilities up front with none of the pressure, with none of the uncomfortability that you like to supply with that type of defense. Thank you for the $2 donation, though. I really appreciate it. All the donations on the channel, Adrian X. Stephen Gourard says, Texans take Carter, number 1. Pay Geno Smith the big-time contract. I'm still okay with paying Geno the big money. I'll tell you, Stephen, I mean, defensive tackles don't tend to go number 1 in the draft. I mean, who's our last defensive tackle that went number 1 in the draft? What was it, Big Daddy Wilkerson? What, back 93 or something? And I love Jalen Carter. I do. I love him. But is he enough to claim that realm, especially when you have a year where there are this many quarterbacks in this draft? Or there's a guy like Will Anderson and his 2 years of production coming off the edge, which has looked a little more highly in value across the league. There's more places that Carter fits than versus necessarily where Carter fits scheme-wise. So I don't think Carter goes number 1. I can't quite see how that plays out. Jack says, B, I've given up on the Carter Anderson dream. Just assume that Denver will win another game before it's done. I'm focused on guys like Murphy and Wilson. Well, it's fair enough, Jack. I'm putting together a Carter tape. I worked all week on this last week on my Jalen Carter next video. So I am going to at least publish that video on it. I do love the guy a lot. He's my favorite player in the draft. But the odds could be a little bit long in us having an opportunity to have a pathway to go get him. I mean, they could be. We got to see how the year will play out still, and there's no guarantee that just because we're not in the top 3, that Carter definitely goes in the top 3. It's all about what the teams need up in front of us and what they're looking for, and that's going to dictate some of it. And so Carter could end up sliding a pick or 2 as well versus where we might see him at as it stands right now. Guard Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Guard. It says, hey, that Polly and Nolte you worked out there was brilliant. I appreciate it, Brando. Oh, thank you, man. You're welcome, buddy. I just wish I could have gotten Nick Nolte out of the bed. He's a lazy goose.
Shut your mouth, Paul Shore. You don't know what goddamn thing you're talking about. I got a headache. I drank so much last night. God damn it.
I'll tell you guys, just go watch a movie where Nick Nolte's got to get in a role where he's getting out of bed and he's a little bedraggled and he's kind of, and that's just what he starts sounding like. They get him on the phone.
What you goddamn want? Jesus. Oh, man.
Francisco, I agree. I think Texans go quarterback. I do think 2 quarterbacks go in the first 4 picks. Whether that pushes Carter down at that point, I don't know, but I do think that happens. Cameron, did you see the Jets are moving on from Wilson after this season? Would you give up a 5th rounder for him? Hell to the no, 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 no. Hell to the no, no, no. Can't do it. Can't do it. You got to remember with me too, Cameron, or maybe not. Cameron, at the time, you might not have been around with it where we were at, but I was not high on Wilson coming out of the draft. I get to be one of those people that wasn't one of the people that were all over that guy like, oh, he's the best thing since sliced bread. I said throughout that process, even to the end, I went, I don't get it. I don't get where he's getting these comparisons to Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes. I don't see it. I didn't see it at all. I thought he was a much different player than those guys. So I'm not a big guy on Wilson at this point. I'm not. I thought he was tremendously overrated when he came out. And I don't think he's done anything to really improve himself since then. Misplaced 12 says, stopping the deep ball is more important than winning the game. Got it. Clearly, I've been thinking about this all wrong. Well, you drive home to why it's frustrating the hell out of me too, man. It drives me nuts because it becomes at the cost of everything else. And to your point of that, you're not wrong. The ending cost of that, the point is then winning football games. You know, I don't like it from a methodology standpoint of it doesn't make sense for how the modern game's played. And Misplaced 12, you know, he developed this defense in the 80s and 90s when the game of football was played entirely different. The bubble screen was not part of football in the 80s and 90s. The fly sweep was not a common element in football in the 80s and 90s. The pre-snap motion was not a common element in the 80s and 90s. The playing of the game offensively laterally and challenging defenses laterally as well as challenging them vertically was not as much of a common element in the 80s and 90s. But yet Carroll still operates in his methodology of his defense from that point. And it's not changed over that time period. It's not like it's gone through evolutions over that last 20 years. It has still remained what it is. It still is. I don't want to bring a lot of extra guys in blitz, and I'm going to drop soft coverages on the back end, and those soft coverages are going to be either one of cover 3, cover 2, or cover 4. And that's all I got. We're not running any man. And that's very predictable at the end of the day. You know, it's very, very predictable. Thank you, Garth, on that $5 dono, though, man. I'm glad you like that impression. Sajan, with the exception of missed tackles, I thought the defense played better than I expected, making KC earn every point they got. Yeah, I agree with you, Sajan. I agree with you. That's one of the best offenses, not the best offense in the NFL. I thought you did a good job on them most of the day, and they gave their offense a chance in this game, Sajan, to get some work done, didn't they? So you got to give them the nod in that respect of things. Still some problems out there, but at the end of the day, you know, they probably did good enough to give your offense a chance. U2K says, definitely no big money for Geno. Offer a reasonable mid-level 3-year deal. Draft Hooker with our 3rd pick. If he's still there, build the team. Seahawks, 3rd round pick is what you meant. Build the team. Seahawks are 11 to 12 players from being good football team. I'm all right with that, man. I'm good with it. JDM says, when I play Madden in passing situations, I use the 3-4-D with varying 5-man blitzes when the opponent uses 3 wide receivers. Then I'll use 4 to 3 players to stop the run and limit the big play, okay, by hiding my play with cover 2 pre-snap. What you're really doing there is really, that's at the designs of what you want to do with the 3-4. And when you bring the blitzes, it doesn't have to be a 6-7-man blitz. To your point on that, it can be just a 5-man package. It's just getting that extra guy sometimes to make the quarterback uncomfortable. You know, or in the case of a lot of times of the 5-man blitz, what you're allowing to happen then at that point is you're allowing all of your guys to get single blocks. There's no double teams across the board. But yeah, it's the varying it up, man. And it's the disguise nature of it, JDM, right? It's the built-in component that you're doing against quarterbacks now where you don't make it clear to them pre-snap what's going on post-snap. And on just that general basis alone, if I can create those situations, play in and play out from a defensive standpoint, I've given my defense a benefit. I've given my defense an advantage. If I don't do those things, then I have left an advantage on the table. And we don't do those things, so we're leaving a very common advantage that a lot of NFL teams utilize on the table, including that very Chiefs defense we played today, which is not a magnificent defense, right? They're a middle-of-the-road kind of defense. But what they do is that they're going to make it hard on you. They're not going to make it easy on you. They're going to try to confuse you. They're going to be willing to blitz. They're not scared of giving up a big play on the back end. I like that. I like that from a mentality standpoint. I think I like that from more of a productivity standpoint on both edges. Cooper says the Hawks are not getting a top 5 pick. Nagasa, it'll hurt so freaking much missing out on Carter. Damn. Wait till you see my Tez video, Nagasa. I got plays where these guys look like mirror images of each other. Sajin says, love Nolte and Down and Out in Beverly Hills. Oh, yeah. He's great. Nolte's a great actor, man. Adrian X says, thank you for the explanation. And you're right. We should have gone back to the 4-3. Well, thank you, man. Yeah, it just seemed like the straightforward, when there wasn't a lot of adjustments you could make, there wasn't a lot of places you could call upon. The straightforward one to me that stood out with Carroll at that time was, okay, this defense isn't working at all. You're league worst. Get yourself to middle of the road with a top 10 offense and let's see what it can happen. And they chose not to make that choice at the time. We'll see if they choose to make that choice this offseason. Some of the Fangio schemes aren't having as much success league-wide this year as it's being adopted more often across the league. Maybe that will impact some of this as well. But yeah, I think you've got to know yourself. If you're going to choose your scheme, Adrian X, be it Carroll, you got to know thyself. And it's that old axiom, know thyself. And if you know about yourself that you won't blitz, can't go to a 3-4 defense. That right there should probably make you go, okay, I won't do that. That's not the smart way to go. Wu-Tang Financial says, I wouldn't give the change under my couch cushions for Zach Wilson. Believe that. Yeah, I wouldn't give up my friend's mom for Zach Wilson. I wouldn't make my friend's mom take one for the team on that. 12th North Chad, we know that you love Carter, but do you foresee Hawks picking Carter if he's available? Yes, I do. He is exactly the type of player your defense is dying for, and there's not a lot of an easy path to getting those kind of players. I mean, you're starving, thirsting, and yeah, I think they would. I especially putting this video together I just have been doing recently where I've watched just about every game I can possibly find of Carter snap in and snap out. And he's special. He's special. AI, Brandon, give us an example trade compensation for the Hawks moving back from 3 to 6 to 8 or to 9. The only team I would think would want to come up for a quarterback. If they go from 3 to 6, you're going to pick up probably an extra second and a fourth, maybe, to do something like that. If you're going to 8, you're going to probably pick up a first and a second or third. If you're going to 9, you're probably picking up a couple of firsts, I would say. You might even get a little bit more with the Saints one. I didn't think the Saints had their pick this year, AI. Do they? Isn't that the pick that goes to Philly on that Saints pick? But that would be about what you're going to get. Maybe you could get lucky on 3 to 6 and get a 1. And maybe you can get like a 2 1s on an 8 as a high top end, but probably a little more tempered at that point. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Robert. He says, Pacino, Walken, Nolte impressions of today's game. All right, I'm going to try, folks. I'm 8 hours in, so it gets a little dicey on the voice. I can already feel my voice going a little bit, but I'll give it a shot here. So thank you for the donation, though, brother.
Well, you don't win NFL games one side of the ball. You win it on both sides of the ball. You go out every game. You give it your best. You try to win. And it ain't on one man. It ain't on just Gino. It ain't on the defense. It's on the team. But beyond the team, it's on Coach Carroll. Let me tell you about Coach Carroll. It's fallen away a little bit by my eyes. Maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm not seeing it crystal clear. But my eyes, by what I see, we're getting some failure across the board. What do you think, Christopher?
I'll tell you, Al, Walken, knows what's up all the time, and I know right now what's going on. Yes, you need talent. Talent helps. It's good. Get you through a night when you're cold and you don't have a blanket. That's how it works. But you need more than talent in this NFL modern day. You got to have a scheme. You got to go for the throat. I don't see right now, Al, them going for the throat, do you?
No throat at all. I see them going for the stomach, their own stomach, by how much they're eating in their stomach all the time.
Me too, Al. It's amazing. We're like simpatico, my man, on the same wave. I just see this team right now backtrack. They're like moonwalkers going backwards. Is it 1980? What time is it? Did I do coke? Oh my God. What's going on now? You tell me, Nick. How about you?
Oh, did you say coke? I need some coke right now. God, Jesus. What time is it right now? Why are you guys up right now? Oh, hell. Oh, hell, Christopher. I don't know what's going on with this team.
My walk impression's only good for grumbling. I can only do Knowlton Knowlton grumbling, unfortunately. Yeah. That's like the guy I was listening to once talking about doing an impression of like Liam Neeson. Like, I can't do Liam Neeson, but you do Liam Neeson, do him with one. You do Liam Neeson with just a one-word impression, and this was brilliant. Forget the guy's name, so I can't give him the shout out. But so if you're gonna do Liam Neeson, it's all just one impression. You go, here's my Liam Neeson for you guys.
Niners.
That's how he says bananas. So this is Liam Neeson saying bananas.
Niners.
Probably did it wrong. But that's the way I'm with Nick Nolte. I can only do the grumbling Nolte, Robert. I can't do it.
You gotta talk. It just gets wrong. It just ain't right.
But he's always grumbling and fed up and out of breath. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Hopefully that wasn't too butchered. Tom Eaton says, Minshew for 355 and 2 touchdowns and a loss. Wow. Ooh, Gardner, go. Greatest American hero style, Gardner Minshew. Let's go, Gardner. I like that. Go Hawks, I don't understand what's going on with the Jets. Players don't seem to like Wilson or whatever reason. I don't know why, but they don't. I think you got players that at times get to a point where, we think about these guys all being kind of in a perfect prism of being leaders and ready to go and understanding what they need to do. And some guys come from different backgrounds and different places and how they grew up. And, a story that stands out to me is that Wilson almost lost his starting job with the New York Jets or with the BYU prior to the year that he ended up starting and going on the run that he did. But he was very close to losing that job at that time. Was that because of lack of performance, or was that because the coaching staff had some worries with him about what he was doing from a leadership standpoint? And let's remember that Wilson wasn't a captain in that great year that he had with BYU. He wasn't looked at as a leader by that BYU team. And so there could be some very much questions here with Wilson about maturity and whether or not he was really ready to take on this opportunity the way he needed to, or whether he'll ever be the right guy to be that. But I think when you don't have the players and you're that young of a player and you've taken so many missteps in just a short 1.5, 2 years time frame, that you've lost a locker room in that's phase of things. I think that it is telling about the player at that point. Chris Camp says, what's the path to the playoffs? I haven't looked at all the big back and forth on what exactly has to happen, but the bottom line is that you need both the Washington football team and the New York Giants to win lose at least one game, and then you got to win both of your games. And that's really your only path to trying to get into the playoffs, I believe. Sanchez says, B, I found out how they'll wake you up in the morning, get you riled up over trolls. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's probably just me being a little bit just too much in my own emotions about it with it. I probably just need to let that stuff go when I see it, which is the hardest thing I probably have to do on this channel from my standpoint, both good and bad, is just letting certain stuff probably just go. But yeah, it's definitely like lately, I think what's happening with this Sanchez is I had this war that I had to go through with the Wilson people last year, and it was like a 2-year process. I mean, I was questioning Wilson after the Giants game at home we lost a couple of years ago. And this was at a time when there was Wilsonites everywhere. I mean, the man was basically a religion for some. And I would try to build points and arguments, and it always came back to the same stuff I'm starting to see with Carroll. And I've got some PTSD now built in, I think, for all of those interactions I had to go through with that to try to just, and now I'm starting to go down the same road, and I'm just like, the back of my head's going, no, like, no, not going to do it. And so that's where I'm at. it's going to get to a spot. I'm at that place where it's just going to turn into ignore. And, if people can't keep the gloves up, then see you when I see you. I ain't going to apologize for it. It's so much better when you just have open discussion, even when we do disagree without that stuff. The second somebody does, it's like a turd in the punch bowl, man. The second somebody comes in and does it, you're like, oh, God, here we go. AI says, I think if we win the last 2 games, we're in the playoffs. We need a little more luck. We need a little more on that, AI. That'll help us get in, but you're going to need a little bit more of a bump on top of that one, probably. Go Ox, to take Hooker in the 5th or 3rd or whatever, they said he's not going to be ready till 2024, but if they keep Geno for a year, maybe he'll be good. Yeah. Yeah. Either franchise, do a little short-term deal on Geno and bring in Hendon. That'd be a straightforward way to do it. He's a good quarterback, man. He really took some steps forward this year, did Hooker, before that injury. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Brando, give me the winner of the Raiders at Steelers game. Raiders up 7-0 with possession. Raiders got that one, Garth. That was a tough one for me to predict going in. My buddy was asking me about that because he was trying to lay money down on that game. And you're like 2 of the kind of more unpredictable teams week to week by what you're going to get from what. They don't have anything consistent about either of those 2. But I lean towards the Raiders, but prior to this game, I'm still going to stay with the Raiders at this point. They got that one, Garth. Thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you for all the donations, though, man. I really do appreciate you. You're awesome. Hooker will be 26 when he is ready. He will be an older one. He will be. That's true. You're hoping you're getting a guy pro ready if you're taking him. I watch... What would you do if Carter and Anderson are gone? Probably like to trade back if I could at that point. I watch. I don't have a good enough feel for all the tier 1 guys. I don't think I'd want to go Sealy Ringo. I don't think I want to go quarterback. But I don't know I have a good feel yet for those guys into that tier range of things. I could give you some names, but I don't have a guys that I'm not married to, but as much as I like with Carter and Anderson, it's definitely a different set of dudes once you get past those first 2 defensively and offensively, I think, as far as the pickings go. So I got to look a little deeper into that tier 1. I'm trying to find more of the tier 1 guys. It's been kind of a lot lately of more of the tier 2, second, third round kind of spots I've been going through a little bit. So I just don't have a feel yet. Sajin says, I knew you could do walking. I was got Christopher Walken. I can do him whenever, but it's harder when I got to call an owl. Al's voice goes, he smokes the cigarettes too much, all the time.
Hey, I smoke cancer sticks that make me think better. That's what I do, Chris.
What you do, you're going to get cancer, can't stop it. You love what you love. Tommy Nolte is great. He is great. He's just a great character actor, man. He's one of the actors, whatever he's in, he's going to make it better. Even if the movie's not a great movie, he'll make it better by the role he's in. Glad you guys are liking my impressions. Oh, shoot. Robert says, thanks for the impressions, Brando. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Robert. Thank you for the donations, brother. Always happy to give you those. I love doing my impressions. Tommy Eden says, I think you should work on Sam Kinison too. I think the way he would build up to a tirade from a soft, almost intellectual viewpoint would work great to explain this defense. I could work on a Sam. I could do a little Sam. Oh! Why don't you go back to USC? No, I feel you though on that. That could be a good one. Sam was awesome back in the day, man. So maybe I'll try to see if I can work on a little Sam. Kelly, can we get Jerry? Which Jerry? Which Jerry on that one, Kelly? Yeah, absolutely you can. Oh, Jerry Jones. Can we get some Jerry Jones? Okay, all right. I'll get you some Jerry Jones. I'll get you some Jerry Jones. I'll tell you about the Cowboys here today, Kelly. You're going to listen to me about the Cowboys today. You're going to hear about the Cowboys today. You know why you're going to hear about the Cowboys today, Kelly? I'm going to tell you why. Because we went out there and we showed you who's really running this division. Ain't the Eagles. Ain't those commandos, whatever the hell those are. What is a commando? I don't even know what a commando is. We don't need those in Texas. We got Cowboys. We got Rangers. That's all we need out here. You keep your commandos. Today we took down the Eagles. That's the EAE Crappy Eagles, we took them down because this is Cowboys team. This is our division. This is our football league, and we're going to go for Super Bowl day. Super Bowl year, Cowboys year. Every year's our year. We just sometimes barely miss it. We ain't missing this year. You count us Cowboys out, we come back, we win. That's the Cowboy way. Get your boots on, get your spurs on. That's how we ride out here in Cowboy. Ain't it, Steven?
Daddy, it was a good win, Daddy, but there's a lot of year left to go. There's no guarantees right now, Daddy. I'm just telling you that.
Shut up, boy. Where's the goddamn confidence I instilled in you from a young age? Get in the goddamn closet.
I'm not getting in the closet. I'm a vice president of his football operations, and you will not tell me what to do all the time like that, Daddy. I will not do it.
You will do it, son. I run this show. Yeah, you VP. I'm the P. I'm the big P in this mother. Me. Get in the closet. Don't think we get a Super Bowl.
I just said it was a bad, long year, Dad. It takes a long time. We even in the playoffs. The 49ers are looking tough.
Well, Brock Purdy, my Cowboys are not going to be built by some man named Brock Purdy. I got Dak Prescott. That's a quarterback's name right there. Dak Prescott. That's a Super Bowl winning quarterback name right there. Ain't no winning quarterback in the world going to be named Brock Purdy. Maybe Raymond grows out in Stanford or something, but not being a great quarterback. No. Mm-mm. It's Dallas year, Kelly. So you can hop on board now, or you can wait till we're raising this Lombardi. Or you can wait till we get through this dynasty that we're just about to start up. I'm trying. Voice is definitely dying on me, folks. It's dying. AI, better to call them Wilson teabaggers. Ha ha ha. Benjamin Jarvis, will Geno get a 2 to 3 year deal? I think we'll offer it. Yeah. I think eventually they'll end up probably finding some way to get a deal done with them too. So it's hard to gauge on this one. We've heard that they kind of want it. There's some cat butt for you guys too, by the way. Hard to gauge on this one, no doubt about it. Look at her tail on this. She loves to, her tail gets whipping when you pet her. Show them the tail whip. She whips it. So yeah, I think we do sign him to a deal, Benjamin. I think they'll find a common number. Tommy says the ESPN playoff machine basically has us a 9-8 team in the playoffs and is between us, Giants, Lions, Packers, Commanders. Us winning out doesn't do it alone. No, got to get a couple losses with it as well. Sanchez says, what does the patron offer that the subscription doesn't hear? Nothing at this point, Sanchez. So just exactly the membership benefits that you get as a member. But there's some people didn't have necessarily the YouTube, so they couldn't support through YouTube. So Patreon gives me an alternative for some folks. I'll eventually be expanding more. I'm going to start getting more cuts instead, like cuts up from the live stream and stuff trimmed up and put out onto the patron and members channels. But for right now, those will both stay the same as far as the benefits are going. We'll eventually probably expand out one and the other on that, but I want everybody to get whatever extra benefits on both ends of it that I do. Sijin with a $5 donation says, now do Al Pacino for us, Brando. I was just trying some Al. It wasn't the greatest though, but all right, we'll give it a try here. My voice is definitely going Sijin, so bear with me here.
I'm going to tell you, I have faith in this team right now. They fight, they're hard, they work. Well, my faith is shaken. I wake up every day hoping this team's going to win, but they don't. Hoping this team will get to the playoffs, but they're falling short. Why? Why aren't we good? Talent? No. That's some of it. Not all. It comes from scheme. It comes from doing better than the opposite team. It comes from taking those advantages where you got. You got to fight. You got to scratch. You got to scream to get what you want. If I was the man I was 5 years ago, I would have been the one to do it. But I'm not that man no more. I'm not strong enough. I'm too old. I'm too freaking blind. It's got to be someone else. I need new blood. And if only Coach Carroll could say the same. But he's not. He won't. He never will. Where is the hope? The hope is in future years. The hope is in this draft. Have hope, my fellow Seahawks fans.
Thank you, Sijin. Appreciate the $5 donation. It's definitely shaking a little bit, but we're hanging in there. Benjamin Jarvis playoff scenario. I don't know exactly all the teams that lose. The bottom line scenario on this, Jarvis, is this. You get Washington losing, you get Giants losing one game over the next two games. You're going to get in if you win both of your games. I think that's the basic way it breaks down. I've got to look at how all of the spider charts work, but I've been doing live streaming since the end of the game, so I haven't had a chance to kind of look into the depths of what is offered and what isn't offered and how it all kind of rolls. Sanchez, thank you for upgrading your membership to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor, my man. I appreciate it. And like I said, the general plan here as we go forward on kind of the membership benefits is we got the weekly article, we get the PF scores out there for members of the channel. I am going to start to look to try to get maybe some little cuts, snippets from the shows, funny moments, maybe we're doing impressions and whatnot. And we'll get them kind of posted here for kind of members of the channel and whatnot on that too. Because I don't know if that'd be as much something people want on general content because it's a little bit off in its own little land of things. Jack says, can you do Billy Bob in Sling Blade impression? Oh my goodness, you guys are going deep on this. Okay, hold on, it's all about the face here. Okay, Jack, you gotta get the face right.
Knew about them back in there about it. They didn't like that too much back there. I like me my biscuits. Biscuits are good. Don't you touch that boy. I don't want to have to kill you touch that boy. I aim to kill you do. I don't know why this defense don't change. It's a bad defense. It's just not very good. I wish it was better.
It's actually not bad for me. That's been a while since I've done Sling Blade. So you guys go watch the Sling Blade trailer, right? I think I just kind of killed that one. I think I got the Sling Blade.
This defense ain't very good. I wish it was better.
It's not bad. I could perfect that one, AI. I haven't been working my Sling Blade too much, but I got something to work with. That one's just so vague. There's a bunch of kids right now in the chat going, Sling Blade? Sling Blade? Sanchez, thank you for upgrading your membership to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor, my man. But as well, I want to say one more time to you, man. Thank you for all the donations to the channel, man. You dropped a $100 donation when we did 10K, dropping 100 donate today, probably another, 50, 60 on top of that. So thank you so much, my man. I appreciate it. Sam the Great says, Giants or Commanders have to lose one, and the Seahawks have to win two. Just one of those teams got to lose. Okay. Just one. That's easier. It's a little easier. Sports fan, me, I have no clue who Sling Blade is. Yeah, you don't get to understand how well I just killed that impression. I did that pretty good. But he's a very Billy Bob, really, like his best role he's ever done. It completely disappears in this role, sports fan. It's like his breakout role, and he
gets it down, he just gets down. He's kind of mentally disturbed, man. Speaks like this. I wish you wouldn't have hurt that boy. I'm gonna have to hurt you now.
Good movie, though. You get a chance. Sling Blade's a great film. Great film. Sergeant says, excellent. Pacino, my guy.
You're welcome. I'm here anytime. I will give you motivation. I'll tell you how this team is going to be good. We just got to fight. We got to rough. We got to get down on it.
Cowboys are number one. Hello, my guy. We won in spite of the quarterback.
I know. It's because we're the Cowboys. That's what we do. Okay? We're winners. Cowboys are number one. I keep trying to tell you that as a Cowboy fan. You ain't listening to Father Jerry here. You need to listen to Father Jerry. You see this little white thing here? That makes me your priest. All right? And this is Jerry Jones telling you right now the Cowboys are going to Super Bowl. Yeah, I know you question the Cowboys are number one. I know you like to question. You like my weak-ass little son who likes to question all the time, aren't you?
Daddy, I don't question. I got a lot of faith in the team. I'm a vice president. How could I not have?
Shut up. You question me all the time. All the time. You're a loser, boy. I should have made your brother VP, but you were older and I got lazy about it. But God, you suck. You wouldn't know a winner if it hits you upside your head with two Jimmy Johnsons.
Daddy, that's not fair. You pushed Jimmy out, not me. You got drunk with them reporters and you told them you could have run. 10 coaches could have won those championships.
Shut up, boy. I know what I said. And I was right then and I'm right now. We have not won a Super Bowl because things have gone weird. Not because of my decision making. Back in the goddamn closet.
Oh, Daddy, I won't go in the closet.
Get in there.
U2K, again, this team is not good, but with that said, if we make the playoffs as a 7 seed and get the Vikings, we've got a shot against them. They play down to their competition, and Cousins loves interceptions. He does. Let's not forget, too, U2K, he's also a guy that doesn't exactly rise to the moment in the biggest of moments, does he? Specifically those primetime games. Cool Breeze says, amazing performance, 10 out of 10, Brando. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Jack says, you got me ROTF with that sling blade. You killed it. Thank you, man. I didn't even know I had sling blade, man. It's been years since I've done the sling blade. But it was pretty close. Thank you, guys. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it, man. All the donations to the channel, man. Says Brando, Zach Wilson is a hilarious second pick. Leave it to the Jets to draft a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Mormon kid who knows how tall in 2021. Yeah, that one was one that was just odd on so many levels, Garth. And especially it's just, there is a little bit of the maturity issues that are out there. You are getting a guy that's not the biggest cat, to your point on that, as far as size-wise. And then again, nothing wrong being a Mormon kid, but then you're going to New York, which is a pretty, for a kid coming out of Utah, I grew up in Southeast Idaho. I know the kids I know those kind of mentality, those kids coming up, that's a big city for those kids coming out of that area. That's it's a lot on top of you. You got a lot of, and that New York media market is pretty much the polar opposite of the Seattle media market. They will put feet to the fire, whether you should be putting the feet to fire or not, right? Everybody gets the feet to the fire. They light the blowtorch up and they ask questions later, right? That's the media. That's the New York media market. So you need a guy, if you're going to go in that market as a player, that's got to have a very special mindset as a quarterback to be able to handle that criticism and roll with those punches. And I think as we saw a little bit in his last performance, I think instead that stuff is sort of mounted up on Zach. And it sort of has started to kind of get into that avalanche phase of things where he's in his own head, playing with no confidence. And some of that is a little bit of that environment there, I think. Just a little bit. Sports fans laughing out loud. I'm going to look it up. You're going to be blown away when you do. You're like, wow, he nailed it. Brando, we won in spite of my quarterback. 5 takeaways to my defense versus a backup quarterback. We won in spite of my quarterback. 5 takeaways. 5 takeaways by my defense versus a backup quarterback. I may be biased, but I'm going to stand on my 10 toes down. We need a better quarterback. Can you do a Mexican Jerry Jones? I'll try here. See, I know you did. This team is, I can't do that. I'll have to do an accent, but I don't know if I can do the Spanish. My Spanish isn't good enough. Cowboys are the best team ever. You want to ride with this or not? Or you win this team or you're gone. Dak or no? You keep talking about Dak Prescott. You don't know about Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is the best quarterback ever. I signed him the best deal ever, the best contract ever. He'll be the best quarterback ever. He's going to roll 5 Lombardis. I can't do Mexican Jerry. Not 8 hours in. I tried. There's even for me, there's bridges I can't go too far. AI says Bad Santa is Billy Bob's best movie. Maybe. I don't know, man. I love me Sling Blade. Sling Blade's a great film. It's just a great, great film. It's low budget, it's a little bit of a different area and territory. It's kind of your, under the radar kind of film, but it was really good. Sports fan, what's the take on Geno now? I still think he's playing well, but maybe trading him and taking a quarterback is better since we still are ways away from contending, and we can use the cap space to beef up the D. I think very much in your question lies really probably the appropriate answer here, sports fan, in that you definitely probably have more of an option to feel like you can kind of go other couple places if you want to. I think the combination of what you say is right in the respect of you don't maybe feel like you're as close as a team to winning right now. And so maybe that informs you a little bit more about paying for Geno. Because if you're paying for Geno, you're thinking in the next 2 years, you could be a Super Bowl contending team. Otherwise, there's really not a big point to paying Geno at that point. Might as well just save the money and set the roads up, prep everything up for down the road when you're going to be better in that position at that point. So I'm still on board with signing to an extension in the respective sports fan. I think a lot of these struggles come from the fact that there's been other things that have been kind of failing on this team. I think at the same point in time, he's not playing his best football. But I also think you've had the bad defense. You've had the lack of running game. The pass protection has been a little bit weaker in probably the last 4 or 5 weeks from where it started out at the start of the season. And some of that explains, I think, a little bit of the dip in performance from him. So I'm open to it, but I'm also open to all of the possibilities you present. And if you've got a team out there willing to make you an offer for him, because you have the franchise tag that you have kind of holding up over his head, maybe potentially, I certainly would swing that kind of deal. And I think there might be a team willing to make a kind of move for him like that. You're not going to get a lot, but maybe get a little bit of something that's nice. AI says, that meant you had 2 picks and 1 fumble. Eagles 4 turnovers total. Cost them the game. Tough. That's tough. Cowboys are number 1 laughing out loud at that Mexican Jerry. We're gonna win. We're gonna win tomorrow.
We're going to win the next day. We're going to win forever because that's what Cowboys do. Cowboys win forever. We don't know how to lose. All we do is win. All we do is win. I try to tell you every week Cowboys number one. Tell me about. No Dak Prescott. No good Dak Prescott. He's very good.
Sports fan, that was more like Mexican Trump. Probably pretty much.
It was.
God, now he's got me trying to combo now.
He's the best game ever. It was amazing.
And Power Code Brandon still going, my man. That's awesome. Today might not have been a favorable outcome, but I think the defense is seeing a resurgence. Areas of improvement inside offensive line, wide receiver depth, defensive tackle, and linebacker. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if I go full resurgence. It's been a slightly better performance defensively than where it had been from the previous couple weeks with Niners and this week. So I definitely give you that on that for sure. And Power Code says, I think our ceiling with Pete at head coach will always only be so high. There's not much of an upside. Hurt's comments in the offseason haven't added up to anything, and Desai signing hasn't amounted to much. Looking at this defense heading into the future is concerning, but schematic and talent changes must be made for progress to occur. We need to fit our personnel to the scheme and marry the two. Yes, Empower Code, I think you've arrived at the same place I've arrived at. I got into a lot of fights here, not a lot of fights, but I've already gotten a few tussles here in the stream with a couple of commenters not liking my lack of faith in Carroll. But that's where it does come to. It's not to say Carroll can't coach a team or bring a team that can get to maybe the playoffs. With the right talent, with enough talent, I think he can get a team to the playoffs as a head coach. But I think you touch upon what I look at through the lens of, and I think you look at it through this lens of the same way, which is we're trying to get to Super Bowls. We're trying to get to compete for Super Bowls. And you don't get that if you have low expectations. And if your expectations are at its highest point of, well, we'll slide into the playoffs and then maybe there's a chance at some point. That's not how elite teams play it. That's not how a Niner team plays it this year. They're in their window. They're going for it. They know who they are. They know the time is now. It's either get now or miss out. And you get to that stage by truly making these moves that will get you to being an elite stage of things. And I think that you're right. I think there's just if we're talking about Coach Carroll as a head coach at this point, I feel like he's a little bit of that equivalent player that we look at in the college draft, who we say he's got a high floor, but he's got a low ceiling. I think Coach Carroll has a high floor as a coach in his wins of over expectation level and what he can give you from a team, even a team that's missing a little talent. But I do think that he has a restricted level as well as to where the heights he can get you now. He got you to Super Bowls back to back when you had Hall of Fame level talent across the board on the defensive side of the ball. I don't think you're going to stack that equivalency, even with this amount of draft capital, ever in the same way once again. And I think we leave too much in Power Code from a schematic angle, from an X's and O angle. Too much is left on the table on a weekly basis. Too much. You can't be giving your opponent that many advantages because you're not taking advantage of self-built-in advantages because you just run what you run and you don't really play it opponent by opponent. So I am in the same place with you. I love Carroll to death, but I do think that there's probably a limitation right now to where he can take you as far as a head coach. Zinks. We are not out of the playoff, Zinks. So we have to win both games, and then one of Washington or the Giants have to lose. In the hunt. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, I hear Billy Bob Thornton is a huge jerk, incredibly difficult actor to work with, according to the Bad Santa director. I heard that too. We probably saw that same interview. And the director mentioned that he said Billy Bob was great. Like he heard all these stories, I think, about how bad Billy Bob was to work with. And everybody sort of prepped him for like what he was going to be in for. And then he comes to find out Billy's like fine out the gate. And then like by day, I think it was 24, he just went off the rails at that point. And the director went and looked at the contractual language, and what it was is that Billy Bob was aware of the fact that if he's like 24 days of filming, you can't fire him at that point, that like his contract's guaranteed. And so he kind of knew that was the point that he could act and be a little bit of the petulant, diva actor type. But Garth, I've heard the same thing about him. Yeah, he doesn't sound like the easiest cat to go out there and work with, The Cowboys, I remember laughing my ass off, got better instantly. I could probably, if I worked on a Mexican Jerry Jones, I could probably find my voice with it. U2K says the Chiefs were coasting today. Not once did they seem concerned about the outcome. They did just enough and knew that. KC's D is their weakest area, and we never challenged them. I felt the same way, man. I've referenced cruise control, but coasting is just an equivalent way of saying it. I don't think that you had the Chiefs out there at any point where they really had to throw their best swing at you. I think that they just kind of got a chance to jab you all day. You know, they just kept throwing that jab out, and that was enough. Like, eventually the jab was going to fell you. And it did. You know, it did. Empower says can we really excuse Geno's performance today as a result of lacking run game and incompetent D? I thought both of those components were good enough today. I think that it's a bit of a mixed bag with both of those two things. I think you're right to point to Geno Smith and say there's some stuff here that is worrisome about his performance today and about his recent performances, which do go more about decision making and poor decision making and being off with where he's going, being a little bit more uncomfortable in the pocket, falling a little bit more off of his back foot. I'd argue maybe some of this is a little bit of a what you get when you have 5 straight weeks or a year of where you can't rely on the run game, can't rely on the defense. I got to score every time up the football field. You know, this is where you kind of lend to, but we've got to be honest as well. And Geno did not have a good performance today. And there's a couple of moments that really stand out to me where the interception that occurred was just awful. It's a horrible moment in that game to have that interception at that time. You can't make that throw in the back of the end zone like that there. Just a bad throw on his part. There's another throw on the one where Marquise Goodwin got injured, where he's got 8 yards to go get a first down on a key third down, and he's trying to make this tough on-the-run throw where there's not even separation between the receiver and the player. Was a little bit of a down day there from Geno today. So I wouldn't excuse it. No, I do think that to say that D was good, you know, D was okay. They were all right. I wouldn't put the failing on them today. They 24 points to Kansas City. They've done their job as far as I can tell from that. They didn't get a lot of pressure on Mahomes. They didn't cause any turnovers. But, you know, from the aspect of you didn't let Kansas City just run all over you, and you didn't let them just run up the score either. You made it at least interesting. That is noteworthy. The run game wasn't there in the first half. So, yeah, you did break out in a big way in that second half, but there were no yards to be had for Walker in that first half. It was more of the same where the holes were closed up. They're getting penetration in the backfield. But then after that, yes. You know, after that point, then you started in that second half, and he definitely had the benefit of that at that point. Sanchez says, what are the realistic prospects of starting over at linebacker? I think it's good for one position to do that with Sanchez. I think it's going to be hard to do both, not because you don't have the assets to do it or that there isn't the guys in the draft to maybe go get to do that. But certainly even the Seahawks history, we at one point or another in 2005 started 2 rookie linebackers in Leroy Hill and Lofa Tupu. And that year you actually were able to get to the Super Bowl. So even if you look at it going, well, you can't start 2 young guys like that. Can't do that. We've done it before. We've had success. Doing it. So you can go that route. I think Sanchez, when I've looked at the money on Jordan Brooks, he costs as much in dead money as to keep. So I think when the team looks at this and they go, we got to get center, we got to get right guard, we got to get defensive line across the board here taken care of. Probably going to need to get another running back. Maybe we're going to need to get a safety. Could probably look at slot corner. I mean, you get pretty far down deep that list before you get to let's get both the linebackers. So I think Brooks does come back on another year deal, but I do think that they find somebody else as an improvement over Cody Barton. I do believe that for sure. There's some good linebackers I think we'll be able to look at in this draft too. What's good about the draft is that the middle linebackers aren't great at the top end, and I don't think that you got a lot of tier 1, tier 2 guys. But right at the back of tier 2 into the start of tier 3, there's a lot of inside linebackers to pick from. U2K says Thornton is a smug a-hole. That's why portraying one in movies comes so naturally to him. He does. It does come very naturally to him. You know, that smug a-hole kind of vibe is, you know, that's embedded deep on him. There was that one interview he did a couple years ago where he's in like a rock band. I love when these actors are in a rock band. And then he starts, it's like they ask him an acting question and he just like completely, the whole interview goes off the rails because the reporter asked him a acting question. It's like, come on, dude. Like, so he's going to ask you about acting. Like, give it a break, you know? Robert Jimenez, how about a Mike Tyson impression? It's spinal. It's spinal. I don't do it. I want to ease children. I want to, God, I can't do Mike. Mike's too tough for me. Maybe at hour 4, I could do a little Mike, but it's too tough to do right now. I can't do the Mike Tyson right now. I don't have enough, my voice doesn't go high enough for Mike. Will says, I wish you a Merry Christmas. So thankful I found your channel this year. The best Seahawks content. Oh, man. Thank you, Will. Merry Christmas to you, man. Happy New Year. That's very kind of you to say. I really appreciate that. R. Sanchez says, I'd like to see what Tanner has. He's lighter, which could end up helping in pass coverage. Yes, I was wondering about that a little bit earlier too in this game. I mean, you feel like there's this point in this game that you have a moment where the Chiefs are up by 2 touchdowns at that point, but then they decide to okay, we're going to close this out. And the first thing they do on 2 back-to-back plays is attack Jordan Brooks and get 70 yards on 2 plays. So I do feel like on just even those 2 plays right there, maybe Tanner would have been a little bit better for you at that point. I think the team has married themselves to Brooks, as spoken about earlier a little bit when we were talking about the realistic possibilities of starting over at linebacker, partly because they know that he's going to be here on to next year no matter what kind of. And I think that's also sort of informing this a little bit. That doesn't make me happy, but I do think it is probably part of what's impacting why you still see Brooks out there maybe almost no matter what, And I don't like it because I do think Sanchez, which I think is at your point of your questions in there, is just that, Brooks is not going to improve in coverage anytime soon. He's not getting better next year. He's not getting better this year. He hasn't been better in the past. It ain't getting better, So again, now you've got a little bit of a limited upside to your linebacker core and what it can be, even when it's riding great, even if you get another partner next to him, another running mate next to him who's awesome. That there's a bit of you talk about that low ceiling on Carroll. Well, now you're lowering your ceiling down for your linebacker play, which means now, okay, the secondary has to play that much better. Okay, now your defensive line's got to play that much better to overcome that, to compensate for that. And I don't like that within the structure of a defense right from the jump before you started to build out the other parts. Sanchez says, how much do I need to donate to you to join the Drew side? Oh my goodness. I don't think I can land at the Drew side this year myself. Outside of Geno falling, I guess, completely on his face in a given game, I think there's just not a spot that I can arrive at to say that I think Drew Lock is the answer here to go with. I don't think Geno, even if he's holding us back, is going to be holding us back in a way that would be substantially an increase in the position with what you get from Drew Lock. I think his best case scenario would be to bear out what you've gotten from Geno, essentially. And if it's a lateral move, then why make the move at that point? Especially with only 2 games remaining, especially because Drew Lock's a free agent at the end of the year. I mean, if anything, if you're really interested in bringing back Drew Lock and you don't want Geno here long term and you want to let Geno go, it's interest to keep Drew under lock and key a little bit, keep his performance depressed so he doesn't cost a lot on a 1-year deal. You can give him the 1 year, $3 or $4 million, Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. The orange cat chases the other cats through the living room, but she'll never hold up one of your YouTube productions. No, she won't. No, she won't. She tries, Garth. She gives it the good honest shot if she can pull it off, but she hasn't figured out a method yet. See, her latest thing is she'll be in the cat tree and put both arms on my chest and pull me back this way and see if that'll bring me back into the fold. But she can't break this concentration. She knows it. She's a happy girl though. They got some salmon before the telecast, so they're doing good. I got some catnip for tomorrow for Christmas for them. They'll love it. They'll love it. Thank you though, Garth, for all the donations, man. I really appreciate it. Nagasa, they were calm. Our D was garbage as usual. If they wanted to score, they could have. I see the same thing. I think they were just, I just don't think they were pressing all of the action in this game. They knew they could beat the Seahawks team without having to call on all the guns. It's like, no, we don't need the artillery. Just send in the paratroopers, right? Give me a couple of battalions out there. We'll be fine. No. We don't know the tanks. Keep the tanks back. We're okay. Power Code, Tariq Woolen has been consistent this year. Never a moment of doubt with him. Exciting to see. Yeah, well, he was great today too. Again, not tested much by Mahomes. Mahomes did try to get to him deep, and he sort of baited him a little bit, which was interesting to watch. Him baiting Patrick Mahomes. But Woolen was great again today. Absolutely outstanding. Barry Satoro just sent Brooks every passing down. That's going to be worse than bury him in coverage, right? I mean, he's completely lost back there. Just, he does not know where to go. He does not know how to sit in the zone, does not know how to pick guys up in the zone. He is completely lost and regressing in that respect. Nagasa says Brooks may be the worst linebacker in the league. He's literally just a body in the middle. Well, I would tell you this. I'd say this. At the very least, he's the worst. I think undoubtedly he's the worst coverage linebacker in the NFL. I mean, the man almost gave up 1,000 yards in coverage last year, and he's just about going to do the same this year with teams throwing significantly less than they did last year. But he ain't good. Cool Breeze, I don't know. Garth seems to be able to do anything. She sets her mind to. She does. She runs this show. Angel Raven, Hawks had a good run. Any scuttlebutt on the coaching being fired soon? Hawks had a good run. Any scuttlebutt on the coach being fired soon? I don't think there's going to be anybody fired on that Angel Raven. I don't know if that also means that we have a lot of confidence in them either, or this coaching staff as it stands. I think there's a big question in the fan base from a big contingent of the fans about whether this is the right coaching staff going forward. And, I'm questioning it at this point. I don't have a lot of faith in Carroll right now going forward. I'm not out on him, but I have some questionable faith there. Megan back. What's up, Megan? Cool Breeze. Garth, I could be wrong, though. I was in the wild card final. Shake my head. Oh, yeah. No, you're probably right. She can do what she wants. Cowboys are number one. Respectfully, Brandon. How would you describe Largent to a fan like me who never saw him play? Why would a serious football fan love this player? It's a great question, man. So let's start this off with the first thing, which is that, you want to root for a player as a fan. It's really easy to go root for the guys that are the Randy Moss types or, the Patrick Mahomes types that are freak show talents that have kind of it all to work with to begin with. And those guys then turn out to be great players. What about when you have the guy who's not tall, who's not fast, who's not long, right? Who's not necessarily got upper level quickness, who goes out there and not only maximizes himself out, right? Not only takes a guy who from a 1977 wide receiver standpoint, 1976 wide receiver standpoint, and in the way that they view wide receiver prospects at that time, right? Not in retrospect, not that we look at him and go, well, 40 years ago, look at him in the film. He just doesn't look fast. He doesn't look athletic. He, for his time, coming out in his draft, wasn't looked at as athletic or fast or physically gifted. I mean, he was productive, I believe, at Tulsa, but he had none of that acclaim going for him. It's part of what made him about an 8th round pick at that point in time. So you have a guy not very talented with not a lot of physical ability who comes into the NFL and sets every single major receiving record in his time in the NFL. And he does it, Cowboys are number one, on a run-first offense throughout the course of his entire career. Never on a pass-first offense. Never on an offense that was leaning towards even trying to throw the ball at a decent rate for back then. He had a coach who went by the name Cowboys are number one of Ground Knox. And I hope I don't have to tell you that if I got a coach by the name of Ground Knox, probably he's gotten that nickname. He's not big on throwing the football a whole hell of a lot. So this guy retired as the number one receiver, most receptions, most yards, most touchdown catches, right? Most games in a row with a single catch. I mean, he broke every single receiving record there was out there. The problem is, it got broken really quickly, almost immediately, because Jerry Rice was right behind him. But what did Jerry have that he didn't? Jerry had a Hall of Fame quarterback thrown to him. Hall of Fame head coach. Great players across the board, other Hall of Famers on that team to play with. And he was in more of a pass-first based offense, so he was going to get more touches. He was going to get more opportunities, more bites at the apple that Largent was never going to have. So when you put it in a perspective of that and understand this guy went out every week and he kicked a guy's ass who was faster than him, that was bigger than him, that was stronger than him, that could jump higher than him, that was longer than him. And he still went out and kicked their ass every single week. And then when he got into the back half of his career, after he was done kicking those guys' ass the first half of his career, then he got double teams throughout the whole portion of the second half of his career. And still smoke showed him. Still smoke showed the double teams. And you can go watch this go turn on any Largent tape. Just go turn on the Seahawks game of the mid-'80s. And you're going to see Largent making catches in between two guys very often because those double teams were coming by that point in time. So if you can't vote for that kind of guy. If you can't, that guy can't win you over. He was essentially the Rocky Marciano of wide receivers, right? Where this guy's doing this by sheer will. I'm not strong enough, I'm not fast enough, I'm not big enough, but by my sheer will, I will accomplish this. That's why he's my favorite player of all time. I could relate a lot to Steve Largent. I wasn't fast, wasn't big, couldn't jump high, not tremendously physically gifted. But you better believe no matter what sport I went out in, I gave everything I had every time. And partly because I did that was having a guy like Largent you look up to and seeing how he played the game. And understand that's how you do it. That's what it takes.
Jack, you still a fan of them potatoes, Carl? I like them potatoes. They're good potatoes. I eat them with some ketchup. They're delicious. I like me potatoes and biscuits.
No heat, Cowboys are number one. I feel you on that. I love it. I love talking Steve, man. I talk Steve all day. Garth died with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. You're awesome. All your donos, brother. I'm thanking you, Brando, and the generous donators on the Christmas Eve. Brando, you've given us hours of intelligent entertainment. Well, thank you, man. That's really kind of you to say, brother. I hope this is providing just that. That's always the goal here, is that this is coming across. You guys are loving what you're hearing and that we're on the right path with this. So, man, I appreciate all the donations, brother. You're very, very kind. And like I said, thank you doesn't seem enough, Garth, for merely saying thank you. To say thank you, you're helping me able to chase my dreams and do this thing that I love more in the world than anything else. It ain't enough, because there's hard to get to these pathways. And a lot of these guys got to do YouTube, got to still do that full-time job 24/7 and then just leave whatever little slice extra they have over for the channel. I'm getting to just do this full swath. I'm getting today, go full 8.5 hours a day, not worry about it. Go. I love it. Megan says, behind Jim Zorn, who B must admit is better than Dave Craig, I'll admit for today, Steve Largent is my favorite Hawk. He's a good one. He is a real good one. He's good. Tom Eden says ground Chuck because his name was Chuck Knox and he only threw to break up the run. You talk about the most simplified, basic, predictable offense. There was none more so than a Chuck Knox offense. He was going to run the ball on first down. He was going to run the ball on second down. And then maybe he would pass if he absolutely had to. Megan says Steve was always smaller than most, but showed up all the damn time. Boy, did he ever. Michael Myers, awesome description of Largent. Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you, Michael. I love the man. My favorite player of all time. Tom Eaton says, my favorite thing about Largent was how tough he was. Teams used to take cheap shots on him to try to take him out of the game, and he would run them over the next play. Well said, man. That's exactly what he would do. Part of those double teams that would come down there, we all remember the famous hit where he gets his jaw broken when the safety comes over and puts a forearm into his side of his head. I still am kind of putting this together. I've got a long built video I've put together that's going to eventually be a Largent video from putting together for the channel. But when I was going back and watching these old games of Largent, I was shocked at how many times he was taking these kind of hits that were just like that Mike Harden hit, where it's an elbow upside his head. Maybe he's not getting, his jaw broken, but I guarantee you there was quite a few concussions in there with the way that he was getting smacked. I mean, this was old school football where the safeties, not only do the safeties come leading in for the head, they come leading in for the head with a forearm, where they got it padded up just enough to protect their own arm, but you're getting the forearm right upside the head. And Steve would get that play after play after play. Guard Knight, Ty Lockett is the new Largent. I've heard that comparisons with the Garth, but my problem with that is that Ty Lockett's not going to finish his career with one single NFL record to his name. You know what I mean? Not one. Largent had them all by the end. And I think that's where offenses are always going forward, more points, more yards, this is always going to continue to increase, but it shouldn't have us then lose perspective of those greatnesses of those players when you can go, wow, he had all those records in his back pocket when he was done. It was his name that was atop those boards, Audie Bell, yep. Largent also had the best hands of his generation's right. Best hands in the NFL. And one of the best hands in NFL history. No gloves, no stickum, just his pure hands. Just these two mitts is all he had. Power Code, got to go, Brando, but Merry Christmas, man. Appreciate everything you do and all your efforts. We'll continue supporting the channel as our Hawks build into the future. Keep going, bro. Keep going, bro. Much respect. Hey, much respect back to you, too, man. Appreciate you on that. Thank you for all your support to the channel, too, Empower. I do appreciate it, brother. Cowboys are number one. I appreciate the words, Brandon. Fantastic context on Largent. Thank you, sir. My pleasure, man. Anytime you want to know about Largent, I can wax poetic about Steve for days. Days and days. Cool Breeze says, love you all. Be good, Brando. Keep your foot on them neck. You the number one Hawks YouTuber. Hey, thank you, brother. I ain't taking it off, man. In fact, I'm about to put a second foot on the neck. So you know I won't stop. You know I'll keep going. You guys keep watching. You keep showing up. I'll keep on yakking away here. Tommy says, I got a signed football from Largent as a kid. It was given at halftime of a Bills-Hawks game in the Kingdome from Dave Craig. We got to play at halftime in Pee Wee football. Ooh, that would have been cool. Play on the Kingdome. Oh, man, I'm kind of jealous. That would have been awesome. It was a concrete jungle, but it had a certain sentimentality to it, didn't it? Megan says, Largent now has problems with his memory, which he puts down to the hits he took, and with his hearing, which he says is due to the 12s of the Kingdome. I bet on both. I mean, the hits I saw him take, Megan, it's like, yeah, if you're talking about there's some CTE, there's some CTE. Oh, there's some CTE too. Yeah. Megan says, I have a throwback silver mini helmet signed by the Ring of Honor members, including Steve Largent and Jim Zorn. I brought back from Seattle, which is now on the shelf behind me. That's the right spot. That's where they should be, is right next to each other, Megan. It's right where they should be. Tommy says, it's more accurate to say Jerry Rice was the new Largent. That is how good he was. Exactly. Exactly. And it gets forgot because Jerry became so fast right behind him. I think that's why it's been lost to history a little bit of Largent's greatness. It's like setting a home run record in baseball when you're Roger Maris, right? And it lasts for 50 years. And then it's overtaken by one guy. And then the very next year it's taken by somebody else. You know, even though it was taken by a guy after Roger and McGuire that was roided out to his mind, at nth degree, it's still like, well, nobody's going to remember that guy because then Bonds comes and takes it. And I think it's a little bit of the same thing that applies here, where it's just because he didn't hold those records for very long doesn't mean that he didn't hold all those records at least for a period of time. Gart died with another $5 donation. My goodness, Gart, thank you so much. She said, did Megan just say Jim Zorn is better than Largent? I'm no Australian, but I think Largent is better than Zorn. Now, I think she prefers Jim Zorn just from a preference standpoint. But, yeah. I know what you mean, Megan. Saijan says, always thought the NFL should give CTE their full attention. Yeah, I think they're trying to do what they can. I think the problem that they have with it is if you address it too much, you turn your game into flag football, which is, I think, where they don't want to go with it. And there's going to be some inherent risk in doing this. I think they're going to continue to try to get these rules in the place to where they can clean it up as much as they can, but it probably always will be a part of football until they get that helmet that's just like the new hotness, that just is like you never get a concussion. You could get hit by a jackhammer and you wouldn't get a concussion. One of those things. Gene D, we keep having these long stretch of games where we lose to teams we should be beating. It's happened with Russ too. I'm starting to question Pete Carroll. I've been mentioning a lot through our stream here today, Gene, and just that there's absolutely a question in my mind of him right now. This is about looking into the future and who's the right coach for this team to get back to being an elite team. Who is it? Maybe it's Carroll, but I think that there's right at this point to question whether it's Carroll and whether he can clean up some of the holes in his coaching game that have been a part of his coaching game for going back to years now. Lack of player development, a lack of schematic advantages that are built in on a weekly basis, getting out coached on a weekly basis. I think these things are kind of concerning at this point, and I don't think that they should just be glossed over either, or ignored. So yeah, I'm in kind of the same place on that one. And Gene, yeah, Largent caught everything. Yeah, that man, he wouldn't drop nothing. Great hands. And no gloves. Remember, this back in time, no gloves. All just his bare hands he's catching it with. Cobra says, Bond's still the king. I don't care. Deadly says thoughts on the helmet covers they use in practice. Well, you would get sometimes some concussions in practice from time to time, so I guess this does prevent that. I've heard some players say that it could end up being a problem, though, because you start getting used to those bubble helmets on top of your helmet, and you forget that you don't have that on you in the regular game, and now you're lowering your helmet, you're putting your head into play. You know, you're using your head when you shouldn't be because of that. I guess it's helping in the collisions in practice, though. And the point is, I think, is that the NFL is, you know, I know I'm hard on the NFL, but I got to give them some credit here. You know, the CTE thing landed on their lap, and absent them removing all of hitting out of football, which would destroy the sport, they've got to try to find a way to get things a little cleaned up by doing it sort of piecemeal, bit by bit by bit by bit. And they're trying to do that from you know, protecting the quarterbacks to protecting the receivers that are defenseless to protecting, you know, anything in between. And I like that they're taking those steps is where they can. There will be only so much they can do. But I think they're doing what they can. And overall, those are probably for the betterment, is even if you're reducing down 50 practice concussions a year, that's worth it probably at that point, isn't it? Megan says, my brother nearly died after a massive concussion, which we were told that if his brain impacted the side of his head half an inch more, he was dead before he hit the ground. You can never make football too safe. No. I think, though, if you just go too far to one area, though, you would lose the fan base. I mean, Megan, if they went to flag football tomorrow, I'd be out. I'm not watching football in a flag football territory of things. That doesn't interest me at all as far as the sport goes. But I'm also in favor of a lot of what they have done, even though it has been at the cost of the physicality of the sport and whatnot. I think it is a smart move to go forward on that. I do. That sucks to hear about your brother. I had a bad head wound too a couple years ago. It was kind of a scary one. I wasn't fighting for my life or anything, but. Tom Eaton says they should be watching Tua closely if they are worried about CTE and figuring it out. They probably have an active case study to monitor there. Probably so. I'm definitely worried about that guy long-term too. It's concerning with him. Garth Knight with a $5 donation, man. Garth, all the donos in the chat. Appreciate you, brother. Says, I still can't believe Welcome to the Jungle was a song about the kingdom. I heard it first on this chat. I know, I didn't either, man. Chad was the first to let me know of that. I was trying to do some research on that. I was reading various things about where it actually came from. So I don't know if the chat completely was accurate on that one, Garth, but for my money, I'm just going to remember it historically speaking that yes, it's absolutely about the kingdom. I like that story better than it being about, like, you know, it's about the homelessness in Los Angeles and, you know, the way that they fight every day to, like, just get food, and, you know, drug was actually an analogy for food. No, it's about the kingdom. It's about being a team trying to go and play in the kingdom. It's so loud. You know where you are? You're in the jungle, baby. You're gonna die. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate all the donations. Adrian X with a $2 donation says, Largent didn't wear gloves either. No gloves. No gloves. This was the Stickum had just been banned when he was coming into the league. So no Stickum, no gloves. Largent had to do it with just his pure hands. And all the more impressive. All the more impressive. Thank you, Adrian X. Appreciate you, though, on the donation. Cool Breeze. I'm the biggest Pete supporter, but he should have been gone 2 to 3 years ago. Sad as it seems. Really hoping he steps down after this year. I feel where you're coming from on that, Cool Breeze. I'm kind of in the same place at this point. I'm at a spot where I'm not calling for his head or saying I think he should be fired. But if he were to step down, or if they were to find another coach, I also wouldn't be going, oh, well, we left money on the table on this one. You know, oh, well, coach still has there's still some more left in that chamber there left that hasn't been tapped. I don't know. Drunk Squidward, should Seattle draft a wide receiver? I don't think so, Drunk Squidward. I'd much rather try to maybe bring back Marquise Goodwin. You got a couple of prospects in Bo Melton and Drake Young. You can see how they develop. Lockett and Metcalf are still here. I don't think Eskridge is going anywhere, whatever he brings to the table at this point. But no, I don't think. I think you got other bigger fish to fry at this point, across both on the inside of the offensive line and everywhere on the defense. Adrian X says, damn, you beat me to the glove thing. Laughing out loud. Hey, it's a great point, though. It's a great point. Cool Breeze, anybody going to be at the March 3rd opener for the Mariners game? I'm not. I don't think I will be. I'll be live streaming it though. For sure. Audie Bell, Brandon, this roster was 5 or 6 win roster. Just because we slipped back to mediocrity the second half doesn't mean the old man hasn't done a good job this year. The record's fine. The record is fine, Audie. I don't like to necessarily try to use one point of a data point to make my assumption about anything that's happening, be it for a coach or a player. I'm not just going to grab one. This is like what Audie Bell people tell me about Geno Smith. Well, Geno Smith's not good because his career record's 23 and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, well, it's not wrong as a point, but should I really weight that point? Should I give it a lot of heavy weight to it? The problems with Coach Carroll that I speak to, Audie Bell, have to go beyond what he got as far as win-loss records and the results of this season. They go to issues that have been plaguing this team for years that he has chosen not to fix. They have nothing to do with the talent. And yes, the team does need more talent, but they have to do with other things that go beyond talent, and they have lasted for years, and he has not corrected them for years. Coach Carroll told you about these very same issues himself last offseason, Audie Bell, okay? So this comes straight from Coach Carroll's mouth. This isn't my mouth saying this, okay? I'm saying his words in a second that he said. Said, we've been a little bit arrogant in our approach. We got to change our approach. We've been holding on to the old for too long, trying to keep making it. We got to adjust and change our ways. So he comes out in a press conference at the Combine saying this type of thing, and then proceeds to come into this season where he doesn't change his ways. Merely moving from a 4-3 defense to a 3-4 defense that's going to run exactly the same way as the 4-3 defense was not what he was talking about when he was mentioning that arrogance. It was that my defense is tired, old, I run the same thing out over and over again, and that's exactly what you've done again this year. You've got players across the board, Audie, that are not developing, that have been here for years, that are not merely talentless players, but are players that you drafted high who are not taking steps forward in progression. If I don't have a head coach who can win schematically, and I don't have a head coach who can develop talent very well, those are question marks that need to be raised, and they're valid questions to be raised. And they go beyond, okay, you won a couple more games than people thought. You know, whether we win a couple more games than people thought this year or not has nothing to do with whether or not we have a Super Bowl-like trajectory into the future, whether we have a coach who can put a Super Bowl winning roster back together once again. And I think there's a lot of reason to question that point. Can Carroll, just by merely adding talent, get a team to the Super Bowl that he can't win on a weekly basis from a schematic standpoint, that he can't win from ability to develop the talent? I don't think he can. He can maybe get you to the playoffs again, but he ain't going to get you to the Super Bowl. And I think that there's a lot of valid reason to make those questions at this point. Drunk says Mariners need to sign a DH or another outfielder. I agree. I'd like to see one more move. You know what I mean? One more move. Megan says, that's fair, B, but after nearly losing my brother and studying neuroscience, brains need to be cared for. I agree. This is one of those tough answer places to go, Megan, because really the true answer is you turn to flag football. I mean, that's the true bottom line answer is if you want real safety, that's the only way to really get to a place where you can almost all but eliminate the concussions outside of guys bouncing their head off the turf or something when they go up to catch a ball. So, but I do think the safety thing is a valid thing. I'm also not looking to be like one of those caveman people saying, well, they know what they signed up for. I don't care. No, I get it. We got to be conscientious of this thing. Definitely. Yeah, so Audie, I mean, you're playing with 2 rookie tackles, but what I'm referencing to and the issues I'm talking about are things that are specifically don't have to do with rookies or any of that stuff. What I'm talking about is the things that have been plaguing you for issues that haven't been fixed and don't show any signs of being fixed into the future. And that will hold you back, I think, from being an elite team down the road. You know, Megan says, I heard Axl Rose heard it from phrase from a street person in downtown Seattle. Oh, okay. Cooper says, can confirm. There we go. Mythical Pigeon says, give Locke a shot. We got a couple folks that are pro Locke. George Squidward, Tiascar and Colton Wong aren't bad. No, they're okay. I just think you needed a little bit more to finish off with the Astros adding Abreu. And as good as the Astros are, you know, you just need a little bit more on that offense, I think. But they're doing a great job. I like what DePoto's doing this offseason, and there weren't a lot of clear answers to go with. I wouldn't have wanted to sign the Correa deal or the Turner deal, right? So I'm at least okay from that standpoint. Audie Bell says, let them boys mature another year. Hard to look at Creed Humphrey today. Yeah, it was tough to look at Creed Humphrey. It was. It's a little tough. Megan says, largely not wearing gloves makes his records far more impressive as far as I'm concerned, and not because I'm a fan. No, it is. It's much harder to catch, even those old school gloves. It was, it's badass. They used to do the hand catch. John says, I thought Welcome to the Jungle was about moving from a small town to the streets of Hollywood. There's a rumor in here that he wrote. It's been a long perpetuated rumor here in the chat, John, that Axel wrote it about the Kingdom or something, I guess. Mythical Pigeon, we need to draft defensive tackle, defensive line, offensive guard, left linebacker. I might go center. I might go offensive guard center with you there, Mythical Pigeon, but I'm with you on the rest of that. Cooper says, best idea is to use the draft picks we have to attract a new coach and scheme. It could be useful. I don't think they'll go that track with it, though. John Reese just saw Guns N' Roses in concert. How was Axel? He's been looking a little hefty. Some of the pictures looking a little rough. A little rough out there. Drunk Squitter says, well, let's say Pete leaves. Who replaces him in the future? Man, I don't even know. Depends on when he leaves, Drunk. This year, 2 years from now. It's probably hard to say on that. Who would be the guy? Brian Myers, Axel was visiting Seattle. Only connection? No, okay. I still love it as a story, though. Great story. Adrian X, I know where you're coming from, be about Pete. But let's give him a chance. Well, that's why I've tried to parse a little bit Adrian X and saying, look, I have lost some faith with Pete. I'm not going to turn the channel, though, into me hammering on, I need Pete to be fired. Let's fire Pete. I'd open every stream with we got to get the old man out of here. I'm not going to do that. So I'm in a place where he's going to have my support, Adrian X. The team will have my support. I will be honest about my outlook of things. I'm not going to purport this team to be a Super Bowl contending team if I don't see that, and if I don't think that. And I am operating from an assumption until Coach Carroll changes his ways from a stylistic, schematic way. I don't think he's running his defense any different anytime soon. So, that is going to temper a little bit of my expectations. But at the end of the day, if he's the head coach of this team, they do have my support and hope that they're going to win, while being able to still be pretty critical about the things I'm critical about because I think they're valid. Tommy says it's worse than that in my opinion. Not only did he say he was arrogant and needed a change, he made it look like he was changing, switching schemes, bringing in new voices, and then he doesn't commit. That is what's frustrating. I had hope and he let me down. Right. That's the part that, Audie, this is the thing that goes outside of that, you got a couple more wins than you shouldn't. It's like your defense has been god awful. You were supposedly making changes to try to correct this defense and you didn't make those changes. You, as Tommy just says there, you sort of half committed to them or 40% committed to them, Brando 2345 says, if we were to get Deron Payne, what do you think his contract would be? I'm seeing 14 to 16 million annually in projections. Yes. I think that's an accurate place. I don't think the cost would go over 16 million per Brando, but I do think a 14 to 16 million per is about right. Adrian X says we don't have the proper players for the 3-4, and he knows it. Yeah, but not having the right 3-4 players doesn't preclude you from being more pressure-based. Not having the right players for the scheme doesn't preclude you from stopping running the soft zone coverages that you've run that have been slayed left and right. Yeah, you might need to get better personnel in the 3-4. And then the other question is to ask on this, Adrian X, if they're going to move to a 3-4 defense this year, but then not bring on the personnel to match the 3-4, why not just stay with the 4-3 at that point? Especially if you're not going to change anything else but the fronts. Mythical Vision, 23% chance for playoffs. There is hope. There is hope, man. Audie says midseason, it looked good. I just don't know who you replace him with. Hard not to give him a chance after Russ and Bobby. I feel where you're coming from. I mean, on the Bobby thing, you kind of were on the wrong end of that. Bobby's gone out and balled for the Rams, and your middle linebacker position has been one of the worst personnel groupings in the league. So I don't know if the Bobby situation body reflects well on the decision-making process there. I guess you're saying because we had to overcome the loss of those two guys is maybe what you're saying with that. Midseason, yeah, you're winning more games than you lost, but again, it's a little bit beyond just the results of the season win or loss record or where you were mid-year, Audie Bell. It's really how you got there too. It's the way you arrived there. And let's remember that the record that you got this year, Audie Bell, and how you've accomplished this is one of the worst. You had one of the easier schedules to go through in the entire NFL. Your division, the NFC West, which has been pretty much preeminently the best division in football going on probably the last 4 to 5 years, had a horrible year this year. The division was wide open. You have a 49er team that's down to their third string quarterback you're playing a couple weeks ago. You've had so many opponents across the line, Audie. Detroit, down 3-4 of their best 6 offensive players coming into that game. Or the Saints down at one point their top 3-4 wide receivers in that game. You've had game after game where you've had really the advantage built in for you to take advantage. Take the Raiders game, Adrian X, right? So you have no Darren Waller. You've got no Hunter Renfrow. All you have as far as offensively for the Raiders to attack you is Jacobs and Devontae Adams. And those guys put up a combination of 400 yards on that day. 400 total yards between those two guys. You've had a lot, and that's not even a great Raiders team. And that's you playing them at home. I think you got to look at the context. Context matters. And simply when you look at the stuff in a vacuum of, well, here's the results on the win-loss record, that doesn't tell you the whole story necessarily. It doesn't. It is a little bit about more than just the win-loss record results for me. And I said this at the start of the year, it's about how we're getting done what we're getting. Is the team coming together at the end of the year? Are we getting better as the year goes along? Are the young players getting better? Because this is the other part of reference, Audie Bell. I can reference guys who haven't developed here for years who were highly drafted players. Not fringe NFL players, but guys that you selected at high picks. Guys like LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks, Cody Barton, who was a third rounder, Marquise Blair, who was a second rounder, who's no longer even on this roster, Darrell Taylor, that you gave up a second and a third rounder for, who has given you pretty so-so results for that amount of draft capital to give up for that guy. So I already got out the gate guys that have been here a couple of years who've had a lack of development. All of those guys I just mentioned to you have all regressed this year and gotten worse as players than what they've been prior as Seattle Seahawks. And so then I look at my rookies this year, Audie Bell, and I look at the 6 starting rookies, and all of those players got worse as the year goes along. You'd think they'd be getting better. You'd think they'd be developing better from what they were at the start, but instead they're getting worse. These are concerning signs. These are concerning signs, not necessarily encouraging signs. It's not all bad. I don't want to paint that picture. But I don't think that we can just broadly brush this all over and say, well, Pete's got this. Oh, no, he's got this handled. Not necessarily. He will have my support, but I'm not as confident on that standpoint of things in the way I look at this. Garth with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate you. Brandon. Rando, a lot of communities want to claim Welcome to the Jungle, but Duff was the dude who the band traveled to. Welcome to the Jungle, GNR. Hey, it's the way from here on out, I'm going to remember it historically speaking. It's like see the pictures where I'm going to tell my kids this is this person or something, right? Like, and it's somebody else, some funny joke. It's an online meme, but I'm going to do that with all my, my nephews and nieces. I'm going to be like, yeah, see, the Welcome to the Jungle, that's written about Kingdom. It's not here anymore, but that's exactly what it was written about. I'm going to tell them it's 100% fact. And don't let anybody ever tell you differently. Thank you, Garth, for all the donations, man. You're awesome, brother. AI, Largent was the man. He turned MFers around. Top 3 route runner, hands, and fitness. Yeah. Yeah, he went hard every play, too, in regards to fitness. You're right. Sam the Grace is not going to lie. I'm a bigger fan of the 4-3. I like more beef on the line. I feel you on that. I like it too. I like a 3-4, but I want a 3-4 run purified if you're running. If you're not going to run a blitz heavy, then there's no point running a 3-4, in my opinion. Tommy, here's one reason I could agree with starting Locke. We want to keep or trade Geno and think playoffs are lost. No reason to risk his health. We want to see what we got in Locke in a real game. It's a fair point, I guess. That's a fair point. Cameras number 1. Okay, I'm going to try to grasp this. Terms I understand better. Who is your 1A and 1 who is 1A and 1B between Irvin and Largent? Michael Irvin? Well, I think Largent's a far better player, in my opinion. Trying to grasp his terms, I can understand better. Who is your number 1A and 1B between Irvin and Largent? Yeah, I mean, I would say, while Michael Irvin's probably more physically gifted than Largent, if we're just going by production and all that, Largent beats him out, in my opinion. Cowboys aren't. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question too. So if I'm misunderstanding it, kind of type in the way you mean. But Michael Irvin had a Hall of Fame quarterback, Troy Aikman, to throw him. He had Hall of Fame running back, Hall of Fame offensive line. There's a lot of a stage set there for Irvin to be very successful. Irvin was also in a run-based scheme, but Largent, I think, had a longer career and a more productive career. If I misunderstood the question on that, though, let me know. John says, I saw Guns N' Roses way back when they first came up. He was skinny as a dope fiend back then. Yeah, he was. He was a tiny little guy. AI says, light him up, knocked him out. The old days headhunting like when I played in the 80s and early 90s. Yeah, that's how it was back then. That's how they rolled. Drunk, honestly, I don't see Pete leaving or retiring until 2024 when the team goes on sale, but I still support Pete. I just think Pete should just be a head figure and let the defense and offense coordinate, do the work. Yeah, I'd love to see that in him too. Yeah, I don't know if Axel was skinny. I think there's a lot of cocaine in that diet. You know what I mean? Just look at the Sweet Child of Mine video. Yeah, exactly. Tommy says, sign me up for paying $14 to $16 million to seriously fix this defense for once and all. It's well worth it. Hell, we pay more for that for the safeties. Facts, man. Paul Third, you got COVID and the L. Oh, that's a hell of a downward Christmas, man. I'm sorry, brother. Well, Merry Christmas to you. Tommy, we just couldn't afford Bobby and we thought Brooks was ready, which he clearly wasn't. Yeah. Oh, we might have been able to afford Bobby. He was willing to restructure. We didn't even try to negotiate with him. But they made that determination. Cool Breeze, I wish Pete would have been better, but he hasn't been. Just what it is. He's got to take a step back or two. Love him as a tone setter and energy curator, but his role needs to be replaced when it comes to play calling at the very least. Yeah. Guns N' Roses in 88, John? And that'd been right in their prime. That must have been a hell of a show. Sam the Great says, I think Pete completes his contract due to him winning us a Super Bowl and then retires. Yeah, I foresee that very, very same thing myself. That very same thing. Adibel Largent played hurt a lot. Yeah, he did. He bounced back after that broken jaw after like 5 weeks. I would have been in there 6 months like, no, it still hurts every time I run. It clicks. It's clicking. No, it's clicking still. I don't, Not while it's still clicking. This guy's out there with it wired shut still. Mac Bruce says, whatever happened to Dwayne Eskridge? Dwayne Eskridge, Mac, had a broken hand this year. Broken hand. Cash says, so they get no applause for winning the division and having to leave as long as they did a bunch of draft picks and rookies? Y'all overacting. Y'all be overreacting. They rookies what they supposed to do. So they get no applause for winning the division and having to leave as long as they did a bunch of draft picks and rookies. Well, so it's kind of like, it's kind of funny, Cash. We're trying to kind of have these kind of conversations. I think they're very important conversations to have. But if your first place of where you're going to start from in disagreement is you're overreacting, but then you're not really backing it up aside from saying we had rookies playing, and that's my only reasoning as my process to apply there. You're maybe not looking at the full picture I would offer you on that. The problems and issues that I've been pontificating on for going on now 9 hours go beyond the rookies at hand. And when it comes to Carroll or comes to the issues with this team, for all the folks saying, well, we had 1 more games than we lost, or we had rookies we played, what did we expect? None of those answers that are being given or presented out here in the chat a little bit are addressing any of the issues that I'm raising about the future of this team. What do the rookies, Cash, have to do with the fact you run one of the most simplified defenses in all in football? What do the rookies have to do with the fact you're not getting player development out of guys who've been here 3, 4, 5 years? And how do we have faith that those two issues I just raised get fixed into the future just magically? And when you mention those rookies, they played their best ball down the line across the board. All these rookies played their best ball when they first walked on the field this year. They've gotten worse as the year's gone along, not better. Where is the player development within that? Shouldn't they be getting better as the year goes along? Kind of doesn't make sense. And we didn't win you also overstated the thing. We didn't win the division. So like you got this is where we go with it. It starts out into, you're overreacting, or there's probably here's an insult. And then we get to, we won the division, and then overstating the argument. Just deal with the actual points at hand. Let's go down the line point by point if we disagree. Drunk says Largent was the record holder before Jerry Rice, so I'll always have respect for Steve Largent. Me too, man. Me too. Funny. Sam the Great, call me crazy, but I still don't think the Giants or Commanders are better than us. I don't think you're crazy. I think we are better than them. I think we have better rosters than those two teams. I do. I think we played probably easier schedule than those two teams. Sam the Great, if you go from 6-3 to 7-8, who can you actually blame at this point? I don't know. I got one place I'm pointing to. Megan says Largent was playing to support his family as his father left too. He did, yeah. A good man all the way around. That's Steve. Cool Breeze says, not the end of the world. We got issues from within. Nope, it's not the issues. It's not the end of the world, that's for sure. Drunk says, we blame the whole team. They need to get their S together. They do, man. They do. Mac Bruce, PC is a Seattle legend and should probably bow out. Two things can be true at the same time. Well said, Mac. Beautifully put. I think I would align in the same place. I have nothing but love in my heart for Coach Carroll, and he brought this championship here, and he will forever be revered here. All I am looking for is I'm looking towards the future, and a year or two down the line, and already starting to kind of forecast out where I see this team going with that. And it's, I hope Carroll can find another gear to his career here at this point. I hope he can find, again, to becoming an elite coach once again. I haven't seen a lot of the signs of that. And that's what I've got to base whatever I make assumption-wise into the future or prediction in the future, that I'm actually seeing the signs of the coach showing you that. But I am hopeful that that's the case. And I'm hopeful that I'm wrong on this and that Carroll can adopt this defense, and it's merely only the talent situation. And all we got to do is just adjust that a little bit, and we're good. Adrian XA with another $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. You're awesome, brother. I appreciate you. Says, you're a god, brother, going strong since 10 a.m. Yeah, we're gonna probably start to wrap this up now, as I'm definitely feeling the voice start to go as we get 9 hours in here, and I'm getting hungry too. Definitely getting a little famished. That's why I get a little moody too. Once I get an hour 8 and 9, I find sometimes too, as I start getting a little famished. So I get a little extra moody, a little less patient. I'm like I turn into a Snickers commercial, hour 8 or so. The Aiden Davis, of course it sucks to see a loss, but this year we have truly exceeded expectations, so I'm chilling. Cool, man. Cool. Megan says, I'm keeping my mouth shut about PC now. I think you know how I feel. I do. And I feel like it, for the folks that are pro Carroll, I understand. I get. I landed myself in a different place, but it's not to say that I think someone's crazy that's on the other side of this from me. I do get those folks that say, it's been a successful year. It's been good enough from where my expectations were at. Bottom line is you won more games you lost, so I'm good. And I can understand that. Drunk Twitter, let's sign Mike Holmgren. I think he's chilling. Homie's chilling right now. Cameron says, most of us predicted we'd win 7 games, and we'll probably end up with winning 8. It's a win in my book. That's a fair enough. That's a fair enough on that. Sajin, I'm happy with the Seahawks so far. I said we would finish 9-8 or 8-9, so I'm good. There we go. Cobra says, I caught bullets for Pete, but I know when he needs to go. Yep, I have the same way, man. And I'm going to catch many more, I'm sure, as we're leading through this process. But It's part of being a fan. It's part of the fun of being a fan is we could have these fun discussions and turn this over and chew it over and try to figure out what's the truth, right? Try to get to the heart of the matter. Trying to get down to the heart of the matter when my wheels get weak. And my thoughts seem to scatter, but I think it's about forgiveness. Cooper, sorry. Audie Bell says, one thing I got to say, Brandon, not sure Geno could have succeeded in just any program. Not just sure Geno could have succeeded in just any program. Yeah, but I guess, and I'm thinking about your comment a bit, Audie Bio, because I guess what I'm thinking you're putting in that a little bit. If I'm misreading this, please do correct me in the chat. But what I'm reading into what you're saying from that is that development of Geno, that Geno playing well as he's playing right now, is coming from Coach Carroll, or it's somehow a way that Coach Carroll's running it in a special way with Geno to get him to play this level of performance. It could be that that's a possibility. I would offer Audie, neither you know or I really know what the case is on that one, I would say. I think we're both making a bit of a guess on that one in the dark. Is it Carroll? Is it Waldron's influence? Is it the fact that Geno spent the last 10 years doing the lonely work it takes to master the quarterback position as much as he has? And that's why we see him being so good pre-snap and post-snap. Because here's the thing, if Coach Carroll Audie Bell's so good about getting a quarterback to play pre-snap and post-snap so well and see things so clearly and have so much control at the line of scrimmage, why was he unable to get Russell Wilson to apply those same benefits to his career throughout his time here? That leads me to believe that that's kind of maybe coming from Geno himself and the work he's put in with it. Would Geno have succeeded everywhere like this year at any stop? No, you are going to be dependent on the supporting cast you have as well. In addition to that, having Tyler Lockett and DK on the outside, having the 3 tight ends to work with, having the rookie tackles who played well has aided Geno's game and has elevated him. Having the running backs who have been pretty good for the most part throughout the year has definitely helped to elevate Geno's game, even if just to a small degree. But as to it being somehow, I'm willing, Audie, to give Coach Carroll credit for the Geno situation, but it's got to be more than just Geno's the quarterback on his team, so he must have done something for him. You'll have to back that up with actually some meat, right? With actually some like, well, here's this with him doing this, and here's with them doing that. And I'm not sure on that one. Aiden, it was fun when Geno was an underdog and just makes plays. Now I feel like I'm watching Russell Wilson and Geno trying to be the man instead of just making the routine plays. I definitely think he's probably gone a little bit outside of himself here in this 4 or 5 game run, Aiden, where, he's just not playing with as much confidence, with as much surety, and he's probably feeling like he's got to carry a little bit more of the team because you're not being able to run the ball very well recently. The defense hasn't been good recently, but he's got to just, to your point, stay more within himself. Drunk says, I've always had this debate. Who would you rather, Sean Alexander or Beast Mode? They're both great, but if you had to pick one, who would it be? Mine is Beast Mode by a slim amount. I would take Marshawn Lynch over Sean. Marshawn's my number 1 back in Seahawks history. And I like Sean, I do, but I just like Beast Mode a little bit more. 2 very different players though. Audie Bell says Pete's program seems to find players like Geno. I mean, I can't think of another Geno-like guy that we've had on the ball club though. He might be right. If you can give me some examples on what you mean on that, Audie. I don't quite know on a Geno-like guy. Osama, I am still going. We're going to wrap this up, though, here pretty soon. So, Saijin, Geno will get offers from other teams regardless of what we do as far as signing him. It's only fair. He will. Yeah. Sam the Great, Beast Mode, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Drunk says, I love watching Sean. Watching Beast Mode move the pile and always be crazy, but MVP Sean was different. Yeah, it was a different year there. Megan, based on what why Beast Mode over Sean? My belief is that Beast Mode ran harder. My feeling is that Beast Mode was a more complete running back. Sean Alexander had no interest as a pass protector and no interest in catching the football unless it was a screen pass. And beast mode was willing to make both of those two parts a key part of his game. Probably one of the best pass protecting running backs in the sport when he was here, quite frankly. I also think Sean Alexander had way more Megan to work with as far as a running back goes. You know, he had 2 Hall of Famers blocking for him. He had a great offensive line overall for him when he was here through his time. I think that helped to really allow him to do well, on top of having a pretty good quarterback, receivers on the outside to keep things, you know, kind of balanced in that respect of things. To me, Marshawn is a guy that sets the tone. He can wear down a defense. He can create when there's nothing there. He didn't always have the greatest of run blocking offensive lines in front of him, but he was going to find daylight somehow, some way. AI, Payne and Carter together, man. That's the magical combo. That's the one I want to go with. Aiden, I would rather have a top quarterback like Stroud than Geno. At this point, Geno has not proven he can succeed with an offense against above average defense. It's fair enough, fair point. Cooper says, who wants to fake compete for 5 years in a row? Not me, man. Not me. Garth Knight, the $5 donation, getting us finished up nice and right in here. Garth, thank you for all your donations. And again, Merry Christmas to you, brother. I want to hear your review on that eggnog drink, the Naughty Nog. So I want to hear what you think on that Naughty Nog when you're done with it. Garth with the $5 donation says, when will Richard Sherman move on from Russ? He's kind of fruity for being a stalker guy. He can't let it go, but I wonder this relation with the in-laws. I wonder his relationship with the in-laws. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. Yeah, Richard does need to, at this point, let the thing go with Russ. You know, you made your point kind of thing, right? And now you're just beating the dead horse. So it's just let it go, you know, at that point with it. We know where you stand with the guy. We know what you think of the guy. It's clear as a bell, right, with Russ and Richard. But, yeah, he's definitely got a bone to pick with Russ. Something happened with those two guys at some point that got Richard going sideways. And sometimes it doesn't take a lot for Richard to go sideways. But he's definitely gone sideways with Russ. AI says, yeah, Bobby should have been retained and restructured. Yeah, especially when he was willing. I mean, Bobby broached the subject in his own press conference at the end of the year that he was going to be willing to restructure. You could have gotten him back here, especially considering they had to know what they had in Barton at that time. They had to know Barton was not going to be good enough. I mean, he's been showing, I'm sure, on the practice field a lot of the same stuff we've seen throughout the year. Osama bin Diesel says, next week, all the Geno haters of Seattle and New York will unite. Can't wait for that. It's gonna be biblical. It's gonna be biblical. Greg, add Mozzie Smith on top of Jalen Carter, Deron Payne, and not a single soul will be able to run on our defensive line. You better believe that'd be a wall right there, Greg. You would have really attacked the weakness of your team in a big way at that point. Cool Breeze says Beast Mode was a different football player, period. I have him in the top 3-4 all time at running back. Yeah, he was just a different dude, man. Different dude. Adi Bell, I'm not sure guys like Bennett or Sherman or Baldwin and others ever quite get to the level of success they reach without going through Pete's program. Well, Bennett had turned himself into a pretty good player and was on that run of where he was going to go, I think, prior to arriving here. He had bounced around, but he was definitely doing pretty good, especially at Tampa Bay before he got here. You might be right with Sherman. I think some of Sherman's dependency, Audie, had to go with him going to a zone-based team that was going to play. He went to the exact perfect scheme for him, as much as that's about Carroll. You know, I think Carroll developed Sherman and helped him out. Don't get me wrong. I think Carroll very much, when it comes to cornerbacks, knows his way around things. I do think he's a little restricted to that just being his only position of expertise, quite frankly. But I would give you, Audie Bell, that is a position of expertise. I would offer that Bennett, Sherman, and Baldwin aren't really like a Geno equivalent, where you've got a guy that's failed out at one place and now he's succeeding here, which is kind of what I thought you were building in by making those examples of saying, Pete, there's other examples of Pete doing this. None of those guys had failed at another place and then were succeeding here, so to speak. You could be right on that. They may have been at their most successful here. I will say too, all three of those names are like from 7 years ago. You know, if you had some more, maybe like, because some of this comes from the part with me, Audie Bell, of looking at Carroll through two lenses. You can look at all the Super Bowl stuff, right? And go, well, he got us to 2 Super Bowls, right? Excellent teams, historic defense, but we're kind of getting to a far removed place from those years. And I'm not necessarily trying to say, what have you done for me lately on all the way on this, but it's got to be more of a measure on what have you done for me lately here in the last 6-7 years? Have there been problems that have continued through that time period? Have there been issues that have happened this year and then happened the next year and then happened after the year after that and are currently happening this year right now? Well, if the answer is yes to that, and I think there's some things on this, I think you and Audie, we could come to a common place on believing that we're on the same page with that. If the answer is yes to that, then what is the confidence we have those get fixed into next year if they haven't been fixed over the last 5 years? They don't just get magically fixed with talent. For instance, the soft zone coverages, Audie, that are getting our defense waylaid. Those aren't changing next year. Carroll's not going pressure-based. He's not going man-based principles. It's going to be soft zone, predictable coverage every single week. Every single week. So when I speak to those kind of specifics, that's the thing that gets stuck in my mind a little bit of, yes, you will get more talented, but that stuff will still exist. That stuff will still be at play on a weekly basis. And if he's not going to change that, why would I have hope then that you've got a chance to get to becoming an elite team if you're held back by your schematics in that way? Osama bin Diesel, how long until it's Mannion time at quarterback? Oh, we'll get him in there for the Rams game, you know. He's known as the Rams killer, Osama. That's his nickname. So I know a lot of people don't know that, but it's totally true. Aiden says, if only this front office would put their chips on the table and get someone like Roquan, would be a huge game changer. He'd help. He would help. Defender logic, the Chiefs were getting pressure with 4 rushers. If 5 offensive linemen can't block 4 defensive linemen, that is a problem. True. Drunk says, I'm calling it. Seattle signs Lamar Jackson. Laughing out loud. Lamar and Josh Allen are both amazing players, but they have injury history. Already seems concerning at a young age. Very concerning. Usually concerning. AI says, if we lose the next 2 games, Pete should be fired. Otherwise, if they are selling the team soon, it's probably not happening. Agreed. Cool Breeze, you have a good one, man. Appreciate you. Saijan says, I got a dip. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to everyone on that. Audie Bell, not a Geno-specific example, but it just seems most free agents that leave Seattle never seem to perform as well elsewhere. Yeah, no, I would agree with you there. I think the team does tend to get the most out of the players they bring in. So I wouldn't argue that, but I would also say that sometimes some of those players you're getting the most out of don't have a whole hell of a lot in that tank that they're tapping out of either. So it's, like the two guys you mentioned that they brought in, Audie, for instance, Cliff Averill had 3 seasons in a row of 11 sacks before he came to Seattle. Michael Bennett had 10 sacks prior to coming into Seattle as a defensive end, as he was starting to find his role in the NFL. And again, I don't want to overstate too much Audie Bell, where I can get the people that are in support of Carroll. All I ask are for the people that are in support. And with a lot of Carroll supporters, it seems to be fierce support at that. And I can respect that. I'm not giving you lip service. I truly can. The only thing I ask for respect for on the other side from the folks that stand there so vehemently is understanding that there's people on the other side of the fence that are just as vehemently sitting where they are, and they aren't arriving there from an emotional standpoint or because their expectations are misaligned. They're arriving there because there's been years of some problematic issues at play. Problematic issues, Audie, that Carroll himself referenced this offseason at the Combine, which are still not getting fixed and still don't have a very clear pathway to getting fixed into the future. And I think that's going to bring certain people to a point of going, I don't know. I don't know. If I have confidence, it's got to come from a place. It can't come from a blind item or something that happened 10 years ago. It's got to happen for what I'm seeing right now in recent years. And that's where a little bit of my shake in confidence comes from. Brian Smith, my God, you're also still obsessing. Is that all there is to do in Seattle? Celebrating Christmas, man, but way to come in and drop a turd in the punch bowl. Golly. We will wrap it up here on this one. I think we're getting close. Osama bin Diesel, Jets are rumored to want to cut ties with Zach Wilson. Should the Hawks take a chance? I don't think so, Osama. I think he's, I don't think he's an NFL quarterback myself. I think one of the most misviewed, miscalculated, misapplied prospects that there has been at the quarterback position. And that is saying something in probably the last 5 to 10 years. It's been, ugh. Nagaza, Snyder has no power to fire Pete, and without a real owner, Pete will stay, sadly. Yeah, he will. Aiden, I feel like this team will go nowhere with Jody. She isn't fit to be an owner in the NFL and will just ride Pete and John into mediocre plays. Hopefully, when we have a new owner, it's not too late. I agree. I agree. I'm definitely, I don't think she wants to be an NFL owner. That's my read on it. I think she's making do as she can do. She's trying to honor her brother as she can honor him. But you either are into football and love it like Paul did, or you're just kind of like, okay, well, I can kind of get this, Audie Bell says, absolutely, Brandon. But if you're going to replace Pete Carroll, you don't want to pick Jim Mora Jr. Yes, and I don't want to get across to Audie Bell that I do know that the next guy that I'm going to bring in is going to be successful or as successful or more successful than Coach Carroll, even in his current incarnation. I'm not saying that there's any guarantees in that respect of things. It's a little bit to me of what I feel like here is when I can go to multiple issues that last for years on end. Okay, whether it's that soft zone coverage I was talking about, or whether it's the lack of player development, even on those players that you have picked very high in the draft. What I have with a new guy is he may be a Jim Mora Jr., or he may be something great, but there's a less of an unknown there, whereas right now it feels more known. That's what I guess I'm saying. I have more known. I know what I'm going to get from Carroll from a schematic angle of things. I know what he's going to do to where he's going to put players as far as either putting him in a position to succeed or putting him in a position to kind of fail. I know where he is on those sort of things. There's things he still does bring. It's not that it's all bad as a coach. And I don't want to paint, as I say, I'm not trying to paint that brush broadly in that way. This is that nuanced place we get. But I think that there are reasons that he's brought up there to kind of have some questions about the direction and guidance of this thing underneath him right now. And whether he's actually going to fix things that are true issues and problems that have been at play for a while, or whether he'll continue to ignore them and just hope they sort of fix themselves out themselves. They'll just sort of round out with more talent, so to speak. Brian Myers, and to good night, y'all. Happy holidays. Be you demand. Time for whiskey and some sleep. Sounds good, Brian. I feel the same here. Feel the same. Tommy, so for UB, is there anything Pete could do to change your perception on how things are going? I'm not sure there is for me. Not sure I trust what he says now. I think that's the problem, is I was listening to his words last year, Tommy. When he said I've been arrogant, I was like, finally, he's acknowledging the thing I've been mentioning for 2 years that people in my own chat would call me crazy about. He's finally mentioning it. He's finally bringing it up. It's the 800-pound gorilla that he's acknowledging is indeed in the room. That encouraged me. But when you fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. I'm not going to just listen to words of what he's saying, because it does feel like, in retrospect, a little bit of placating the fan base, specifically those in the fan base like you or myself that were a little bit frustrated with where the direction has been as it's been stilted in its direction. Defender of Logic, final thoughts on Geno. If Geno was playing terrible while having no pressure, I would be concerned. What say you? Happy holidays. I'm not out as much as others are on the recent Geno experience and him backtracking it a little bit. I do think that there's a combination of some things going on here to cause a little bit of a lesser Geno's performance, but it would not preclude me from signing him to a contract extension into the future. I think you can still get him at a very good rate, and I'm still willing to make that signing. At the end of the day, I lean back on and say, if I can run the ball with a little more balance, if my defense cannot be league worst and I'm bringing Geno back to play, I believe on the right team, he can take that team to a Super Bowl. And I don't think he's gotten those two components consistently, either of those two components. And most of the time at the same time, those have been inconsistent throughout the course of this year. I'd look to kind of batten that down. And if I do, I think I'm going to get the best of Geno at that point. Audie Bell, misplaced 12. Literally one game without 90% soft zone would sell me on Pete for all the time. Hey, that would help. We just came out against the Jets and we're just blitzing all over the place and running a little bit of man-based concepts. That could be encouraging. I agree. Audie Bell, I just feel the problems between Russell's ears have been a problem for at least 7 years. And I just want to see if the old man can motivate a young team to greatness one more time. Hey, that's fair enough. That's definitely fair enough. And like I said, I will, even though I'm okay with moving on Audie Bell, I'm not calling for his head. I'm not going to be leading every stream with, I need to have Carroll fired. I ain't doing that. I'm not going that hard with it. It's just something I kind of generally feel. It ain't something I need to grip my cross and raise it to the vampire with that kind of same manner. No, just I'm just getting a little bit dissuaded here by what I'm seeing with it. And so we'll see where it goes. Cowboys are number 1, Zach Wilson to Dallas. I'm desperate over here. That seems like a Jerry move. I want to tell you something right now. Zach Wilson is the future. I just got Aaron Rodgers for nothing, for a 5th round pick. I'm going to offload Dak next year. I'm going to show you Aaron Rodgers. All right. New York ain't had a quarterback since name it. They don't know what a quarterback is. I'll tell you that right now. Tony Wright. Tough break today, Brandon. Is right tackle Abraham Lucas okay? I heard he was hurt in today's game. What's his status? I have not had a chance to check. It's good to see you, Tony, and Merry Christmas to you. I've not had a chance to check on his current status, so I'm not sure where he is at right now. But yeah, that was a tough break for us in the game, having him go out. That did suck. All right. Well, we are 9 hours and 33 minutes in, so I am going to go ahead and put a bit of a button on this with Merry Christmas Eve here. Do me a favor, if you haven't already, please do this favor and hit that like button. If you could do it for me, please, I would really, 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 really appreciate it. As well as get subscribed if you're not subscribed. Please do. We're on the road to 11,000 subscribers here. That's the next turn of the button here. So let's get to that spot of things. I want to thank all of the people in the chat today. You guys were in the Christmas spirit in a major, major way. We had $100 donations, multiple $50 donations from all the people around here that came into the chat to donate today. We might have set a damn near record again today on as far as donations on the chat. I do say it a lot, but I just want you guys to know on that it's where your money goes on this when you donate allows me to put more time into this channel. I can just keep trying to crank videos and content out and stay on it hard. So, your support is getting me there to do it. It's tangibly allowed me to get there to do it this year and this winter and dial back some of my side work to dial up some of this work on the front end of it. That's how I'm offloading this at that point. And so I really want to thank all of the people being so giving in the respect of you guys are. You open it up in that respect as you do. I've got more bang for the buck for my subs than any other YouTuber out there. And I would say you got any guy out there with 10,000 subs, they're not able to come out there and do this kind of thing full time. I'm able to do so because I have your support out there, and your guys' support has been unflailing here in 4 years of doing this channel. There's not a moment it flickers away that isn't there where you guys aren't lockstep with me, and not only just with the monetary point, but encouraging me on here and saying, keep going, keep driving forward, keep making this go, let's roll. So I really want to say, especially in the time of Christmas and giving and all that stuff, you guys didn't have to do that. People can just sit here and watch this content for free if they want, but you guys do that because you're really kind in doing so. You see where the long-term plan goes on this. And if I ever do accomplish this, it's accomplish it on the back of you guys helping me get there in the way that you have. And it will not ever not go unnoticed or have my undying gratitude for the fact that you guys have supported me in this fashion throughout this channel's history every single day, day in and day out. I really, really, really do appreciate it. It warms my heart on this Christmas day in a major way. So thank you so much to all of you guys on that. Garth Knight is going to finish us off right with a donation, and why not? Man's dropped like freaking $200 in donations today on the channel. Why shouldn't it be a final one more from him on this? I really do. I really, really, really do appreciate you on that, man, Garth. Thank you so much for the $5 and all of your contributions here to the channel here today and throughout this whole last year. You're awesome, brother. Says, Michael Bennett almost got killed in Vegas. We're lucky the officer who almost murdered him walked free. Yes. He was able to just get out of that one. Vegas can be a dodgy area, Garth. You got to be careful down there, man. You got to watch it. It can be a little bit of there can be some crazy stuff going down there. It's a weird energy. It's a weird energy. I blame the underground city that's beneath it, really. That's what I'm blaming it on. Thank you guys, though. Garth, thank you so much, brother. I salute you, sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar, and I really do appreciate all of your support on the channel, guys. I love you guys. Thank you so much for allowing this conversation to go whatever way it goes, no matter how uncomfortable or comfortable it makes those out there. I know there's some topics here that we dive into that is always a little bit sensitive at times and is going to raise some hankles and get some people a little bit annoyed. And I do appreciate that even in those points where it does get those people annoyed with what they're hearing, that they can understand that we're trying to talk this through. We're trying to figure this out. We're not trying to operate from this with a preloaded, I hate this, or I want this, right? We're just trying to understand it. We're trying to figure it out. That's part of, I think, what will make this channel, whatever it is now and whatever it will be into the future. So really appreciate the open-minded discussion, the great, kind discussion amongst each other. We're all on the same team here. We all want to see the same thing, which is we want to see us get back to an elite state, get back to Super Bowls. Well, it was a rough road here this week. It's been a rough road last few weeks overall here on the back end of this schedule. Shouldn't take away from the fact that this is still a successful year. You're on the better end, and quite largely so on the better end of this Russell Wilson from a historical standpoint trade. You had your best draft, undoubtedly, maybe potentially in franchise history last year. A lot to look forward to, a lot to feel good about for the future of this team. So let's keep our eye on the ball. We got 2 games left. We still got a chance to slide on into the playoffs. We ain't dead yet. That's kind of nice. Still playing for games that matter deep into the NFL season. This all makes me warm and fuzzy at the end of the day, even if I've got some criticisms and some critiques that make me worried about the future in certain other respects, and hopefully for you so as well. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. But please, even on the back of a loss, don't you ever forget. Never forget. Even in rebuild years, even in mildly successful years, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.